Chunji, an orphan without parents, harbors the simplest of aspirations, to possess a modest plot of land and raise a cow. He dreams of marrying a wife, having children, and living the life of an ordinary man who can eat his fill and stay warm. However, fate takes an unexpected turn when he stumbles upon a mysterious artifact known as the Tower of Heaven during a jade excavation. As Chunji gradually unlocks various functionalities of the tower, he begins to cultivate his skills, transforming from a mere five-element root into a formidable figure within the cultivation sect. While others with inferior roots lament their misfortunes, Chunji thrives within the tower, planting spiritual crops and accelerating their growth 100-fold. 5 years later, as everyone scoffs at the foolishness of the five-element root, Chunji, who dares to partake in the competition, he stands out by overpowering his peers, earning the coveted place in the inner sanctuary. Useless. If you fail to unearth valuable jade today, you shall go hungry. A fierce woman hurls this disdainful remark at Chunji, who cowers in a corner. She contemptuously throws a rough flour cake at his feet, and, with a resounding bang, slams the door shut. Chunji, a lonely orphan residing with his uncle and aunt, listens silently as his younger, chubby cousin leans out of the window, spitting on him and demanding lamb dumplings. His aunt quickly reassures him, "Be good, dear. Keep quiet, let's wait until that jinx leaves before we feast on lamb dumplings." Her words leave no doubt about Chunji's unwelcome presence. In hushed tones, his uncle mutters, "On a festive night like this, forcing Chunji to dig for jade might be a bit," but is cut off by his aunt's harsh interruption. "We house him, feed him, and even paid for 3 years of his education. Does any of this come free? Do you think money grows on trees? It's been ages since I found a valuable piece of jade. If he finds nothing again, well, cut off his rations," she declares angrily. Chunji's uncle falls silent. Listening to their conversation, Chunji quietly picks up the flour cake, now dirty. This meager item represents all he has for the day. He straps on his jade-digging pouch, gathers his iron shovel and pickaxe, and stealthily leaves his uncle's home on New Year's Eve, despite the barking of the family dog. In the dog's bowl sits a generous portion of frozen, white Noodlisa treat that even the dog enjoys more than he does. Chunji gazes hungrily at the noodles, swallowing hard. "As long as I don't starve, I will not resort to stealing dog food." This is his unwavering principle. He tightens his thin clothing and steps out into the night. Bang! The door slams shut behind him, accompanied by his aunt's insults. "A wasteful good for nothing." This night is New Year's Eve, celebrated by families reuniting. The aroma of dumplings wafts through the village, and laughter echoes from every home. The biting northern wind chills Chunji, rendering his attire ineffective against the chill. Chew! He sneezes from the cold. 3 great hardships exist in this world: an orphan's New Year, a widow's vigil, and a bachelor listening to the bed creak. Chunji, truly suffer. He lowers his head and makes his way through the village to the jade mine. Chunji's village, named Jiangshui Village, lies alongside the Jing River. A decade ago, merchants discovered that the river yielded a significant quantity of high-quality jade and began purchasing it at high prices. Since then, every household has relied on jade mining for their livelihood. Following the frozen riverbank, Chunji collects firewood to toss into his pouch and lights a makeshift torch for illumination. He leaps into his designated jade mine without hesitation. Each mining area has its owner, and digging freely is frowned upon. After 10 years of excessive mining, the valuable jade has nearly been depleted. At times, one may dig for days on end without finding a single valuable piece. Yet his aunt ignores these facts. If Chunji fails to produce jade again, he may lose even his meager flour cake. Chunji first lights the fire in the pit for warmth. Under the flickering light, he huddles and rubs his icy hands together. Suddenly, the sounds of celebratory firecrackers burst forth from the village. Alas, only I, Chunji, have been driven out to excavate jade on New Year's Eve. He wipes the dust off the flour cake in his possession and slowly toasts it over the fire. The crisp, golden treats are barely palatable, but he savors them nonetheless. As he isn't willing to eat just yet, they constitute his rations for the night. Finding his iron shovel and pick, he begins to dig for jade. At 12 years old, his hands are already calloused from toil. He understands that this jade pit holds his only hope for survival. With every strike of the pick, he unearths layers of sand and stone. Most of what he extracts are ordinary stones, which he tosses aside. Suddenly, with a clang, the pick strikes something hard. The sound is unlike that of a regular stone. Could it be good jade? Chun-Ji squats down, carefully probing the surrounding sand and gravel. A sharp object below grazes his hand, drawing blood that drips onto an unknown item beneath. Wounded and bleeding is a common occurrence among jade miners. Chun-Ji shrugs off the pain, cleans the wound with water, and wraps it in a rag to continue digging. However, the hard object that was there just moments ago is now elusive. What's this? Chun-Ji examines his hand and notices a peculiar black tower pattern appearing at his tiger's mouth. As he gazes intently, the pattern gradually fades away. Rubbing his eyes and looking again reveals nothing. I must be seeing things from hunger. He carefully tears off a corner of the flour cake from his pocket and chews slowly, ensuring not a single crumb goes to waste. He'll eat a quarter now. The remaining 3/4 will suffice for tomorrow's meals. After consuming the warm cake, his body begins to warm. Delicious, he exclaims, tucking away the remainder for later. Listening to the distant crackle of firecrackers, he resumes digging with his pickaxe. Dear parents, if you are watching from above, please bless your son with a piece of jade. Perhaps heaven itself took pity on Chun-Ji. For just half an hour later, he actually uncovers a fist-sized piece of exquisite jade, smooth and flawless. Ah, this is truly a magnificent piece of jade. Chun-Ji gasps in delight. He picks up the stone, wipes the sand off on his clothing, and inspects it closely by the firelight. The more he examines it, the more he believes in its superior quality. Thin skin and white flesh, no cracks, fully transparent. A perfect fit for a bracelet. What a treasure! What a treasure! Estimating that this jade could fetch over 20 taels of silver, he exclaims, I'm truly wealthy now. Ah, dear parents, thank you for blessing me. This time, I have genuinely struck gold. Suppressing his wild joy, Chun-Ji removes his trousers and retrieves a string he had prepared for such an occasion, tying it securely to hide the jade in his undergarments. This way, no one would discover his find. He extinguishes the fire and climbs out of the pit, ensuring no one is around before swiftly making his exit. To avoid detection, Chun-Ji walks in the dark, hurriedly reaching a mound of graves where his deceased parents are buried. Looking around to confirm no one is nearby, he mutters softly, I might be overthinking it. It's New Year's Eve, everyone is celebrating. Who would be as miserable as I am, out here digging for jade? He then walks 15 paces to the right of the tomb and swings his pickaxe downward. Soon, he uncovers a clay jar. Opening it reveals 23 jades of various sizes and qualities, all secretly stashed away over the years had worked. This is my fortune for buying land, raising cattle, building a house, and marrying a wife. Uncle and aunt, it is not that I, Chun-Ji, refuse to share the jade, it's just that you have been so heartless. Had you offered me a bite of dog food, I would have willingly given you half the jade. In truth, over the past few years, Chun-Ji had mined 23 genuine pieces of jade, yet had kept them all hidden near his parents' grave, never surrendering a single one to his aunt. He preferred to go hungry rather than offer up his hard-earned fortune to his unkind relatives. The new piece he found today is both remarkable in quality and weight. This piece of jade will allow me, Chun-Ji, to enjoy a good new year. After counting 3 times to ensure that he indeed had a total of 24 pieces, he reburies the clay jar, covering it with loose soil to conceal it. While gathering dirt, he suddenly notices that the cut on his hand has completely healed, leaving no trace behind. Looks like I was just dizzy from hunger earlier, it was merely an illusion. Shaking his head, he makes his way back to his mining pit, reigniting the fire for warmth. Having found such a valuable piece of jade tonight, I must have used up all my luck. Time for sleep, I won't dig anymore. Resting will save energy and delay my hunger. With that, he settles beside the fire and drifts off into a deep slumber. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, every household in Jiangshui village set off firecrackers and exchanged New Year greetings, creating a lively atmosphere that had no bearing on Chun-Ji's desolate existence. He awoke beside a dying fire pit, fortunate that he lay at the bottom of a pit deep enough to shield him from the biting cold. He splashed his face with the murky waters of the Jing River and consumed the remaining third of a wheat cake. Even in the daylight, the chill from the outside mining pit was unbearable. He rekindled the fire to warm himself, sitting silently by the flames with his legs drawn close, listening to the chorus of celebratory voices and the cheerful crackling of firecrackers from the children. Accompanied by the joyful barking of dogs in that moment, Chunji felt more like a stray dog than a guest in his uncle and aunt's home. Alone, he sat in the damp and frigid jade pit, tears streaming down his face, with only the crackling of the fire for company. Just hold on a little longer. Once I unearth another piece of that exquisite jade from last night, I shall stand on my own. He thought he could no longer endure this life of dependence, worse than that of a pig or dog. Selling the jade in the city, purchasing land, farming, marrying, and raising children. He would not live in vain. Growing up as an unloved orphan had made Chenji mature beyond his years. His resolve was firm, and his intellect surpassed that of his peers. He had a clear vision for his future. Having already learned that the prices for selling jade in the city were significantly higher than what the merchants offered when they came to the village. Seemingly harmless, he concealed profound ambitions within. While Chunji continued to chip away at the stones, he heard someone calling from above. Chunji, hurry back to the village. An immortal has come to take on disciples. Your good fortune has arrived. The voice belonged to his timid uncle. My good fortune? Chunji initially dismissed it with skepticism. An immortal? Yet, curiosity stirred within him. The legends of Jiangshui village spoke of a gifted child who had been chosen by the immortal sect known as the Seven Stars Gate over 200 years ago. It was said that he had mastered the ability to fly and traverse the earth. This prodigy, having achieved fame, never forgot his village and would periodically send disciples to seek out suitable children under the age of 15. Those chosen would bring their families a reward of 1,000 taels of silver, a blessing and a severance. For once a child entered the Seven Stars Gate, they would never see their parents or siblings again. The urgency of his uncle's search for him suggested that his aunt coveted the silver reward. If he were chosen, they would transform into the landlords of Jiangshui village. Yet, for Chunji, this was a chance. What if he were selected? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he hastily gathered his belongings and followed his uncle back to the village. They walked in silence, the two relatives not exchanging a word. At the ancestral hall of Jiangshui village, a crowd of eager adults awaited, their eyes fixed on the entrance. All the village children aged 10 to 15 had been gathered inside. The village head saw Chunji and his uncle approaching and waved them over. Hurry up, we're just waiting for Chunji. Once everyone is here, the immortal can test the children for their spiritual roots. The adults, noticing Chunji, who was dusty and weary from carrying a basket, murmured disapprovingly, how cruel to send a child to mine jade on New Year's Day. It seems he was sent away on New Year's Eve. They speculated, that heartless woman really is merciless. The village head's face flushed with embarrassment as he overheard the gossip but remained silent. Suddenly, a commanding voice broke through. If you dare speak ill again, I will silence you. Chunji's aunt stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the gossipers. I raised him, fed him. Has he ever taken a grain of rice from you? Everyone knew her temperament, and no one dared to argue further. Come, Chunji, come inside, beckoned the village head. Inside the ancestral hall, 16 children had already gathered, including Chunji's cousin, Chun Chenglong. Upon seeing Chunji enter, Chenglong scoffed and turned away. A gong sounded, and silence fell over the crowd. The village head, bowing slightly, accompanied a middle-aged man who emerged from the hall. Qin Xianzhong, all the eligible children from Jiangshui village have arrived. I apologize for keeping you waiting. The villagers stood in awe, feeling as insignificant as ants before this celestial figure clad in a blue robe embroidered with the 7 stars, exuding an ethereal grace. As he glanced at the villagers outside, their heads bowed in humility, Qin Xianzhong announced, I come from the 7 Stars Gate, under the orders of Master Chen Feng, to recruit disciples every 40 years. He surveyed the 16 children without revealing any emotion. One by one, step forward and drop your blood onto this orb. He produced a luminous orb that radiated a peculiar energy and gestured for the first child to approach. The little girl hesitated, fear evident in her eyes. Qin Xianzhong patiently awaited her approach, while her mother urged, Don't be afraid, Nuan Nuan. Finally, the girl stepped forward, extending her hand. In a swift motion, Qin Xianzhong pricked her finger with a silver needle. A drop of blood fell onto the orb, which absorbed it before showing no change. No spiritual root. Next, his voice was devoid of emotion, conveying the gravity of the procedure. The mother, disheartened, watched the second boy approach. But he too was found lacking. One by one, the first 8 children were tested, none possessing the coveted spiritual roots. When it was Chen Chenglong's turn, he boldly stepped forward, pricking his finger without hesitation. Outside, Chen Ji's aunt held her breath, glaring at the orb.no spiritual root. Next. The disappointment was palpable and she muttered, "That's 1,000 taels gone." The onlookers mocked, "Your Chenglong has failed. There's still Chen Ji? Isn't there?" Her eyes narrowed as she shot a disdainful glance at Chen Ji, who stood at the back, kicking stones. Him? If Chenglong has no spiritual root, he certainly doesn't either. A toad wishing to eat swan meat? Utterly impossible. No one responded, and the village head began to sweat nervously. 4 decades ago, when he was about 20, the last time the 7 Stars Gate tested the village's children, not a single one had passed. The Chen family's ancestors had reached the peak of the sect, yet the current generation seemed to dwindle in potential. As the testing continued, one child after another stepped forward, each failing to demonstrate any spiritual roots. Only Chen Ji remained. "Xianzhong, this is the last one," the village head said, wiping his brow. Even he found it hard to believe that Chen Ji, who had always gone hungry and cold, would possess any spiritual roots. Would this 40-year cycle end in total failure? Qin Xianzhong nodded, directing his gaze towards Chen Ji. Calmly, Chen Ji approached and let a drop of blood fall onto the orb. A hum resonated, and the orb glowed for the first time. "Ah?" The villagers outside gasped in astonishment. Chen Ji's aunt, initially aghast, suddenly remembered something and broke into a wide grin, revealing her yellowed teeth. The orb emitted 5 colors of light before fading away, and all eyes turned to Qin Xianzhong. "Congratulations, village head. Your village has finally produced a child with spiritual roots, 5 spiritual roots, eligible to join the outer sect of the 7 Stars Gate. Where are the child's parents? Step forward to claim the silver." Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Chen Ji's uncle and aunt hurried into the hall, kneeling before Qin Xianzhong. "Chen Ji's parents have passed. We raised him," they explained. The village head nodded in affirmation. Qin Xianzhong acknowledged them, and with a wave of his sleeve, 1,000 taels of silver appeared before Chen Ji's uncle and aunt. "Ah!" The villagers gasped, having never seen such wealth. They could not help but exclaim in surprise. "It's real." Chen Ji's aunt, seeing the silver, hastily instructed her husband to remove his coat and use it to gather the coins, eager to return home and hide the fortune. Suddenly, Chen Ji interjected, "Wait, Chen Ji, have something to say." His aunt, ready to scold him for daring to command her, was stopped by the village head's stern gaze. She was instantly reminded of the gravity of the situation. Chen Ji, having demonstrated spiritual roots, would soon become a revered figure in the 7 Stars Gate. I must not offend him. Turning awkwardly, both his aunt and uncle faced Chen Ji, bowing slightly to Qin Xianzhong. Chen Ji asked, "Xianzhong, if I join the 7 Stars Gate, will there be a place to shelter from snow in winter and rain in summer?" Qin Xianzhong finally smiled. "Outer disciples have their own courtyards, far superior to this ancestral hall." Chen Ji pressed on, "And will I have enough to eat and wear? All necessities, including food and clothing, are provided by the 7 Stars Gate, including delicacies from the mountains and seas." With these reassuring answers, Chen Ji's heart finally lightened. For 12 long years, he had known hunger and cold. Living under the roof of others, he dreamt of having his own home. Yet at that moment, Chen Ji knelt before his uncle and aunt with a thud. This act of kneeling was a profound gesture of gratitude, thanking them for sheltering him, providing him with a roof over his head, and offering him sustenance. Having discovered his spiritual root, the immortal sect rewarded his uncle and aunt with 1,000 taels of silver, which he deemed a repayment for their kindness in taking him in. With this kneel, Chen Ji severed all ties with the two of them, declaring that he would have no further connection. He bowed his head before his astonished uncle and aunt and stood up, no longer casting a glance in their direction. The grievances that had been pent up within the mature for his age Chen Ji for 12 long years were finally unleashed in that moment. He would never again be associated with his aunt's family. "Immortal Master, my earthly ties have been severed, and I am unburdened. Please, take me away," he implored. "Take me away. I, Chen Ji, wish to leave this sorrowful village behind. A man of ambition aspires to far-off places. Now that the opportunity has arisen, I would rather perish within the confines of the Qixing sect." In Chapter 3, Severing ties and discovering his spiritual root, he sought to enroll in the Qixing sect. Immortal Qin silently observed Chen Ji as he expressed his intent to his uncle and aunt, acknowledging the 1,000 taels of silver as a means to cut off their relationship. For the first time, he smiled and nodded, seemingly pleased with Chen Ji's actions. This child, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, carried a burden on his back in such frigid weather, dressed in tattered clothing. Looking gaunt and malnourished, it was evident that his uncle and aunt had not treated him as a human, and he had been subjected to mistreatment. However, what was remarkable was that after discovering his spiritual root, he harbored no thoughts of revenge against his uncle and aunt. Instead, he offered the 1,000 taels as a token of gratitude, kneeling to sever ties, demonstrating that he was not a heartless individual. His expression was resolute, his actions decisive, and his logic clear. Indeed, he was a promising candidate for cultivation. Unfortunately, he possessed a 5-element spiritual root, which destined him for limitations in his journey. Still, this fulfilled the commission of Qin Feng, allowing me to take him back to the Qixing sect for accountability. As for whether he could cultivate further, that would depend on his own fortune. These thoughts flashed through Immortal Qin's mind as he pondered the implications of the 5-element spiritual root, often regarded as a pseudo or waste spiritual root. The influx of spiritual energy would be divided among the 5 roots, significantly hindering the cultivation speed. It was akin to 2 individuals earning the same amount of silver. One with a household of 1 could easily thrive, while the other with a family of 5 would struggle to make ends meet. The 5-element spiritual root would result in a sluggish cultivation pace, making it unlikely for him to advance far in the realm of immortality. Whether Chen Ji could even cultivate at all remained uncertain, but such matters were beyond Immortal Qin's concern. That was within Chen Feng's purview. Now that the task was completed, Immortal Qin wished to depart from this barren land devoid of spiritual energy. Chen Ji, you have half an hour to gather your belongings. After that, come to the ancestral hall. I shall take you to the Qixing sect, he instructed. Chen Ji nodded, replying, all my possessions are on me. There is nothing to gather. I will pay one last visit to my deceased parents' grave to bid them farewell, and then I will truly have no lingering attachments. Thus, under the envious gazes of the villagers, Chen Ji made his way to his parents' grave. Father, mother, I have discovered my spiritual root and will be going to the Qixing sect to enjoy a better life. I promise to thrive there and make a name for myself. Perhaps I will even find a wife and extend the Chen family line. Even at this moment, with no understanding of cultivation, Chen Ji still believed that joining the immortal sect would lead to better sustenance and the ability to earn silver to marry and have children. His aspirations were straightforward. Bowing deeply 4 times at his parents' grave, he then retrieved the 24 pieces of jade he had hidden away and tucked them into his waistband. He cast his burden and tools far away, bidding farewell to a life filled with hunger, cold, and daily scorn. I will cherish this opportunity at the Qixing sect and strive for a life of abundance. After bowing a few more times at his parents' grave, he returned to the ancestral hall. The villagers now regarded him with a transformed demeanor, shifting from disdain for an orphan to a sense of awe. His cousin, Chen Chenglong, approached him and said, Hey, cousin, once you join the Qixing sect, remember to secure an entry slot for me. My parents took care of you. They provided for you and ensured you weren't left to sleep in the streets. So you should be grateful. This fellow seemed to have been instigated by his uncle and aunt. As Chen Ji paused, he glanced at his uncle and aunt, who appeared uncomfortable in the crowd. Slowly turning, he fixed his gaze on the taller, younger Chen Chenglong and spoke deliberately. I already stated before the immortal that the reward of 1,000 taels given to you serves as severance of our kinship. You know well what I ate, wore, and where I lived during my time in your household. The silver left by my parents is more than sufficient to cover my living expenses over the years. Moreover, I have given you this 1,000 taels as a final act of gratitude. Remember this, Chen Chenglong. I have no further ties with your family. This is the first time you have called me cousin since I can remember. From this day forth, I, Chen Ji, have nothing to do with you. Chen Chenglong, if you continue to overstep, do not blame me for turning hostile. It was the first time Chen Chenglong witnessed such a fierce and resolute expression on Chen Ji's face, akin to that of a ferocious wolf king. Terrified, Chen Chenglong trembled and fell to the ground. Previously, Chen Ji had always been deferential and polite around him. Now, he would not indulge him any longer. If his uncle and aunt had a claim of kindness, the silver and jewelry left by his parents were more than enough to settle matters. The thousand tales aside, Chun Chenglong had no right to expect kindness from Chen Ji. Immortal Qin and the village head had been waiting for him at the entrance. The village head handed Chen Ji a set of clean clothes, saying, "Chen Ji, go change out of those ragged garments. Once you join the Qixing sect, you will become an immortal. Do not let anyone look down on you." Chen Ji gratefully accepted the clothes. "Thank you, village head." He then found a secluded spot to change. Feeling the warmth and comfort of the new attire for the first time, the transformed Chen Ji caught the village head's attention. "Chen Ji, you look quite handsome, though a bit thin. Poor child." The village head understood well why Chen Ji was so emaciated. Chen Ji bowed to Immortal Qin and said, "Immortal Master, I have taken care of all matters and am ready to depart." Immortal Qin nodded and whistled into the sky. Soon, a massive eagle descended from above. Its enormous wingspan casting a shadow over the ancestral hall. Its talons gleamed like gold, sharp as iron. What is that? So terrifying. It was an immortal bird, capable of effortlessly tearing apart even the largest of insects. The villagers had never encountered such a colossal creature and were struck with fear, kneeling and covering their heads. Immortal Qin gently lifted Chen Ji and leaped onto the back of the gigantic eagle. Chen Ji felt a lightness in his body, as if he were riding upon clouds. The eagle soared higher into the sky, and as Chen Ji steadied himself on its back, he looked down at the villagers of Jiangshui village, who knelt in fear, terrified that the eagle might devour them. From his elevated position, those who once wouldn't spare him a glance now appeared as mere ants, especially Chen Chenglong, whose plump form trembled like a worm. Even Jiangshui village itself grew smaller, the murky Jing River resembling a gray ribbon flowing further and further away. Immortal Qin waved his hand, activating a protective shield on the eagle's back to shield them from the fierce winds. "Immortal Master, these are all the jade stones I have accumulated from my daily mining. I offer them to you, hoping for your guidance." Chen Ji quickly gathered his composure and presented the 24 pieces of jade he had saved. Eager to build a connection with Immortal Qin in his unfamiliar surroundings, Immortal Qin was initially taken aback by the sight of the jade, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, Chen Ji, at such a young age. You already understand the importance of maintaining relationships? How amusing, moreover. I heard from your robust aunt that you haven't found jade in quite some time. Where did these pieces come from?" Immortal Qin inquired. Chen Ji scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "These are what I secretly saved after my mining efforts. They are my capital for buying land, building a house, and marrying in the future. My aunt is cunning and greedy. I certainly wouldn't share my jade with her." Immortal Qin's face revealed an approving expression towards Chen Ji. At such a young age, he displayed the wisdom to protect himself and plan for his future, all while navigating adversity without losing his dignity. Quite commendable indeed. "Chen Ji, I appreciate your intentions. This jade stone is a treasure that circulates among the mundane. Yet in the realm of immortality, it is merely a stone of slightly greater aesthetic appeal. The currency of the cultivation world is known as spiritual stone, a high-grade stone that internally harbors spiritual energy, which you will come to understand in due time. It is rare for someone to possess such earnest intent. So I shall take this opportunity to impart some fundamental knowledge about the Qixing sect." Elder Qin gestured for Chen Ji to stow away those worthless jade stones and began his discourse. The Qixing sect was established by the immortal Qixing over 1,200 years ago. Within its confines stand 7 towering peaks that reach towards the heavens, hence the name. Each of the 7 peaks possesses its unique specialties: the Spirit Beast Peak, the Spirit Sword Peak, and others, each distinct in its offerings. For instance, the enormous eagle beneath us is a creature nurtured and trained by the Spirit Beast Peak. Disciples within the Qixing sect are categorized into direct disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. Additionally, there are those without spiritual roots, tasked with overseeing the daily lives of the disciples and the routine operations of the peaks, collectively referred to as servants. New disciples like Chen Ji will be classified according to the nature of their spiritual roots. Those with heavenly roots, earthly roots, single roots, or certain unique dual roots will be directly accepted as direct disciples by the higher-ups, as they are seen as the future pillars of the Qixing sect and will be cultivated with great care. Disciples with 3 roots or fewer will be relegated to outer disciples and will undergo selection in a small competition 5 years hence. Those who perform well will be admitted as inner disciples, becoming core combatants of the sect. If one fails to ascend to inner disciple status by the age of 50, they will be expelled from the outer sect and reduced to the status of a servant, becoming the lowest tier within the Qixing sect. Above the disciples lies the management hierarchy of the Qixing sect, comprising peak masters, hall masters, elders, deputy sect masters, and the sect master, totaling over 200,000 individuals. The cultivation realms from the lowest to the highest are Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, and great ascension. The Qi refinement stage is divided into 12 levels, while the other realms are categorized into early, middle, late, and perfected stages. Currently, the most powerful sect master of the Qixing sect is at the golden core stage, while the other peak and hall masters have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. This familiar narrative of the mundane world is something I hope resonates with everyone. If this isn't your preferred style, please scroll past and refrain from leaving negative reviews. Among the myriad of stories on Tomato Novel, there is surely one that suits your taste. With gratitude, I thank you, dear readers. Chapter 4. The Bestowal of Knowledge. The scroll of the Immortal Gate gradually unfurls. Elder Qin continued to enlighten Chunji about various aspects of the Qixing sect. Chunji, it will take us 3 days to return to the Qixing sect. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. By the way, my name is Qin Jian, and I serve as a steward for the Spirit Beast Peak under Master Chun. You may address me as Steward Qin. Perhaps moved by Chunji's resolute character, Steward Qin's overall demeanor was rather amiable. Chunji nodded and proceeded to voice his inquiries. Steward Qin, is having 5 spiritual roots considered the worst? The 5 spiritual roots, often referred to as pseudo-spiritual roots, simultaneously consume the spiritual energy one inhales, resulting in a significantly slower cultivation speed compared to those with 4 or 3 spiritual roots. Steward Qin's response effectively confirmed that 5 roots are indeed the least desirable. Steward Qin, if I am unable to enter the inner sect before the age of 50 and am demoted to a servant, will I still have enough to eat and wear? Chunji was accustomed to preparing for the worst-case scenario and making comprehensive arrangements. Having just emerged from poverty, he viewed basic sustenance as paramount. Steward Qin chuckled at this. Upon entering the Qixing sect, you will detach from the mundane world. Even the lowest servant will enjoy a life free from want. With abundant food and clothing, living a life of longevity that even a worldly prince would envy, rest assured. Realizing that his awakening of 5 spiritual roots was, in fact, the greatest fortune of his life, Chunji felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. This newfound realization of having finally emerged from hardship allowed the tension he had been carrying to dissipate. Life had indeed been unbearably arduous until now. Steward Qin, is there a significant disparity in the benefits afforded to outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples? Why must one pass an assessment after 5 years to transition from outer to inner disciple? The differences are indeed substantial. For example, in terms of spiritual stones and spiritual rice, an outer disciple receives 1 low-grade spiritual stone and 10 caddies of spiritual rice per month, while an inner disciple is allotted 20 low-grade spiritual stones and 200 caddies of spiritual rice, a 20-fold difference. The benefits for direct disciples are even more unimaginable. Steward Qin continued, why do I say that even servants can eat well and wear warm clothing? This is primarily because cultivators spend their days in closed-door training, leaving them with no time to manage menial tasks. For instance, the cultivation of spiritual rice and the care of spirit beasts are entrusted to servant disciples, who earn their livelihood through these duties. Do you know how much gold a low-grade spiritual stone can fetch in the mundane world? Chunji shook his head, indicating he did not know. A low-grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for 50 taels of gold in the mundane world, and it is in high demand. Now you understand why I said your jade stones hold no value in the Qixing sect, don't you? A low-grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for 50 taels of gold. Chunji's eyes widened in astonishment as he recalled that an outer disciple receives a low-grade spiritual stone each month. How many stones could he accumulate before turning 50? It was no wonder that everyone was eager to join the sect. Such lucrative prospects awaited them. At no point had Chunji felt more hopeful about his future than at this moment. Even if he failed to achieve immortality, he could still aspire to be a wealthy gentleman. Steward Qin, upon entering the Qixing sect, would I be considered an outer disciple and entitled to receive spiritual stones each month? Chunji sought to confirm his eligibility. Naturally, you will receive a monthly allocation after fulfilling your sect duties. 1 low-grade spiritual stone and 10 caddies of spiritual rice. The sect takes care of newly arrived disciples. For the first 3 months, the tasks assigned to new outer disciples will be quite simple, ensuring they can easily complete them. You need not worry. With that assurance, Qianji felt a wave of relief wash over him. Earning 50 taels of gold each month would make him an instant millionaire. Having grown accustomed to poverty, he suddenly felt a newfound confidence. No wonder everyone was clamoring to join the sect. Being part of the Qixing sect was indeed a delightful prospect. At this moment, Qianji felt the promise of a beautiful life beckoning him. As the days of hardship finally drew to a close, by the way, Steward Qin, can cultivators marry? Qianji recalled another crucial matter. Steward Qin burst into hearty laughter. Of course. Cultivators are not restrained by desires or marriage. Many elders and peak masters within the Qixing sect have partners. The probability of a child born to 2 cultivators possessing spiritual roots is significantly higher. Some disciples who see no hope in attaining foundation establishment may choose to form cultivation families, hoping that their offspring will inherit superior spiritual roots. The chances of ordinary humans giving birth to children with spiritual roots are exceedingly slim, which is why you are the only one in your entire village to possess such roots. At this point, Steward Qin's expression darkened noticeably. He was currently at the 7th level of Qi refinement and already 45 years old, belonging to the cohort that had little hope of reaching foundation establishment. This journey to assist Master Chen from the Spirit Beast Peak was driven by his desire to gather sufficient resources before turning 50 to establish a cultivation family. The thought of Master Chen's formidable beast-taming abilities filled him with fervor. If he could gain Master Chen's approval and learn a bit of beast-taming himself, establishing a cultivation family would be all but assured. Thus, Steward Qin was always diligent in fulfilling the tasks assigned to him by Master Chen, who had fostered a favorable relationship with him in their youth, allowing Steward Qin the opportunity to handle some of Master Chen's affairs. As they flew through the midday sky, Steward Qin retrieved dried meat, fresh water, and rice balls from his storage pouch and offered them to Qianji. Here, try the dried meat of spirit beasts and the rice balls made from spiritual rice. The aroma wafted through the air as Steward Qin presented the delectable offerings. Thank you, Steward Qin. Qianji accepted the food and carefully unwrapped the lotus leaf that encased it. He took a delicate bite of the spirit beast dried meat, which was exquisitely crafted, melting in his mouth and leaving a lingering fragrance. Qianji had never tasted anything so delightful. He then sampled the rice ball made from spiritual rice, which was as white as jade, chewy, and incredibly sweet. In the past 12 years, he had not even eaten white flour. And now, savoring the dried meat and spiritual rice ball crafted by the Qixing sect, he felt as though his very soul was soaring. Unable to contain himself, he closed his eyes, letting out a soft, contented moan. The nourishment from the dried meat and rice ball infused his body with a warm energy that spread through every limb and sinew, causing his cells to dance with joy. This was the essence of truly living. Taking a deep breath, Qianji consumed every last morsel of the spirit beast dried meat and rice ball, ensuring that not a single crumb or grain was wasted. His reverence for food moved Steward Qin, who felt a twinge of guilt as he noticed the scraps on his own clothing. He thought to himself, this child has indeed suffered at the hands of his relatives. Just look at how gaunt he is, with his ribs showing. It's truly pitiful. Having thrived in adversity, he had managed to conceal 24 pieces of jade, each of considerable value in the mundane world. This composure and intellect might very well serve him well within the Qixing sect. Perhaps he could even create miracles and ascend to inner disciple status despite the disadvantage of having 5 spiritual roots. After Qin Jian encountered Qianji, he held a profound admiration for every word and action of his. His expectations for Qianji grew significantly, and his impression of him improved as well. The dried meat of the demon beast and the spirit rice dumplings were extraordinarily satisfying. After consuming these, Qianji felt a sense of fullness he had never experienced before, bringing him a deep sense of happiness. He once again inquired, Manager Qin, now that I have entered the outer sect, will I be able to eat my fill every day like this? Qin Jian nodded solemnly. Yes. Upon hearing this, Qianji turned to gaze at the world outside the eagle falcon. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Qin Jian observed everything, understanding that this child had indeed suffered greatly before. The fact that he couldn't help but shed tears after experiencing a single meal of satisfaction was quite moving. He couldn't help but say emotionally, do not belittle yourself simply because you possess 5 spirit roots. Among mortals, those who are born with spirit roots are exceedingly rare. You, Changji, born from a mortal family with spirit roots, are already a person of destiny, and your age happens to align perfectly with the requirements of this occasion set by Master Chen Feng. You, Changji, have been exceptional since the day I discovered you. The life you will lead in the future is beyond the reach and imagination of ordinary mortals. Chunji understood that this was Manager Qin's encouragement. He turned to Qin Jian and bowed, saying, Manager Qin, I will certainly strive to thrive within the Seven Stars sect. Qin Jian then nodded in satisfaction. The number of those who could enter the inner sect was exceedingly few. The fact that they could join the Seven Stars sect already placed them far above ordinary mortals. The Eagle Falcon soared for 3 days, and at last, Qin Jian revealed a smile. Chunji, we have arrived at the Seven Stars sect. Chunji looked ahead and found nothing but a sea of clouds. Qin Jian retrieved a plaque from his storage bag and waved it toward the sea of clouds. A beam of light shot out from the clouds and illuminated the plaque. Who returns? A voice suddenly echoed from the cloud sea. Qin Jian, steward of the Spirit Beast Peak, has returned from a mission. Please open the mountain gate. Qin Jian called out loudly to the cloud sea. Identity plaque verified. You may enter. A door opened in the cloud sea. The Eagle Falcon flapped its enormous wings and flew inside. The door to the cloud sea closed rapidly behind them. Changji, behold! What lies before you is the true celestial gate of our Seven Stars sect. Qin Jian declared loudly, seemingly filled with reverence for his sect. At this moment, Changji stood upon the back of the Eagle Falcon, gazing down in awe at the grandeur before him. Chapter 5. Reflecting the 7 stars, 7 peaks piercing the sky. Changji was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Endless mountain ranges stretched as far as the eye could see. The verdant mountains unfolded like a vast ocean. Mist, flowing clouds, celestial cranes, and the glint of swords floated and weaved through this seemingly infinite expanse. Among these mountains stood 7 towering peaks, each shrouded in mist, obscuring their precise forms. Yet, these massive, robust peaks pierced the heavens, even during the day, faintly connecting with the stars above. This was the origin of the Seven Stars sect. The sight of these 7 peaks rising into the clouds was truly breathtaking, leaving Changji with his mouth agape in wonder. In a wonder, the Seven Stars sect could sustain 20,000 people simultaneously. Even with that many, one could hardly discern their presence amidst the vastness of the Seven Stars mountains. Make way! Do not obstruct the path! A shout came from behind. The wave of commotion surged forward, startling Qin Jian, who hurriedly gestured to the Eagle Falcon to move aside. A fierce gust of wind rushed past as a bronze carriage sped by, drawn by 8 magnificent spirit beast horses. The carriage was adorned with various gems the size of fists and luminous pearls. Within, a young man was seen engrossed in a book. Upon seeing this, Qin Jian's expression changed slightly. He immediately bowed toward the rear of the bronze carriage. I have met the young Master Hong. Only after the carriage had disappeared into the distance did Qin Jian let out a sigh of relief. Manager Qin, what was that carriage? Chunji inquired curiously. Changji, we are about to arrive at one of the 7 peaks of the Seven Stars sect, the Spirit Beast Peak. You will soon begin your new life as an outer disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak. Our fates have intertwined, and I admire your tenacity and refusal to bow to fate, so I will impart one final lesson. Qin Jian gazed at the retreating bronze carriage atop the main peak. Realizing that this was a moment of instruction from Qin Jian, Chunji straightened himself and earnestly adjusted his attire. Please, Manager Qin, teach me. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Qin Jian thought, this child is indeed teachable. He began slowly. Cultivating immortality is fundamentally a struggle against heaven, against mankind, and against fate. Resources for cultivation are limited, while cultivators are in endless supply. The scarcity of resources will inevitably lead to competition. If you wish to stand out, you must vie with other cultivators for spiritual energy, spirit stones, opportunities, and the fortune of this world. Thus, I must caution you. Cultivators are not merely harmonious. Rather, it can often be quite ruthless in the pursuit of celestial opportunities. The sect is a complex microcosm of human society. In everyday life, competition may be absent, and all may seem well, but once an opportunity arises, it will become a matter of life and death. Remember this well. Qin Jian's words abruptly ceased, leaving him to ponder whether this 12-year-old boy could truly comprehend. Changji, with a serious expression, replied, "Thank you, Manager Qin. I will remember every word you have spoken. Some I may understand now, while others I may grasp gradually in the future." Qin Jian nodded in satisfaction and ceased further conversation. At this moment, the eagle falcon soared toward one of the mountain peaks. Screech! The eagle falcon expressed its excitement with a sharp cry. "Chunji, we are about to arrive at the Spirit Beast Peak." As they drew nearer, they discovered the immense mountain peak of Spirit Beast Peak, where ancient trees soared skyward and streams flowed melodiously. Various spirit beasts could be seen climbing and leaping, some hidden, some visible. Roar! A massive white-furred tiger stood atop a huge boulder, roaring fiercely. The sheer size of this beast was intimidating, causing one to catch their breath. Hiss! Higher up on Spirit Beast Peak, a colossal waterfall cascaded down, creating a thick mist. Beneath the waterfall lay a deep, cold pool. A giant python, thicker than an adult, slowly raised its body and head from the cold pool. Its terrifying bulk almost reached the midpoint of the waterfall, and the depths of the cold pool likely concealed an even larger creature. Screech! A group of eagle falcons soared from above. These eagle falcons were even larger than the one they rode, circling in the air and emitting piercing cries. Such spirit beasts were abundant on Spirit Beast Peak, and the disciples of Spirit Beast Peak moved about amidst them, unfazed. Direct disciples had the 7 stars embroidered on their sleeves. Inner sect disciples wore the 7 stars on their belts, while outer sect disciples sported the 7 stars on their lapels. In the future, when you encounter inner sect and direct disciples, remember to be humble and yield. Qin Jian advised, "I possess ordinary qualifications but was fortunate to be favored by the Peak Master, and thus I was appointed as steward, making me one of the very few in Spirit Beast Peak." Qin Jian smiled as he glanced at the 7 stars embroidered on his lapel. "You must possess unique qualities for the Peak Master to favor you," Chunji remarked with a smile. "This boy is quite eloquent," Qin Jian chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, the eagle falcon landed on the peak of the mountain. They were positioned slightly above the foot of the mountain. The higher one ascended Spirit Beast Peak, the more abundant the spiritual energy became, and thus, residences were assigned according to status. The lowest-ranking servants resided at the base, while you, as an outer disciple, will reside in the upper section of the foothills. "I see, that arrangement seems reasonable," Chunji nodded, indicating he understood. Qin Jian led Chenji down from the back of the eagle falcon and tossed a large piece of demon beast jerky to the bird. "Thank you for your hard work, now return." The eagle falcon swallowed the jerky in one gulp and flapped its iron wings, soaring into the sky, presumably to reunite with its kin. "Come, Chunji, follow me. I will assist you in completing the procedures to become an outer disciple and help you select a residence." Qin Jian resolved to see this through, his reasoning simple. This seemingly frail yet resilient boy was from the same village as the Peak Master. Qin Jian appreciated the positive and resilient character that Chunji consistently displayed. "I am in your debt, Manager Qin." Qin Jian led Chenji to a row of residences and selected a relatively quiet courtyard. He waved the plaque, and the gate of the courtyard opened automatically. Inside was a small courtyard, featuring 3 main rooms and 2 auxiliary rooms. A sturdy bamboo pipe brought water from an external spring into a large water vat within the yard. With excess water flowing out through the drainage channel, a phoenix tree flourished in the courtyard, its branches and leaves thriving and beautiful. "Chunji, how do you find this house?" "This house is simply splendid. Compared to the wealthiest family in Jiangshui village, this residence is far superior," Chunji exclaimed, savoring the sweet water from the self-flowing pipe. "This house is truly wonderful." Chunji was astonished. He had expected to share a dormitory with other outer disciples, yet he was provided with such a private courtyard upon his arrival. Seeing Chenji's incredulous expression, Qin Jian smiled and said, "You should rest in your room for a bit. I will go to the Outer Affairs Hall to arrange your identity plaque as an outer disciple." He then turned and departed from the small courtyard. "Thank you, steward," Chunji expressed. As Qin Jian walked away, a long-lost smile finally graced Chunji's face. He sequentially opened the doors of the main and side rooms, revealing neatly arranged bedding, devoid of any dust. Chunji was left in wonderment, pondering how this was accomplished. Truly, the methods of immortals are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Chapter 6. Manifesting Divine Powers. Freedom of entry and exit in the Tower of Heaven. Before long, Qin Jian returned, holding a dusty plaque in his hand. On one side, the ancient characters Qixingmen were inscribed, while the reverse bore the word Spirit Beast Peak. Chenji, this is your identity plaque. Please take good care of it from now on. It is essential for receiving benefits every month, entering and exiting the Spirit Beast Peak and the sect, accepting tasks, and storing contribution points. You will need this plaque for all such dealings. He placed the plaque in Chenji's hand. Thank you, Steward Qin. Chenji accepted the plaque with both hands. You have already dripped blood on the verification orb for spiritual roots, so it will be much simpler for me to process your identity plaque now. Your blood has been divided in two. One half remains in the Outer Affairs Hall, and the other half resides within this plaque, making it impossible for others to steal or misuse it. Naturally, you cannot impersonate someone else's identity plaque either. Tomorrow, you can use this plaque to collect this month's benefits at the Outer Affairs Hall, including a foundational cultivation method for outer disciples and a standardized uniform. You will understand when the time comes. I have already registered this courtyard under your identity plaque, so you can use it to enter and exit and activate the formations. Once you reach the Qi refinement stage and develop your divine consciousness, it will be even more convenient. I must report to the Peak Master now. Focus on your cultivation and strive to enter the Qi refinement stage as soon as possible. After you enter the Qi refinement stage, you can leave a soul lamp at the Outer Affairs Hall. Remember, there will be a small competition for outer disciples in 5 years, which is an excellent opportunity for you to enter the inner sect. Qin Jian taught Chenji how to control the courtyard's protective formation using the plaque, patted him on the shoulder, and left without further words. Thank you, Steward Qin. I will never forget your kindness and guidance. Chenji bowed once more to the departing Qin Jian. He would not forget the kindness shown to him, just as he would not forget any unkindness of those who have done good. One must repay them. To those who have done wrong, one must seek revenge. Chenji resolved matters in his heart with clarity. Using the identity plaque, he activated the protective formation of the courtyard and returned to his room. Sinking into the soft bed, it felt as though he were in a dream. From being a destitute orphan who struggled to survive, even working on New Year's Eve to mine jade, he was suddenly brought into this immortal sect simply because he was discovered to possess spiritual roots. He had ascended in one fell swoop. Not only did he now possess a private courtyard he had never dared to imagine, but he also received a low-grade spirit stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice each month. Leading a life free from worries about food and clothing, he could hardly believe he would one day live such a life. After days of relentless travel, Chenji was indeed exhausted. He quickly fell into a deep slumber on the soft bed. In his dreams, he found himself in a peculiar space. Upon entering, all information about this place surged into his mind. He was within the Tower of Heaven, the very artifact he had fortuitously unearthed in the Jade Pit. He had not been mistaken. The Tower of Heaven had absorbed his blood and recognized him as its master. The Tower of Heaven originated from the ancient battle between gods and demons. It had been damaged during the conflict and was originally a celestial artifact wielded by the Ancestor of Heaven, who controlled the laws of time and space. After falling in battle, the Tower of Heaven was shattered. Through the passage of countless years, it had self-repaired and now retained 3 functions, all related to the laws of time and space that the Ancestor of Heaven had once commanded. The first function was a spiritual herb garden where herbs could be cultivated at an accelerated rate. The second was a spirit beast garden, where raising spirit beasts could potentially awaken the bloodlines of divine beasts or ancestral beasts. The third function was a training room, where the flow of time could be altered during cultivation. Simply put, 10 days spent in the training room would equate to only 1 day in the outside world, a 10-to-1 time dilation. By a stroke of fortune, Chenji had become the new master of the Tower of Heaven, bearing the responsibility of restoring and unlocking its remaining functions. Let me out, Chenji thought, encountering this strange situation for the first time. His immediate reaction was to ascertain whether this was indeed a dream. As he focused his thoughts, he suddenly found himself back on his grand bed. He rose to check his surroundings, confirming the reality of his situation. He was indeed in the room he had just been assigned. It was not a dream. Ouch! Chenji pinched his arm, finding it painfully real. Upon entering the Tower of Heaven again, his thoughts transported him back to its first floor, while his physical body remained motionless outside. Now that I am the master of the Tower of Heaven, I can control it. Chenji recognized the Tower of Heaven as an extraordinary treasure. Though it was damaged and could only utilize 3 functions, it was undoubtedly a rare and precious artifact. He understood the necessity of keeping the existence of the Tower of Heaven a secret, Should another learn of it, it could lead to dire consequences. With a plan forming in his mind, Qianji withdrew from the Tower of Heaven and returned to his bed, quickly falling back into a deep sleep. A sudden wave of hunger jolted him awake. He climbed out of bed and saw that it was already the next morning. Since he could remember, he had never experienced such a peaceful and fulfilling sleep. With a playful spirit, he thought, entering the Tower of Heaven allows me to instantly appear within it while my physical body remains still outside. I wonder if I can bring those 24 pieces of jade into the tower? Determined, Qianji picked up the jade pieces and discovered they automatically entered the Tower of Heaven. Is it really this magical? What if I want to take them out? He wondered. With a thought, the 24 pieces of jade reappeared in his hand. Incredible! The Tower of Heaven has a storage function. As long as I touch something, I can discreetly transfer it into the tower. Since the Tower of Heaven had merged with his body, no one could see it. He possessed the secret of the Tower of Heaven, and as long as he did not speak of it, no one would know. Everything was real. Qianji had ushered in an entirely new life. Simply not having to mine jade daily and being able to eat and dress comfortably meant he was already living a life akin to that of the immortals. After a simple wash, he left his courtyard, using the identity plaque to activate the formation that secured it. He hung the plaque prominently at his waist before heading out. Steward Qin had already helped him immensely. The remaining tasks were up to him. He needed to visit the Outer Affairs Hall to collect his benefits. As he walked a few steps, the door of the neighboring courtyard creaked open, and a person stepped out. Upon seeing Qianji, the individual seemed momentarily taken aback, first glancing at the plaque at Qianji's waist before adopting a smiling demeanor and approaching. Greetings, junior brother. You must have just joined the outer sect, right? My name is Luo Jiling, and I live next door. From now on, we shall be neighbors. Luo Jiling approached with an air of familiarity. Qianji glanced at Luo Jiling's uniform adorned with the emblem of the Qixingmen. Confirming that he too was an outer disciple, he responded amicably, "Ah, brother Luo Jiling, I was just about to head to the Outer Affairs Hall to collect my uniform." Luo Jiling's expression brightened. How fortuitous. I happen to be going to the Merit Hall to collect a task and will pass by the Outer Affairs Hall. Would you like to accompany me? Qianji readily agreed. That sounds wonderful. I have many questions to ask brother Luo. Ha ha, of course. Let us go, they said in unison as they departed from the residential area. Chapter 7. The Path of Inquiry, the 4 Essentials of Wealth, Law, Companionship, and Land and Cultivation. Along the way, Luo Jiling began explaining various matters regarding the Qixingmen and the Spirit Beast Peak. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? My name is Qianji, and I would appreciate your guidance in the future. Guidance is too grand a term. I only joined the Spirit Beast Peak last year and am rather ashamed to say I possess the weakest 4 spiritual roots. Only having reached the first level of Qi Refinement. 4 spiritual roots, Qianji thought, realizing that Luo Jiling had only reached the first level after a year of cultivation. What about him? According to Steward Qin, he had the weakest 5 spiritual roots. Did that mean his progress would be even slower? The small competition in 5 years would be a contest among outer disciples like Luo Jiling and himself. With 5 spiritual roots, would he have any chance at all? Qianji's expression darkened. Junior brother Qin, what are your spiritual roots like? Luo Jiling casually inquired. Here it comes. Qianji sensed that there was no such thing as unconditional kindness in this world. Luo Jiling's warmth must have an ulterior motive. He was likely probing for information. However, the fact that he possessed 5 spiritual roots could not be concealed. It would be better to be forthright about it. So Luo Jiling would not see him as a competitor in the small competition 5 years later. Perhaps he could glean more valuable information from him. After all, as a newcomer, there are certain matters I must inquire about from this elder. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but I possess the 5 spirit roots. 5 spirit roots? Luo Jiling exclaimed in astonishment. I had thought that my own 4 spirit roots were already quite dismal. Yet, here stands this young fellow, possessing the most inferior 5 spirit roots. I wondered why I felt such an affinity upon seeing Qianji. It turns out we are both victims of our circumstances. Luo Jiling suddenly sighed and placed his arm on Qianji's shoulder, appearing utterly speechless, tears welling up in his eyes. Brother Luo, do you truly believe my 5 spirit roots hold no hope? Qianji, unable to resist, asked as he observed Luo Jiling's comrade-in-arms demeanor. Junior brother Qin, look up at the sky. What do you see? Luo Jiling gestured towards the heavens, directing Qianji's gaze upward. Chunji, with an expression of envy, beheld the vast expanse above the seven-star sect, where various treasures soared through the air. Some flew on swords, others were drawn by horses pulling bronze chariots, while some traversed upon enormous crimson gourds. And there were even flying boats gliding gracefully by. Brother Luo, I see that our seven-star sect is immense, with many formidable figures soaring above. Chunji stated candidly. Alas, each of us is born into different fates. Some are born with heavenly spirit roots, achieving the pinnacle of chi refinement in merely 3 years. As for those of us with 4 or 5 spirit roots, we are at best slightly stronger than ordinary mortals. In the sect, we are labeled pseudo-spirit roots, destined to be among the least accomplished. By the age of 50, if we cannot become inner disciples, we shall end up as mere chores, akin to those without any spirit roots. Thus, Junior Brother Chin, having 4 or 5 spirit roots places us at the very bottom of the 7-star sect. Those with superior spirit roots will soar freely, pursuing the path of immortality, while we, the pseudo-spirit roots, can only struggle for survival at the lowest rungs of the 7-star sect. Luo Jiling gazed at the figures flitting through the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks. In truth, Junior Brother Chin, there is no need for such despair. Perhaps there is still hope for 5 spirit roots. Luo Jiling intended to offer solace to the most unfortunate 5 spirit root. Qian Ji, however, he turned to find Qian Ji gazing ahead with an expression of calm resolve, his eyes brimming with hope for the future, betraying no signs of being crushed by the weight of his 5 spirit roots. Junior Brother Chin, now that you are aware of your inferior 5 spirit roots, you have not succumbed to despair, have you? Luo Jiling regretted revealing the harsh truth about the 5 spirit roots, especially since it was only Qian Ji's first day in the 7-star sect. Brother Luo, is there any possibility for change regarding the 5 spirit roots? Qian Ji inquired serenely, casting his gaze towards the bustling figures of the 7-star sect in the sky. Luo Jiling shook his head helplessly and replied, Spirit roots are determined in the womb. They cannot be altered postnatally. Chunji responded calmly, if that is the case, why should we lament our spirit roots? Since it is an immutable fact, we should accept it and face it with fortitude. Chunji took the lead, stepping forward with a newfound determination despite his somewhat frail physique. Full of hope for the future. He thought, is it merely the hardship of having 5 spirit roots? Can it compare to my daily struggle of being underfed and laboring tirelessly to mine jade? In comparison to starving or exhausting myself, this 5 spirit root predicament is nothing. Luo Jiling, observing the slender yet resilient figure of Qian Ji, suddenly felt that this youth was imbued with hope for life and the future, and no obstacle, no matter how daunting, could deter this young man from his path. If something is unchangeable, then we must accept it and confront it head-on. These 2 phrases echoed in Luo Jiling's mind, resonating deeply within him, causing him to momentarily lose himself in thought, as he struggled to reconcile his own feelings of inadequacy stemming from being a 4 spirit root. Brother Luo, which way do we go at the fork ahead? Chunji called back to Luo Jiling, who had fallen behind. Oh, turn left. Luo Jiling, influenced by Chunji's optimism and positivity, quickly gathered his thoughts and hurried to catch up with him. Junior Brother Chin, I will continue to explain. Spirit roots are merely the stepping stones to cultivation. Once you embark on the path of cultivation, it revolves around the 4 elements: wealth, law, companions, and land. Wealth is paramount. It refers to the resources necessary for cultivation, akin to gold, silver, and jewels in the mundane world. Cultivation cannot proceed without spirit stones, spirit herbs, spirit pills, and spirit grasses. These are all part of wealth. Moreover, an essential aspect of wealth is xian yuan, or opportunity. As the saying goes, the great way does not ferry those without fate. For every cultivator, xian yuan is of utmost importance. An ordinary person might ascend to great heights simply by seizing an opportunity, which is why wealth is prioritized. The law is of equal importance as companions and holds the second position. The law pertains to the techniques and methods of cultivation, which is quite straightforward. In our cultivation realm, cultivation methods and techniques are classified into 4 tiers, from highest to lowest: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. Outer disciples like us can only access the most basic yellow tier techniques, while inner disciples can engage with mystery tier methods. The distinction between yellow and mystery is evident, underscoring the importance of law. Companions encompass 3 meanings. The first refers to one's family background, for instance. A person from an ordinary family has a vastly different starting point compared to a descendant of immortals. The second meaning pertains to one's cultivation partner, akin to marrying in the mundane world. Some may climb the social ladder through advantageous unions. The third meaning relates to the presence of benefactors along one's cultivation journey, which is simply a literal interpretation. Land, placed last, can be understood as sex, caves, and the legendary Blessed Lands. Taking Spirit Beast Peak as an example, Chors reside at the foot of the mountain where spiritual energy is sparse. Outer disciples inhabit the slightly better areas, while inner disciples dwell where the spiritual energy is abundant. And direct disciples reside at the peak, where the spiritual energy is most concentrated. The difference in spiritual energy affects the rate of absorption and, consequently, the speed of cultivation. Wealth, law, companions, and land. How fascinating that cultivation encompasses such concepts. Chun-Ji firmly committed these ideas to memory. Chapter 8. By Wu Shuang, the Beast Tamer Prodigy enters Spirit Beast Peak. Wealth, law, companions, and land are easily comprehensible concepts. Chun-Ji quickly related them to his mundane life. Realizing that even in the secular world, one first acquires money before marrying and acquiring land. Wealth is crucial, whether in the mundane or cultivation realms. Brother Luo, may I ask how we outer disciples can earn spirit stones? This was the crux of the matter. In the mundane world, Chun-Ji was compelled to mine jade daily to sell for silver. Now in the seven-star sect, he too needed to sustain himself. How would he earn spirit stones? Luo Jiling smiled and said, "This is what I must share with you. To thrive in the seven-star sect, you must first complete the tasks assigned by the sect and then accept missions from the merit hall to earn spirit stones. Only by fulfilling the sect's tasks can you receive monthly benefits. Otherwise, you risk expulsion from the sect. I'm heading to the merit hall to see if there are suitable missions to earn some extra spirit stones." Thus, for us ordinary outer disciples, balancing the completion of sect tasks, earning spirit stones, and practicing diligently to enhance our cultivation realm presents a complex challenge requiring careful consideration. Chun-Ji nodded in understanding. As disciples of the sect, it is only right to fulfill our responsibilities while enjoying the benefits of the sect. The seven towering peaks of the seven-star sect are interconnected by colossal bridges. Resembling mighty dragons thrashing through the clouds, such grandeur could only be achieved by the hand of the immortal realm. Among these seven immense peaks lie numerous floating islands, approximately several hundred in number. Varying in size and shape, some high, some low, and all profoundly mystical. Truly, the handiwork of the immortals is awe-inspiring. Chun-Ji marveled. Luo Jiling, on the other hand, had long grown accustomed to it and felt little astonishment. As they traversed the bridge, Luo Jiling pointed to the floating islands nestled among the seven peaks, where the External Affairs Hall, Merit Hall, and Scripture Repository were located. The higher one's prowess, the loftier one's position. Among the hundreds of floating islands, the most elevated ones housed the Law Enforcement Hall and the Guardian Hall, where the disciples were the C'Armée de la C'Armée of their generation. Destined for limitless achievements, evoking envy in others. As for us with pseudo-spirit roots, we can forget about ever entering those floating islands. Upon reaching the largest and most populous floating island, which housed the External Affairs Hall and the Merit Hall, it became evident that this was where the outer disciples struggled for survival. Connecting the bridges to the largest floating island were corridors and floating bridges, designed for those of us who could not fly, while those who could or could afford spirit beasts had no need for such pathways. Junior brother, the External Affairs Hall is over there. I must head to the Merit Hall above. Let us part ways here. I hope we can coexist harmoniously as neighbors in the future. Luo Jiling bid farewell to Chun-Ji. Throughout their journey, Chun-Ji had gained much valuable knowledge from Luo Jiling, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Luo, I am certain we will become good neighbors." "All right, Junior Brother Chun, I wish you success in entering the Qi refinement stage soon." Luo Jiling bid farewell as he departed from the Hall of Meritorious Service. While Chun-Ji made his way to the Hall of External Affairs, the floating isle of the Hall of External Affairs was the largest and most populous. A crowd of people stood in line, engaged in animated conversations as they awaited their turn outside the hall. From their uniforms, it was evident that they were all outer disciples. Eventually, it was Chun-Ji's turn. A steward glanced up at him and inquired, "What brings a servant to this place?" The misunderstanding arose due to Chun-Ji's lack of a seven-star sect uniform, leading the steward to mistakenly assume he was merely a menial worker. Chen Ji presented the identity badge at his waist, politely stating, "Steward, I am a newly admitted outer disciple as of yesterday. I have come today to collect this month's benefits, cultivation techniques, and standardized uniforms." Upon seeing the badge, the steward's demeanor improved slightly. Behind the steward stood a massive, smooth stone wall. The steward tapped Chen Ji's badge against the stone, causing it to merge into the wall and vanish. In its place, a line of text materialized. Name: Chen Ji. Age: 12 years and 3 months. Spirit root: 5 spirit roots. Realm: uncultivated. Affiliation: Spirit Beast Peak. Contribution points: 0. Entitled to 1 low-grade spirit stone, 10 pounds of spirit rice, 2 sets of standardized outer disciple uniforms for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, 2 ceremonial outfits for important sect celebrations, 1 sect sword, and 1 copy of the 7 Stars Sect Basic Qi Cultivation Technique. The information regarding Chen Ji was clear and straightforward. Previously, he had harbored concerns about potential deductions from his monthly spirit stone and spirit rice allocations, but it seemed those worries were unfounded. All of his information was transparently displayed on the stone wall, leaving no room for deception or misappropriation. Chen Ji silently admired the sect's methods. As his badge's information was confirmed, a large number of supplies gradually emerged from the smooth stone wall. The steward placed these items before Chen Ji, scoffing, 5 spirit roots, a waste of resources. Truly, he continued, with such potential, you will surely become a servant in 5 years. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it reached Chen Ji's ears perfectly. However, Chen Ji appeared unaffected, maintaining his composure as he awaited further instructions. The steward, seeing Chen Ji's indifference, lost interest. He retrieved the booklet titled 7 Stars Sect Basic Qi Cultivation Technique. Its cover adorned with the 7 Stars seal. Dropping a drop of blood on the seal, he silently recited the following words. As an outer disciple of the 7 Stars Sect, I hereby swear an oath against my inner demons. I shall never divulge even a word of the techniques passed down by the sect. Should I transgress, I will be consumed by inner demons, suffering a fate worse than death. Chen Ji complied, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the 7 Stars seal on the booklet's cover. He then began to recite, as an outer disciple of the 7 Stars Sect. Once Chen Ji's blood touched the seal, the 7 Stars insignia slowly faded away. He felt as if something sinister had fixed its gaze upon him. Should he ever reveal the 7 Stars Sect Basic Qi Cultivation Technique, he would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. Such was the nature of the inner demon oath, and Chen Ji marveled at the inscrutable methods of the immortal sect. The provisions were plentiful, and the sect had thoughtfully provided a bag to carry them. Thank you, steward. The steward merely snorted in response. Chen Ji expressionlessly slung the bag over his shoulder and squeezed through the crowd. He intended to return to his courtyard via the corridor connecting the floating aisles when suddenly, the sky darkened, a gust of wind swept down, and with a cry, a colossal eagle descended gracefully. On its back sat a youth clad in white, with silver hair. This boy appeared to be of similar age to Chen Ji, though his exquisite features made him more beautiful than many women. His attire was that of a young man, yet his striking appearance was undeniably captivating. The eagle he rode boasted a tuft of white feathers atop its head and blood-red claws, with eyes like lightning and talons like blades, signaling its extraordinary nature. The arrival of this seemingly delicate youth ignited a chorus of gasps among the outer disciples below. Look, that is the rumored heir of the Bai family, one of the 4 great cultivation clans of the 7 Stars Sect, Bai Wuxuang. What brings him to the Hall of External Affairs? Did you not hear? Bai Wuxuang is a natural beast master, capable of taming spirit beasts alone since the age of 5. He refuses to learn the Bai family's techniques and has sought every opportunity to join the Spirit Beast Peak instead. However, the current head of the Bai family and the peak master of Spirit Beast Peak, Chen Feng, have had their differences in the past, and Chen Feng initially refused to accept Bai Wuxuang. Ultimately, the sect master intervened, and the Bai family offered a substantial amount of spirit stones to Spirit Beast Peak before Chen Feng reluctantly agreed. Yet, there was a condition. Bai Wuxuang must train as a regular outer disciple at Spirit Beast Peak for 5 years. If he secures first place in the minor competition after that period, he will be accepted as a direct disciple, receiving the teachings of the Spirit Beast Peak. What? The heir of the Bai family, one of the 4 great cultivation clans, must train as a regular outer disciple at Spirit Beast Peak. Indeed, Bai Wuxuang just joined Spirit Beast Peak yesterday and is here today to collect his identity badge and supplies as a regular outer disciple. Oh, now it makes sense, and no wonder someone so young can tame the eagle of Spirit Beast Peak. Sure, Bai Wuxuang is coming. Let's make way for him. With an expression of icy indifference, Bai Wuxuang dismounted from the eagle and strode toward the Hall of External Affairs, followed closely by two sword-bearing maidservants. The outer disciples hastily parted to create a pathway for him, a sight he seemed to take in stride. He approached the steward, who had been waiting for his arrival, and promptly presented him with a package and identity badge. Young Master Bai, here is your identity badge and this month's benefits. For the 7 Stars Sect Basic Qi Cultivation Technique, simply drop your blood on it and make the inner demon oath. The steward's demeanor was now one of utmost respect, a stark contrast to his earlier indifference toward Qianji Good. Bai Wuxuang uttered a single word. After completing the blood oath, his maidservants retrieved the sect's provisions. Without saying a word, he mounted the eagle with the white feathers and blood-red claws, taking to the skies. The gust from its wings stirred up dust, causing those below to cough, yet none dared utter a word. Qianji, feeling like a mere shadow, quietly left the floating aisle of the Hall of External Affairs. The steward cast a glance at Qianji as he departed, remarking coldly, 2 disciples enter the sect on the same day. One with a 5-element waste spirit root, and the other with a singular wood spirit root. If this is fate, it appears to use the insignificant to highlight the extraordinary. The waste spirit root is solely a drain on the sect's resources. In the chapter titled Steadying Emotions, Qianji found his emotions remarkably stable, a result of his orphaned upbringing. Regardless of the steward's taunts, they merely passed through Qianji's ears without leaving an impression. The reason was simple. After years of living under someone else's roof, struggling for food and warmth, and toiling away extracting jade, his emotional state had become resilient. To survive, he had to suppress all negative feelings. Faced with his aunt's cruelty, harshness, and insults, losing control of his emotions could mean starving or freezing on the streets. Years of living in a situation worse than that of a dog had led him to master a unique skill, emotional stability. I indeed possess 5 spirit roots, and the steward's words ring true. As for whether I am a waste of the sect's resources, that remains to be seen. I am far from useless. The future path is uncertain, and who can say who will walk it further? Qianji mused, gently rubbing the spot on his left hand where the celestial tower had entered his body. With the celestial tower, he believed he could surpass others in his journey. A mere label of waste could not provoke his anger. Upon returning to the entrance of his courtyard at Spirit Beast Peak, he discovered it was crowded with outer disciples. Everyone was craning their necks to see what was happening above. When Luo Jilin spotted Qianji returning with a large bundle, he waved excitedly, saying, "Come quick, there's something big going on." The place where Qianji resided housed hundreds of individual courtyards, and at that moment, any disciples at home had gathered outside. "Luo Shixiang, what is happening?" Qianji inquired as he reached Luo Jilin's side. Something monumental. Our 7 Stars Sect has 4 great cultivation families, Wang, Xia, Bai, and Lu. Guess what? The direct heir of the Bai family, Bai Wuxuang, who possesses a single wood spirit root, has joined our Spirit Beast Peak. Luo Jilin exclaimed, pointing toward the highest point of Spirit Beast Peak. The figure was flying in from afar, causing the clouds to part as it approached, allowing even the uninitiated Qianji to discern the unfolding events. A man soared through the air, coming to a halt at the peak of Spirit Beast Peak. He clasped his hands in salute, addressing Qin Feng, the Peak Master. "Peak Master Qin, Bai Jingjiang of the Bai family has sent his son here, and I hope you will discipline him strictly." Bai Jingjiang was indeed the current head of the Bai family, flanked by the ethereally beautiful Bai Wuxuang and his 2 maidservants. Humph. This Peak Master certainly honors his word. Since you, the head of the Bai family, are willing to allow your heir to start as an outer disciple at Spirit Beast Peak, this Peak Master will treat him fairly and equally. 5 years hence, should Bai Wuxuang achieve first place in the minor competition, this Peak Master shall impart all knowledge without reservation, withholding nothing. A resounding voice echoed through the air as a man, as formidable as an iron tower, soared from the highest point of the Spirit Beast Peak. This man possessed a robust physique, broad shoulders, and long arms, emanating an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. The multitude of disciples below lowered their heads in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Peak Master." Over to the side, Luo Jiling tugged at the dazed Chenji, whispering, "Bow, for that is our spirit beast peak's master, Master Chun." Only then did Chenji, as if awakening from a dream, mimic the gesture and bow. Previously, upon witnessing the appearance of Bai Jianghai, the head of the Bai family, alongside the master of the spirit beast peak, he had been rendered utterly astonished. These two individuals could actually ride the wind. He had encountered true immortals capable of flight. Previously, he had been astounded merely by the sight of a colossal eagle carrying a person. Now, witnessing the art of wind riding filled him with genuine wonder and elation. This was the method of an immortal. He had once eavesdropped on a private tutoress lessons, where he had heard mention of true immortals soaring upwards, drinking in the wind and dew. Now, an immortal stood before him. How could Chen Ji contain his excitement? "Master Chun, my son has an innate affinity for beast taming. It is only natural that Jiang sends him here under your esteemed guidance." Bai Jianghai remarked, casting a helpless glance at his son, Bai Wushuang, who stood with his head bowed. This son was exceptional in every regard, yet stubbornly refused to practice the Bai family's ancestral cultivation methods, instead fixating on beast taming to an astonishing degree. Unfortunately, he had past grievances with Master Chun, and he truly wished to avoid seeking his favor. Yet, for the sake of his son, he had no choice but to present a considerable offering of spirit stones and treasures as a means of entry, even beseeching the master to personally mediate. Reluctantly, Master Chen agreed for his son to join the Spirit Beast Peak, but with a stipulation. Bai Wushuang must start as an outer disciple, just like the others. Only if he secured first place in the minor competition 5 years hence would Master Chun be willing to impart his teachings without reservation. This was the result of personal intervention from the head of the Seven Stars sect. And Bai Jianghai had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well, since the Bai family has sent Bai Wushuang to the Spirit Beast Peak, he shall naturally adhere to our rules, Bai family head." "You may take your leave," Master Chen stated impassively. "Very well," Bai Jianghai sighed, casting a glance at his silent son, thinking to himself, "You're truly making things difficult for yourself. You could have stayed at home as the young master. Yet you insist on starting anew here as an outer disciple." Bai Wushuang had always been the type to persist until he faced a wall. Once he set his mind on something, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Thus, he entrusted his fate to Master Chun. Bai Jianghai nodded at Master Chen before taking his leave. As Bai Jianghai departed, Bai Wushuang displayed no emotion. Addressing Master Chen with an equally impassive expression, Bai Wushuang pays his respects to Master Chen. Master Chen merely snorted in response, stating, "From this day forth, you shall be an ordinary outer disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak. Go to the outer disciple quarters and select a residence. Do not behave in a manner unbefitting your status." With a flick of his sleeve, he soared back to the peak. Bai Wushuang nodded, taking flight on his white-feathered, red-clawed eagle towards the lower grounds. "Quick, let us retreat and hide. We absolutely cannot allow this second-generation heir to become our neighbor." Luo Jiling recoiled, preparing to retreat to the courtyard. "Brother Luo, why can't we be neighbors with him?" Qinji inquired, puzzled. "This individual is a nuisance. Our peak master and his father are at odds. This lad, who is more beautiful than any woman, will undoubtedly bring trouble. Would you wish to live next door to trouble?" "Certainly not." Chunji shook his head, promptly mimicking Luo Jiling and retreating to his residence. He had his own secrets and preferred not to reside too closely to Bai Wushuang, especially given that the latter was a prodigy with a singular wood affinity. As a person with a wasteful 5-element root, Chunji had no desire to be associated with him. Yet, sometimes, the more one wishes to avoid something, the closer it comes. Bai Wushuang's enormous white-feathered blood-clawed eagle circled casually above, eventually landing right beside Chanji's courtyard. Chapter 10. Tears of Joy. So this is the feeling of being full. Bai Wushuang leapt down from the eagle, followed closely by 2 sword-bearing maidservants. Casually, he pointed to a courtyard, saying, "This shall do." The chosen residence was conveniently adjacent to Chenji's on the left, making them neighbors. "Young master, this outer disciple's residence at the Spirit Beast Peak is so humble. In our Bai family, this is where the servants reside." One maidservant exclaimed, "Indeed, young master. How can Chen Xingyan be so unreasonable as to provide our Bai family's young master with such a dilapidated dwelling?" The other maidservant chimed in, their voices carried, and the other outer disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak overheard, but none dared to refute them due to the vast disparity in status. Perhaps to Bai Wuxiang. This residence indeed seemed inadequate. However, he remained silent, entering the courtyard after unlocking the door. Young master. The two maidservants stomped their feet and followed him inside. The white-feathered blood-clawed eagle took flight again. Chunji felt no disturbance at Bai Wuxiang's unexpected choice of residence right next door. He would live his life, and Bai Wuxiang would live his. They should maintain a respectful distance and avoid any issues. After closing the door, he donned the uniform issued by the Outer Disciples Hall. The Seven Stars sect was indeed generous, providing 2 sets of uniforms for each season, along with 2 sets for important ceremonial activities, and a sword to boot. Chunji felt as if he were beginning to exude an air of an immortal from the realm of the celestial. Ah, so this is what spirit stones are, Chunji exclaimed, examining a small crystal stone. This spirit stone measured about the length of a finger and differed from translucent jade. Within it swirled an almost imperceptible aura, feeling cool to the touch and utterly enchanting. According to Steward Qin, this small piece of low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for gold in the mundane world. The fact that he could receive one monthly was truly remarkable. He cherished the spirit stone, reluctant to part with it. As Luo Juling had mentioned, he had yet to cultivate qi, so he needed to save the spirit stone for a critical moment. With a flick of his hand, the spirit stone vanished, naturally entering storage within the Tower of Heaven. He also had 10 pounds of spirit rice, a treasure exclusive to the sect. Having not eaten since rising that morning, he decided to sample the spirit rice. In this vast world, nothing compared to the necessity of a meal, a truth Chunji deeply understood. There was a kitchen in the side room, fully equipped with pots and pans. With great care, he scooped a third of a bowl of spirit rice and added the pure spirit spring water from a source running down from the mountain. If he consumed a third of a bowl at a time, this 10 pounds would likely last him a month. I must be frugal until I receive a task and earn contribution points. This is my entire supply of food. Chunji, having learned from Luo Juling that the Seven Stars sect did not support idleness, knew that outer disciples were required to complete a sect task each month. For those newly initiated, the tasks in the first 3 months were relatively simple. Failure to complete them would halt the distribution of subsequent benefits. Continued failure would lead to the loss of outer disciple status, reducing one to the status of a servant without benefits. Of course, this was a problem for tomorrow. Today, he needed to enjoy this meal of spirit rice. It was his first meal of spirit rice. Spirit rice did not require thorough washing. He ignited the firewood and began to cook. Soon, the fragrant aroma of spirit rice wafted through the air. How delightful! Even in his mundane days, Chunji had not tasted rice for years. Now, the scent of spirit rice enchanted him. Ignoring the heat, he rushed to the water tank to wash the dishes. He truly did not need to clean them, as everything in this courtyard was spotless. Yet, he felt that anything entering his mouth should be clean. Carefully, he ensured not a single crystal-clear grain of spirit rice fell. With a steaming bowl of spirit rice in hand, he stepped into the courtyard's open area. He paused to inhale the delightful fragrance, which nearly sent him into a trance. Having grown up with empty stomachs, Chunji gazed at the bowl of spirit rice, and a single tear fell into the rice. Father, mother, I can finally eat white rice. He selected 3 of the most plump grains and gently placed them on the ground, murmuring, Father, mother, you eat first. Wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, he began to eat with an almost reverent attitude. The spirit rice was bursting with rich flavor, each grain exceptionally full, such that eating it alone, without any other dishes, felt like a heavenly delicacy. This was even more satisfying than the New Year celebrations. Chunji could scarcely find the words to express the sensation of consuming this bowl of spirit rice. It was a meal surpassing even the delights of the New Year. Tears of joy brimmed in his eyes as he devoured the spirit rice, leaving not a single grain behind in the pot. After washing the bowl, he tidied the cooking area until it sparkled even more than before. Chunji crouched down to pick up the 3 grains of spiritual rice he had just offered in tribute to his parents. He blew off the dust that clung to them and consumed them. Father and mother, you have eaten now, he mused. These 3 grains of spiritual rice must not go to waste. I shall partake of them. The spiritual rice was exceedingly filling. Fortunately, Chunji had cultivated the good habit of living modestly since childhood. The bowl of spiritual rice he had prepared was so satisfying that it made him feel as though he need not have dinner at all. So this is what it feels like to be full. No wonder Chen Chenglong appeared plump. Indeed, being well-fed makes one long for sleep. After finishing his meal, a wave of drowsiness washed over Chen Ji. Compelling him to seek rest, he stretched lazily in the courtyard and muttered to himself, "Once full, one naturally desires a nap." Thus, he activated the formation of the courtyard with a wooden plaque and retreated to his room to sleep. However, upon entering, his eyes brightened. Sleep? That was out of the question. I must seize this opportunity to cultivate diligently. I cannot forget that in 5 years, I, Chen Ji, shall participate in the minor competition. He retrieved the sect-issued booklet, Qixingmen Basic Qi Cultivation Method, which vanished from his hand. Indeed, it could be taken into the Tongtian Tower. Chen Ji closed the door behind him and wrapped himself in a thick quilt, effectively entering the Tongtian Tower. It is worth noting that time flows differently on the first level of the Tongtian Tower. 10 days inside equate to merely 1 day in the outside world. Chen Ji was determined to make the most of this ability to enhance himself. The reason he had loudly proclaimed in the courtyard that he was full and wished to sleep was primarily due to the presence of neighbors on either side of his home. The neighbor to his right, Luo Jieling, was relatively inconspicuous, but the neighbor to his left, by Wu Shuang, was now a renowned figure in the Spirit Beast Peak. Everyone was keenly observing how he would develop next. As by Wu Shuang's neighbor, Chen Ji knew he had to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that his secret regarding the Tongtian Tower remained undisclosed. Caution is the key to longevity. Chapter 11. Sensing Spiritual Energy. Only those with spiritual roots can perceive it. Upon entering the Tongtian Tower, Chen Ji found that time flowed much more slowly here than in the outside world. He began to peruse the Qixingmen Basic Qi Cultivation Method in his possession. Opening the first page, he read, "The universe is filled with energy. Mundane beings absorb earthly energy to sustain their lives, while cultivators draw in spiritual energy to transcend the ordinary. Spiritual energy is the root of longevity, the foundation of cultivation, and the essence of all magical arts. The source of all methods stems from spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is naturally derived from the earth, and only those with spiritual roots can sense it. Spiritual energy chooses its environment. It is rare in the mundane world and is more abundant in places rich with spiritual energy. Cultivation sects establish themselves in such locations, breathing in spiritual energy to refine essence into energy, energy into spirit, spirit into void, and void into unity with the Tao. The Qixingmen Basic Qi Cultivation Method states that the first step is to draw energy into the body. Point 1. Must sense the spiritual energy that exists between heaven and earth and draw a thread of it into their body. Refining their internal organs, bones, blood, muscles, and skin through the meridians. To cultivate Qi, one must first draw in energy. To draw in energy, one must first sense it. When sensing energy, one should first recall the innate breath experienced in the womb. Then, using their spiritual roots as a vessel, they must perceive the external spiritual energy. Drawing energy into the body, circulating it through the meridians, is the initial stage of Qi cultivation. Spiritual energy in the sea of Qi is akin to strength in the physical body. The more spiritual energy one stores, the higher their cultivation realm, and the greater the potency of the spells they can wield. In the realm of Qi cultivation, spiritual energy exists in a gaseous state. In the foundation-building realm, it transforms into liquid. In the golden core realm, the liquid solidifies into a core. At the back of the text, there was a detailed diagram of the human meridian system, marking the body's acupoints, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the pathways of blood flow. Chen Ji silently began to study the diagram, locating the corresponding positions of his organs. He then started to sense the presence of spiritual energy. Suddenly, an alarming thought struck him. Would the spiritual energy from the outside world be able to enter the Tongtian Tower? As this thought arose, a moment of clarity illuminated his mind. Spiritual energy could indeed seep into the Tongtian Tower. With this knowledge, Chen Ji felt reassured and promptly began practicing according to the Qixingmen Basic Qi Cultivation Method. The first step, sensing energy. To put it simply, it entails searching for the omnipresent energy in the surroundings. However, only those with spiritual roots can perceive, absorb, and control the spiritual energy for their own use. Before sensing the energy, Chen Ji first aligned the acupoints on his body with the illustrations in the Qi cultivation method. 10 days inside the Tongtian Tower equated to just 1 day in the real world. Chunji spent 3 days memorizing all the acupoints on his body before beginning to sense the spiritual energy. This was a gradual process. As the saying goes, the beginning of all things is the hardest. For Chunji, who possessed 5 spiritual roots, this process was particularly arduous. It demanded extraordinary perseverance and tenacity. For Chunji, an orphan who had learned the harsh realities of life from a young age, this hardship was trivial. He had toiled daily, with his frail body, mining for jade to ensure he had enough to eat. Now that he had the opportunity to join the Qixing sect, he could eat his fill and reside in a private courtyard. For Chunji, this life felt nothing short of divine. The trials of cultivation were hardly worth mentioning. After enduring 12 years of hardship, today's struggle seemed negligible, merely a small hurdle. Wasn't it just a matter of having 5 elements as spiritual roots? Wasn't it simply a slower pace of cultivation? Compared to the constant threat of hunger, cold, or exhaustion, what did this matter? Moreover, he had the Tongtian Tower at his disposal. Days passed, and Chunji gritted his teeth, silently sensing the spiritual energy. On the 2nd day in the Tongtian Tower, he made no progress. On the 5th day, he faintly sensed a wisp of airflow in the surrounding air, elusive, like a dream. Yet still, it was not successful. The arduous practice was exhausting. When frustration mounted, Chunji took out a thick book, Qixingmen Rules and Regulations, which was entirely different from the thin booklet of the Qixingmen Basic Qi Cultivation Method. This hefty tome was quite substantial. Goodness, when will I finish reading this? Will I even remember it? Chunji exclaimed, clicking his tongue. He flipped it open and began to read slowly. After all, he had plenty of time. On the 8th day in the Tongtian Tower, Chunji could feel a bright and refined airflow surrounding him. However, he was still unable to accurately sense it. It remained inconsistent. By the 10th day, Chunji had developed a deeper awareness of the airflow around him. Yet time was up. A sudden wave of hunger seized him, and he found himself back in his bed. How hungry I am, he thought, feeling an urgent need to relieve himself. Chunji quickly rolled out of bed and rushed to the lavatory, experiencing a delightful sense of relief. It was truly a fortunate endeavor. 10 whole days had passed in the Tongtian Tower, while only a single day had elapsed in the real world. This meant that his physical body had not excreted, drunk, or eaten during that day. For a growing boy like Chunji, how could he not be hungry or thirsty? Especially after emerging from the lavatory, his hunger intensified. Gurgle. His stomach rumbled ominously. He had to eat some spiritual rice. Chunji jogged to the kitchen, cautiously retrieving the spiritual rice and soaking it in water. He set it to steam over a low flame. Before long, the fragrant aroma of rice wafted through the air. Starved, Chunji repeatedly lifted the lid to check on it. How long until it's ready? He fretted. It's almost there. Almost there. Finally. It's done. Without hesitation, Chunji began to eat. That moment, he felt capable of devouring an entire cow. Today's meal of spiritual rice was twice as abundant as yesterday's, primarily due to his ravenous hunger. He couldn't wait for the rice to cool and eagerly devoured the entire pot of it. After washing the dishes and utensils, Chunji lay beneath the great phoenix tree in the courtyard, patting his full belly. After a satisfying meal, a little rest is in order. Chunji aspired to live this way every day. When Chunji lived with his uncle and aunt, his cousin Chen Chenglong enjoyed meat and fine white flour at every meal. After feasting, Chen Chenglong would recline comfortably, while the undernourished Chunji was often shooed away, forced to carry a basket to the mines to dig for jade. Chunji once contemplated, if I ever find valuable jade, I will sell it in town. I too shall enjoy hearty meals and then lie down comfortably. What a divine life that would be! After resting for a while, Chunji entered the Tongtian Tower once more. He meticulously calculated the remaining weight of his spiritual rice. At this rate of consumption, the remaining supply would undoubtedly not last until the next month's distribution of benefits. He knew he must complete the tasks assigned by the sect before receiving any benefits. Time to investigate the sect's tasks, he resolved. Chunji had always possessed a sense of urgency, which was why, at such a young age, he had secretly saved over 20 pieces of jade as capital for his future endeavors. He was not one to squander resources. After a brief preparation, he donned the uniform of an outer disciple of the Qixing sect and strapped on his decorative long sword. Chunji examined himself in a large water vat, inwardly remarking, how true it is that clothes make the man. Wearing this outfit transforms me entirely. After closing his door, he stepped out of his courtyard, only to be startled by two figures standing at his entrance. Chapter 12. Encountering tests. There are always mischief makers who seek to harm Chen Ji. At the entrance of Chen Ji's courtyard stood two maidservants, one holding a sword. The two maidens wore expressions as frosty as winter, coldly regarding Chen Ji, who had just emerged from the courtyard. "Oh, you startled me," Chen Ji exclaimed. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were the two attendants of Bai Wushuang, the young master of the Bai family from the neighboring courtyard. Uncertain of their intentions, he politely inquired, "May I ask if you ladies have any business here?" A figure peered over the wall from the right courtyard, none other than Luo Juling, who was energetically winking at Chen Ji, seemingly conveying a hidden message. Yet, Chen Ji could not decipher the meaning behind his gestures and was left waiting. The two sword-bearing maidens spoke, "Esteemed sir, we apologize for the disturbance. I am Bai Huan, and she is Bai Shi. We are the attendants of Master Wushuang and have been waiting for you for quite some time." Bai Huan and Bai Shi were indeed memorable names. However, as they spoke, their demeanor softened, contrasting sharply with the icy facade they had displayed at the door. Perhaps they had been waiting for him for a while. Just as Chen Ji pondered how to respond, Luo Juling chimed in, "Junior brother Chen, yesterday, someone from the higher-ups of the Spirit Beast Peak conveyed a command from the Peak Master. Outer disciples are not permitted to keep attendance. As a result, Bai Huan and Bai Shi were dismissed from Master Wushuang's courtyard. Fearing that Master Wushuang would struggle with the hardships of an outer disciple, they wished to temporarily reside in your courtyard to care for him, as your courtyard shares a wall with his, making it convenient for them to assist." Chen Ji grasped the situation entirely after hearing Luo Juling's explanation. In a wonder, the two maidens had appeared displeased when he first opened the door. They had been waiting at the entrance all night. Thankfully, their composure remained admirable, as they still greeted him courteously. Bai Huan glanced at the overly inquisitive Luo Juling and nodded, saying, "Indeed, as the gentleman on the wall mentioned. We seek to rent 2 rooms from you, Sir Chen." Bai Shi added, "The rent would be 2 low-grade spirit stones per month, and we would also provide your daily meals, including spirit rice and spirit beast meat." The two maidens fixed their gaze upon Chen Ji after making their proposal. 2 low-grade spirit stones per month, and he wouldn't have to prepare his own meals. Chen Ji felt a surge of temptation. However, he was immediately struck by a thought. Such an incredible offer seemed almost too good to be true. His life experiences, riddled with challenges, cautioned him to think twice. "Luo senior brother, may I inquire if there is any rule in the 7-star sect regulations that prohibits renting one's courtyard?" he asked, turning to the anxious Luo Juling, who seemed eager yet hesitant to clarify. Seeing that Chen Ji had finally raised the question, Luo Juling's concern eased. "Now that you've asked, I shall enlighten you. Considering you have just entered the 7-star sect for 2 days, according to Article 13,241 of the regulations concerning outer disciples, courtyards bestowed upon outer disciples by the sect may not be rented to others. Violators will be expelled from the 7-star sect. Although spirit stones are appealing, you, junior brother Chen, cannot profit from this." Luo Juling was genuinely worried that Chen Ji might impulsively agree to the offer upon hearing about the 2 low-grade spirit stones, which could lead to dire consequences. If Chen Ji allowed the maidens to move into his courtyard, it would not be long before someone reported him to the enforcement hall, resulting in his expulsion. Luo Juling was fully aware that Chen Ji had only just received the 7-star sect regulations and could not have memorized the details. Fortunately, Luo Juling had been in the sect for a year and had committed the outer disciple regulations to memory. Yet, he did not dare offend the maidens, as either one could easily dispatch him with a single strike. Thus, he waited for Chen Ji to emerge, hoping to offer a gentle reminder for his safety. Chen Ji, demonstrating his prudence, acknowledged Luo Juling's warning. The 7-star sect was not a sanctuary for the meek. Everyone here competed fiercely for resources, opportunities, and minor accolades. Were it not for the fact that Chen Ji possessed a 5-element waste spirit root, Luo Juling would not have bothered to caution him. Moreover, with Bai Wushuang residing next door, the attention of various sect factions would surely be drawn to them. Having Chen Ji's courtyard as a buffer would at least reduce Luo Juling's troubles. Chen Ji, fully understanding the implications, turned to Luo Juling and said, "Thank you for your assistance, senior brother Luo." Luo Juling nodded. "It was your inquiry that prompted my response. I bear no responsibility." He would never dare to offend the 2 sword-wielding maidens. So with a sheepish smile under their cold gazes, he retreated into his courtyard. Chen Ji, maintaining his politeness, addressed by Huan and by Shi. Ladies, according to Article 13,241 of the Seven-Star Sect Regulations, I cannot rent out any vacant rooms in my courtyard. I sincerely apologize for this. Without waiting for their response, he hastily departed, leaving Bai Huan and Bai Shi in silence. Sister, what shall we do? One of them asked. Let us return and report to Madam. To see if there are any alternative solutions, Bai Huan replied, casting a complex glance at Chun Ji's adjacent courtyard. They bowed respectfully towards it, uncertain if Bai Wuxiang had seen or heard them. Ever since Bai Wuxiang received the decree from the Spirit Beast Peak forbidding outer disciples from having attendance, she had dismissed Bai Huan and Bai Shi. Despite their pleas, Bai Wuxiang remained resolute in her decision. Thus, the two maidens had sought to rent the courtyard next to Chen Ji's as a compromise, but their hopes had been dashed. Humph! What is so great about the Spirit Beast Peak? Our young master must endure hardship here for no reason. One maid scoffed. Indeed, this place is hardly fit for habitation. Let us return and report the truth to Madam, the other agreed. With no other options, the two maidens descended the mountain to return to the Bai family and report their findings. Chapter 13. Encountering the steward, efficiently clocking out as Chen Ji made his way along the mountain path towards the meritorious hall, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Junior brother Chen, wait for me. Turning around, he found it was Luo Jieling. With a smile, Chen Ji replied, Thank you, senior brother Luo, for your timely warning, which spared me from potential expulsion from the sect. This was no exaggeration. Without Luo Jieling's kind warning, Chun Ji might have spent considerable time poring over the Seven-Star Sect regulations before rejecting the maiden's proposal. Nevertheless, the outcome would have been the same. Regardless, he might have been tempted to agree to their offer. Moreover, as a young man, sharing a courtyard with two women would be improper and would surely invite gossip. Luo Jieling shook his hand dismissively at Chen Ji's gratitude. In truth, I was also looking out for myself. If those two maidens had actually rented your courtyard, it could have caused me some trouble later. They could easily eliminate me, a mere first-level Qi cultivator. I certainly do not wish to be their neighbor. As they walked, Luo Jieling inquired, Where are you headed? I am going to the Meritorious Hall to receive this month's sect tasks, Chen Ji replied. And I am off to the Transmission Hall. Today is the day they teach 100 Arts of Cultivation, and I must attend. Is the Transmission Hall offering this course for free? Chen Ji asked. It is indeed free, but one must be a first-level Qi cultivator to attend it. Oh, I see. Then I cannot go. Not be disheartened, junior brother. You have only been in the sect for 3 days. Work diligently, and you will soon reach first-level Qi cultivation, Luo Jieling encouraged, noticing Chen Ji's disappointment. Chen Ji nodded. Thank you, senior brother. I shall strive to attain first-level Qi cultivation as soon as possible. Even if you possess a waste spirit root, do not give up. I took a year to reach first-level Qi. You can surely do it in 2, Luo Jieling urged. Yes, I will do my best. As they continued along the path, Luo Jieling pointed toward the distant, almost invisible floating islands in the sky, speaking with envy. The 4 great cultivation families of the Seven-Star Sect, Wang, Xie, Bai, and Lu, do not occupy any of the Seven-Star Sect's peaks. Yet, they possess the most fertile and expansive floating islands. Truly remarkable, Bai Wuxiang, as the young master of the Bai family, could easily enjoy a life of luxury at home, yet she insists on coming to our Spirit Beast Peak to pose as an outer disciple. It is utterly perplexing. Having been born with privileges surpassing most, she remains dissatisfied and seeks out hardship among us. If I could exchange identities with Bai Wuxiang, I would remain at home every day. Venturing nowhere, Luo Jieling finds it utterly incomprehensible that Bai Wuxiang willingly seeks out hardship. Naturally, he harbors a sense of resentment regarding his established status as a 4-element root. Engaged in conversation with Chen Ji, he soon begins to feel melancholic again. Chen Ji has departed, and I am left to listen to the teachings of the immortal arts from the periphery. Alas, what can we do, being but pseudo-spiritual roots? Luo Jieling parts ways with Chen Ji and proceeds to attend the lectures on the immortal arts at the Transmission Hall. Chen Ji, on the other hand, traverses the floating bridge towards the Meritorious Hall, which is situated on a higher floating island above the External Affairs Hall. The area here is quite expansive, bustling with a multitude of disciples. Some have come to accept sect tasks, while others seek opportunities to earn extra spiritual stones. Chen Ji remains silent, standing in line among the crowd. The efficiency of the meritorious hall is remarkably high. Despite the long queue, he is attended to within half an hour. Hurry up, hand me your token. If you wish to leave on time, efficiency must be prioritized. Move it. What are you gaping at? I'm talking to you. A surly steward with a bushy beard and eyes as round as copper bells glares at Chen-Ji. The steward's appearance reminds Chen-Ji of a character from a tale. Unfazed, he presents his identity token and states, "Steward, I am an outer disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak, here to collect my sect task." Behind the bearded steward stands a large, smooth stone wall. The impatient steward snatches Chen-Ji's token and tosses it into the wall, which promptly registers the token, revealing a line of text. Name, Chen-Ji. Age, 12 years and 3 months. Spiritual root, 5-element root. Realm, not yet in the Qi refining stage. Affiliation, Spirit Beast Peak. Contribution points, 0. Sect task, unfinished. This information differs slightly from that of the External Affairs Hall. Having an additional section for the sect task, the bearded steward immediately inquires, "You just joined the sect and have not yet begun Qi cultivation?" Recognizing Chen-Ji's true status, the steward, being of a higher realm, easily discerns this. Chen-Ji nods, "Indeed, steward. According to the sect rules, outer disciples who have not yet initiated Qi cultivation may have lighter tasks during their first 3 months. Let me see what tasks are suitable for you." The steward grumbles, "What a nuisance. Just as I'm about to clock out, I get this troublesome little fellow." He swipes the stone wall, and a flurry of tasks appears, densely packed with text. Poison Toad Island. Capture 3 live female poison toads. Reward, 3 low-grade spiritual stones. Task requirements, Qi refining stage 3 and above, complete within 3 days. Firestone Mountain. Locate firestones over 100 years old. Reward, 10 low-grade spiritual stones. Task requirements, Qi refining stage 5 and above. Complete within 1 month. There are many tasks, but nearly all require one to be in the Qi refining stage. Tasks suitable for someone like Chen-Ji, who has yet to initiate Qi, are nearly non-existent. How infuriating! Why is there not a suitable task for the little white one? Despite his impatience, the bearded steward continues to search diligently. I remember now. He scrolls to the bottom of the task list. There, he finds a task. Without allowing Chen-Ji a moment to read it, he selects it using Chen-Ji's identity token. Only then does Chen-Ji finally discern the task description at the bottom. Elder Do's insect-infested spiritual herb garden. Task description: recruit a caretaker to capture insects in the herb garden. Reward: 10 gene of spirit rice or exemption from 1 month's sect task for outer disciples. Task requirements: must be a young person with good knees, capable of squatting to find insects, to be completed within 2 days. This task is not difficult, as an ordinary person could manage it. However, it is time-consuming, requiring half a day to catch the insects. Additionally, Elder Do is notoriously stingy, offering only 10 gene of spirit rice as a reward. Thus, it has remained unclaimed. This task is suitable for you. The bearded steward tosses Chen-Ji's identity token back to him, then turns away without a second glance. Finally off work, "I'm leaving." Chen-Ji stands there, momentarily stunned. He really just leaving like that? He didn't even tell me where Elder Do's herb garden is. Chapter 14. Accepting the task. Arriving at Elder Do's herb garden to catch black beetles, the bearded steward hastily departs, leaving Chen-Ji no choice but to leave the task collection area as well, as there is still a long line behind him. A new steward takes over the duties of the bearded one and glances at the hasty departure, muttering, "Always running off at closing time. Who knows what he's in such a rush for?" Next, Chen-Ji steps forward, inquiring, "Esteemed steward, the previous steward left in a hurry and did not inform me of the specific location for my task." This steward proves to be amiable. After scolding the previous one again, he asks, "What task do you have?" Seeing the steward's willingness to engage, Chen-Ji quickly replies, "It's Elder Do's insect-infested herb garden." The steward points towards a distant floating island, saying, "Follow that floating bridge straight ahead. The island shaped like a treasure gourd is your destination." "Thank you," Chen-Ji exclaims gratefully as he departs. With a clear goal, he traverses the interconnected floating bridges toward the gourd-shaped island. Along the way, he encounters numerous disciples riding spirit beasts, hurrying past. Chen-Ji gazes at the various flying creatures, his heart filled with yearning. When will I, Chen-Ji, be able to soar through the skies on a spirit beast? Perhaps I am being overly ambitious. Life is already quite satisfactory. Strangely, After consuming 2 meals of spirit rice, Chunji feels a noticeable surge of energy coursing through his body. Despite the long journey, he does not feel fatigued. Indeed, spirit rice is a remarkable delicacy exclusive to immortals. Having consumed just 2 meals, he now feels invigorated. As he walks, he keenly perceives the transformation within himself. His heart brimming with hope for the future. If I can enjoy spirit rice every month, I should soon become robust. After a short while, he finally arrives at the unique, gourd-shaped floating island, which is enveloped in a misty white vapor that obscures the interior. Upon crossing the bridge, Chunji halts before the entrance, where towering thorns block his path. The entire perimeter of the island is surrounded by these prickly thorns. I am Chunji, an outer disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak, here to undertake a task for Elder Do's herb garden. I request permission to enter. He calls out at the island's entrance. After a moment, a voice responds, throw in your identity token for verification. Following instructions, Chunji tosses his token into the island. Moments later, it slowly returns to him. The voice continues, you may enter. You are aware of the task details, requirements, deadlines, and rewards, correct? Chunji nods, yes, I understand that. I would like to inquire about the task rewards. Humph. First complete the task, then we can discuss rewards. Now, hurry? Yes, Elder Do. With a rustling sound, the thorns on the island part, creating a path for Chunji. What a marvelous sight! He exclaims in awe, then proceeds down the newly opened path. As he walks, the thorny passage closes behind him. After a short distance, he arrives at a herb garden. Wow, the fragrance of medicinal herbs is so potent. He is immediately greeted by the rich aroma. The garden spans about an acre, filled with spiritual herbs resembling chives, each adorned with tiny red droplets that resemble tears, lending them an air of enchantment. The voice speaks again, reiterating the task. This acre of herbs, known as tear star grass, has recently been invaded by its nemesis, the black beetle. These herbs are now 20 years old, reaching a critical point of maturity. They are delicate and cannot be cleared of insects using spells, as it may harm the tear star grass. You must catch the insects manually. The older the herb, the more valuable it becomes. So exercise utmost caution. Within this acre, you need only capture the black female beetles to complete the task. Just capturing the black female beetles. This task seems rather simple. Chunji, possessing ample strength, is unperturbed by the effort involved. Elder Do, may I ask what the black female beetles look like? He seeks clarification. Ordinary beetles are the size of a fingernail, but the black female beetles are as large as a fist. They are easily recognizable. That makes it manageable. Elder Do, I shall begin my insect catching now. The tear star grass is quite delicate, so take care not to harm any. If you damage even one, your task will be deemed a failure. And do not even think of stealing a stalk of tear star grass. Oh, right, you have not yet entered the chi refining stage, so you cannot access your storage pouch to pilfer the herbs. Thus, there is no need for concern. Elder Do's requirements are exceedingly stringent. Within this vast expanse of tear star grass, the task of locating the black armored mother bug without harming a single blade of grass proves to be far more challenging than it appears. Otherwise, it would not languish at the bottom of the mission board in the Merit Hall. Shunned by all, however, having arrived, one must make the best of it. Chunji nodded in acquiescence to Elder Do's instructions, promptly removing his 7 stars sect uniform and folding it meticulously to the side. Clad only in simple, practical attire, he found it easier to work without the risk of brushing against the delicate tear star grass. He then plunged into the verdant sea of grass, commencing his search for the elusive black armored mother bug. Before long, Chunji discovered a black beetle, roughly the size of a fingernail, its dark body adorned with a pair of sturdy wings and antennae. Notably, it bore a luminous sac on its abdomen. Were it not for this glowing sac, it would resemble the longhorn beetles he had captured in his youth. Although merely capturing the black armored mother bug was his objective. As he searched, Chunji inadvertently cleared away ordinary black beetles and even uprooted some weeds along the way, finding it a convenient task. Thus, he squatted amidst the tear star grass, diligently hunting, by midday. He had captured over 100 black beetles, but had yet to encounter the coveted black armored mother bug. Unperturbed, Chunji continued his quest, reasoning that if the black armored mother bug were so easily caught, Elder Do would not have issued a task to seek assistance. When hunger struck at noon, he bore with it. For one who had endured hunger for years, skipping a few meals was not unusual. He intended to dedicate the day to completing the task, hoping to finish early and then visit the Merit Hall to see if he could undertake other tasks to earn some spirit stones. Why such diligence? Naturally, it was to accumulate spirit stones to purchase spirit rice. A better life beckoned Chen Ji, and he had every reason to cherish it. Chen Ji strung the captured black beetles together with a blade of grass, fastening them to his waist, and resumed his search in the Tier's star grass field. As the afternoon wore on, he still had not found the black-armored mother bug. With dusk approaching, he decided to take a short respite. Chapter 15. Unexpected Delight. Elder Do's spirit herb garden truly rich in spiritual energy. He glanced back at the tranquil herb garden and the thorns that obstructed his view, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Elder Do, I shall not return tonight. I will rest here briefly. This way, I can rise early tomorrow to continue my search for the black-armored mother bug. I have nearly pieced together a strategy. To save time, I will rest here tonight and resume my efforts at dawn. He exited the Tier's star grass garden and lay down on the embankment, donning his 7 stars sect outer disciple uniform to sleep. On the surface, it appeared he was merely resting. In reality, Chen Ji intended to enter the celestial tower to engage in his daily cultivation. He calculated that he would awaken early the next morning, effectively obtaining 4 hours of sleep. While in the celestial tower, it would equate to over 40 hours, more than 3 days of time. This time could be devoted to further practicing the 7 stars sect basic chi cultivation technique. Moreover, by resting here, he could save himself the round-trip travel time, as he lacked a spirit bird for transportation. The lengthy journey on foot was indeed a waste of time. Thus, he saved considerable effort. As Chen Ji settled down, the sound of steady, deep breaths filled the air. He had fallen asleep almost instantly. In the distance, a rustling noise arose. The thorns that had initially obstructed his path, meant to deter him from wandering, parted to reveal a silver-haired elder with a radiant complexion, Elder Do himself. Observing Chen Ji, who had already succumbed to slumber, Elder Do muttered to himself, "So, he is merely a waste of a 5-element spirit root. No matter how hard he tries, it will be in vain. Humph. Yet this lad is quite adept at catching bugs. In just half a day, he has captured nearly 200 black beetles." Casting a glance at the collection of black beetles strung at Chen Ji's waist, Elder Do chose not to comment further and vanished from sight, allowing the thorns to regrow and obscure Chen Ji's path. Chen Ji found himself within the celestial tower, having just taken out the chi cultivation technique when he sensed a surge of energy emanating from the tower. The spiritual soil beneath his feet, cultivated through special methods, was mature and suitable for planting spiritual flora. It urged him to quietly extract some of the spiritual soil to cultivate a field within the celestial tower's spirit herb garden, enabling the planting of spiritual herbs. Chen Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this truly be possible? The very location he occupied was Elder Do's spirit herb garden, with the soil beneath him meticulously nurtured for growing spiritual herbs. If he could secretly acquire some and bring it into the celestial tower's herb garden, he could cultivate a field of spiritual herbs. Furthermore, if he could stealthily introduce a single spiritual herb, he could engage in a lucrative enterprise without any initial investment. This was undoubtedly a promising avenue for future income. Excitement surged through Chen Ji, yet he recognized that he could not extract the spiritual soil at present. In Elder Do's eyes, he was merely a mundane individual devoid of chi cultivation, incapable of activating a storage bag with spiritual energy. If he were to lose large quantities of spiritual soil, Elder Do would surely notice and become suspicious, potentially exposing the secret of his possession of the celestial tower. Patience was key. He would wait until tomorrow to stealthily take small amounts without drawing attention. With the intention of planting a spiritual herb within the celestial tower, he envisioned profiting from the accelerated growth of the herbs cultivated there. Chen Ji grasped the essence of planting spiritual flora within the celestial tower. He recalled Elder Do's earlier words. The older the spiritual herbs, the more valuable they became. If he succeeded in cultivating them within the celestial tower, he would indeed strike it rich in critical moments. One must remain composed. Chen Ji forced himself to calm down, suppressing his excitement to avoid revealing any signs of his intentions. He resolved to continue his cultivation, planning to stealthily extract the soil the following day to avoid detection. Thus, Chen Ji began his practice of the chi cultivation technique. As he progressed, he sensed an unusual quality in the environment. The first day felt unremarkable. Perhaps it was due to his awareness of the potential to extract spiritual soil. His excitement made it difficult to maintain a tranquil demeanor, a challenge for someone still youthful in spirit. Lacking a mentor to guide him in calming his emotions, he gradually worked to regain his composure. By the second day, he had managed to temper his feelings. Following the qi cultivation technique, he felt an extraordinary shift, as if he could more readily capture the spiritual energy in the air. Why was this so? Chunji was puzzled, yet he embraced this as a blessing and focused on his cultivation. Compared to before, he had made significant progress, clearly sensing the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him. Albeit still somewhat vague in its direction and presence, on the third day, Chunji's ability to sense the spiritual energy had markedly improved. He was nearing the threshold of successfully capturing it. With dawn approaching, he realized that he was on the brink of mastering qi sensing. Why had his speed and efficiency in cultivation increased so dramatically here? Could it be that the spiritual energy in Elder Do's herb garden surpassed that of the outer disciple quarters? Yes, that must be it. Chunji suddenly grasped the key to his realization. How had he been so oblivious? Brother Luo Juling had clearly stated. Within the Seven Stars sect, the higher one ascended, the denser the spiritual energy became. The miscellaneous workers resided at the foot of the mountain, outer disciples resided above them, and inner disciples occupied the midsection of the peak. Elder Do's herb garden, shaped like a precious gourd, was situated at a higher elevation than the outer affairs hall and the merit hall, far surpassing the altitude of his own outer disciple quarters. The spiritual energy here was undoubtedly far richer than that of his living quarters. Chunji felt a surge of motivation. The deadline for this task was 2 days. He resolved to delay capturing the black armored mother bug until after dusk tomorrow. Then, he would strive to take another rest here, utilizing the rich spiritual energy to break through to qi sensing. This opportunity was a valuable one that he could not afford to squander. Chunji was no moralist or paragon of virtue. His every action was driven by the imperative to ensure his own survival, in the mundane world. He had bowed his head like a meek sheep beneath the roof of his uncle and aunt. Simply striving to secure a meal, he had endured beatings and scoldings to hide the jade he unearthed, all in the name of a better life. Now, within the realm of immortal cultivation, his goal was to grow stronger and secure his place within the Seven Stars sect. This was the mission that lay before him, and he must fully leverage the rules of the game. Chunji was far from a naive soul. His tenacity in the face of adversity surpassed that of most. Chapter 16. Unexpected Gains. Obtaining 3 portions of spiritual soil from the herb garden within Elder Do's cultivation chamber. The fragrance of herbs filled the air. Before him, a bronze mirror showcased the entirety of the spirit herb garden. Behind him, a towering purplish-red spiritual herb grew taller than himself. His unwavering vigilance over this garden was solely to protect this precious herb. Observing Chunji rising before dawn, Elder Do nodded approvingly. An outer disciple without qi cultivation, yet diligent and unyielding in his efforts, he felt assured that, having not harmed a single Tears star grass in his diligent work yesterday, Chunji would likely find the black armored mother bug today. Elder Do was known for his meticulous nature. He treated the spiritual herbs he cultivated as treasures, allowing no one to encroach upon them. He had closely monitored Chunji's every move during his previous day's efforts and, seeing the lad's conscientiousness in catching bugs, finally felt at ease. At this very moment, the crimson-hued spiritual herb behind him began to sway. Elder Do's expression turned tense as he continuously channeled incantations to ensure the herb remained undisturbed. This was the spiritual herb he had meticulously cultivated, intended as a gift for the sect leader's 150th birthday. Now was the critical moment of maturation. There could be no mishaps. He focused all his attention on safeguarding the growth of the herb, allowing his vigilance over Chunji to wane considerably. After all, he had observed Chunji for an entire day yesterday and found no cause for concern. Chunji, upon awakening, stretched lazily, his stomach rumbling audibly. Unable to ignite a fire for cooking due to his blindness, he resorted to consuming the 200 black beetles dangling from his waist as his spiritual sustenance. With a decisive bite, the juice burst forth, surprisingly palatable, indeed. Insects that fed on spiritual herbs and grasses were exceptionally delectable. After devouring several dozen, Chunji felt sated and began to search for more beetles in the weeping star grass garden. He crouched down, meticulously picking through the spiritual soil to locate the hidden black beetles. Seizing this opportunity, he subtly pilfered small amounts of the spiritual soil, transferring it into the Tower of Ascension each time his hands brushed against it. He took just enough from each spot to remain undetected, knowing that the vast quantity of spiritual soil would render his theft unnoticed. Unlike spiritual herbs and grasses, which were finite and easily missed if stolen, the spiritual soil was abundant and uncountable. As long as Chen Ji did not excessively harvest from a single location, he was confident he would remain undetected. Moreover, spiritual soil could sometimes be absorbed by spiritual grasses, making the occasional decrease seem entirely normal. Thus, as Chen Ji filled his belly with the succulent black beetles, he meticulously searched for more beneath the weeping star grass, inch by inch. By the following morning, he had successfully captured a mother black beetle, yet he remained silent, carefully noting its location and intentionally refraining from capturing it instead. He continued to leisurely sift through the spiritual soil, each time stealthily transferring a bit more into the Tower of Ascension, ensuring each removal was inconspicuous. After all, Elder Do had relaxed his guard, believing that Chen Ji, lacking the ability to manipulate spiritual energy, posed no threat. At midday, Chen Ji had yet to see Elder Do appear. Sensing the time was right, he finally captured the fist-sized mother black beetle, binding it securely with a grass rope. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he called out behind him, "Elder Do, I have caught this mother black beetle for your inspection." After a moment of silence, he received no response. Unbeknownst to him, Elder Do was preoccupied, his face flushed as he chanted incantations to stabilize the crimson spiritual herb. Seeing no reply from Elder Do, Chen Ji thought to himself, "This works to my advantage. With Elder Do absent for the inspection, I can rest here in the spiritual herb field for the night, absorbing the rich spiritual energy and seeking to sense my own." He consumed a few more black beetles, and when Elder Do still failed to appear, he secured the mother black beetle tightly and murmured to himself, "It's getting late, and since Elder Do has not inspected my task, I shall make do with sleeping here tonight." He fashioned a simple mat from the weeds he had pulled from the spiritual field and lay down fully clothed, drifting into slumber. Inside the Tower of Ascension, he found himself in the spiritual herb garden, where he discovered a plot of spiritual soil, rich and fertile. This soil was the very essence he had surreptitiously acquired from the Weeping Star grass garden earlier. The plot had become a neatly organized 3 square feet of land. An impressive sight indeed. "Wow, how beautiful! I, Chen Ji, now possess my own piece of land," he exclaimed, gently cradling the soil in his hands, letting it slip through his fingers. In his mundane life, his aspiration had been to gather enough jade stones to exchange for silver, purchase land, build a house, and marry. To suddenly find himself with his own plot of fertile land was a source of immense joy. Gazing at the rich, oily soil in his hands, Chen Ji felt a surge of excitement. Something he had long desired was now within his grasp. This soil had been cultivated by Elder Do and required no additional preparation. It was ready for planting. "There's no rush. I have the land now. What need have I for spiritual herbs and grasses?" he mused. "When this matter concludes, I shall visit the Merit Hall to see if I can procure some seeds for spiritual herbs and grasses." The Tower of Ascension was ideal for sowing seeds, allowing them to sprout and grow in the coming year. Previously, he had heard Elder Do mention that weeping star grass with a 20-year maturation period was quite valuable. If I were to cultivate it myself, would it still take 20 years? In the spiritual herb garden, I can accelerate their growth. Perhaps I could induce them to mature in a fraction of that time. What a remarkable treasure! With a hearty laugh, Chen Ji reveled in his good fortune, his emotions oscillating between joy and disbelief, akin to a sudden lottery winner. After a moment, he composed himself, recognizing that amidst the delight of acquiring spiritual soil, there was still a more pressing matter at hand. His training. I must seize the opportunity presented by Elder Do's spiritual herb garden to cultivate my own spiritual energy, he silently resolved. Chapter 17. Borrowing spiritual energy. Finally able to sense energy, such a rare opportunity to harvest spiritual energy must not be squandered. Chen Ji promptly followed the instructions of the energy cultivation technique. Allowing his mind and spirit to settle into absolute tranquility, he dedicated 3 full hours to achieving this state of calm, ensuring that the Tower of Ascension remained in complete silence, devoid of any external disturbances. This tranquility enabled him to gradually soothe his emotions. After 3 hours, he felt sufficiently centered, even entering a state of ethereal clarity. As the 4th hour approached, Changji began to discern the spiritual energy in the air using the energy cultivation technique. He remained unhurried, following the guidance of the technique to sense the energy, confident that time was on his side. Gradually, he began to perceive the ambient energy. By the 5th hour, he finally witnessed the unique essence of spiritual energy, which appeared chaotic and disordered compared to the clear distinction of mundane energy. The spiritual energy floated gracefully above, while the mundane energy swirled in disarray. Those swirling clusters of energy were, indeed, spiritual energy. Changji had crossed the threshold into sensing energy, yet the process proved unstable. His ability to sense energy was sporadic, sometimes successful, and at other times elusive. By the end of the first day, he had managed to sense spiritual energy most of the time, though interruptions persisted, albeit less frequently. By the second day, he successfully grasped the flow of spiritual energy, understanding it distinctly. To cultivate energy, one must first sense it. To sense energy, one must first recognize it. Having completed the sensing phase, the next step was to draw in the energy. Changji had invested considerable time in achieving this milestone, which he acknowledged was a slow process. It was no wonder that 5-element roots were deemed inferior. His own struggle to sense energy had taken him so long. Comparatively, Luo Juling, with his 4 elemental roots, had advanced to the first level of energy cultivation in just a year. Indeed, there is merit to the disdain for 5-element roots, Changji mused, silently criticizing the slow cultivation pace. However, the reality was that he had succeeded in sensing energy in a remarkably short time. With some time still left before dawn, he decided to attempt drawing in the energy. Drawing in energy meant channeling the spiritual energy he had identified into his own being, transforming the ambient energy into his personal reservoir. The superiority of energy cultivation disciples over mere mortals stemmed primarily from their ability to harness the energy drawn into their bodies, storing it within their dantians for use in casting spells when needed. Changji revisited the acupoints described in the energy cultivation technique and began to attempt to draw in the surrounding spiritual energy, yet it remained unresponsive to his commands. After several days of failed attempts, he was not disheartened. Rather, he felt a sense of hidden joy. I have successfully sensed the energy. As dawn broke, Changji concluded his training session within the Tower of Ascension. Awakening from his slumber, he stretched and noticed that the mother black beetle he had tied up was missing. "Where is my mother black beetle?" he exclaimed, searching frantically but finding nothing. There was no need to look further. The mother black beetle had already been taken by Elder Do. The thorns parted automatically, revealing Elder Do, his complexion flushed and silver hair glistening, holding the mother black beetle in his hand. Changji bowed respectfully to Elder Do. Changji hurriedly bowed, no need for that. Elder Do is in remarkably good spirits today. He has successfully stabilized the growth of that precious spirit herb. Thus, it can be presented to the sect leader during the grand birthday celebration. Moreover, in the past couple of days, Changji has successfully captured the black-armored mother bug. Elder Do has already examined them while Changji was asleep. Not a single one of the Tears stargrass in the acre was damaged. Hence, Elder Do holds a favorable view of Changji's performance, having completed the task within the stipulated time and strictly adhering to Elder Do's requirements without harming a single stalk of Tears stargrass. Quite commendable indeed. Just wait a moment. I will use this black-armored mother bug as bait to lure and eliminate all the black-armored bugs in this acre, and then I shall reward you. Elder Do stated, and of course, please proceed, Elder Do. Elder Do pinched the black-armored mother bug and poured some medicinal powder from a green gourd at his waist onto its body. The black-armored mother bug struggled for a moment before becoming still. Elder Do placed the mother bug at the edge of the Tears stargrass, and it began to vibrate its wings, producing a peculiar sound. This is the insecticide powder I formulated, capable of bewitching the minds of the bugs. Drawing their kin towards it soon, this powder will emit toxins, exterminating all the black-armored bugs, Elder Do proclaimed with a sense of pride. Indeed, as the black-armored mother bug called out, more and more black-armored bugs emerged from beneath the Tears stargrass, rushing towards the mother bug. Each bug that approached was swiftly poisoned by the insecticide powder. Observing one after another succumbing to the poison, ultimately, all the black-armored bugs crawled out in response to the mother bug's summons. Naturally, they all met their demise. A look of satisfaction graced Elder Doe's face. Humph! How dare these bugs consume the tears star grass I have nurtured for 20 years, truly seeking their own demise. By the way, your task is complete. Would you prefer 10 pounds of spirit rice or to offset a month's sect duties? Elder Doe turned to ask Chunji. Chunji replied, I would like to offset a month's sect duties. Very well. Hand over your identity token to me. Chunji passed him the token, and Elder Doe infused it with a trace of spiritual energy before tossing it back to Chunji. Done. Your sect duties for the month have been offset. You are no longer needed here, you may return. Chunji accepted the token, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave. The thorns parted a path for Chunji as he departed from the gourd-shaped floating island. Chunji did not rush back to his courtyard, but instead made his way to the Merit Hall from a distance. He spotted the bearded steward on duty, who was calling out briskly. Next, we must close on time. Standing at the end of the queue, Chunji observed that this punctual steward was exceptionally efficient, often finishing the tasks of 3 others before one of the other stewards completed theirs. This resulted in an ever-growing line, preventing him from leaving on time. Chunji understood the situation and smiled quietly as he patiently followed the queue. Finally, it was Chunji's turn. Without waiting for the bearded steward to prompt him, he directly handed over his token. Steward, I wish to check if this month's tasks are complete, and see if there are any suitable tasks for me to undertake. The steward glanced at Chunji, seemingly approving of his directness, and tossed the token into a stone wall behind him, which then displayed Chunji's information. Name: Chunji, bone age, 12 years and 3 months. Spiritual root, 5 spiritual roots. Realm, not yet in chi training. Affiliation, Spirit Beast Peak. Contribution points, 0. Sect tasks. This month's task completed. Chunji's face brightened with joy upon seeing that the status under sect tasks had changed to reflect completion. He sighed in relief, knowing that this would ensure his benefits for the next month would be secure. Indeed, your task for this month is completed, as stated. Tasks for disciples who have not yet begun chi training are somewhat simpler during the first 3 months. You wish to see if there are any tasks suitable for you to earn spirit stones? The bearded steward inquired. The steward, with remarkable efficiency, quickly navigated through the task listings, but all available tasks required disciples in the chi training stage, leaving none suitable for Chunji at the moment. Return to your practice, focus on sensing and gathering chi, and strive to enter the chi training stage as soon as possible. The more tasks available to you will increase then. You may come by daily to test your luck. Perhaps there will be a task available tomorrow. Tasks are quite random in nature. Have you understood? The bearded steward asked. Chunji nodded. I understand. Good. Then off you go. Next, the bearded steward, satisfied that Chunji grasped the instructions, promptly tossed him back his identity token and called for the next in line. Rarely were tasks issued to those yet to begin chi training. As this was indeed the realm of cultivation, Chunji recognized that his prior ability to take on Elder Doe's task was indeed a stroke of fortune. With no suitable tasks today, he would return tomorrow. Chunji stepped out from the crowd and followed the corridor bridge back to his courtyard. Once home, he prepared a pot of spirit rice, savoring the aroma as it cooked. After days of consuming black-armored bugs in Elder Doe's herb garden, he was quite tired of that fare. When the spirit rice was finally ready, Chunji stood by with his bowl and utensils, inhaling the delightful scent. Ah, what a fragrant aroma! In this vast world, nothing surpasses the joy of a good meal. Once the rice was cooked, he took the leftover charcoal from the stove outside to extinguish it with a splash of cold water, producing a cloud of white smoke. The charcoal couldn't be wasted. It would serve for the next meal. Returning to his room, Chunji indulged in the spirit rice, finding it an exquisite experience without the need for any side dishes. He consumed every morsel, relishing the crispy bits from the bottom of the pot. With each satisfying bite, he felt a deep sense of contentment, not wasting a single grain of spirit rice, especially during the last bites of the crispy rice. He felt utterly fulfilled, making it a sight to behold. Heh, I've eaten my fill. Now it's time for bed, Chunji said, patting his belly as he prepared to retire for the night. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Chunji inquired. Chinshiti, open the door. It's Luo Jiling. Realizing it was senior brother Luo, he replied, just a moment, I'll open the door. Upon opening the door, he found Luo Jiling standing outside with a beaming smile. Brother Luo, please come in. Luo Jiling shook his head. I won't be entering. I've taken a task for the sect to earn spirit stones and will be away for a month. I came to bid farewell before my departure. This task is simple and risk-free, but it does require time and effort. Such tasks are typically assigned to those of us in the first stage of Qi training, as those at higher realms wouldn't bother with them due to the minimal rewards. In the sect, the tasks for earning spirit stones and the time for cultivation often conflict. Senior brothers and sisters at higher levels will strive to minimize the time spent on sect tasks and spirit stone earning to leave ample time for training. As cultivating techniques and spells is a slow process. Alas, we are considered pseudo-spiritual roots, which places us at a disadvantage, Luo Jiling lamented. Chunji replied, "Congratulations, senior brother Luo, I look forward to your return in a month." Having successfully completed your task, Luo Jiling waved his hand. "Thank you for your kind words, Chinshidi, I must take my leave now." With that, Luo Jiling departed, shouldering his bag and waving goodbye to Chunji. Once Luo Jiling had left, Chunji closed the courtyard door, activated the array, and returned to his room to practice. Having begun sensing Qi, the next step was to strive to gather Qi and store a wisp of spiritual energy in his dantian, truly entering the first stage of Qi training. However, gathering Qi was far more challenging than sensing it, requiring even more time for someone with 5 spiritual roots like Chunji. For disciples with spiritual roots in the sect, the process of sensing Qi, gathering Qi, and entering the first stage of Qi training was merely a matter of time. Yet, the duration varied significantly, making time a precious commodity for all cultivators. Mortal beings possess a lifespan, and so do cultivators. Practicing cultivation is an immensely time-consuming endeavor. For ordinary cultivators, balancing closed-door training, earning spirit stones, seeking opportunities, and fulfilling sect tasks is a monumental challenge. Effectively managing limited time is a profound topic. As one's realm increases, so too does their lifespan. In simple terms, cultivators must ensure that their training speed surpasses the flow of time. Thus, for cultivators, the faster they can progress, the better. This principle mirrors the pursuit of power in the mortal realm. Those who rise in rank must do so while they are still young. If one only achieves a position of authority late in life, their ascent is likely to be limited. Conversely, if one can attain a higher rank before turning 30, there naturally lies an opportunity to ascend to the ranks of ministers. This is precisely why Luo Jiling frequently finds himself in a melancholic state, as a disciple lacking a powerful background and connections. He must toil to accumulate spirit stones. The pursuit of spirit stones inevitably consumes time that could be dedicated to cultivation. In contrast, individuals like Bai Wushuang, hailing from esteemed immortal cultivation families, receive substantial support in the form of spirit stones, allowing them to focus solely on their training without concern. Bai Wushuang need not venture out to earn spirit stones through arduous labor. Even the sect's tasks are often completed by others on his behalf. He simply needs to shut his door and devote his days to closed-door cultivation. Consequently, his progress in the natural realm is bound to outpace that of others. One cannot have both fish and bear's paws. Yet some are born with both. Such is fate, an unbridgeable comparison. Chapter 19. Cherishing the fate of immortals. In the realm of cultivation, everyone possesses their own destined fortune. After Luo Jiling departed, Chunji closed the door to his courtyard and carefully locked it. He then entered the cultivation chamber within the Tower of Heaven. Chunji first glanced at the neatly arranged 3 acres of spirit fields in the spirit herb garden, feeling a surge of joy. I, Chunji, now possess my own piece of land. Observing the scale of the herb garden, he realized there was potential for further expansion. By cultivating some spirit herbs and plants, the accelerated growth of the herb garden would alleviate his worries about earning spirit stones, allowing him to focus on his cultivation and self-improvement. Taking a moment to inhale the fragrance of the spirit soil, he reluctantly made his way to the cultivation chamber to begin his training. At the outset, Chunji sensed that the density of spiritual energy here paled in comparison to that of Elder Do's domain. This was a fact, yet Chunji refrained from lamenting or feeling disheartened about it. After all, Elder Do had already attained the status of an elder. Residing in the more spiritually abundant floating island of the Treasure Gourd, it was only reasonable. Conversely, he had just joined the 7 Stars sect 3 days prior, with the 5-element waste spirit root, and was living in the relatively sparse outer disciple courtyard. Such circumstances were equally justifiable. Since everything made sense, there was no need for excessive contemplation. He should simply begin cultivating. Having successfully sensed the spiritual energy, Chunji diligently attempted to draw it into his body. This process proved to be significantly more challenging than merely sensing it. Thus, after an entire 10 days in the cultivation chamber, he made no discernible progress, lacking any clear direction. The elusive spiritual energy simply refused to comply, resisting all attempts to flow into his body. 10 days passed with little to show for it, until one day he was startled awake by a wave of hunger. Rising from his bed, he hurried to the restroom, then set about lighting a fire to prepare a meal. After consuming 3 generous bowls of spirit rice, he finally felt satisfied. Gazing at the dwindling supply of spirit rice, Chunji muttered, "With what remains, not only will I struggle to last until next month's distribution, but even making it through the next 10 days seems daunting. No, I cannot sit idly by and let my resources dwindle. I must visit the merit hall to see if there are any tasks available to earn a few spirit stones or spirit rice." He still possessed a low-grade spirit stone, which he intended to reserve for his own cultivation, never to be squandered on spirit rice. With determination, he set off toward the merit hall. Upon arriving at the floating island of the merit hall, he found it bustling with disciples hurrying to and fro, each engrossed in their own affairs, accepting tasks, completing them, or handing them in. For cultivators, time is of the essence. They must seize every opportunity to undertake tasks, accumulate spirit stones, and seek fortuitous encounters. However, the atmosphere in the merit hall was particularly lively today, with numerous disciples engaged in animated discussions as they waited in line. Chunji considered himself a mere invisible presence in the crowd as he aligned himself with a bearded steward overseeing one of the queues. In the line, he kicked at a small stone beneath his feet while quietly eavesdropping on the conversations around him. "Have you heard? The latest batch of cultivators who went to Scorpion Island has returned. Is that so? Word has it that a significant treasure has emerged from Scorpion Island. Indeed, it is said that a disciple from Spirit Sword Peak obtained the treasure and has since entered closed-door cultivation upon returning. Ah, what incredible luck! How enviable! Envy is not as productive as action. Can't you see how crowded the merit hall is today? Do you know why? What is the reason? Because, aside from that treasure, Scorpion Island has other valuable items that have surfaced. The sect has issued tasks to retrieve these treasures for sale to the sect, promising contribution points as rewards and even a special opportunity for promotion to inner disciples. Oh, that explains the throngs of people here today. Everyone is waiting for that task. But why would the sect issue such a task, encouraging everyone to seek treasure? Wouldn't they have gone there on their own already? The answer is simple. Scorpion Island is fraught with peril. The first group sent there reportedly suffered heavy casualties, with only the disciple from Spirit Sword Peak surviving. Now I understand. Brother, are you planning to accept a sect task? Of course. In the world of cultivation, one cannot rely on others. One must strive to seize opportunities. If I succeed, I could be promoted to an inner disciple upon my return. My fate could change entirely. But brother, the other individual hesitated, sensing the determination in his brother's eyes, and chose not to say more. In the realm of cultivation, each person has their own destined fortune. Perhaps his brother would be the one to succeed. All around, conversations about Scorpion Island filled the air, and the bustling atmosphere of the merit hall, teeming with outer disciples, illustrated the collective anticipation for the opportunities that lay ahead. One considered themselves the unfortunate one. Each believed they could be the most fortunate. Such is the nature of humanity. Thanks to the correct choice and the bearded steward's efficiency, Chunji's queue progressed swiftly, and soon it was his turn. Without waiting for the steward to speak, he promptly presented his identity token and quickly stated, "Steward, I have yet to enter the Qi refinement stage. I would like to inquire if there are any tasks suitable for me to earn spirit stones." When dealing with a steward who is efficient and punctual, one must be equally succinct and direct. The steward cast a satisfied glance at Chunji, tossing his identity token into the stone wall behind him. "Ah, it's you? I've been keeping an eye on you. Today, there are no tasks suitable for you. However, based on my experience, many disciples have gone to Scorpion Island to seek fortune, leaving numerous tasks unclaimed. Thus, some elders who issue tasks may lower the requirements for task acceptance to include disciples not yet in the Qi refinement stage. Why not come back tomorrow morning to check? Next, please." The bearded steward returned Chunji's token to him, signaling the next person in line. Chunji swiftly left the queue, nodding his thanks to the steward. The crowd was too large, and he maneuvered through it, almost jogging back to his courtyard. given the hurried demeanor of everyone around him. It felt perfectly normal for Qianji to be hurrying as well. Upon returning to his courtyard, an intriguing thought struck him. Hey, my physique seems to have strengthened compared to before. I didn't even feel winded from that little jog. In the past, I would have been exhausted. Seems that the spirit rice I've been consuming these past few days has improved my constitution and physique. I even feel a bit heftier. Another crucial factor is that I now reside within the 7 Stars sect, where spiritual energy is abundant. This spiritual nourishment should bolster my strength. They say rice nourishes the body, and it seems there is truth in that. Never before had Qianji felt such a fondness for cultivation as he did at this moment. Let us go home, lock the door, and cultivate. Chapter 20. Undertaking tasks for daily spirit rice. Qianji opened the courtyard door with his token, glancing at the tightly shut door of his neighbor, Luo Jiling. The task his senior brother mentioned, which was to last a month, likely isn't related to the Scorpion Island venture. He had previously stated that this task was not dangerous but time-consuming. Let us hope he does not take any unnecessary risks. Once back in his home, Qianji pondered, fearing that he might awaken ravenous after his cultivation session in the Tower of Heaven. He contemplated making a pot of spirit rice in advance, so he wouldn't find himself in a dire situation. However, that would leave the rice cold and significantly diminish its taste. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it. I'll just make the spirit rice in the morning after I wake up. If I could find some spirit beef jerky to accompany it, that would solve the issue perfectly. Alas, Qianji was currently financially strapped, possessing only a single low-grade spirit stone and 24 pieces of jade that held little value in the cultivation world. He could hardly afford to spend them. Nor would he dare to do so in the Tower of Heaven's cultivation chamber. Qianji revisited the basic qi refinement technique of the 7 Stars sect, confirming that his previous approach to cultivation had not been incorrect. The method was sound. The primary reason for his lack of success over the past 10 days must be attributed to his 5-element root. Luo Jiling, with his 4-element root, had claimed it took him a year to reach the first level of qi refinement. As a 5-element root cultivator, it was only reasonable for him to be slower. Qianji maintained a steady demeanor, refusing to be troubled by such trivial matters. With 10 days behind him, he was ready to resume his cultivation. Qianji began to attempt drawing in spiritual energy. The process of drawing in spiritual energy may sound simple, yet it requires clarity regarding one's own meridians and acupoints, as well as proficiency in utilizing the qi refinement technique to guide spiritual energy into one's body. For those prodigious disciples with a single spiritual root, this challenge is exceedingly simple. To them, even the processes of sensing, attracting, and cultivating spiritual energy can be accomplished simultaneously. There is no need for a sequential approach as seen with Qianji, where tasks must be undertaken one by one. This is primarily due to the fewer spiritual roots present within these talented disciples. When they practice their techniques, their speed is remarkably swift, and possessing a single spiritual root bestows them with unparalleled advantages in sensing, attracting, and utilizing spiritual energy. Once spiritual energy enters their bodies, it merely needs to follow the guidance of the single spiritual root to circulate effectively. Their cultivation speed is astoundingly rapid. Tio put it simply, the cultivation speed of a single spiritual root is more than 5 times that of a 5-rooted individual. As one ascends in cultivation level, the disparity between the two becomes increasingly pronounced. For instance, a 5-rooted individual like Qianji progresses at a much slower pace. After spiritual energy enters the body, it must disperse to nourish the 5 distinct roots, resulting in a significant reduction in efficiency, as 1 unit of spiritual energy is divided among 5 roots. This explains why disciples with single or dual spiritual roots receive focus training from their sect, while those with 4 or 5 roots are often regarded as having pseudo-spiritual roots. Qianji diligently practiced his techniques to attract energy, yet the unclaimed spiritual energy proved to be rather obstinate, refusing to comply with his intentions. For a full 9 days within the training chamber of the Celestial Tower, he endeavored to attract energy without success. However, he was not entirely without progress. He had begun to faintly grasp the sensation of attracting energy. Soon, he mused, I can feel it just a little bit now. If I exert a bit more effort, I am certain I will succeed in attracting energy. Today, he planned to arrive early at the Merit Hall, which meant he would not be able to practice for a full 10 days in the training chamber. Awakening early, Qianji felt less hunger than usual due to his earlier rise. He quickly made his way to the restroom before earnestly preparing a meal. Once the fragrant spiritual rice was cooked, he consumed every last grain, leaving no leftovers. After washing the dishes, Chunji hurriedly set out for the Merit Hall. As expected, the number of disciples at the floating island of the Merit Hall was significantly lower than the previous day, likely due to many having departed for Spirit Scorpion Island on missions. Consequently, the hall felt quite desolate. From a distance, he spotted the bearded steward waving at him. Chunji promptly joined the line behind him. Thanks to his early arrival and the fewer disciples present, the queue moved swiftly, and soon it was Chunji's turn. Without delay, he presented his prepared identity token, stating, "Could you please check if there are any tasks suitable for disciples without cultivation? My supply of spiritual rice is running low, and I need to undertake a task to procure more." The bearded steward chuckled upon hearing this, placing Chunji's identity token into the stone wall behind him to verify his identity before searching for appropriate tasks. He scrolled down to the bottom of the task list and pointed to 3 assignments, saying with a hint of pride, "You see, just as I predicted yesterday, everyone has gone to join the excitement at Spirit Scorpion Island. The number of disciples taking on tasks has decreased, prompting the elders to lower the requirements for task eligibility. Here are 3 tasks suitable for you. Let me read them out for you to choose." Upon hearing this, Chunji was elated to discover 3 tasks that were indeed a perfect fit for him. "My luck is truly exceptional today," he exclaimed eagerly. "I appreciate your assistance." With so few disciples at the Merit Hall, there would be no delay in the steward's schedule, allowing him to leisurely read the tasks to Chunji. First task: guarding the newly hatched hawks in the Eagle Sanctuary of Spirit Beast Peak. Reward upon completion: 1 low-grade spiritual stone and 10 pounds of spiritual beast jerky. Requirements: ordinary disciples must care for the newly hatched hawks without sleep for 3 days and nights. The second task is also from Spirit Beast Peak, similar to the first: cleaning the Poison Toad Pond in the Poison Toad Garden. Reward: 2 low-grade spiritual stones. Requirements: ordinary disciples must possess the ability to withstand toxins. With a duration of 10 days. The third task: drying the spiritual herb seeds in Elder Doe's medicinal garden. Reward: 1 low-grade spiritual stone. Requirements: ordinary disciples with nimble hands and feet preferred. Duration of 3 days, with 2 meals provided daily. The third task offered the least reward, as Elder Doe was notoriously frugal. Fearing that no one would accept the task, he added the provision of meals for the duration of the assignment. This Elder Doe is indeed rather stingy. If he is providing meals, he could at least offer 3 instead of just 2, the steward commented while explaining the tasks to Chunji. After a moment's contemplation, Chunji declared, "I shall accept the task of drying the spiritual herb seeds in Elder Doe's garden. Tasks are open for all to claim. One must act quickly to secure them." With that, Chunji resolved to head to Elder Doe's medicinal garden. The first task required 3 days and nights of sleeplessness, which was not suitable for him, as he needed to enter the Celestial Tower's training room daily to practice attracting energy. The second task required an individual with toxin resistance, which he did not possess. However, the third task was deeply appealing to him for 3 main reasons. First, he was familiar with Elder Doe's garden and could conveniently gather some spiritual soil to enhance the area of the Celestial Tower's medicinal garden. Second, the spiritual energy in Elder Doe's floating island garden was exceptionally rich, aiding him in his endeavors to cultivate energy. His previous success in sensing energy was also thanks to Elder Doe's garden. Thirdly, Elder Doe provided meals, saving him from the expense of spiritual rice for 3 days. Despite only offering 2 meals, this was more than sufficient for Chunji, who had previously survived on 1 or 2 meals a day. "All right then, it is true that Elder Doe is somewhat stingy, but this task is indeed suitable for you," Chunji replied. The bearded steward tapped Chunji's identity token, causing Elder Doe's task to vanish from view and revealing Chunji's information on the stone wall. Name: Chunji. Age: 12 years and 3 months. Spiritual roots: 5. Level: not yet cultivated. Affiliation: Spirit Beast Peak. Contribution points: 0. Sect tasks: completed. Current task: drying seeds in Elder Doe's medicinal garden, not completed. With the current task now displayed, Chunji thanked the steward and hurried towards Elder Doe's floating island. Having visited once before, he quickly followed the familiar path to the now recognizable gourd-shaped medicinal garden, which was surrounded by thorny brambles that obstructed the way. "Elder Doe, I am the outer disciple Chunji, here to accept your task of drying the spiritual herb seeds. Please open a path for me to complete my assignment," he called out. Elder Doe's voice echoed from within. Have you taken on my task again? As per the usual protocol, toss in your identity token for verification. Chunji complied, tossing the token, which was deftly caught by a flying thorn and brought inside. Moments later, the brambles parted to reveal a path, and Chunji's identity token was returned to him. He secured the token at his waist and proceeded down the newly opened path. There was no need for further inquiries. He merely followed the path ahead. After a short walk, he arrived at a barren medicinal garden, littered only with remnants of roots. It appeared that Elder Do had harvested the herbs from this plot of land. In the empty garden stood 6 smooth stone slabs. Elder Do emerged, and upon recognizing him, Chunji bowed respectfully. Elder Do grunted in acknowledgement, stating, "Are you clear on the task requirements?" Chunji nodded affirmatively. "Here, I have 3 Jian 7 Liang 6 Jian of Qinglan grass seeds. You are to dry them here. Expose them to the sun in the morning and gather them in the evening, while keeping away the pesky birds from Spirit Beast Peak that might eat the seeds. Complete this for 3 consecutive days, and the task will be considered fulfilled. Remember, these Qinglan grass seeds are extremely precious. If even 1 grain goes missing, I shall not let you off lightly." He handed Chunji a package containing the seeds. As was customary, Elder Do's stern demeanor aimed to intimidate before proceeding with the instructions. Chunji nodded, understanding that the crux of the task lay not in the drying and gathering but in guarding against the birds. This was manageable as long as he remained vigilant while sunning the seeds. Elder Do handed him a small bundle containing the seeds, precisely weighed to avoid any potential pilfering. Chunji accepted the seeds and began laying them out evenly across the 6 flat stone slabs. The seeds of Qinglan grass were unique. There was no wind on this floating island, so he need not worry about them being blown away. Unfolding the cloth, he laid it under the sun to dry. Once the seeds were thoroughly sun-dried, he sought out a long stick to hold in his hand, a precaution against any birds that might swoop down to pilfer the seeds. Throughout the morning, he encountered several flocks of birds eager to feast on the seeds, but they were all successfully repelled by the stick wielded by Chunji, leaving no losses in their wake. As noon approached, Chunji meticulously turned each seed of the blue orchid grass over, ensuring both sides basked in the sun's potent rays, a perfect opportunity for drying seeds under the fierce sun. Chunji, ever diligent, kept a watchful eye on the seeds. At lunchtime, a thorny vine approached Chunji, carrying a small piece of jerky the size of a fist and a ladle of water. "Many thanks, Elder Do." Chunji expressed his gratitude before taking the jerky and ladle. He savored a sip of the cool water, its sweetness refreshing and invigorating. The Elder's enchanted gourd truly was a haven of spiritual essence, for even the water here surpassed the sweetness found in Chunji's own abode. He then slowly tore into the jerky, his first taste of Spirit Beast jerky, which bore no hint of gamey flavor but instead grew more fragrant with each chew. Before long, he had consumed the entire piece. The Spirit Beast jerky filled him with warmth and a satisfying sense of fullness. This was the taste of Spirit Beast jerky indeed. After finishing the ladle of spring water, he returned it to the vine, which crept back as if it were alive. Chunji did not linger. Instead, he continued to patrol around the seeds with his stick, occasionally squatting to check if any needed to be turned. Seizing the opportunity while crouched, he stealthily scooped up some mature spirit soil beneath his feet to take back to the spiritual herb garden within the Tower of Heaven, adhering to the principle of taking only a little at a time. Even if some soil were removed, it would go unnoticed, especially since, in Elder Do's eyes, Chunji was merely an ordinary disciple with no cultivation. Without a storage bag, it was impossible for him to carry anything away. Although it was said that the seeds of the blue orchid grass were precious and should not be lost, that was merely a ploy to intimidate Chunji. By the time the sun began to set, Chunji had gathered all the seeds of the blue orchid grass into his package. The vine approached to retrieve the bundle, while another came bearing a piece of Spirit Beast jerky and a ladle of spring water. Chapter 22. Quirky Temperament. Completing Elder Do's peculiar task. This was Chunji's second meal of the day. He consumed the Spirit Beast jerky entirely, sipping only a little water to avoid the need for the restroom later. "Elder Do, I shall take my rest now. The task of drying the seeds and guarding against the birds has been somewhat tiring. I will continue tomorrow," Chunji called out behind him, but there was no response. Unfazed, he lay down on the ridge in his clothes and fell asleep. Before dozing off, he took a furtive glance at the second large stone ahead, where a seemingly inconspicuous seed of blue orchid grass lay. This was intentionally left behind by Chunji to ascertain whether Elder Do would notice its absence. Judging by weight, the loss of 3 seeds should not significantly alter the overall weight. Chunji naturally hoped to acquire a few seeds for cultivation within the Tower of Heaven's herb garden, thereby saving the expense of purchasing seeds. By leaving that 1 seed on the stone, if Elder Do noticed its absence, Chunji could simply claim it had fallen during collection. Conversely, if Elder Do did not notice, he would retrieve the seed the following day. This was Chunji's plan. For a cultivator of Elder Do's standing, the loss of a few seeds of blue orchid grass was trivial. However, for Chunji, a mere novice, such seeds were exceedingly precious. A gentleman values wealth and acquires it through proper means. This opportunity must be seized. This included the abundant spiritual essence that Chunji would soon utilize from Elder Do's domain. With that thought, Chunji fell into a deep slumber, promptly entering the spiritual herb garden within the Tower of Heaven. Upon seeing the additional 3 portions of spirit soil before him, he smiled. Elder Do? This task has truly been splendid. The 6 portions of spirit soil I gathered are more than sufficient, not to mention that I will soon be utilizing the spiritual essence here for cultivation. Imagining the future, Chunji then entered the training room to commence a new round of energy absorption. The spiritual essence in Elder Do's vicinity was evidently denser than that in Chunji's own dwelling, making energy absorption here significantly quicker. Having completed his drying task before sunset, Chunji retired early that night, with a full 5 hours until dawn, allowing him to practice in the training room for a total of 50 hours, over 4 days' worth of time. Determined, Chunji began attempting energy absorption with the energy cultivation technique. The dense spiritual essence here made the process far more effective than in his own courtyard. However, each time one of his 5 spiritual roots approached successful energy absorption, the other 4 would disrupt him, rendering his efforts futile. By the 3rd day in the Tower of Heaven's training room, he gradually comprehended a crucial principle. To successfully absorb energy, all 5 spiritual roots must succeed in sensing energy. If only one root succeeded, the others would inevitably lead to failure. So that's how it is, Chunji mused, having quietly trained alone. Just one spiritual root's success was insufficient. All 5 must thrive together to progress. The 5 roots were akin to 5 steadfast brothers. If only one lived in comfort, it would not suffice. All must experience prosperity to move forward. Alas, 5 spiritual roots truly are wretched roots. Chunji could not help but lament his own predicament. While a single-rooted cultivator could absorb energy in half the time, he found himself expending 5 times the effort at every stage. Yet, despite his complaints, Chunji remained composed. Refusing to wallow in self-pity, he resolved to start anew, aiming to awaken all 4 of his other spiritual roots. With a clear goal, the task became manageable. Moreover, with the experience of his first successful energy absorption, it did not seem insurmountable, just a matter of repeating the process 4 more times. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke outside. Chunji hurriedly continued practicing in the training room before reluctantly exiting the Tower of Heaven. In the real world. Chunji rose from the ridge. "Excuse me, where might I find a place of convenience?" he inquired. A vine emerged from among the thorns, gesturing toward a nearby spot. Understanding, Chunji took care of his needs, and afterward requested a ladle of water from the vine to cleanse his hands and face. By this time, the sun had already risen. The vine returned, bringing the package. Chunji received it and began to lay the seeds out to dry on the 6 stone slabs. Indeed, the absence of 1 seed would go unnoticed by Elder Do. Even if he did, it would be deemed a normal loss during the drying process, and he would never suspect Chunji of theft. Fully at ease, Chunji collected the seed he had surreptitiously left outside into the Tower of Heaven's herb garden and resumed drying the seeds. Breakfast was absent. The stingy Elder Do provided only 2 meals a day. Thus, Chunji spent his days drying seeds and his nights practicing in the Tower of Heaven's training room. 3 days flew by in a flash. Each day, he left behind a single seed, totaling 3 seeds over the course of 3 days. He dared not take more, fearing discovery by the miserly Elder Do. Caution, after all, ensures longevity. 3 seeds of blue orchid grass should suffice for rooting and sprouting in the Tower of Heaven's herb garden. He reasoned. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Chunji carefully packaged the dried blue orchid grass seeds. Elder Do arrived as anticipated. "Elder Do, please assess whether the task is satisfactory." Chunji presented the seeds to him. Overall, Elder Do was pleased with Chunji's performance. The young lad had worked diligently during the day, ensuring each seed was turned over to dry thoroughly. He had also been diligent in warding off birds with his stick and had not strayed at night, promptly retiring to sleep, appearing quite dependable. Although the weight of the bundle of blue orchid grass seeds had diminished, Elder Doe attributed this to the evaporation of moisture over the 3 days of drying, rather than any theft on Chenji's part. Well done, Elder Doe remarked, satisfied with the task's completion. He placed the dried seeds into his storage bag and retrieved a low-grade spirit stone, placing it into Chenji's hand. Task completed, well done. Now, return the identity token to me. Chenji handed over the token, and Elder Doe lightly tapped it, marking Chenji's current task as complete. This was Chenji's first earning of spirit stones. He now possessed 2. Gripping the spirit stone tightly, he struggled to contain his excitement. Thank you, Elder Doe. Elder Doe, as night has fallen, my dwelling is rather distant from your herb garden. May I stay here on your ridge for the night? Chenji requested, seeking permission to rest there. This was a reasonable request, and Elder Doe nodded in agreement. Very well, do not wander about. Rest assured, Elder Doe, I am quite fatigued from drying the seeds all day and will sleep soundly until dawn. Chenji reassured him. Elder Doe nodded, thinking to himself that this young lad indeed slept deeply, which put him at ease. He then turned to depart, with the thorns gathering around to block Chenji's path, ensuring he did not wander. Naturally, Chenji had no intention of straying. Chapter 23. The first encounter with Sister Lu Wanner of Spirit Beast Peak. The reason Sister Lu Wanner, with her warm-hearted nature, insisted on staying here for an additional night was, of course, to further benefit from the abundant spiritual energy of this place. Without hesitation, Qianji reclined on the ridge and succumbed to slumber as usual. This time, he hurriedly arrived at the spirit herb garden within the Tongtian Tower. Here, 3 seeds of Qinglong grass had already been automatically sown. This was precisely what Chenji was concerned about. It seemed that the items he collected within the Tongtian Tower would be automatically categorized. The spiritual soil and Qinglong grass seeds he had gathered were neatly sorted into the spirit herb garden. He was eager to see how the so-called accelerated growth capability of this garden would manifest. Qianji gazed at the expanded spirit herb garden, now twice its original size, and his heart brimmed with joy. From a mere 3 mu, it had grown to over 6 mu. This fertile spiritual soil could now accommodate the cultivation of even more spiritual herbs. In the mundane world, people held a profound obsession with land. Despite having entered the celestial gate, Qianji could not escape the deep affection he harbored for this land. Fortuitously, there was a dedicated spirit herb garden within the Tongtian Tower that fulfilled his longing for land, especially one with the extraordinary ability to accelerate growth. He resolved to first visit the training room to leverage the spiritual energy here and hasten the awakening of his 4th spiritual root. Upon entering the training room, Qianji silently operated the technique recorded in the Qi cultivation method and, drawing from the experience of his previous 3 spiritual roots, successfully awakened the 4th spiritual root in approximately 2 days. Only the 5th spiritual root remained. Having successfully awakened the first 4 roots, Qianji gathered his resolve, and on the 5th day, he finally fully awakened the 5th spiritual root. With that, all 5 of Qianji's spiritual roots had been completed. He was now poised to enter the next level, Qi drawing. However, at that moment, the outside world was already bathed in light, and Qianji could no longer harness the spiritual energy in Elder Doe's domain. Reluctantly, he rose, adjusted his attire, and called out into the distance, "Elder Doe, I have successfully completed my task and must take my leave." No sooner had he spoken than the thorns ahead parted to reveal a path. Following this trail, Qianji departed from Elder Doe's Spirit Herb Island and made his way directly to the Merit Hall. From a distance, he spotted the bearded steward on duty, the very person he had come to seek. Today, there were few people in line, and Qianji quickly found himself at the front. With efficiency, he presented his identity token and inquired, "Steward, I have completed my task and would like to know if there are any suitable tasks available for me?" The bearded steward glanced at Qianji, placing his token into the stone wall behind him. It's you. It seems you have successfully completed Elder Doe's rather stingy task. Having just finished one, you wish to take on another? Noticing the steward's curiosity, Qianji explained, "I wish to seize the opportunity while the senior brothers are at Scorpion Island, leaving no one to compete with me for tasks, especially since I have yet to cultivate Qi. The more tasks I complete, the more spiritual stones I can gather to procure rice for my pot." The steward nodded in approval. "Indeed, that is wise. Once they return, the task issuers will raise their requirements, and suitable tasks may become scarce for you. He then began to scroll through the task list. Here's a newly posted task that seems quite fitting for you. The steward pointed to a recently illuminated task on the stone wall. The illumination signified that it had just been published. The task details read, Elders of Spirit Beast Peak. Collect honey from the Golden Tiger Beehive. Reward: 1 low-grade spiritual stone. Requirements: ordinary disciples. Swift action, completion within 1 day. Note: Elders will provide a full set of protective gear and 3 meals a day. Upon reading this, Chunji realized it was indeed a task from his own Spirit Beast Peak and did not appear overly challenging. The Elder's residence was not far away. What do you think of this task? The bearded steward inquired. Chunji responded eagerly, this task is quite good. The steward tapped Chunji's token onto the task, causing it to vanish. All right, go complete your task. Chunji thanked the steward and departed. The steward observed Chunji's retreating figure, muttering to himself, for one with 5-element waste spiritual roots, it requires at least 5 times the diligence compared to others. This little fellow has it tough. Chunji's frequent visits to accept tasks had left a deep impression on the steward. Such a resourceful and diligent outer sect disciple, even if unable to enter the inner sect after 5 years, would certainly have a promising future. Aligning with the colossal entity of the 7 Stars sect would ensure that diligent disciples could lead a comfortable life. A mere trickle from the sect would suffice to provide for him. Having accepted the sect's task, Chunji hurried back to Spirit Beast Peak. In the days since he joined the sect, aside from undertaking tasks, he had been immersed in training within the Tongtian Tower, never having made contact with the higher-ups of Spirit Beast Peak. Now having received a task from the peak, he found himself at a loss. Where exactly did Elders reside? Alas, if only senior brother Luo Jiling were home. He would surely know where to find Elders. With no other recourse, Chunji began to wander around the outer disciples' courtyards of Spirit Beast Peak. Eventually, a radiant young girl, no more than 15 or 16 years old, emerged from one of the courtyards. She had long, flowing black hair styled into a braid that reached her waist, and her waist was adorned with a belt embroidered with a begonia flower. She exuded a bright and cheerful aura. Not wishing to squander the opportunity to complete his task today, Chunji approached her, bowing respectfully, and said, Excuse me, sister, I am Chunji, a newly initiated disciple of Spirit Beast Peak just 3 days ago. Today, I have received a task issued by Elders, and I would like to inquire how to reach the beehive. The girl paused, nodding in acknowledgement of Chunji's words. So you're Brother Chen. A pleasure to meet you. As for Elders beehive, it's quite easy to find. Just follow the flower-lined path on the left side of Spirit Beast Peak, and you will soon encounter the Golden Tiger Bees. Elders bees are easily recognizable. Follow the Golden Tiger Bees, and the more you see, the closer you will be to the hive. Chunji thanked her profusely. Thank you, sister. May I ask your name? I am Lu Warner. I reside in the 9th courtyard of the 3rd row. If you ever have uncertainties, feel free to seek me out during the day. Certainly, I will. Sister Lu. Warner nodded at Chunji, whistled, and a hawk descended from the sky. She mounted the hawk's back, taking flight effortlessly and no need for thanks. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. The hawk circled once before soaring away into the sky. Chapter 24. The Golden Tiger Bee, a task to collect special honey. Chunji watched as the hawk swiftly became a mirror in the sky, realizing that Sister Lu must be quite affluent. For the hawk's spirit beast was of considerable value, requiring a substantial amount of spiritual stones for purchase and upkeep, something an ordinary outer disciple could hardly afford. With a smile, Chunji remarked, The senior brothers and sisters of Spirit Beast Peak are quite amiable. I am fortunate to encounter such kind-hearted individuals. He then turned towards the left side of Spirit Beast Peak. After walking for a while, Chunji discovered a fragrant path lined with flowers, each blossom adorned with a buzzing bee. Indeed, as Lu Warner had described, the bees were easily identifiable, their heads resembling that of a tiger, adorned with yellow stripes around their necks, creating an image of flying little tigers gathering nectar. Golden tiger bees, true to their name. Finding them was the key to his task. Chunji continued to ascend this uniquely fragrant path. Along the way, he encountered several disciples descending the mountain, each time bowing his head in deference. As he progressed, the number of golden tiger bees increased, just as Lu Warner had indicated. Initially, Chun-Ji felt apprehensive about being stung by the bees. But a passing senior brother, noticing his cautious demeanor, kindly offered reassurance. "Brother, is this your first visit to Elders was Beehive? With your Spirit Beast Peak identity token, as long as you don't attack them or attempt to collect honey, the golden tiger bees won't harm you. Feel free to proceed." With that reassurance, Chun-Ji's anxieties eased, and he continued on his way. After a while, he finally spotted a few thatched cottages amidst a field of blooming flowers. Surrounded by numerous beehives, the incessant buzzing filled the air, and the sight of the densely swarming golden tiger bees was both overwhelming and awe-inspiring. Chun-Ji felt a twinge of trepidation. There were far too many bees here. Yet, fortunately, the bees showed no inclination to attack him, and he proceeded with utmost caution. At last, he approached a man sitting in front of one of the cottages, sipping tea. The man was bald and scruffy, savoring the tea with great concentration while a multitude of golden tiger bees flitted around him. He extended his hands, allowing the bees to land upon him, then gently moved his fingers to let them go. Though his appearance was unkempt, his gaze towards each bee was tender and gentle. Chun-Ji stepped forward and inquired, "May I ask if you are Elders Wa?" The bald man turned his gaze towards Chun-Ji and nodded slightly. "You've come to the right person. Elders Wa, I have accepted the task of collecting honey and have come to fulfill it." Elders Wa brushed against the storage pouch at his waist, and in an instant, a complete set of protective gear appeared in his hands, which he tossed to Chun-Ji. "Don the protective suit, ensuring not a single gap remains," he instructed. "Ahead lie 120 beehives, and you are to harvest the honey within a single day. Be cautious not to harm a single golden tiger bee. Stepping on or swatting one will result in mission failure. Xiao Duan will assist you. Once your large bag is full, you will hand the honey over to him." With that, a disciple clad in outer sect attire stepped forward, nodding towards Chun-Ji. This was Xiao Duan, so even stepping on or swatting one counts as failure. Chun-Ji felt the weight of the task suddenly escalate. "I am to gather honey from the golden tiger bees. They will undoubtedly do their utmost to sting me. Every movement would henceforth require utmost caution." Chun-Ji gulped. Having accepted the task, he resolved to see it through. "Understood, Elders Wa." He swiftly donned the protective suit from head to toe. Crafted from special materials, the suit was remarkably lightweight, with designated viewing areas for his eyes. 2 large bags hung at his sides, intended for collecting the solid honey. He carefully secured the arm and leg areas with strips of cloth to prevent any golden tiger bees from infiltrating. Ensuring there were no gaps, Chun-Ji commenced his work, striding towards the first beehive. A massive chunk of honey resided within the hive. With great care, Chun-Ji broke it off and removed it. This action had indeed stirred the hive. The golden tiger bees erupted into a frenzy, launching a relentless assault on him. However, Chun-Ji's protective suit was specifically designed to withstand their attacks. No matter how fiercely the bees struck, they could not pierce the suit to sting him. He placed the honey into one of the large bags and proceeded to the next hive. Bees from the first hive clung to Chun-Ji's protective suit, making him appear bulky. Yet, he dared not harm a single golden tiger bee, just as he worried about the exhaustion that would come from having bees clinging to him from every hive. He noticed that as he approached the second hive, all the bees from the first hive suddenly took flight, abandoning him. "Oh, is this a territorial behavior?" he pondered. "Once I enter the domain of the second hive, those from the first depart." This made his task considerably easier, alleviating his concerns about having all the bees swarm him. With renewed confidence, he continued to harvest honey from the second hive, then the third, and the fourth. Once his large bag was filled, he returned to hand the honey to Xiao Duan. Xiao Duan placed the honey into a specially designed large box, likely meant to preserve its quality. Chun-Ji had become quite adept at his task, working swiftly, especially since he was now working for himself, which heightened his efficiency. Despite being fully covered by the protective suit, the special materials allowed for excellent ventilation, preventing him from feeling stifled or overheated while harvesting honey. This provided him with a favorable working experience, and by noon, he had already collected honey from 78 hives, completing over half of the 120 hives. "Come, Chun-Ji, it's time for lunch," Xiao Duan called, presenting a spread of warm dishes laid out across 3 tables. The first table was occupied solely by Elders Wa, while the second table hosted 3 disciples. The third table, surrounded by a circle of over 10 disciples, awaited Chun-Ji's arrival to begin their meal. Chun Ji discreetly glanced over, noticing that the three at the second table wore inner sect attire adorned with the 7 stars emblem. Their table boasted a variety of dishes, including spirit rice and spirit meat, while Chen Ji's table, consisting of outer sect disciples, had only spirit rice and vegetables. This marked the first time since joining the 7 stars sect that he had enjoyed dishes beyond spirit rice. Chen Ji, you've worked hard all morning. Do eat more, Xiao Duan encouraged warmly, even helping him with his food. Chun Ji expressed his gratitude, knowing that he would undoubtedly fill his stomach with the abundant spirit rice before him. In no time, he devoured 4 overflowing bowls of spirit rice and a plate of vegetables, his belly quietly swelling. As everyone finished their meals and began to depart, Xiao Duan started to clear the dishes. Xiao Duan, may I assist you with the cleanup? Chun Ji offered. Oh no, Chun Ji, this is my responsibility. You should focus on gathering honey. Don't delay your task. If you fail to complete it, you won't earn any spirit stones. Xiao Duan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that his assistance was unnecessary. With that, everyone returned to their respective duties, dispersing after their meal. Xiao Duan, ever eager to ensure Chen Ji's progress, urged him to resume gathering honey. Chun Ji donned the protective suit once more and set out to collect honey. Thanks to his experience, the task became much easier. However, an unexpected incident occurred in the afternoon. While harvesting from the 119th hive, the strap on his leg loosened due to a day of labor, allowing an irate golden tiger bee to slip inside. He stung him fiercely on the calf. Chun Ji yelped in agony, his cry echoing throughout the apiary. Oh no! Chun Ji has been stung by a golden tiger bee. Xiao Duan was the first to react, recognizing the sound all too well. He had experienced the same excruciating pain on his first day as an outer sect disciple under Elder Zhua. He recalled how he had similarly screamed in torment. This is bad. Being stung by a golden tiger bee will instinctively lead to swatting it. According to Elder Zhua, that would mean mission failure. Xiao Duan lamented, realizing that Chen Ji's hard work would amount to nothing. Oh dear. Chun Ji, you've truly suffered a grave loss. Xiao Duan rushed out, grasping a black jar as he hurried towards Chun Ji. He remembered how, on the day he was stung, he had instinctively killed the bee that had attacked him, incurring Elder Zhua's wrath, as the bees were like children to him. Since that day, Xiao Duan had been relegated to the most arduous tasks, often treated poorly due to his past mistake. Chun Ji, you haven't even begun to cultivate your energy. Earning spirit stones is already so difficult, Xiao Duan thought, feeling a wave of sympathy for his fellow disciple. He had noticed Chen Ji had eaten 4 bowls of spirit rice at lunch, indicating his supply was running low. This poor child. Being stung by a golden tiger bee is excruciating, Xiao Duan lamented as he approached Chen Ji, who was crouched on the ground, clutching his calf, surrounded by the relentless golden tiger bees. Alas, it seems Chen Ji has indeed swatted the bee after being stung, Xiao Duan thought despairingly. Without hesitation, Xiao Duan rushed to remove the bags of honey from Chen Ji's sides and opened the black jar. Containing Elder Zhua's specially formulated ointment. It was designed to repel the enraged golden tiger bees and treat stings. As soon as the lid was removed, the bees clinging to Chen Ji took flight, dispersing instantly. Chun Ji, don't move. I will apply the ointment, Xiao Duan instructed gently, patting Chen Ji's back to alleviate his pain. Yet, from within his protective suit, Chun Ji exclaimed, Xiao Duan, the bee that stung me is still in my pant leg. You must find a way to release it. If that bee dies, my mission will fail. What? Xiao Duan froze in shock. You didn't kill the bee that stung you. How can you endure that? Of course not, Xiao Duan. I merely covered the bee with my hand to prevent it from stinging me again. Please be careful and help me get it out. Chun Ji's forehead was now slick with cold sweat. The pain from the sting unbearable. Why heavens? Chen Ji gritted his teeth, wishing to crush the bee. Yet the thought of failing the mission and losing the chance to earn spirit stones was unbearable. I cannot bring myself to kill it. With his hand pressed against the bee in his pant leg, he was grateful for Xiao Duan's assistance. This is agonizing, he thought, his shirt nearly soaked with sweat. Master, master, come quickly. The golden tiger bee in Chen Ji's pants had yet to perish. Please, master, come and help extract it, Xiao Duan shouted, summoning Elder Zhua. The gust of wind swept through, and Elder Zhua appeared before Chen Ji. Step aside, he commanded, signaling Xiao Duan to move out of the way. In an instant, Chun Ji found himself face to face with Elder Zhua, marveling at how swiftly he had arrived, a testament to his otherworldly abilities. Without hesitation, Elders began to unfasten the protective suit around Chanji's pant leg, instructing, "Release your grip." At this moment, trembling, he released his grip. He is really not dead. From a distance, Xiao Duan watched as Chanji let go. The golden tiger bee was indeed alive and buzzing with vitality. This golden tiger bee was an exotic spirit beast raised by Elders Hua. After stinging Chanji once, it could still attack again. The moment Chanji released his hold, the golden tiger bee was ready to assault him once more. Yet, it was swiftly captured by Elders Hua, whose hand shot out like lightning. Now, don't cause a fuss. Go on, he commanded. Strangely enough, the golden tiger bee, in Elders Hua's hand, behaved as docilely as a butterfly. After performing a graceful circle in the air, it returned to its hive. At this point, the area on Chanji's calf where he had been stung was already swollen, with a frightening red spot in the center. All right, let us apply some medicine. In AT's time, the poison will be neutralized, without any aftereffects. Elders Hua cast a penetrating glance at Chanji, seemingly surprised that he had not killed the bee that stung him. This surprise was tinged with a hint of delight. He glanced at the fidgeting Xiao Duan, his eyes clearly conveying, "Look at Chanji, who hasn't even begun to cultivate, yet he didn't kill the golden tiger bee that stung him. And here you are, already at the first stage of qi cultivation, yet you still managed to kill my little golden tiger bee." After a gust of wind, Elders Hua vanished. Xiao Duan quickly crouched down to retrieve the ointment from the black jar and applied it to Chanji's calf, gently rubbing it in to release its medicinal properties. "Do not fear, this ointment was personally concocted by my master. After a tea's time, you won't feel anything." Xiao Duan reassured him, as the ointment spread across the skin. A refreshing coolness enveloped it, gradually alleviating the excruciating pain. Truly, it was a marvelous medicine. At this moment, Chanji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Duan. I feel much better." Chapter 26. Warmth of the Heart. Elders Hua's lavish dinner. Xiao Duan nodded. "Just endure a bit longer. It will soon be completely swollen and painless. Why, Master's ointment is miraculous." Then, with great admiration, he inquired, "Chanji, how did you manage to refrain from killing the golden tiger bee that stung you?" Chanji grimaced. "I had to earn that piece of spirit stone. If I didn't earn it, I wouldn't be able to buy spirit rice and would go hungry. In simple terms, it was due to poverty. I truly appreciate your help, Brother Duan. You are truly kind." Upon hearing this, Xiao Duan couldn't help but nod emphatically. "Indeed, that's exactly it. I am simply not as poor as you, which is why I killed the bee that stung me." Chanji was momentarily taken aback. What was the logic in that? Could it be that Brother Duan had also been stung by a golden tiger bee? Unable to resist, he asked, "Have you been stung before?" "Yes, the first time I came here and was tasked with collecting honey. I was stung by a golden tiger bee, and I instinctively killed the one that stung me. Sigh, because of that incident, my master has never liked me. Now I finally understand why. Primarily, it was because I was not as poor as you and didn't need to rely on earning spirit stones to survive. Which is why I couldn't endure like you." Xiao Duan earnestly reflected on the matter, concluding that he was simply not as poor as Chanji. At this moment, the swelling on Chanji's calf had completely subsided, leaving only a slight ache. It's all good now. Chanji quickly tightened the straps of his protective clothing and double-checked the bindings on his wrists and ankles, then stood up to test his stung leg. Confirming that he was fine, "Brother Duan, I need to get back to work. I still have some honeycombs to collect before my task is complete. Thank you for taking care of me, Brother Duan. You are truly warm-hearted." Seeing Chanji eager to continue his work to finish his task, Xiao Duan nodded thoughtfully, muttering to himself, "Indeed, poverty drives you to work so hard." Xiao Duan seemed to have had an epiphany. He watched as Chanji limped along, carrying 2 large cloth bags to continue collecting honey. The setting sun cast its glow on him, and his small frame radiated a light born from the struggle against poverty. In that moment, Xiao Duan seemed to understand, "I will never grasp the willpower of the poor. Alas, what can I say, having been born into a wealthy family?" Xiao Duan pondered earnestly. Hearing Xiao Duan's words, Chanji stumbled slightly, almost falling. "Is this your epiphany?" Chanji shook his head, chuckling as he resumed collecting honey. Before sunset, Chanji successfully gathered honey from 120 hives. He was not fatigued, despite the interruption of being stung. Fortunately, Elder's ointment proved remarkably effective, alleviating the pain and completely eliminating the swelling. Brother Duan, this is the honey from the last hive. Please accept it. Chunji presented the honey to Xiao Duan, who had just emerged from the kitchen, still carrying the aroma of food. He seemed to be in high spirits, perhaps due to his newfound understanding. Receiving the final honey, he said, "Good. Chinshidi, take off your protective clothing and wait over there for dinner. Tonight, my master is serving special dishes. Wash your hands and use the restroom, and then prepare for a feast." Hee. Xiao Duan accepted the honey and went to find his master, Elder Zhua, to hand over the task, ensuring everything was in order. Meanwhile, Chunji folded his removed protective clothing and went to the restroom to wash his face and hands. He then approached Elder Zhua, saying, "Elder Zhua, the task has been completed. I have come to return the protective clothing." Chunji spoke respectfully. Elder Zhua had several golden tiger bees resting on his palm, looking at them with an expression of fondness, as if whispering infinite sweet nothings. Upon noticing Chunji's arrival, he spoke softly, as if afraid of startling him. "You did well. Tonight, enjoy an extra serving. Hand me your identity token. I'll mark your task as complete." Elder Zhua nodded. Chunji handed over the token from his waist. Elder Zhua infused it with spiritual energy, marking the task as complete and voiding it. For without voiding the task, Chunji could not accept another. "Here's your task reward, a piece of spirit stone. Now go, have dinner before you leave." Elders will return the identity token to Chunji. Chunji accepted the token and the additional piece of low-grade spirit stone with an expression of uncontainable delight. He had earned another spirit stone. Now I possess 3 spirit stones, a substantial fortune. In the mundane world, I could exchange these 3 spirit stones for a great deal of gold in our village. I would undoubtedly be a wealthy landowner. Chunji chuckled as he held the spirit stone. At that moment, Xiao Duan, who was busy serving food, caught sight of this scene and couldn't help but shake his head. "Indeed, I cannot comprehend the world of the poor. After a whole day of hard work, even stung by a golden tiger bee, earning a single spirit stone brings such joy. Truly, I am amazed. The reason I killed that golden tiger bee back then was primarily because I was not poor." Xiao Duan continued preparing the 3 tables of dishes, eventually inviting his master and the 3 inner disciples. Finally, he called out to a dozen outer disciples, "Chunji, come, dinner is served tonight. My master has prepared extra dishes. And there's meat." Xiao Duan beckoned to Chunji. Uncertain why, Xiao Duan felt a sense of kinship with this younger Chunji, who was working tirelessly to earn money without complaining of hardship. What a good child. He had yet to cultivate but was laboring so hard for a mere meal. Chunji jogged over, only daring to sit after the other outer disciples had taken their places. Sitting closely beside Xiao Duan, he glanced at the dinner spread before him. Wow, there was indeed meat. There were over a dozen leg bones from some spirit beast, each laden with an abundance of meat. Exceedingly tempting. Additionally, each person had a bowl of fragrant meat soup before them. So fragrant. Chunji couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiao Duan kept signaling Chunji with his eyes, indicating, "Wait a moment. Then eat to your heart's content." Chunji responded with a look that promised, "Absolutely. I won't hold back." None dared to pick up their chopsticks until Elder Zhua at the first table began to eat, followed by the 3 inner disciples at the second table, and only then did Chunji's table commence their meal. Each person could have a leg bone, so there was no need to fight over it. The other disciples at this table were in no rush to eat, but Xiao Duan was not courteous. He selected the largest, meatiest leg bone and handed it to Chunji. "Chunji, you were stung by the golden tiger bee today. Eat more to replenish your strength." The others merely smiled, showing they recognized Xiao Duan's good rapport with his fellow disciples. "Thank you, Brother Duan," Chunji replied. From the time he could remember, Chunji had never tasted such meat legs. Today, he was fortunate enough to feast on spirit beast meat. He took a hearty bite, and a nearly forgotten flavor of meat tantalized his taste buds. "Ah, this is truly delicious." Chapter 27. Eating meat. Completing the spirit beast peak task with Elder Zhua as Chunji sank his teeth into the unknown spirit beast leg, he had never imagined it would taste this exquisite. Unable to contain his genuine praise, he exclaimed in delight. Xiao Duan and the other disciples at the table turned to look at Chunji, only to see him chewing while tears streamed down his face. "Chunji, did I make the leg too salty?" Xiao Duan was startled and quickly took a bite of one himself. It was tea salty at all. It was just right. But why was he crying? An older female disciple nudged Xiao Duan with her leg. Shitty, you were born into a wealthy family and have never known what it's like for someone like Chen Ji. The female disciple hesitated, searching for the right words. Strive to avoid causing any harm to the ambitious Xiao Chenji. This child, who has never tasted meat before, is experiencing the sensation of eating meat for the very first time. So it would be best if you held your tongue for now, the senior sister remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Duan immediately comprehended the situation. It turns out that this was the first time Xiao Chenji had ever consumed meat in his life. His tears were not shed due to excessive saltiness, but rather because the flavor of the spirit beast meat was simply exquisite. Alas, I sincerely apologize, Chenji. I truly did not mean to cause this. The other senior brothers and sisters at the table. Upon witnessing Xiao Chenji's difficulty, feigned ignorance, engaging in jovial conversation and merriment, striving to spare him any embarrassment, Chenji silently wiped away his tears and savored the spirit beast leg meat in small bites. So this is what a wealthy life entails. How delightful meat can be. Chenji realized that everyone was intentionally downplaying the incident of him crying while eating meat to preserve his dignity. Indeed, kindness abounds, and good people are plentiful. After finishing every morsel of meat from the bone and drinking a bowl of meat soup, Chenji felt a bit full. He gazed longingly at the fragrant spirit rice, but found himself unable to consume more. Chenji was not a fool. He knew when he was truly unable to eat and would not force himself like a glutton. Yet, Xiao Duan, seated beside him, kindly suggested, Chenji, take this spirit rice home with you. We don't eat leftovers here anyway. Once everyone had finished their meal, there remained a considerable amount of spirit rice in the rice barrel. Xiao Duan found a fresh, large lotus leaf and skillfully wrapped the rice for Chenji, tying it up with a piece of twine and placing it snugly in his arms. It's just leftover food. Don't be picky. Take it home and eat it, Xiao Duan insisted, gently pushing Chenji towards the exit. Chenji wished to decline, but Xiao Duan had already ushered him outside. Come now, you were stung by a golden tiger bee today. It was the master's design to have meat for dinner. I'm deciding that you take this leftover rice home, go back and rest before nightfall. Xiao Duan winked at Chenji, signaling him to say no more and to hurry along. Chenji felt a surge of gratitude as he noticed that everyone, including Elder Zhua, was deliberately turning their backs to discuss matters, particularly the outer disciples at the table, who had scarcely touched their spirit rice. They had refrained from killing the golden tiger bee after witnessing Chenji endure its sting, partly out of admiration for his remarkable endurance at such a young age, and partly because they recognized how challenging it was for him, as he had yet to cultivate qi. The spirit meat was indeed beneficial for their cultivation, a privilege granted by Elder Zhua, while the spirit rice was intentionally saved for Chenji. Chenji was not so sensitive as to overreact. He held the large lotus leaf against his chest and nodded earnestly. Thank you all. His voice was soft as he turned to leave Elder's was apiary. Xiao Duan continued to watch him from behind. Each time Chenji glanced back, he would see Xiao Duan waving. Chenji, you must hasten to cultivate qi. Otherwise, you will struggle to establish yourself in the 7 Stars sect. Xiao Duan's words came from the heart. As he watched Chenji gradually recede into the distance, Xiao Duan kicked a small stone at his feet, muttering to himself, I hope Chenji does not become just another nameless outer disciple. I hope that 5 years from now, he will still remain on 7 Stars Peak. Entering the Qi cultivation stage is a fundamental prerequisite for enjoying a good life after joining the 7 Stars sect. Most tasks released require that the initiator be a disciple in the Qi cultivation stage. Chenji had been able to accept these 2 tasks mainly because most disciples had gone to Spirit Scorpion Island in search of fortune. Once they returned, it may become increasingly difficult for Chenji to find suitable tasks. Cultivate qi. I must seize the opportunity to cultivate qi. Now, with 3 low-grade spirit stones in hand, he had enough to purchase spirit rice. Coupled with the large bundle of spirit rice in his possession, it would suffice for 3 days. Chenji had already made up his mind. He would no longer accept tasks, but instead focus on closed-door cultivation. Even though the spiritual energy in his courtyard was thin, he believed that with a month's time, he could attempt to cultivate qi, right? With a heart full of gratitude toward Xiao Duan and the others at the Golden Tiger Bee site, he returned to his own courtyard. Glancing at the tightly shut door of his neighbor, Luo Juling, he resolved to strive for early qi cultivation. I will enter closed-door cultivation. just as Xiao Duan had said. Without qi cultivation in the Seven Stars sect, one would find it exceedingly difficult to progress. The sect would treat one as a mere errand boy. He couldn't help but cast another glance at the closed door of his other neighbor. Bai Wuxiang, thinking to himself, such a second-generation immortal likely does not worry over spirit rice. Does he? Alas, one cannot compare people. But I possess the Tower of Heavenly Connection, so I shall not fall behind too much. Chunji silently steeled his resolve, activating the formation with a talisman to completely seal off his courtyard. He stepped directly into the training room within the Tower of Heavenly Connection to begin his cultivation. A day in reality equals 10 days within the tower. The remaining spirit rice should be sufficient for my closed-door cultivation, as long as I do not delay collecting benefits next month or completing sect tasks. Let us give it a try. Hold your breath and push through to the first stage of qi cultivation. Chunji regarded Xiao Duan as a good person, and thus, the last words he spoke must have been sincere. Having resolved his immediate needs, the next step was to strive for qi cultivation. Since qi, completed. Guide qi, yet to succeed. Cultivate qi, temporarily unfeasible. Within the training room of the Tower of Heavenly Connection, Chunji commenced his formal closed-door cultivation for the first time in his life. Building upon the foundation of successfully sensing qi through 5 spiritual roots, he began to guide qi.in the training room of the Tower of Heavenly Connection. On the first day, he meditated to calm his mind and bring his body into optimal condition. By the 10th day, he had consolidated the sensing state of all 5 spiritual roots, truly achieving the sensing of qi through all 5. On the 11th day, Chunji attempted to guide qi through the first spiritual root but failed. By the 15th day, however, the first spiritual root finally exhibited a state of guided qi. On the 30th day, he had made ample preparations to make a concerted effort to guide qi through the first spiritual root. But the attempt ended in failure. On the 31st day, Chunji, undeterred, sought the cause of his failure in guiding qi. By the 35th day, he had finally identified the issue. The surrounding spiritual energy was insufficiently dense during his attempts to guide qi. He spent an entire day conducting experiments and discovered that the spiritual energy was most abundant at dawn. Hence, he resolved to utilize this time frame for his qi guiding efforts. Chapter 28. Skillfully Leveraging Forces. He finally stores the first wisp of spiritual energy in his qi. On the 37th day, at the moment when the sun began to rise, Chunji commenced his attempt to guide qi through the first spiritual root. Yet again, he faced failure. Investigating the reason, he realized that his lack of proficiency hindered his guiding efforts, leading him to practice tirelessly. This endeavor consumed nearly half a month. Finally, on the 50th day, everything was in place. At dawn, when the spiritual energy was most potent in his small courtyard, he successfully guided qi through the first spiritual root. Overwhelmed with joy at his success, he noticed the first spiritual root drawing spiritual energy into his body. He intended to store it in his qi as described in the basic qi cultivation method of the Seven Stars sect. However, that hard-won wisp of qi dissipated after circulating through his body. Unable to remain in the qi, Chunji had anticipated this outcome. If he could successfully store this wisp of spiritual energy in his qi for his own use, it would signify his entry into the first stage of qi cultivation. But how could such a feat be possible? It took his senior brother, Luo Juling, with 4 spiritual roots, an entire year to reach the first stage of qi cultivation. For me, with 5 spiritual roots, it is utterly impossible. Guiding qi should be similar to sensing qi. One must successfully guide qi through all 5 roots to be deemed successful. Chunji's expectations were not misplaced, as a cultivator with wasteful 5-element spiritual roots. His body resembled an insatiable vortex, requiring the simultaneous satisfaction of all 5 spiritual roots. He continued to guide qi. The beginning is always the hardest. With the successful guidance of the first spiritual root, the rest would be manageable. On the 100th day, Chunji successfully guided qi through the second spiritual root. On the 150th day, the 200th day, and the 250th day, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th spiritual roots were successively guided successfully. Thus, after 250 days, Chunji had successfully guided qi through all 5 spiritual roots. However, the process was not entirely stable. At times he could guide qi, while at other times he could not. He continued to consolidate his progress, spending another 30 days solidifying his ability to guide qi through all 5 roots. Finally, it took him a total of 280 days. Nearly 10 months to successfully guide Qi. That's why they say the five-element spiritual roots are wasteful, Chunji lamented. Considering the time he had spent on sensing Qi prior to this, he had dedicated a whole year solely to guiding Qi. Alas, he was uncertain about the next step in Qi cultivation. In the real world, 28 days had passed. On the 20th day, he had completely consumed all of his spirit rice. With no other option, Chunji ventured out, spending one low-grade spirit stone to purchase 30 pounds of spirit rice from the External Affairs Hall. Otherwise, he would have faced starvation long ago. With 30 pounds of spirit rice in hand, Chunji was able to continue his closed-door cultivation. According to the basic Qi cultivation method of the Seven Stars sect, after guiding Qi, one must store this spiritual energy in the Qi Sea, transforming it into a part of one's own body. When needed, it could be mobilized from within. For instance, using a storage bag, casting spells, setting up formations, and so forth would yield remarkable effect in daily life. One could constantly circulate spiritual energy through the meridians, gradually refining and purifying their physical body, transcending the ordinary and transforming into the extraordinary. The entire process is inextricably linked to the cleansing and refining of spiritual energy. Chunji attempted to store the guided spiritual energy in his Qi Sea, but failed. Despite multiple attempts, he encountered repeated failures. The spiritual energy simply refused to heed his commands, lingering wherever it pleased. Each time after successfully guiding Qi into his body, when he tried to exert control over it, it would dissipate on its own. On the 300th day, he still could not store the spiritual energy he had guided into his Qi Sea. Chunji was uncertain of the cause of his failure and had no choice but to revisit the basic Qi cultivation method of the Seven Stars sect. Again and again, I sought out my own issues while contemplating the methods of cultivation. Fortunately, Chunji had ample time to practice in the training room of the Tower of Heaven. By the 350th day, he had thoroughly memorized the basic Qi cultivation technique of the Seven Stars sect, able to recite it backward with ease. Yet, he still found himself unable to store spiritual energy in his sea of Qi. After leaving the training room for a breath of fresh air, he unexpectedly discovered that 3 plants of Tear Stargrass had sprouted in the 6-mu plot he had acquired from Elder Do. The 3 seeds of Tear Stargrass he had previously obtained had now flourished in the spiritual field. At this moment, the 3 plants bore plump seeds resembling ears of wheat. After 350 days of training, the 6-mu field had yielded its fruits. If he were to sell the Tear Stargrass, he might earn some spiritual stones. However, what if he were to plant the seeds from these 3 plants? Would he not harvest an entire 6-mu field of Tear Stargrass? There was no rush. He decided to let the Tear Stargrass mature a bit longer. Returning to the training room, Chunji continued his practice. Through diligently reciting the Qi cultivation technique, he realized that his methods and pathways were indeed correct. The primary reason he could not store spiritual energy in his sea of Qi was due to his own lack of proficiency. Cultivation, after all, is a gradual process, especially for someone like him, who had no mentor and relied solely on personal exploration. The journey was bound to be slower, often leading him down winding paths. On the 380th day, after 30 days of relentless honing and exertion in the training room, Chunji finally managed to coax a wisp of spiritual energy into his sea of Qi. However, it could not remain within the sea. Nevertheless, this was a significant advancement. Chunji understood that his direction and methods were correct. He merely needed to grit his teeth and persist. This was merely the first stage of Qi cultivation, requiring dedication to the Seven Stars sect's Qi cultivation technique. In the beginning, cultivation was a test of willpower, persistence, and the spirit to overcome all obstacles. On the 400th day, one morning as the sun rose, Chunji slowly guided a wisp of spiritual energy he had drawn into his body into his sea of Qi. He then utilized the Qi cultivation technique to gently direct this wisp of energy, attempting to make it linger within the sea. After countless failures, attempts, and further failures, Chunji, undeterred, finally succeeded on this momentous 400th day in storing that wisp of spiritual energy within his sea of Qi. This first wisp of spiritual energy settled obediently in the sea. Haha, I've succeeded. After 400 days, he had finally managed to store the first wisp of spiritual energy in his sea of Qi. Chunji laughed heartily in the training room, slapping his thigh in disbelief. With renewed vigor, he attempted to use this wisp of spiritual energy to refine his physical body. Chunji felt a surge of energy. He did not allow his success in storing a wisp of spiritual energy to make him complacent. He endeavored to transport this wisp of energy through his meridians. Success. Chen Ji could distinctly feel this wisp of spiritual energy moving through his body, a sensation of immense comfort. So, this was why those legendary immortals would retreat for 10 years. The process of transporting spiritual energy was an unparalleled delight, even more pleasurable than consuming an elixir. Chen Ji felt a warm sensation enveloping him, a comfort beyond words. What if I were to venture into the real world? A thought crossed his mind. Chapter 29. Initial breakthrough, 3 wisps of spiritual energy forming a bundle to ascend to the first stage of Qi cultivation. He immediately guided the wisp of spiritual energy within him. Discovering it remained intact, just as it had in the Tower of Heaven's training room. This brought him great relief. Everything within the Tower of Heaven's training room was indeed real and could manifest in the physical world. At this moment, Chen Ji was but a young man. Having successfully cultivated his first wisp of spiritual energy, he directed it into the meridians of his right hand. He then found a stone the size of a basin in the kitchen and delivered a powerful punch at it. Crack! Chen Ji felt an unprecedented force surge from his right hand, shattering the stone that he could never even budge before. Ha! So this is extraordinary power. I, Chen Ji, now possess extraordinary strength. After a moment of joy, he felt a pang of hunger. Cheerfully, he prepared a pot of spiritual rice and devoured it all. He then returned to the Tower of Heaven's training room to continue his practice. The basic Qi cultivation technique of the 7 Stars sect states, guide the energy into the sea of Qi. 3 wisps form a bundle, marking the entry into Qi cultivation, also referred to as the first stage of Qi cultivation. This means that at least 3 wisps of spiritual energy must be stored in the sea of Qi to achieve the first stage of Qi cultivation. Chen Ji intended to seize the moment and advance to the first stage as soon as possible. With the experience of having the first wisp of spiritual energy stored in his sea of Qi, he anticipated no significant barriers in acquiring the second and third wisps, only the need for diligent practice. On the 420th day, Chen Ji successfully stored the second wisp of spiritual energy in his sea of Qi. On the 440th day, he managed to store the third wisp. Indeed, the 3 wisps of spiritual energy intertwined within the sea, forming a bundle. Boom! Chen Ji felt a tremendous surge of energy throughout his body. As if a previously unseen door had swung open, he beheld a light that had never graced his vision before, as if something within him had been shaken loose. Finally, a corner of the layers of heavenly shackles began to unravel, letting forth a glimmer of hope. Both phenomena signified the same thing. Chen Ji had embarked on the path of cultivation. He had gained a slight chance to transcend his mortal shell and achieve greatness. This light symbolized Chen Ji's successful entry into the first stage of Qi cultivation, representing his breakthrough of a corner of the chains imposed by the heavenly laws upon the human body. Stepping into the ranks of cultivators, first stage of Qi cultivation, Chen Ji had finally succeeded in reaching the first stage after a grueling 440 days, equivalent to a year and 2 months of dedicated effort, thus opening a path uniquely his own in the realm of cultivation. He had anticipated that advancing to the first stage of Qi cultivation would bring about a grand elation. However, when that day truly arrived, he found himself surprisingly tranquil. Lying on the floor of the training room, he experienced a profound inner calm, starkly contrasting with the wild joy he had imagined would accompany his advancement. Perhaps this was due to the painstakingly gradual effort he had invested in achieving the first stage. Chen Ji allowed himself to lie still for a while. After some time, a strong feeling of hunger washed over him. It was time to venture out and see what awaited. Before leaving, he decided to check on the Tear Star grass in the spiritual herb field. Upon arriving at the 6 Mu plot, he was astonished by the sight before him. The original 3 plants of Tear Star grass had withered, yet a small cluster of over 30 new, mature plants had emerged. However, these 30-odd plants had yet to bear seeds. It seemed that, in due time, they would produce charming seeds. How delightful that they could thrive without any intervention. Before long, his 6 Mu herb field would be completely filled with Tear Star grass. When the time came to gauge the market, he would naturally know how to proceed. Chen Ji left the Tower of Heaven with great satisfaction and returned to the real world. In reality, 44 days had already passed. First, he needed to prepare a meal, followed by 2 essential tasks. One was to accept this month's sect mission, which was necessary to qualify for next month's benefits. and the other was to collect this month's sect rewards. How wonderful it was, upon exiting his seclusion, he would be entitled to new sect benefits. What bliss! Chunji hurriedly set about washing rice and cooking. Just as the aroma of food began to waft through the air, he heard a loud knocking at his door. Chunji, open the door quickly. You can't continue hiding away like this. It could lead to dire consequences. Outside stood Luo Juling, a familiar voice he had not heard in a long time. Hiding away? Dire consequences? What does that mean? Chunji hastily removed the pot of cooked spiritual rice from the stove to prevent it from burning, then took out the remaining firewood from the stove, pouring water over it to extinguish the flames for future use. Wiping his hands on his clothes, he quickly made his way to the door. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Juling continued to knock insistently. Chunji had no choice but to jog a few steps and call out, Brother Luo, please stop knocking. If you keep it up, you'll break the door. He quickly pulled the door open and saw Luo Juling standing outside, concern etched on his face. The moment the door swung open, Luo Juling placed a hand on Chunji's shoulder and asked, Chunji, you haven't gone into a state of demonic deviation, have you? Huh? Demonic deviation? Why do you ask? Chunji scratched his head in confusion, chuckling. Brother Luo, why do you say that? Luo Juling observed Chunji's normal complexion. Devoid of any signs of demonic deviation, in fact, he appeared stronger than before. During his time at the Seven Stars sect, daily consumption of spiritual rice had made Chunji's physique noticeably healthier. Shedding the pallor of malnutrition, he now radiated vitality, embodying the vigor of youth. Seeing that Chunji was well, Luo Juling finally relaxed and sat down on the threshold, exclaiming dramatically, Oh dear, this is all your fault. Chunji, how many days has it been since you last stepped outside? It's been over 40 days, hasn't it? I completed my sect mission and returned from outside, only to find you had begun your seclusion. It was only yesterday when I encountered Sister Lu Wanner nearby. She saw me loitering at your door and, knowing I was concerned about you, kindly reminded me that you hadn't come out in over 40 days. That's when I feared you might have gone into demonic deviation and hurried over to knock on your door. Chinshidi, I understand your eagerness to cultivate your chi, but such relentless seclusion could drive you to madness. You'd have reached the first level of chi cultivation? Luo Juling gazed at Chunji, who had just entered the first level of chi cultivation, as if she were staring at a monster. She patted his arm, examining him closely. Chinshidi, are you certain you possess a 5-element spiritual root? Luo Juling could scarcely believe her eyes. It had taken her over a year to reach the first level with her 4-element root. How could Chunji, with his 5-element root, progress so much faster? Chunji had already prepared his explanation. Luo Shixiang, before I joined the Seven Stars sect, I accidentally consumed a spirit herb on a mountain. My spiritual root is likely related to that herb, and entering the first level of chi cultivation is probably due to the residual medicinal properties within me. Although he was reluctant to deceive Luo Juling, Chunji felt compelled to provide a universally acceptable reason for his rapid advancement into the first level of chi cultivation. Chapter 30. Concern and Misunderstanding. Luo Juling mistakenly believes Chunji has gone astray upon hearing Chunji's words. A look of enlightenment washed over Luo Juling's face. She slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Indeed, one cannot underestimate the significance of wealth, method, companion, and location in cultivation. The spirit herb you inadvertently consumed is your fortune, your wealth. Congratulations, Chinshidi. On officially entering the first level of chi cultivation, you have now secured your place within the sect. Chunji felt a weight lift from his heart as he saw that Luo Juling believed him without a hint of doubt. It was only then that he remembered Luo Juling had been out on a mission. He quickly inquired, Luo Shixiang, have you completed your sect mission? Luo Juling chuckled, Yes, I completed it smoothly, and by sheer chance. I have also advanced to the second level of chi cultivation. Then I congratulate you, Luo Shixiang. That is truly joyous news. Hehe, Chinshidi, let us celebrate together. By the way, how did you come to know Sister Lu Wanner from the Lu family? The mention of Lu Wanner caused Luo Juling's face to flush slightly. Being still young, Chunji was oblivious to such matters between men and women, so he recounted the circumstances of their chance encounter in detail. Oh, so that's how it is. Sister Lu is indeed a wonderful person and a beauty, Luo Juling murmured, as if fearing Chunji might overhear. Just then, Chunji's stomach growled audibly. Luo Shixiang, I am hungry. Luo Juling burst into laughter. Chunji, you should go eat first. will gather at the entrance shortly. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the places designated for disciples at the first level of Qi cultivation. That's great, Luo Shixiang. I was just pondering what to do next. Shall we eat spirit rice together? No, I've already eaten. You go ahead. I'll see you shortly. All right, Luo Shixiang. With that, Chen Ji, feeling at ease, bid farewell to the newly arrived Luo Jiling and hastily made his way to the courtyard of the outer disciples in the 9th room of the 3rd row. The door was ajar, and the lovely Lu Wanner was feeding her hawk with a piece of spirit beast meat. Being her own hawk, she took great care in its nourishment, providing only the finest meat. The moment Luo Jiling spotted Lu Wanner, his face turned crimson. He earnestly straightened his clothes and even discreetly wet his hands to tidy his hair. He gently knocked on the door. Turning to see Luo Jiling, Lu Wanner smiled and said, "Ah, it's Luo Shidi. What brings you here? Please, come in." As Luo Jiling entered her courtyard, he found himself unusually flustered before Lu Wanner, who usually exuded a carefree demeanor. His face slightly reddened as he stammered out, "Sister Lu, I just wanted to let you know that Qinji is fine." Lu Wanner continued to tend to her hawk and nodded in acknowledgement. "That's good to hear. That little Qinji is quite polite and nice." With that, the conversation fell into an awkward silence. However, Lu Wanner remained oblivious to the tension, diligently feeding her hawk. Luo Jiling felt at a loss for words in her presence, wishing he could dig a hole in the ground to hide. He finally muttered, "Sister Lu, I should be going now." Without turning back, Lu Wanner replied, "All right, thank you for coming to inform me, Luo Shidi." Luo Jiling stole a glance at Lu Wanner's profile, thinking to himself, "So beautiful." As his heart raced, he hurriedly left her courtyard, feeling exhilarated. Hee, today I've spoken more with Sister Lu than ever before. Sister Lu was always warm-hearted, and Chen Ji was the youngest among the outer disciples. It was only natural for Sister Lu to care for him. In the future, I can often initiate conversations with Sister Lu under the pretext of discussing Chen Ji. Luo Jiling felt a tickling sensation in his heart, wishing he could live next door to Lu Wanner and see her every day. "Luo Shixiang, I'm full now. Please take me to familiarize myself with the matters concerning our sect after entering the first level of Qi cultivation." Just as Chen Ji stepped out of the courtyard, he happily said to Luo Jiling that, "Of course, let us go to the External Affairs Hall to collect your benefits for this month." "Right? I completely forgot to claim my benefits while I was in seclusion this month." As they walked and chatted, Chen Ji and Luo Jiling arrived at the External Affairs Hall. Luo Jiling said, "I need to visit the Talisman Hall to purchase some talismans for protection. You go ahead and collect your monthly benefits first. Then head to the Merit Hall to receive your sect mission for the 2nd month and check if there are any urgent deadlines. Let us meet back here afterward. I'll show you around the sect." Talisman for protection? This is the first time I've heard of talismans, Chen Ji thought to himself. He was eager to see what talismans were once Luo Jiling returned. The two parted ways at the External Affairs Hall. Chen Ji queued patiently until it was his turn. Finally, the steward, without lifting his head, asked, "What do you need?" "Steward, I am here to collect my benefits." Chen Ji presented his identity token. The steward tossed the token into the smooth stone wall behind him, which displayed Chen Ji's information. Name: Chen Ji, age, 12 years and 4 months. Spiritual root, 5-element root, realm, 1st level of Qi cultivation, affiliation, Spirit Beast Peak. Contribution points, 0. Sect mission, not completed this month. Eligible for 1 low-grade spirit stone, 10 pounds of spirit rice. Current tasks, none. Chen Ji examined his information on the stone wall, particularly the realm section, which now indicated he had reached the 1st level of Qi cultivation. His heart raced with excitement. The sect's methods were indeed impressive, as his identity token displayed his status immediately after entering the 1st level of Qi cultivation. Truly remarkable, he marveled. The steward handed Chen Ji a low-grade spirit stone and a bag of 10 pounds of spirit rice. "This is your benefit for this month. Take it." "Thank you, steward." Chen Ji accepted the spirit stone and spirit rice, and the steward simply called, "Next." Chen Ji discreetly stashed the spirit stone in his Tongtian tower when no one was watching. Hee, now I have 3 low-grade spirit stones. Carrying the 10 pounds of spirit rice, he made his way to the Merit Hall on the floating island. The Merit Hall was bustling with disciples. And from a distance, Chen Ji could hear the voice of the overly efficient, punctual steward with a beard. "Hurry up, next, move quickly, have your identity tokens ready?" Chen Ji smiled and positioned himself in the line for the bearded steward. Although this line was the longest, it was also the most efficient, moving swiftly. After a short wait, it was Chen Ji's turn. He prepared his token and handed it over. "Steward, I am here to collect my sect mission for this month." The bearded steward glanced at Chen Ji upon hearing his voice and nodded slightly to Ah. This lad has been in seclusion for several days to break through to the first level of Qi cultivation. Not bad, not bad. Successfully entering the first level means he can stand firm in the sect. Let me see what tasks are suitable for you. The sect typically offered favorable tasks for disciples who had just joined within the first 3 months, making them relatively easier to complete. The bearded steward carefully searched through the task list on the stone wall. Chapter 31. Entry Threshold. New benefits unlocked upon reaching the first level of Qi cultivation after a while. The bearded steward found a task and pointed it out, saying, "How about this one? Spirit Beast Peak. Clean and tidy the nest of the young hawks. Completion reward, 2 low-grade spirit stones, and it will count as fulfilling this month as sect mission." Task requirements. First level of Qi cultivation or above, to be completed within 10 days. This task had been posted for several days without being claimed, as disciples who had not reached the first level could not accept it. Those who had already reached the first level found the task too dirty and laborious for the meager reward of spirit stones and were unwilling to take it on. Therefore, Elder Fei from Spirit Beast Peak had raised the reward by 1 low-grade spirit stone and made it count as fulfilling this month as sect mission. The steward recalled that Chen Ji was a disciple of Spirit Beast Peak, suggesting that taking on more tasks from the elders of this peak would be beneficial for his communication with them. This last remark was crucial, and Chen Ji immediately grasped the steward's subtle hint. He promptly replied, "I shall accept this task, thank you, steward. All right, I will register you for it." The steward marked the task, and it promptly disappeared from the list. In lieu of that, the identity plaque of Chen Ji underwent a transformation with respect to both the sect's missions and the current taskbar. Chen Ji took the plaque into his hands. Nodding firmly at the steward before turning to depart, he made his way to the outskirts of the floating island, selecting a spot to sit quietly as he awaited Luo Juling. This was the designated meeting place for the two of them, offering an unobstructed view of the sky where disciples of the 7 stars sect flitted about. Some rode avian creatures, while others steered bronze chariots or soared through the air on swords. Each individual flew at their own altitude, causing no inconvenience to one another. In the bustling External Affairs Hall and the Merit Hall, hurried disciples scurried about, accepting tasks, claiming benefits, and handing over missions, all striving to elevate their cultivation levels more swiftly. Each was diligently engaged in their own pursuits, as the entire sect basked in the nourishing aura of spiritual energy and sunlight, exuding an ethereal ambience. In that moment, Chen Ji felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and happiness. How could it be that I, Chen Ji, once a destitute orphan forced to gather jade daily, have transformed into a disciple of an immortal sect? To enjoy meals of spiritual rice each day is truly a fortune bestowed upon me by my ancestors. He gently patted the 10 pounds of spiritual rice he had just received, his heart swelling with gratitude like never before. Of course, following that gratitude came a burning desire for progress. With so many disciples of the sect diligently advancing on their cultivation paths, he, a mere junior disciple at the first level of Qi refining, must strive to elevate his own realm as well. In that moment, Chen Ji felt invigorated. Compared to his previous life, this existence had already realized the dreams of an immortal. Particularly easily satisfied, Chen Ji was in high spirits. After a brief wait, Luo Juling finally approached. Grabbing Chen Ji's arm, he inquired, "Have you claimed your tasks and benefits?" "Yes, senior brother Luo. I have claimed them all. Come, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the places you should visit after entering the Qi refining stage." Luo Juling appeared to be in exceptionally good spirits, perhaps due to having exchanged a few words with his idealized goddess. Lu Honor, that morning, junior brother Chen, one of the most significant changes after reaching the first level of Qi refining is that you can attend the elders' lectures on cultivation. Cultivation lectures. Chen Ji perked up at once. He knew all too well how arduous it was to navigate the path of cultivation alone. It had taken him over 400 days to gradually progress from sensing Qi to guiding Qi, and then to refining Qi. If someone could provide guidance, it would save Chen Ji from taking many unnecessary detours, which would be crucial for his cultivation, and indeed for anyone's cultivation. After all, who wouldn't wish for a renowned mentor on their path to cultivation? Senior brother Luo, could you elaborate on what these cultivation lectures entail? Chen Ji's interest was immediately piqued as he grasped Luo Juling's sleeve and asked eagerly, "Junior brother Chen, No need to be so impatient. Let's walk while we talk and head first to the scripture pavilion. Thus, Luo Jilin began to explain the details of the cultivation lectures. The cultivation lectures are divided into free and paid categories. The free lectures are available to any disciple who has reached the first level of qi refining, allowing them to listen to the teachings of inner disciples and elders of the sect. Generally, these lectures are further divided into foundational and specialized courses. The foundational courses address common bottlenecks encountered during cultivation, such as the daily manipulation of spiritual energy. The specialized courses, in simple terms, encompass the 100 arts of cultivation. This refers to the various techniques and skills outside of the cultivation methods and spells that can generate spiritual stones. For instance, the Spirit Beast Peak excels in nurturing spirit beasts, among others, including spirit herbalists, talisman masters, alchemists, weapon refiners, and formation masters, all of which are skills within the 100 arts of cultivation. As for the paid courses, they generally require a fee in spiritual stones if one wishes to leave the Spirit Beast Peak to attend lectures from other elders, such as those on spirit herbs or weapon refining. After all, these teachings are the fruits of the instructor's labor, and non-disciples from other peaks must pay a fee to attend. The payment of spiritual stones signifies respect for the instructors and serves as a token of appreciation for their efforts. This has been a long-standing tradition and rule within the Seven Stars sect, which everyone adheres to. Therefore, Chen Ji, at this stage, as a disciple with limited spiritual stones, should focus on attending the free lectures at his own Spirit Beast Peak. If he can cultivate the skill of nurturing spirit beasts, he will be well-positioned regardless of whether he gains entry into the inner sect. Just think, how many disciples would wish to have a hawk or falcon nurtured by our Spirit Beast Peak? Flying about to accept tasks would save them considerable time for cultivation. I see, Chen Ji thought, quickly grasping the basic concept of the cultivation lectures. Excellent. I can attend the lectures at my Spirit Beast Peak for free. Chen Ji smiled, convinced that he would indeed attend the free courses at the Spirit Beast Peak. Moreover, within his sky tower, there was a Spirit Beast Garden yet to be opened. If he could acquire relevant knowledge about nurturing spirit beasts at the Spirit Beast Peak, he could, at an appropriate time, raise some spirit beasts. What a delightful prospect. Absolutely. The cultivation lectures at our Spirit Beast Peak are held on the 1st, 11th, 21st, and 31st of each month. Just be sure to check the schedule at Heart of Understanding Hall in the middle section of the Spirit Beast Peak ahead of time. Luo Jilin advised. Chen Ji committed the location of the Heart of Understanding Hall in the Spirit Beast Peak to memory. Chapter 32. A visit to the market. Chen Ji's first time at the Seven Stars Sect Market. Luo Jilin led Chen Ji along the corridor bridge to a large floating island known as the Scripture Pavilion. Disciples entering and exiting were remarkably quiet. Luo Jilin gestured toward this floating island and explained, upon entering the sect, outer disciples will be provided with the Seven Stars Sect Basic Qi Refining Formula. This formula is of low yellow tier, a common resource accessible to everyone, so it's not particularly valuable. Hence, those cultivators with the means will expend contribution points and spiritual stones to select superior formulas and spells, naturally seeking better prospects for their cultivation. Remember, in our Seven Stars sect, anything of quality cannot simply be purchased with spiritual stones. Contribution points are also required. Everyone strives to earn contribution points to repay the sect. Last month, I was out for over a month completing a task, and upon completion, I received both spiritual stones and contribution points as rewards. Within the sect, contribution points can be traded and are far more valuable than spiritual stones. So, Junior Brother Chin, if you earn contribution points in the future, be sure to save them well. Contribution points. Chen Ji noted this important piece of information. So, it turns out that contribution points hold such significance within the sect. Senior Brother Luo, how does one earn contribution points? There are several primary methods to earn contribution points. First, by completing sect tasks that are challenging yet rewarding in contribution points, like the task I completed previously. Second, by fulfilling tasks assigned by elders and peak masters that also offer contribution points as rewards. This is quite straightforward. Third, by making significant contributions to the sect, which may warrant direct rewards and contribution points. For instance, a disciple from the Spirit Sword Peak recently returned from Spirit Scorpion Island and presented treasures acquired there to the sect, earning a substantial amount of contribution points. Lastly, by holding positions in crucial and dangerous areas of the sect, such as the Law Enforcement Hall, one will also receive contribution points as rewards. These are the 4 primary methods. There may be others, but I'm not entirely clear on them. After observing the scripture pavilion for a time, the two departed. Next, Luo Jilin took Chunji to the Talisman Hall and the Alchemy Hall. Junior brother Chen, why have I brought you to these two places? Because these locations are just as vital for us disciples as the External Affairs Hall and the Merit Hall. The cultivation world is ruthless. Once we leave the gates of the Seven Stars sect, we will face external threats such as demonic beasts, malevolent cultivators, and rogue practitioners. Thus, having talismans for defense and life-saving elixirs is of utmost importance. At the Talisman Hall and Alchemy Hall, basic talismans and elixirs can be purchased with spiritual stones, but higher-grade ones will require both contribution points and spiritual stones. At our current stage, we only need to procure some foundational defensive and life-saving items. Therefore, you must remember these two places, as you will be visiting them frequently. Chunji silently noted the locations of these two floating islands and secretly resolved, as long as it's possible, I shall remain within the sect. How wonderful it is to have the protection of the sect. I have no desire to venture outside into danger. Senior brother Luo, I have memorized their locations. Chunji nodded earnestly. Luo Jilin continued, Come, there's one more place I must take you to see. This is a location you will frequently visit once your cultivation level rises. What is it? Chunji inquired. It is our sect's market. A market? This was the first time Chunji had heard of such a place. What exactly is a market? In simple terms, it is a place where disciples can engage in legal trading. I inquired, Chunji, during your retreat, did you purchase spirit rice with spirit stones? Otherwise, the 10 pounds of spirit rice you collected over 40 days ago would certainly be insufficient. Indeed, Senior Brother Luo, Chunji replied. I expended a low-grade spirit stone to procure 30 pounds of spirit rice from the Outer Affairs Hall. Chunji nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Jilin then remarked with an enigmatic smile, Do you know how much spirit rice of the same quality you can acquire for a single spirit stone at the Seven Star Sect's marketplace? Huh? Senior Brother Luo, how much can one buy? At the Seven Star Sect's marketplace, a low-grade spirit stone can procure 36 pounds of spirit rice of equivalent quality, which is a full 6 pounds more than at the Outer Affairs Hall. What? A single spirit stone can purchase 36 pounds of spirit rice. Chunji felt as if he had suffered a great loss. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I could have gone to the marketplace instead. Thus wasting 6 pounds of spirit rice, he lamented. What a significant loss. Observing Chunji's somewhat greedy demeanor, Luo Jilin chuckled. This is my fault for not informing you earlier. Come, let us explore the marketplace together. The two traversed to a vast open space at the foot of a mountain. Above the entrance hung a sign emblazoned with the words Seven Star Sect Marketplace. At the entrance lay a colossal beast. Neither lion nor tiger, peacefully slumbering. This is the spirit beast of our Seven Star Sect Marketplace, known as the Falling Fire Golden-Eye Beast. Anyone entering the marketplace must wear their identity badge. Otherwise, this Falling Fire Golden-Eye Beast will attack. Come now, let us enter. Luo Jilin glanced at the identity badges hanging from their waists before confidently stepping inside. Junior Brother Chen, remember, this marketplace is a venue for our disciples to engage in mutual trade. Thus, transactions may only occur by mutual consent. Coercive buying and selling are strictly prohibited, as it is against the rules. Luo Jilin reiterated a few more points. I shall go over there to see if I can find the flame talisman I desire. Junior Brother Chen, feel free to wander around. Let us reconvene at the entrance in an hour. All right, Senior Brother Luo, you may attend to your business. I shall meander about. Chunji, preoccupied with his own thoughts, found it fortuitous that Luo Jilin had departed. The marketplace was expansive, divided into various sections: the talisman area, pill area, spirit herb area, auction area, and ghost market area, among others. Chunji made a beeline for the spirit herb area. There, he encountered 2 rows of small houses adorned with various signs indicating items for purchase or sale. After perusing each sign, Chunji grasped the trading methods within the marketplace. In essence, it was a space where disciples could trade amongst themselves without strict pricing requirements. As long as both parties were satisfied, transactions could proceed. As Chunji wandered, he eventually arrived at a small house labeled, seeking to purchase 10-year-old Tear Star Grass. Excuse me, Senior Brother, what is the price for Tear Star Grass? Chunji inquired. Inside the small house was a sprightly disciple who, upon noticing a visitor, promptly responded, Ah, so you have Tear Star Grass to sell. We accept Tear Star Grass of 10 years or older. The older the grass, the higher the price. A 10-year-old Tear Star Grass fetches 1 low-grade spirit stone per stalk. while a 20-year-old one commands 10 low-grade spirit stones. Do you possess any? Chunji pondered for a moment and then replied, My brother recently discovered 3 stalks of tear star grass in a cave during a mission. Would you be interested in purchasing them? Chunji feigned rummaging through his belongings, but in reality, he had casually plucked 3 stalks of tear star grass from the spirit herb garden within the heavenly tower and presented them to the disciple. The disciple took the 3 stalks, examined them closely, and exclaimed in wonder, Indeed, these tear star grass stalks originated from a cave. They are remarkably preserved and exude rich spiritual energy. Alas, they are only 10 years old. We will purchase these 3 stalks at 5 low-grade spirit stones each, totaling 15 low-grade spirit stones. What say you? Upon hearing this, Chunji felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to breathe, his expression one of incredulity. I merely plucked 3 stalks from my 6-acre spirit field, and I can exchange them for 15 low-grade spirit stones. I'm truly wealthy now. Chunji's heart raced as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. Observing Chunji's stunned silence, the disciple assumed he was dissatisfied with the price and thought to himself, these stalks must have been sourced from a cave. Otherwise, cultivated ones could not possess such dense spiritual energy. I must acquire these 3 stalks, he resolved, deciding to offer a little more. Senior brother, are you unhappy with the price? Chunji swiftly regained his composure and tentatively replied, My brother specifically instructed me that this tear star grass was not easy to procure from that cave and should be sold for a higher price. What? I can still negotiate for a higher price. Chunji, of course, would not allow this opportunity for spirit stones to slip away. Every additional stone mattered. The disciple nodded, Very well, in the spirit of friendship. I shall offer you 3 additional spirit stones, totaling 18 low-grade spirit stones, and no more than that, for if you sell to the sect, it would likely only be worth 10 stones. Chunji feigned a pained expression, slowly responding, All right, let us settle on that. My brother is in urgent need of spirit stones. The disciple, elated by Chunji's agreement, promptly counted out 18 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to him. He then placed the 3 stalks of tear star grass into a specially crafted box to contain their medicinal properties and smiled. Senior brother, tear star grass typically grows in clusters. Your brother must have more of it. The price I offered is unmatched throughout the entire marketplace. Should you wish to sell more, feel free to seek me out, and I shall offer you the same price. The older the grass, the more valuable. Chunji nodded thoughtfully. Oh, my brother likely has even older ones. He mentioned he was reluctant to sell for now, intending to wait until he needs spirit stones. The disciple was even more delighted to hear this. Excellent. I look forward to our next collaboration, senior brother. Please take care. Chunji's possession of more aged tear star grass stemmed from his uncertainty regarding the growth of the tear star grass in his spirit herb garden within the heavenly tower. He decided to keep some options open. Moreover, it was common for disciples of the 7-star sect to seek opportunities in caves and abandoned lairs, so finding a few stalks of tear star grass was hardly extraordinary. Chunji was not concerned about being targeted by this disciple. It was simply not worth it. The 7-star sect was flourishing, and incidents of murder and robbery were virtually non-existent. With 18 low-grade spirit stones in hand, Chunji discreetly stored them within the heavenly tower when no one was watching. Suddenly, he had become quite wealthy, possessing 21 spirit stones. Elated beyond measure, he next ventured to the talisman area to browse. Should I purchase some talismans for self-defense? He pondered, but then dismissed the idea, feeling he would not be leaving the 7-star sect anytime soon. If the need arose, he could always return to buy talismans later, and purchasing them now might attract unwanted attention. He then wandered into the pill area, where he fortuitously encountered Luo Jiling, who was in the midst of purchasing pills. Upon seeing Chunji, Luo Jiling smiled. Junior brother Chen, speaking of pills, I have some insights to share with you. Please, senior brother, enlighten me. Pills can save lives and enhance the speed of cultivation. However, excessive consumption can lead to drug resistance, and relying solely on pills for cultivation can create instability in one's realm, hindering future progress. Thus, the disciples of the 4 major cultivation families and the elders strictly prohibit the use of pills to artificially inflate their cultivation levels. You must remember this, I see, Chunji reflected, finding this reasoning quite sound. Before he could respond, a mocking voice echoed from behind them. 2 worthless spirit roots, mere mud-legged paupers, studying how to consume pills to elevate their cultivation levels. Haha. How utterly laughable. A group of individuals approached, led by a youth with a bloated face, clearly indulging in excesses of drink and debauchery. Surrounded by a throng of sycophants, the youth deliberately jostled Chen Ji as he passed, casting a disdainful glance at both him and Luo Juling before snorting derisively and continuing on his way. Humph. Relying on one's status as a second-generation immortal. Truly a bully. Luo Juling cursed once they had departed. In contrast, Chen Ji appeared unfazed by the encounter, his expression devoid of any visible emotion. This 12-year-old boy exhibited a composure and tranquility that belied his age. Junior brother Chen, you were ridiculed and bumped into. Are you not the least bit angry? Luo Juling inquired, puzzled. Chen Ji gazed at the departing group and replied nonchalantly, it matters not. Such people are everywhere. We cannot contend with them, nor should we provoke them. Next time, we shall simply avoid them. There is no need to care. Come, senior brother, let us proceed to the next location. His indifference was palpable, even in his tone, which remained remarkably calm, devoid of any hint of agitation. Goodness, how stable are my emotions, junior brother Chen. I truly must learn from him. I am too prone to emotional outbursts, a habit I must amend. Chen Ji is indeed my mentor, Luo Juling mused to himself. Pursuing Chen Ji, he led him to another location. Junior brother Chen, I have already shown you all the good places. Come, I shall now take you to a rather undesirable one, the Law Enforcement Hall. This is the place where all errant disciples are punished, possessing terrifying combat prowess and an unwavering standard of justice. As you currently practice at the first level of Qi refinement, you may face the Law Enforcement Hall in the future. Let us take a look and instill within you a greater sense of reverence. As long as you adhere to the daily conduct as per the 7-star sect's rules and regulations, you shall not attract the attention of the Law Enforcement Hall. Luo Juling, with good intentions, brought him to experience the unyielding nature and dread of the Law Enforcement Hall beforehand, ensuring that Chen Ji would be left with a profound impression, lest he inadvertently transgress the 7-star sect's rules and regulations and find himself facing punishment too late. Do you see those two uniquely shaped small peaks in the sky, distinct from the 7 major peaks? One resembles a sword, the other a shield. The sword-like peak is where the Law Enforcement Hall is situated, while the shield-like peak houses the Guardian Hall. Chapter 34. Awe and Wonder. The first sight of the sword and shield of the 7-star sect Chen Ji gazed over, once again struck by the exquisite beauty of the 7-star sect's celestial abode. In the distance, 2 oddly shaped peaks floated in the air. One shot up like a sword piercing the heavens. This sword was incredibly symbolic, its tip pointing skyward as if prepared to confront all acts of lawlessness. The sword-like peak emanated an aura of terrifying killing intent, just and formidable, as if it could draw its blade at the slightest provocation. This is the sword of the 7-star sect, the Law Enforcement Hall. Now, looking at the other peak, it presented a stark contrast, a simple yet sturdy shield. Unlike the sharpness and ruthlessness of the sword, this heavy shield offered a sense of security, suggesting that beneath its protection, one could cultivate in peace, free from concerns for safety. This is the shield of the 7-star sect, the Guardian Hall. Upon witnessing the Law Enforcement Hall and the Guardian Hall, Chen Ji, much like all the other disciples experiencing this for the first time, felt overwhelmed. Luo Juling bowed respectfully to the 2 peaks and said, with the Law Enforcement Hall and the Guardian Hall in place, we disciples of the 7-star sect can cultivate with peace of mind. The elders and senior brothers and sisters within these halls bear the burdens of darkness for us. With their presence, we are safe. How do you feel, Chen Ji, witnessing the locations of the Law Enforcement Hall and the Guardian Hall? Are you not awestruck by the divine craftsmanship of the celestial sect? Chen Ji was pulled back from his reverie by Luo Juling's voice, swallowing hard and responding, indeed, it is a profound shock. One that is beyond words. At that moment, many disciples were bustling about the 2 peaks, and Chen Ji felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. He thought to himself, if only one day I could join these 2 peaks. Luo Juling patted Chen Ji's shoulder and said, come, junior brother Chen. It suffices that we express enough respect here. We should return and devote ourselves to our cultivation. That is the greatest way to repay our sect. Chen Ji nodded and followed Luo Juling away from the site. Along the way, he remained in awe of the 7-star sect's marvels, lost in thought. Luo Juling, noticing Chen Ji's contemplative mood, quietly accompanied him until they arrived at the residence of the outer disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak. Suddenly, Chunji remembered something and said, "Senior Brother Luo, I have accepted a sect mission this month to the Spirit Beast Peak's Eagle Falcon Peak to clean the nests of the Eagle Falcon chicks. Do you know the way to Eagle Falcon Peak?" Luo Jiling chuckled at the mention of the task, pinching his nose and replied, "Ah, that task. I did it a year ago. Senior disciples generally avoid it. Only new disciples take it on. It is indeed a simple task, but it can be quite odorous, haha. You will need to wash several times to rid yourself of the smell. Just go out from here. Turn right and follow the widest path straight ahead. Eagle Falcon Peak is the steepest among the branches of our Spirit Beast Peak. You will see it right away. Off you go, off you go. Completing your sect mission is the right thing to do." Luo Jiling then discreetly glanced toward Lu Wanner's residence, and seeing that there was no movement from her, he returned to his own quarters. Observing Chunji hastily heading to Eagle Falcon Peak, Luo Jiling mused to himself, "Alas, why do I not have the fortune to stumble upon spirit herbs? It seems that Chunji is indeed favored by fate. This time, I purchased a high-quality yellow tear spell from the Scripture Pavilion. I must practice it well in the coming days while I am not too busy, haha. The cost of this spell is exorbitant. It pains me." Following Luo Jiling's directions, Chunji soon found Eagle Falcon Peak. As Luo Jiling had indicated, it was indeed the steepest of the Spirit Beast Peak's branch peaks, providing an ideal locale for spirit birds to soar and land. The further he ventured, the more various flying creatures he encountered, with the predominant species being eagle falcons, which were likely one of the primary spirit birds cultivated at the Spirit Beast Peak. Chunji ascended the rugged mountain path, which was quite steep, with many sections almost vertical. Yet at this moment, he felt no fatigue. In the past, such a climb would have left him drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Now, however, he felt as if he were walking on level ground, his heart steady, his breath untroubled, with his muscles and limbs working in perfect harmony. How wonderful! This is the benefit of cultivation, he thought as he ascended the mountain with ease. Along the way, he encountered numerous disciples, all hurrying past him toward Eagle Falcon Peak. Finally, he reached the summit of Eagle Falcon Peak, where there lay an expansive flat area. Here, around 20 independent 3- and 5-story houses were constructed. Likely the residences of the disciples of Eagle Falcon Peak. At the outer edge, a line of several disciples awaited. Chunji pondered for a moment before joining the queue, quietly awaiting his turn. He pricked up his ears, listening to the intentions of those ahead of him. "Brother, I would like to rent an adult Eagle Falcon capable of carrying 3 to 5 people, able to travel 1,000 miles a day?" For half a month, one person stated. The disciple from Eagle Falcon Peak nodded and replied, "We have such Eagle Falcons available. For a half-month rental of this caliber, it will cost 50 low-grade spirit stones. Non-negotiable. Please pay 30 spirit stones as a deposit and the remaining 20 upon return." The man promptly produced the spirit stones, and the disciple handed him a metal token, instructing him to collect the corresponding Eagle Falcon from the 7-story wooden building. "Thank you, brother, you're welcome." Next, the individuals ahead of Chunji were all there to rent Eagle Falcons. However, the one at the very front was not renting but rather wished to purchase a young Eagle Falcon. "Brother, I wish to buy a young Eagle Falcon that has not yet recognized a master with a good bloodline. The spirit stones are not an issue. May I ask if you have any?" This person, expressing that the spirit stones were not a problem, appeared to be quite affluent. "Brother, we indeed have such young Eagle Falcons, but you will need to discuss with our elder in person. Selecting an Eagle Falcon requires mutual willingness. The first consideration is whether you will find the young Eagle Falcon suitable, and the second is whether the young Eagle Falcon will find you suitable. Brother, please go to the third 3-story wooden building on the left, and take this token to seek Elder Fei." "All right, thank you, brother. You're welcome." Next, after the man took the token and left, it was Chunji's turn. Chapter 35, Eagle Falcon Peak. Taking on the task to the abundant peak, Chunji spoke up, "Brother, I am here to accept the task issued by Elder Fei to clean the nests of the Eagle Falcon chicks." The disciple did not treat Chunji any differently for not being there to conduct business. He smiled and said, "Oh, very well. Please go to the third 3-story wooden building on the left to find Elder Fei. He will instruct you on what to do." Chunji nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, brother." He then made his way to the third 3-story wooden building on the left, as the previous disciple entered. The door to the building closed automatically. Chunji did not rush. He waited quietly outside. After a while, the disciple who had gone to purchase a young eagle falcon emerged, his waist now adorned with a cloth bag. Unbeknownst to Qianji, this bag was specifically designed for raising spirit beasts, a valuable item that serves as a habitat for spirit beasts and a necessary expense for their care. Raising spirit beasts often requires good meat and sometimes even crushed spirit stones mixed into their food. Therefore, those outer disciples able to afford spirit beasts likely hailed from relatively affluent families, as ordinary individuals could hardly aspire to purchase spirit beasts. As the door to Elder Fei's office opened, Qianji stepped forward, disciple Qianji of the Spirit Beast Peak's outer sect, here to report for the task of cleaning the nests of the eagle falcon chicks, he declared in a clear voice. After a while, a languid voice emanated from within, saying, "Come in." Qianji pushed open the door. Deep inside, a middle-aged man was locking eyes with a juvenile falcon. The falcon's eyes glowed red, seemingly having endured several days of hardship. At this moment, it held its ground against the middle-aged man, undeterred. Inside the wooden building, cages lined the floor, each containing juvenile falcons. Some were dozing, while others stared fiercely outside. Yet, the essence of these young falcons revealed a fierce and untamed spirit. Indicating they had not been completely tamed at this moment, Elder Fei was likely engaged in the process of taming them. A token was tossed over. Qianji caught it and threw it back. The individual who had been staring intently at the juvenile falcon was indeed Elder Fei. He reached out and effortlessly caught the token in his hand. "Ah, so you are an outer disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak. It is quite fitting for you to undertake this task. Go, seek out the senior brother who received you earlier. He will instruct you on what to do." Elder Fei's gaze remained fixed on the juvenile falcon. Not diverting even a fraction, Qianji received the token thrown by Elder Fei. "Thank you, Elder Fei, I shall proceed at once." Leaving Elder Fei's wooden building, Qianji made his way to the senior brother who had previously attended to him. He spoke, "Senior brother, Elder Fei has verified my status and sent me to find you." The disciple, having no pressing tasks at the moment, approached him as he exited Elder Fei's building. "Come, follow me." The task assigned by Elder Fei required changing into a different set of clothing. Otherwise, the sect's uniform would surely become soiled. "Thank you, senior brother." Qianji followed the disciple to a room where he was provided with a set of clothing. Given your stature, this size should fit you well. Change into it. We wouldn't want to dirty the sect's uniform." Qianji accepted the clothing with gratitude and changed out of his own, putting on the new attire. "See, I told you it would fit perfectly. Let us go." Qianji accompanied the disciple to the edge of an open area. Pointing towards 6 wooden buildings, the disciple explained, "These are the nests of the juvenile falcons you are to clean. There are a total of 6 wooden buildings, each 3 stories high. All the cleaning tools are piled on the first floor. Feel free to use them. By the way, lunch will be provided as part of this task. I will come to call you when it's ready. You have 10 days to complete this, so there is no need to rush. Take your time." The disciple was kind enough to provide a detailed introduction. Afterward, he left to attend to his own duties. Qianji thanked him and went to inspect the tools. Shovels, spades, and carts for hauling dung were all readily available. With such ample preparation, Qianji rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Upon entering the wooden building, he was immediately hit by the overwhelming stench of the juvenile falcon's nests. A foul odor assaulted his senses. Each of the 6 buildings was specifically designed for hatching juvenile falcons, necessitating cleanliness and order. Periodically, Elder Fei would assign tasks for disciples to clean them. Since the juvenile falcons had developed a hint of aggression, it could pose a challenge for ordinary disciples who had yet to cultivate their qi. Thus, the basic requirement for such tasks was that the disciple must be at least at the first level of qi cultivation. Once cultivated, one's body would gradually be transformed by spiritual energy, becoming agile enough to easily evade the juvenile falcon's attacks. With 18 stories of nests to clean within 10 days, Qianji calculated that he needed to complete at least 2 stories a day. With Elder Fei providing meals, I'm saving a meal. Qianji found the cleaning tools, selected a few suitable ones, and began his work. Within the wooden building, there were artificial nests for the juvenile falcons, which were at various stages of growth. Some had just hatched a day or 2 prior, while others had grown feathers and were flapping their wings. The ones to be wary of were those with fully developed wings, as they could unexpectedly peck at him. However, having successfully advanced to the first level of qi cultivation, Qianji could easily dodge such attacks. his agility significantly heightened compared to before. Cleaning the nests essentially involved dealing with the juvenile falcon's droppings, shattered eggshells, and scattered feathers. This task was undoubtedly unpleasant, and thus, Elder Fei had offered a reward of 2 low-grade spirit stones, along with the completion of the sect's tasks for the month. For Chen-Ji, this was quite a generous reward, 2 benefits in one. He could earn spirit stones while simultaneously fulfilling the sect's monthly requirements. For others, it might seem grimy and laborious, but for Chen-Ji, who had grown up in the kitchen among chickens and sheep, it was hardly a burden. This task is actually quite manageable for me. Reflecting on his past hardships, Chen-Ji found this work remarkably simple. Some of the droppings had dried, requiring him to scoop them up with a small shovel, collect them, rinse them away with clean water, and remove the scattered feathers. He also swept up the broken eggshells that littered the ground, loading everything into a cart designated for collecting waste. After filling the cart, he sought out the disciple named Fei Lizzie, who was stationed at the entrance. Fei Lizzie was amiable and readily answered any inquiries. "Senior Brother Fei, how should I dispose of this cart full of droppings?" Fei Lizzie, currently free, was preparing tea for Elder Fei. Upon hearing Chen-Ji's question, he pointed to a distant, secluded area. "That empty space over there is designated for composting. You can dump it there." "All right, thank you, Senior Brother." Chen-Ji pushed the cart over to that spot, where a pile of aged compost exuded a certain potent aroma. After dumping the droppings, he pinched his nose and returned to continue cleaning the nests, working diligently and meticulously, ensuring no corner was overlooked. The interiors were not excessively filthy. Tasks were regularly assigned to disciples for cleaning, so overall, aside from the grime, it was quite manageable. It was only when he heard Fei Lizzie call out at noon that he paused his work. "Junior Brother Chin, come eat. After lunch, you can resume your duties." Finally, it was time for a meal. After a morning of labor, Chen-Ji was indeed quite hungry. Chapter 36. Abundance and Kindness. At the Falcon Peak, Chen-Ji was particular about cleanliness. Even for a brief midday meal, he changed out of his work clothes to avoid offending others with odors. He washed his hands and face in a nearby mountain stream. Arriving at the dining area, he noticed it was well organized, located far from the wooden buildings housing the falcons. A shaded stone slope, smooth and cool, was adorned with 9 tables. Wow, it seems the disciples here at Falcon Peak outnumber those at Golden Tiger Peak. After all, the falcons were the primary source of income for the Spirit Beast Peak, so it was only natural that there would be more disciples here. Fei Lizzie ushered Chen-Ji to the last table. Chen-Ji glanced at the food laid out and was astonished, thinking, "This is indeed a lavish meal for a simple gathering at the Falcon Peak, the main economic hub of the Spirit Beast Peak." In addition to meat, there were also mysterious, vibrant red spiritual fruits. Surrounding the table were 9 vine-woven cushions, and each person had a steaming bowl of meat soup, garnished with green onions, looking incredibly tempting. A large wooden tub, half a person's height, was filled with translucent spiritual rice, steaming and releasing an enticing aroma. Everyone chose a cushion and sat down, but once seated, they straightened their backs, refraining from touching their chopsticks. Fei Lizzie leaned closer to Chen-Ji and whispered, "Everyone is waiting for the master to arrive. Junior Brother Chin, as a guest, you should wait just a moment." This was a display of courtesy, and even though he was hungry, Chen-Ji understood he could not be the first to start eating. "I understand, Senior Brother Fei." Chen-Ji nodded quickly. After a brief wait, Elder Fei strolled over, a juvenile falcon perched upon his shoulder. The falcon possessed striking green eyes and a tuft of white feathers on its forehead, exuding an impressive presence. Even as a juvenile, it was clear it would achieve extraordinary heights in the future. "Junior Brother Chen, behold, this is the rare breed I have cultivated among this batch of juveniles, known as the green-eyed variety. It is indeed formidable, and many elders within the sect covet one but cannot obtain it. The success of cultivating this green-eyed variety will bring an influx of spirit stones to our Spirit Beast Peak." Fei Lizzie's expression swelled with pride as he observed the green-eyed variety resting on Elder Fei's shoulder. The spirit stones, resources, and various other benefits at Falcon Peak were among the best within the 7-star sect, even surpassing the conditions in the alchemy and talisman halls. This was largely due to Elder Fei's genius in cultivating spirit beasts, particularly falcons, which elevated his status immensely. Many times, even the head of the Spirit Beast Peak would come to consult him personally. Elder Fei took his seat at a table of his own, and only after he was settled did the other disciples quietly take their seats. They waited until Elder Fei began to eat before they themselves picked up their chopsticks. Junior Brother Chen, you may begin eating now. The spiritual rice is abundant, and the soup is limited to 1 bowl per person. Each person may have 3 of these spiritual fruits. Please, enjoy. Fei Lizzie discreetly informed Chun Ji of the dining etiquette. Chun Ji expressed his gratitude and began to eat. To his surprise, there was a substantial piece of unknown meat in the soup. A single bite was far more delectable than anything one could savor at the Golden Tiger Bee's establishment. The meat was rich yet not greasy, tender without being stringy. Upon consumption, a soothing warmth coursed through his body, evoking a profound sense of comfort. The ample supply of spirit rice was, for Chan Ji, a veritable blessing. Having toiled tirelessly, his stomach had long been grumbling. It took 4 generous bowls of spirit rice for him to finally feel satiated. Not a trace of the soup or meat remained, and he had also consumed 3 spirit fruits. However, he could not discern any particular flavor in the fruits. Perhaps they were merely a simple post-meal refreshment. Chun Ji was no stranger to fruit. During times when his aunt withheld meals at home, he had no choice but to forage for wild berries to stave off hunger. Only after Elder Fei finished his meal and rose did the others dare to set down their bowls and chopsticks. Chen Shidi, you may attend to your tasks. We have dedicated chefs here, Fei Lizzie interjected as Chen Ji attempted to assist in clearing the table. Such duties were well taken care of by others. Indeed, the Eagle Falcon Peak was quite affluent. Chun Ji mused, Fei Shixiang, I have a habit of taking a midday rest. After such a hearty meal, I feel rather drowsy. Might I find a sunny spot to nap? Chun Ji inquired. Fei Lizzie chuckled upon hearing this. He had observed Chen Ji consume 4 hefty bowls of spirit rice, a bowl of meat soup, and 3 fruits, and was astonished by the lad's appetite. Naturally, he could rest. Feel free. Your task is to complete the cleaning of those wooden buildings within 10 days. Just avoid napping near the Eagle Falcon chicks, he replied. Chun Ji felt a surge of joy. Being a disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak was indeed advantageous here, at least. As fellow disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak, they could look out for one another. Thank you, Fei Shixiao. Chun Ji sought a secluded, sunny spot where he could rest fully clothed. His slumber was feigned, while the absorption of spiritual energy was genuine. The spiritual aura here was far more potent than that of his usual dwelling. Thus he intended to make the most of it. Entering the cultivation chamber, he aimed to soak in an hour's worth of energy. Within the cultivation room, 10 hours felt less than a day. Upon entering, he sensed the information relayed to him by the Sky Tower. He could collect some Eagle Falcon chick droppings, enrich the spirit field, and accelerate the growth of the Tier Stargrass. Oh, so that load of Eagle Falcon droppings I discarded earlier was useful after all. He realized he must indeed take on the task of fertilizing the spirit field. The spirit field was akin to Chan Ji's little treasure trove. Previously, the Tier Stargrass had yielded a considerable number of spirit stones, granting him newfound wealth. With still 10 days to complete the cleaning, he surmised that no one would notice if he discreetly added a bit of droppings each day, as the quantity and weight of such waste would go unmonitored. Focusing his mind, Chun Ji began to cultivate using the spiritual energy from Eagle Falcon Peak. After 10 hours, bolstered by this energy, he felt his mastery of the first level of Qi refinement stabilize completely, a significant advancement. Upon awakening, he promptly commenced his duties, clearing away droppings, rinsing, and discarding the waste. As luck would have it, from this point on, his task began to progress smoothly. Each load seemed slightly more manageable, and no one could discern any reduction in the droppings. Due to it being the first day, he wasn't yet fully accustomed to the work. Completing only a layer and a half of cleaning. By afternoon, Fei Lizzie approached Chen Ji and said, Chen Shidi, Eagle Falcon Peak does not keep people overnight, as the chicks need to endure the night. I think today's work concludes here. You may head back. Chun Ji hurriedly changed his attire and bid farewell to Fei Lizzie before departing from Eagle Falcon Peak. What a pity it was that he could not spend the night here and continue to absorb spiritual energy. Following the path back to his courtyard, he found himself greeted by Luo Juling, who opened the door and beckoned, Chen Shidi, come here. Chun Ji, noticing his mischievous demeanor, was curious about what he had to say. He approached the entrance of Luo Juling's courtyard. Did you undertake any sect tasks today? Luo Juling inquired. Indeed, oh dear, you missed quite the spectacle. Come, there might still be something to see. Follow me to my courtyard. A spectacle? Yes, yes. The view from my wall is excellent, and we won't be detected. Hurry. Luo Juling, with a knowing grin, dragged Chen Ji into his courtyard and led him to the base of the wall, where several fish tanks were placed. Climb up onto the tanks, he instructed. Together, they ascended to the top of the wall, where only their heads were visible, facing Chen Ji's neighbor's door. What is happening at my neighbor's house? Chen Ji questioned, confused. What is so interesting? Look over at by Wushuang's residence, Luo Juling whispered. Chen Ji gazed towards the tightly shut door of Bai Wushuang's home, puzzled as to what spectacle awaited there. Ever since Bai Wushuang's arrival, he had not seen him venture beyond the confines of his residence. Despite being hailed as a genius in beast mastery, this individual seemed to occupy himself solely within his courtyard. Engaged in some unknown pursuits. Having eaten too much at noon, Chen Ji had no appetite for dinner. Yet another meal of spirit rice saved, he thought. Does Bai Wushuang not have to undertake sect tasks? Doesn't he need to collect benefits each month? How is it that I have never seen him step outside? Chen Ji could not help but ask Luo Juling. Luo Juling chuckled softly. What status does he hold? He is the heir of the Bai family, the young master. He has no need for monthly benefits, nor does he have to perform sect tasks. There are others to do that for him. Can we be compared? How strange, Chen Ji pondered as he caught a whiff of an unusual odor. What is that smell? Luo Juling wrinkled his nose, searching for the source. Unable to locate it, Chen Ji stifled a laugh. Choosing merely to chat idly atop the wall, he mused. It seems that disciples from such prestigious families don't even have to worry about sect tasks. They can devote all their time to cultivation and elevating their realms. Indeed, life is not fair. Those like me and Luo Juling, with ordinary spiritual roots, are already at a disadvantage compared to someone like Bai Wushuang. Meanwhile, he is free from the burdens of earning spirit stones or fulfilling sect tasks, allowing him to focus entirely on cultivation. The gap between us only widens. Look, here they come. Suddenly, Luo Juling nudged Chen Ji with his elbow, whispering excitedly about the unfolding drama. Chen Ji turned to see a young girl clad entirely in red approaching Bai Wushuang's door. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with even her hair tie fashioned in red. A red tassel spear rested on her shoulder, and her shoes matched the color of her attire. Bai Wushuang, come out. You think hiding in the Spirit Beast Peak as a useless outer disciple will keep you safe from me? The beautiful girl's voice, however, was quite grating, booming through the surrounding courtyards of the outer disciples. Her declaration, labeling the outer disciples as useless, offended many nearby. Luo Shixiao, who is this? Chen Ji asked softly. Luo Juling scoffed. Not all outer disciples are useless. This audacious girl is Lu Hongying, the third daughter of the prestigious Lu family. Though not the heir, it is said that she has been pursuing Bai Wushuang, hoping to become his partner, but he has consistently ignored her. She came by this morning, causing quite the ruckus, but Bai Wushuang never opened the door. And now she is back tonight, hoping to coax him out, so this was the commotion Luo Juling had mentioned. What is so interesting about this? Chen Ji thought of returning to his own courtyard for some rest. But Luo Juling clutched his arm, exclaiming, Where do you think you're going? This is a grand spectacle of family rivalry. You must watch. Chen Ji was taken aback by Luo Juling's enthusiasm for gossip. At just 12 years old, he was still innocent regarding matters of romance and had no particular interest. I was hoping to return early for a bath. Although I wore special clothing for cleaning the eagle falcon chicks, the odor lingers on my skin and hair. The sooner I wash, the better I'll feel. I want to rest and prepare for another day of cleaning tomorrow, he muttered. So you've taken on the task of cleaning the eagle falcon chicks' droppings for 10 days? Luo Juling's face lit up with understanding. Is this task well known among the disciples? Chen Ji asked, noticing Luo Juling's surprised expression. Indeed. This task is quite famous within the sect. The pay is decent. But the environment is dreadful, which deters most from accepting it. Only someone like you, willing to endure hardship, would dare take it on, so that is why, Chen Ji thought, realizing the stench originated from him. It was evident that this task was not popular among others, likely reserved for impoverished cultivators like himself, who had just achieved the first level of qi refinement. While they choose to avoid it, I find it rather agreeable. I can discreetly fertilize my spirit field and absorb spiritual energy for cultivation while enjoying good meals. Perhaps others lack the Sky Tower's benefits, which is why they don't share my enthusiasm for this task. Come, let us see how this unfolds. The gossipy heart of Luo Juling was ignited. compellingly dragging Qianji back to witness the spectacle. At that moment, a woman named Lu Hongying raised her voice even louder. "By Wushuang, you coward! If you do not open the door, I shall scream and shout at the entrance tonight, and none of you worthless outer disciples shall enjoy a moment of peace." Lu Hongying's demeanor and actions were anything but befitting of someone from a prestigious family. Rather, she resembled a bothersome villager from the countryside. How outrageous! How could all the outer disciples be deemed worthless? While Luo Jiling watched the drama unfold, he was simultaneously struck by the emotional onslaught from the opposing side. Muttering retorts to himself while perched atop the wall, unable to withstand Luo Jiling's insistence, Qianji could do nothing but watch languidly from the sidelines. At that moment, outer disciples were returning to the courtyard in succession. Many paused upon hearing Lu Hongying's loud outbursts, gathering around to observe the commotion between Bai Wushuang and Lu Hongying, the two representatives of noble families. Chapter 38. So arrogant, Lu family's third young lady assaults an outer disciple. Qianji spotted Lu Wanner approaching from a distance. She was the only outer disciple he recognized. Upon arriving at the scene and noticing the throng of people, Lu Wanner's expression shifted as she caught sight of Lu Hongying, clad entirely in red and wielding a crimson spear. With her head lowered, she hurried past the crowd, eager to retreat to her own residence. Meanwhile, Luo Jiling had been searching for Lu Wanner among the gathering. Upon her appearance, his face lit up with joy. His gaze fixated upon her, causing his complexion to redden. Qianji, perplexed by the sudden flush on Luo Jiling's face, cast a curious glance his way. "Brother Luo, why is your face so red?" "Ah, is it red?" "No, it isn't." Luo Jiling hastily attempted to conceal it. Observing the ever-growing crowd, Lu Hongying's face broke into a smug smile. This was the outcome she desired. Only by escalating the situation could she force Bai Wushuang, the timid turtle, to reveal himself and acknowledge their engagement before the onlookers. This way, with the identity of the Bai family's direct heir's fiancé, her standing in the Lu family would surely rise. Humph, let us see who will dare to look down upon Lu Hongying then. Thus, this spectacle was deliberately orchestrated by Lu Hongying for all to witness. The more people, the better, as her voice would only grow louder in their presence, exerting pressure on Bai Wushuang. Yet, her gaze sharpened as she spotted Lu Wanner hastily passing by with her head down. "It's her, right? She is also training here at the outer sect of the Spirit Beast Peak." With a cold smirk, Lu Hongying called out, "Lu Wanner, stand still, you branch family member. Are you so impolite as to pass by without greeting me? Do you wish to be punished by the family law?" With a shrill scream, Lu Hongying's words reverberated through the crowd, silencing all the outer disciples who had been whispering among themselves. Hearing this, Lu Wanner's face contorted in pain. Taking a deep breath, she halted. "I see the third young lady is here. Wanner pays her respects." To everyone's astonishment, Lu Wanner bowed respectfully to the younger Lu Hongying. "Humph, you feign ignorance in front of me. That warrants punishment. Come here, and I shall bestow upon you 10 slaps. I shall not lower myself to your branch family's level." Lu Hongying audaciously demanded to strike Lu Wanner in front of the crowd. Such arrogance! Let us not forget, this is the outer sect of the Spirit Beast Peak. Lu Hongying was not a disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak, while Lu Wanner was a true disciple. It was a blatant act of bullying. What? Seeing Lu Wanner being mistreated, Luo Jiling leaped onto the wall. Everyone turned their attention to Lu Wanner, eager to see how she would respond. Standing there, her eyes sparked with fury. Her decision to flee the Lu family was to distance herself from this vile woman. Who would have thought she would encounter her here at the Spirit Beast Peak? The Lu family's rules were strict, and branch members were treated worse than pigs and dogs by the main branch. Today, subjected to such humiliation, she could no longer endure. She resolved to eliminate this wicked woman and, if need be, harm herself to escape this disgrace. Lu Wanner had fled the Lu family, having possessed a small talent for beast taming since childhood, desperately seeking refuge at the Spirit Beast Peak. She thought she had finally escaped her hellish existence, only to unexpectedly encounter the notorious Lu Hongying. Renowned for her viciousness, Lu Hongying was known for her volatile temperament and cunning. She had caused the deaths of numerous maids and servants, showcasing the full traits of a venomous woman at such a young age. "Humph, do you wish to defy the orders of the main branch, Lu Wanner? You have left the Lu family, yet do not forget your lowly mother's status still lingers there. if you do not come forward, I have 100 ways to deal with your wretched mother." Seeing Lu Wanner refuse to approach under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Hongying resorted to threatening her with her mother. Lu Wanner's mother was her only vulnerability. She was a servant who had been violated by the head of the Lu family, Lu Hongying's father, during a drunken episode, resulting in Lu Wanner's birth. Due to her mother's status, she had been marginalized and oppressed by Lu Hongying's mother within the Lu family, always looked down upon. Her position was even lower than that of a maid. Had it not been for her mother's determination to raise Lu Wanner to survive, she would have long since taken her own life. "Do not harm my mother." Lu Wanner's heart ached for her unfortunate mother. Upon hearing Lu Hongying's threat, she felt deflated and approached Lu Hongying. Now that's more like it." As Lu Wanner walked over, Lu Hongying raised her palm and struck Lu Wanner's face. Slap, 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 one after another. 10 resounding slaps left Lu Wanner's delicate face red and swollen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. In a cruel display, Lu Hongying even tugged at Lu Wanner's hair. In that moment, Lu Wanner appeared disheveled, her cheeks swollen, and blood streaming from her lips. A pitiful sight. "You wretched child, remember to greet me whenever you see me in the future. Now go, do not linger here and obstruct my view." Lu Hongying berated sharply. Everyone stood in shock. Who would have thought that Lu Hongying, dressed in red, would resort to violence so readily? The sound of slapping echoed in their ears. Luo Juling, witnessing everything, felt a surge of rage overwhelm him. In a fit of madness, he leaped down from the wall, charging toward Lu Hongying. His goddess, Lu Wanner, had been so brutally harmed. Consumed by fury, Luo Juling pushed through the crowd, shouting, "I will make you pay." In a flash, Luo Juling dashed forward. Chen Ji, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly followed suit. Fearing the consequences of Luo Juling's actions, he understood that this was an internal matter of the Lu family. And Lu Wanner appeared to have had no means to defend herself. Lu Hongying, being a direct descendant of one of the 4 great immortal families, would undoubtedly retaliate against Luo Juling, an insignificant outer disciple. However, Chen Ji could not restrain him. Luo Juling, filled with rage, charged forth. Lu Hongying, seeing him approach, sneered, "You outer disciples are indeed worthless. How dare you, with your mere chi refinement 2nd level, lay a hand on me?" With a swift sidestep, she easily dodged Luo Juling's furious strike. Her fist, propelled by impressive speed, landed squarely on Luo Juling's face. Luo Juling was sent flying by Lu Hongying's punch. Spitting blood mid-air before losing consciousness. Chi refinement 2nd level. "Do you even know what realm I am at? I am already at Chi refinement 5th level, and you worthless outer disciples dare to challenge me?" Lu Hongying planted her crimson spear firmly into the ground, her Chi refinement 5th level prowess intimidating the entire audience. Chapter 39. Second senior brother, the powerful outer disciple Jiang Wanquan. The outer disciples gathered to watch this spectacle were, at most, at the Chi refinement 3rd level, with the rest being mere lowly practitioners at the 1st or 2nd level. After all, they had only recently joined the sect and possessed mediocre spiritual roots. It was only natural for them to have lower cultivation levels. Faced with the direct descendant Lu Hongying, who emerged from one of the 4 great immortal families, who would dare to step forward against such overwhelming strength? Witnessing Lu Wanner being slapped and seeing Luo Juling, also an outer disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak, get knocked out with a single punch left everyone furious yet powerless. They were no match for her. How could they express their anger? Who would dare to confront her? Yet, Chen Ji moved. He was well aware of his limits and had no intention of provoking Lu Hongying. He hurried to Luo Juling's side, who lay dazed on the ground, helping him lift his head and loosening his collar to ensure he could breathe easily. He understood the current dynamics. As a Chi refinement 1st level disciple, he would never dare to stand up for Luo Juling. Instead, he dragged Luo Juling, intending to take him back to their courtyard. Meanwhile, Lu Wanner merely cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious Luo Juling, who had bravely tried to defend her, not sparing him another thought. She simply turned and returned to her courtyard without uttering a word in his defense. Waste is waste, she thought. You outer disciples are truly worthless. And yet you refuse to believe it. Hey, you, go fetch me a chair and a cup of water. I want to wait for Bai Wushuang to come out, Lu Hongying commanded with arrogant impunity, casually pointing at a disciple to fetch her what she desired. The outer disciple, however, displayed unexpected fortitude, snorting coldly before turning to leave, entirely ignoring Lu Hongying. How bold, to disregard my words and walk away. Is this not casting my commands to the ground? A fleeting figure appeared, a crimson silhouette moving with astonishing speed. It swiftly caught up to the outer sect disciple who had ignored her and delivered a forceful kick. Arrogant, domineering, with a sharp crack, the outer sect disciple, merely at the second level of Qi cultivation, found his leg shattered by the fifth-level practitioner, Lu Hongying Dai's leg. He cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground and clutching his injured limb. This scene left everyone present in shock once again. Who could have anticipated that Lu Hongying, clad in red, would exhibit such brutality, breaking someone's leg over a mere disagreement? Even in the domain of the outer sect at Spirit Beast Peak, she dared to act with such audacity, clearly showing her disdain for them. A close friend stepped forward, intending to lift the injured disciple for treatment. I won't allow it. Do you dare take him away? Come and find trouble. With a cold laugh, she advanced and delivered another kick, this time shattering the leg of the would-be rescuer. Crack! The disciple writhed on the ground, clutching his leg in excruciating pain. A bunch of useless fools, daring to show off in front of me? Lu Hongying's arrogance reached new heights as she turned her gaze towards the gate of Bai Wushuang's courtyard. Noticing that Bai Wushuang still had not appeared despite the chaos, she resolved to escalate the situation further. Lu Hongying's eyes fell upon Chen Ji, who was dragging the unconscious Luo Jiling back. I won't allow it. You, a mere first-level Qi practitioner, dare to come forth to save him? Watch me break both of his legs and see if you still have the gall to act tough. With a flash, she appeared behind Chen Ji, preparing to deliver a kick that would shatter his legs. Chen Ji had not anticipated such madness from her. Unfortunately, lacking cultivation techniques or spells, he was powerless to retaliate against her bullying. Just as her kick was about to land, a cold voice rang out. Are there truly no one left at Spirit Beast Peak to stand against you? A sharp sound sliced through the air from a distance, and a pair of claws lunged toward Lu Hongying's back. A spirit beast? Lu Hongying sensed the imminent threat and realized that if she continued her attack on Chen Ji, she would be harmed from behind. Reluctantly, she chose to spare him, dodging to the side just in time. With a whoosh, a robust falcon sword passed her, gracefully turning to land atop a nearby man's head. It's the second senior brother of the outer sect. Excitement rippled through the outer sect disciples as they recognized the newcomer. The second senior brother, Jiang Wanquan, ranked just below the first senior sister, Qin Feiyu, among the outer sect disciples. Possessing the 8th level of Qi cultivation, his mere presence evoked fear in Lu Hongying, especially with the small yet uniquely bloodlined falcon perched above him, its sharp claws seemingly poised to tear into Lu Hongying's neck, sending chills down her spine. So, its senior brother Jiang from the outer sect, I merely took action to discipline a disrespectful outer sect disciple. Are you really willing to risk offending my Lu family to intervene? Upon seeing someone stronger than herself, Lu Hongying immediately altered her tone, no longer exuding her previous arrogance. Skillfully, she brought her family name into the conversation. Oh, by the way, the outer sect disciple I mentioned excludes senior brother Jiang and senior sister Qin, of course. Her words dripped with disdain, further irritating those around her. Even Jiang Wanquan felt a sense of caution towards the Lu family. He glanced at the two injured disciples and the unconscious Luo Jiling, his expression betraying no emotion. You have harmed 3 of my junior brothers and 1 junior sister in the outer sect. Miss Lu must provide an explanation. Otherwise, as the second senior brother of Spirit Beast Peak, I will be unable to face my fellow disciples in the future. Jiang Wanquan spoke with neither arrogance nor submission. Meanwhile, Chen Ji, who had been terrified by Lu Hongying's earlier outburst, felt a wave of relief wash over him at Jiang Wanquan's timely intervention. Seizing the moment, he hurriedly dragged Luo Jiling back towards the courtyard. Haha, I see now what senior brother Jiang meant. I understand that I, Lu Hongying, am not short on spirit stones. Come, senior brother Jiang, name your price. Lu Hongying patted the storage pouch at her waist. Most present could not afford even a single storage pouch. Yet Jiang Wanquan proposed a compensation plan of 20 low-grade spirit stones per person. Is that all? 20 low-grade spirit stones? I thought it would be more, but it seems like a mere handout. She scoffed, arrogantly tossing some spirit stones from her pouch onto the ground for them to collect. A bunch of useless fools. Even in such circumstances, Lu Hongying continued to provoke animosity, showing no regard for the outer sect disciples of Spirit Beast Peak. Jiang Wanquan sighed. He surprisingly stepped forward to pick up the scattered spirit stones, disregarding his own status as a formidable 8th-level Qi practitioner and the second senior brother of the outer sect. After collecting the stones, he offered 20 to each of the 2 injured disciples, and to Luo Jiyuling, "No need for thanks. Take the spirit stones and practice diligently." He spoke softly, acknowledging the reality that none dared to provoke the Lu family. "Thank you, senior brother," Chunji replied, accepting the spirit stones for Luo Jiyuling. He quietly closed the courtyard door and fetched a wet cloth to tend to Luo Jiyuling's wounds. Seeing this, Lu Hongying remarked, "Senior brother Jiang, why go out of your way for these useless disciples? If you have nothing better to do, come to my Lu family. We young people should grow closer." However, Jiang Wanquan did not engage with her words. Approaching Lu Hongying, he opened his hands and spoke slowly yet resolutely. "There is still one person's spirit stones owed." Lu Hongying was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing he meant the slap she had delivered to Lu Wanner. "Her? That's a matter for our Lu family and has nothing to do with here," she squawked indignantly. "Lu Wanner is also a disciple of the outer sect at Spirit Beast Peak. I will not concern myself with your family matters. I only care for the outer sect disciples. 20 low-grade spirit stones. Now." Jiang Wanquan stared at Lu Hongying, his imposing aura subtly radiating from him. Faced with the formidable Jiang Wanquan, Lu Hongying felt genuine trepidation. Although she had always been domineering and enjoyed bullying the weaker, she was not foolish. Her visit to see Bai Wuxuang indicated her intelligence, seeking to leverage Bai Wuxuang's influence within the family. Noticing the glimmer of determination and an underlying threat in Jiang Wanquan's gaze, she understood that if she did not comply, she would likely suffer at the hands of someone who, while seemingly unassuming, possessed unwavering resolve. This was, after all, the outer sect of Spirit Beast Peak, not her Lu family. Reluctantly, she retrieved 20 low-grade spirit stones from her storage pouch. "Senior brother Jiang, I'm doing this for your sake," she muttered. "Of course, I know that," Jiang Wanquan replied, taking the 20 spirit stones to Lu Wanner's courtyard. "Lu junior sister, I am Jiang Wanquan. Please open the door. I have spirit stones for you." His reputation as the second senior brother granted him considerable influence over the outer sect. Lu Wanner, whose face was swollen, opened the courtyard door. "Senior brother, you have suffered, junior sister. Here are 20 spirit stones from Lu Hongying. You must accept them," Jiang Wanquan said gently. As Lu Wanner gazed at the spirit stones, her expression shifted numerous times before she recalled Jiang Wanquan's insistence to take them. Tears of grievance welled in her eyes, yet she ultimately accepted the spirit stones. "Thank you, senior brother. Rest well. It is my duty as a senior brother." Jiang Wanquan returned to Lu Hongying, inquiring, "Did you come here to see Bai Wuxuang?" "Yes, senior brother Jiang. Bai Wuxuang is a coward. He clearly likes me but refuses to open the door," Lu Hongying declared publicly, intending to solidify their relationship. However, regardless of her efforts, the door to Bai Wuxuang's courtyard remained firmly shut. "If Bai Wuxuang won't open the door, I will come every day and see what he does." Lu Hongying exhibited a brazen spirit. Jiang Wanquan sighed. The outer sect's courtyard could not be allowed to descend into chaos due to Lu Hongying's antics. He thought for a moment and approached Bai Wuxuang's courtyard door. Gently knocking, "Bai Wuxuang, I am Jiang Wanquan of the outer sect. Please open the door and clarify matters with Lu Hongying." Bai Wuxuang, a prodigy in beast taming with a single spiritual root, had run away from his family to join Spirit Beast Peak as an ordinary outer sect disciple. Given his strained relationship with his father, the heavy door creaked open, revealing Bai Wuxuang, who had not shown himself for quite some time. He greeted Jiang Wanquan politely. "Ah, it is senior brother Jiang." Wuxuang pays his respects. While his words were courteous, his expression and demeanor exuded a clear sense of distance, a result of being the heir of one of the 4 major cultivation families. Even now, training as an outer sect disciple at Spirit Beast Peak was a necessity rather than a choice. He maintained a polite facade towards Jiang Wanquan, fully aware of the underlying political dynamics at play. As the second senior brother among the outer disciples, "I cannot allow this chaos to persist any longer. So I knocked on Bai Shidi's door. The specifics of the matter are not for us to involve ourselves in. I shall take my leave now. Zhang Luoquan cannot meddle in the affairs between these 2 individuals." His words were quite clear. He is merely fulfilling the responsibilities befitting his position as the second senior brother. Now that you have opened the door, the remaining matters concern me no longer. I am grateful to Brother Jiang for his assistance. I shall handle the affairs here myself. Bai Wuxiang nodded at Jiang Luoquan. In that case, I shall not intrude further. Lu Shimi, farewell. Jiang Luoquan greeted the two and departed. Addressing the onlookers, disperse, do not linger here. His words naturally carried significant authority among the outer disciples. Upon hearing him, everyone complied and dispersed. Lu Shiji, why not come into the courtyard to converse? Bai Wuxiang regarded Lu Hongying, whose face was alight with joy. With a calm expression, Lu Hongying, 3 years Bai Wuxiang's senior, felt elated that Bai Wuxiang had finally agreed to meet her. Humph, Wuxiang Shidi, I knew you would come to see me. Bai Wuxiang turned and walked towards her courtyard. At the moment of turning, a strong expression of disdain crossed her face, though she concealed it well, leaving Lu Hongying oblivious. Wuxiang Shidi, this place is simply a dwelling for servants. You say you intend to endure 5 more years here? Lu Hongying's words were quite offensive. Bai Wuxiang remained silent, offering no reply. After closing the courtyard door, it was unclear what the two discussed. These matters had no bearing on Chunji. Chunji repeatedly wiped Luo Jiling's face with cold water. At that moment, Luo Jiling's face, struck by Lu Hongying, was swollen and red, a pitiful sight indeed. Ouch, that hurts. Luo Jiling finally regained consciousness, clutching his swollen cheek and groaning incessantly. Did I faint? I must find that Lu Hongying and confront her. Luo Jiling stood up, intent on seeking vengeance, but was held back by Chunji. It's over, they have dispersed. Brother Jiang Luoquan intervened. Chunji hastily explained. Brother Jiang intervened? Yes, he quelled the situation and even secured 20 low-grade spirit stones as compensation for you. Chunji pointed to the 20 spirit stones nearby. What? I got punched and still earned 20 spirit stones. This is quite a windfall. Luo Jiling was taken aback by this unexpected fortune. Yet, upon recalling Lu Wanner being struck, he became enraged again. Oh, the 2 senior brothers who had their legs broken and sister Lu Wanner also received compensation. Chunji remarked, Is that so? Then it's somewhat better. Brother Chen, please recount the events that transpired afterward. Chunji succinctly narrated the occurrences. Brother Luo, how are you so courageous at that time? You charged in to defend Sister Lu with a fierce roar. Chunji was puzzled as to why only Luo Jiling had stepped forward while others had refrained. Well, isn't it because we are neighbors? Luo Jiling was aware that Chunji did not comprehend the nuances of such relationships and had to use that excuse to deflect. Still, Brother Luo is impressive. I wouldn't have dared to rush in myself, lacking the courage. I'm relieved to see you are unharmed. I shall return to my training now. Chunji found the day's events rather tedious, lamenting the waste of his training time. All right, thank you, Brother Chun-O. Brother Luo, what does it matter? Chunji departed from Luo Jiling, opened his courtyard door with a plaque, and patted his stomach. Feeling no hunger, he chuckled foolishly. This task is splendid. I might as well skip breakfast tomorrow morning and have a hearty lunch instead, merging breakfast, lunch, and dinner into one meal, allowing for more food. He grinned. What a great profit. Chapter 41. The clamor of the spirit beast garden. Chunji entered the Tongtian Tower. First arriving at his 6-mu spiritual field, he crouched down to grasp a handful of soil and inhaled deeply. Indeed, a strong scent of fermented feces, a mixture of hawk chick's excrement, wafted up during the day. He had added some manure to the spiritual field for fertilization. It was quite effective. This area was planted with 6-mu of tear stargrass. However, Chunji noticed a peculiar issue. The tear stargrass in this 6-mu had not continued to mature. It retained the same maturity level as the 3 he had sold previously. The disciple at the market had mentioned that those 3 were 10 years old. Yet now, it appeared that these tear stargrass still bore the semblance of 10 years of age. How strange! Is there no further maturation possible? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice from the Tongtian Tower echoed in his mind. At Qi Refinement Stage 1, one can hasten the maturation of spiritual herbs and plants up to 10 years. At Qi Refinement Stage 2, one can hasten maturation up to 20 years. The limitations of one's realm prevent the increase in age. However, the fertility of the spiritual field varies. The potency of the spiritual herbs can still increase. So it is. The spiritual field's productivity is related to his cultivation level. Realizing this, Chunji decided to sell all the tear stargrass in his 6-mu. Since they could not grow further, and he would find it difficult to advance to Qi Refinement Stage 2 in the short term. It would be better to sell them promptly and plant a new batch. This way, he could cycle through harvesting spirit stones continuously. A 10-year-old tier star grass could sell for 6 low-grade spirit stones in the market. With such a large expanse, Changji would not have to worry about spirit stones for quite some time. However, the question of how to sell them without arousing suspicion remained. Changji planned to visit the market when he had time to devise a foolproof strategy for selling the tier star grass. With nothing else to do, he focused on training in his training room. Despite the thin spiritual energy here, transporting it was a slow but steady process. He would surely see results in time. Even Luo Jiling had already reached Qi Refinement Stage 2, though he claimed he had gained an opportunity during an external mission to break through. Who truly knows the circumstances? In the 7-star sect, there exists an unspoken rule. One must not pry into another's opportunities. This was advantageous for Chen Ji. Should he break through swiftly in the future, he could attribute it to mere chance. For no one could investigate him. By the next day, Chen Ji arrived early at the Eagle Falcon Peak. After greeting Fei Lizzie, he began his cleaning tasks for the day. This work grew increasingly familiar. Starting from the second day, Chen Ji could clean 2 floors of wooden buildings in a day. Although he could finish the cleaning task in less than 10 days, he certainly would not complete it early. He intended to use the full 10 days. Firstly, to enjoy a brief rest at noon and absorb 10 hours of spiritual energy for training. Secondly, to savor the unforgettable lunch that would linger in memory. And thirdly, to gather some of the hawk chick's droppings as fertilizer. With these 3 reasons, how could Chen Ji bear to finish the task early? Moreover, he could become familiar with the place, and perhaps one day he might join the Eagle Falcon Peak. Thus, Chen Ji spent his days cleaning droppings and taking advantage of the situation, enjoying hearty lunches that allowed him to skip breakfast and dinner. As the 6th day arrived, while he was cleaning the nesting area of the chicks in the wooden building, he heard Fei Lizzie call for him from below. Chen Shidi, come here. Chen Ji set down his current task and went downstairs to see Fei Lizzie. Fei Shixiang, is there something you need? One of the disciples responsible for hatching has gone home due to family matters, leaving us short-handed. Therefore, could you temporarily assist in the hatching area for a day? I'll grant you an additional reward of 1 spirit stone outside of the task compensation. How does that sound? Such a fortunate opportunity? Of course, that sounds splendid. I'll go. Chen Ji responded enthusiastically, thumping his chest in agreement. Good. This task requires nimble hands. I see you work swiftly, so it should be no problem. Rest assured. Fei Shixiang, I am very efficient in my tasks. Fei Lizzie led Chen Ji to a well-sealed wooden building. Here, 2 disciples were on guard. They opened the formation to let the 2 in only upon Fei Lizzie's arrival. Once inside, Chen Ji discovered a series of artificial nests. The temperature inside was somewhat warm. Some eagle falcon eggs could exhibit various defects, or some might show signs of anomalous blood revival. Thus, the master would place these eggs here, personally overseeing them to prevent any unexpected losses. Chen Ji, just follow my instructions. Whatever I ask you to do, you shall do. It was reassuring to have Fei Lizzie guiding him. Chen Ji felt at ease. Under Fei Lizzie's direction, they worked tirelessly throughout the day, moving the various eggs. Elder Fei continuously inspected each egg, some bringing him joy, while others left him shaking his head in sorrow. He instructed Fei Lizzie and Chen Ji to set aside the defective eggs, ultimately selecting 11 faulty ones. They found a small cart to transport these 11 large eggs outside, placing them in an abandoned wooden storage building. This warehouse contained approximately 100 such eggs. Fei Shixiang, why are these eggs stored in the warehouse? Chen Ji asked curiously. Fei Lizzie shook his head. These are eggs that have either failed to develop or have ceased development. After some time, Elder Fei will recheck each one to confirm their status and will handle them uniformly. So these are discarded eggs. Despite appearing worthless, they can serve as a material for alchemy to be sold to the pill hall. Thus, the quality of our meals at the Eagle Falcon Peak is indeed splendid, primarily due to Elder Fei, a prodigious talent in the cultivation of eagles and falcons. Exotic eagles and falcons can fetch a handsome price. While ordinary ones are available for lease, even discarded eggs can be exchanged for spirit stones. Fei Lizzie said with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Chen Ji felt that life here was truly delightful. Filled with envy, he nodded in agreement. When he returns, he must inquire with Luo Jiling about the necessary conditions to join the Eagle Falcon Peak or a place like the Golden Tiger Bee. He and Xiao Duan, along with Fei Lizzie, are all outer disciples, yet their treatment is vastly different. As Qinji gazed at the pile of discarded eggs, the voice of the Tongtian Tower echoed in his mind once more. Among them, one eagle egg harbors a deeply hidden exotic bloodline, imperceptible to outsiders, which would be wasted if left unobserved. If placed in the spirit beast garden of the Tongtian Tower and nurtured with spirit stones, it can successfully hatch into an exotic breed. With this revelation, guided by the Tongtian Tower, Chunji quickly spotted the inconspicuous discarded egg. The Tongtian Tower now possesses three primary functions: the cultivation room, the spirit herb garden, and the spirit beast garden. At present, only the spirit beast garden remains silent, yet today it has responded. Chapter 42. Constructing a nest, unbeknownst to God or ghosts, building a nest for eagle-falcon offspring. Chunji remained composed upon hearing the voice. He discreetly noted the location of the discarded egg and, as he was leaving, casually inquired, "Fei Shixiang, is it not possible for us to purchase these discarded eggs?" Fei Lizzie shook his head with a smile and replied, "I understand your intention. You believe that fortune is on your side and that you might select a hidden gem from this heap of discarded eggs to nurture into an eagle. Let me tell you, when Elder Fei first arrived at Eagle Falcon Peak, many disciples shared your thoughts and came to buy discarded eggs, hoping to strike it lucky. After all, disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak must choose their first spirit beast upon reaching the third level of Qi refinement. So some came to purchase discarded eggs. Elder Fei, however, revealed the price of 5 spirit stones per egg, allowing everyone to choose freely. In the result, not a single disciple who selected a discarded egg succeeded, which unexpectedly brought us a considerable profit at Eagle Falcon Peak. Eventually, everyone came to understand that with Elder Fei's talent in cultivating eagles and falcons, any egg he deemed discarded was genuinely worthless. Thus, no one would attempt to buy discarded eggs anymore, and we had to sell them to the Dan for just 1 spirit stone each. So that was the case. Just 5 spirit stones for the opportunity to purchase discarded eggs. How splendid! Qinji immediately tugged at Fei Lizzie's sleeve and exclaimed, "Fei Shixiang, since our Eagle Falcon Peak has such an opportunity, I too wish to try my luck. I want to buy a discarded egg." Chunji feared that the egg favored by the Tongtian Tower might encounter unforeseen circumstances, so he resolved to purchase it immediately. Fei Lizzie was taken aback. He had not anticipated Qinji's sudden decisiveness in wanting to buy. "Qinshidi, 5 spirit stones is a considerable amount for you. Should you not consider this more cautiously? After all, no one has ever successfully hatched a living eagle from a discarded egg. You must think twice." Fei Lizzie, with good intentions, gently reminded him. Yet, Chunji firmly shook his head, insisting, "I must take my chance. I have set my eyes on a particular discarded egg, and I feel a strong affinity for it." Recognizing Chunji's determination, Fei Lizzie understood further persuasion was futile. "Since you have made up your mind, I can assist you with the necessary paperwork." Fei Lizzie was indeed responsible for handling such matters. "My spirit stones are in the courtyard. Will it suffice for me to bring them tomorrow?" Chunji inquired. "No problem at all. You may take the discarded egg now and bring the spirit stones tomorrow. After all, we are both disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak. Would I fear you defaulting?" Fei Lizzie chuckled heartily. He returned to open the storage room containing the discarded eggs. "Qinshidi, you may choose." Without a moment's hesitation, Chunji reached for the egg marked by the Tongtian Tower. He remarked, "Such matters rely on fate. I felt a connection with this discarded egg from the start." Fei Lizzie had witnessed many disciples come to select discarded eggs. But what became of them? They all failed. Chunji, this young lad, possessed promise, yet he was somewhat impulsive. It was clear to all that he consumed such a large portion of spirit rice at noon to save on his breakfast and dinner. Such industriousness and ambition were commendable, but it was unfortunate that he possessed a wasteful 5-element spirit root. He must have saved for quite some time to accumulate these 5 spirit stones. And it pained Fei Lizzie to think of the disappointment he might face months later. However, this was a decision he had made, and despite Fei Lizzie's warnings, there was nothing more to be done. As dusk approached, Chunji departed from Eagle Falcon Peak, clutching the discarded egg. Fei Lizzie reminded him from behind, "Considering the 2 spirit stones you are due for completing your task tomorrow, along with the additional 1 spirit stone reward today. Chunji, you will only need to bring 2 spirit stones tomorrow. Little Chunji, I can only assist you to this extent. I fear it would be unwise for you to seek loans for the remaining spirit stones." Chunji felt warmth in his heart upon hearing this. Both Xiao Duan and the amiable Fei Lizzie were truly commendable seniors. Thank you, Shixiang. See you tomorrow. Chunji left Eagle Falcon Peak, joyfully cradling the discarded egg, while Fei Lizzie shook his head at the hopeful figure retreating into the distance. He had seen many such hopeful backs, yet they all ultimately faced failure. Qianji returned to his courtyard, elated, clutching the discarded egg. For the past few days, Luo Jiling had been recuperating in the courtyard and did not wish to see anyone, so no one had come to visit Qianji. Upon entering, he locked the door behind him. The enormous eagle egg in his hands soon vanished from view. Having eaten a hearty meal at noon, he decided to forego dinner and lay down. He hurriedly entered the Tongtian Tower and rushed to the Spirit Beast Garden. Here, nothing existed but the floating discarded egg he had just purchased. However, as the eagle egg arrived in his Spirit Beast Garden, the voice of the Tongtian Tower resounded in his ears. You may collect materials favored by Eagle Falcon offspring to automatically construct a hatching nest, thus providing conditions for the future growth of the Eagle Falcon young. Understanding this, he realized he still had a day tomorrow to gather materials for the nesting of Eagle Falcon offspring. After all, there was no shortage of such items at Eagle Falcon Peak. Alas, my Spirit Beast Garden is finally operational. Chunji gleefully made his way to the Spirit Herb Garden. Over the past 9 days, he had collected an ample supply of Eagle Falcon droppings. And now the spirit soil in the garden was even more fertile. The Tears Star herb he cultivated was rich in medicinal properties, its aroma detectable from afar. After inspecting his spirit field, Qianji proceeded to the cultivation room to continue his practice. Cultivation was indeed the most fundamental and laborious endeavor, channeling spirit energy into his Qi. Presently, the second strand of spirit energy was nearing completion, and he was in the process of condensing a third strand, each as fine as a hair. A bundle of spirit energy consisted of 3 strands, and even a single bundle was exceedingly delicate. This required a painstaking effort, especially with a 5-element waste spirit root. It was a slow process. Were it not for the tenfold time acceleration in the cultivation room, Chunji could not fathom when he would complete the second bundle. Yet now, it was nearly finished. After a night of tirelessly channeling spirit energy, Chunji arose early the next day, holding 2 spirit stones to pay Fei Lizzie. Thus, his remaining wealth had dwindled to 19 spirit stones. Upon arriving at Eagle Falcon Peak, Chunji first sought out Fei Lizzie to settle the debt of 2 spirit stones, then quickly changed his attire to finalize the last layer of cleaning. Fei Shixiang, I have completed the cleaning task. Today, I primarily focused on the finishing touches. I will check each floor again, ensuring that any overlooked areas are properly attended to. Chunji explained the situation to Fei Lizzie, who responded with a thumbs up. Seizing this opportunity, Chunji retraced his steps through the previously cleaned Eagle Falcon nesting buildings, discreetly gathering materials for constructing the nests. The entire process felt remarkably natural. A mere brush of his hand would allow the materials to enter the Tongtian Tower, unnoticed. By noon, Chunji indulged in a lavish feast. After gathering sufficient materials for the nests in the afternoon, he finally completed all the cleaning tasks. Chapter 43. A Love Unrequited. Yet the falling flowers remain indifferent to the water under Fei Lizzie's guidance. Chunji arrived at Elder Fei's quarters. Master, outer disciple Chunji has completed the 10-day task. I kindly request your evaluation. Fei Lizzie spoke respectfully. Elder Fei stood with a majestic green-eyed eagle falcon perched upon his shoulder, exuding an air of authority. Chunji thought to himself, perhaps I too may one day possess such a stunning green-eyed creature. How splendid, how beautiful a spirit beast. Hand me the token, commanded Elder Fei. Chunji tossed the token toward him, and with a mere tap, Elder Fei confirmed the completion of Chunji's task. Very well. Elder Fei tossed the token back to Chunji. After expressing his gratitude to Elder Fei, Chunji exited. Fei Shixiang, I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your care over the past 10 days. Fei Lizzie smiled in response, saying, Chun Shidi, there is no need for such formality. Return and focus on your cultivation. Observing Chunji's hopeful silhouette, Fei Lizzie mused, Elder Fei is an ancestor of my family, which is why I could become an outer disciple at Eagle Falcon Peak. For disciples like Chunji, without any background, it is indeed a challenge. Earning merely 2 spirit stones in 10 days. Constantly on the move for sustenance, where is there time for cultivation? Little Chunji possesses good character and works diligently. He has tidied every corner of the nesting areas impeccably, a rare find in youth. Yet, harboring dreams for the future. Purchasing that useless discarded egg may soon lead him to financial ruin. Alas, poor child. Watching Chen Ji grow increasingly distant, Fei Lizzie finally turned and returned to Eagle Falcon Peak. As Chen Ji returned to the entrance of his courtyard, he was intercepted by Luo Jiling. "Senior brother Luo, you have finally ventured out?" Chen Ji inquired, observing Luo Jiling's face, which had completely recovered from swelling. "Junior brother Chen, have you been diligently completing the sect's tasks at the Eagle Falcon Peak for the past 10 days? Luo Jiling asked. "Indeed, I just finished today," Chen Ji replied. Luo Jiling promptly pinched his nose and took a couple of steps back, saying, "Would you care to witness a duel?" "A duel?" Chen Ji's interest was piqued at once. During his time at the Seven Stars sect, apart from training, he had been occupied with tasks to earn spirit stones, and had never witnessed a duel before. "I would love to see it. Let us go, senior brother, to the arena and enjoy the spectacle." Chen Ji followed Luo Jiling as they made their way outside. "Senior brother Luo, are you feeling all right after that punch from that madwoman?" Chen Ji asked with concern. "What's there to worry about? I even earned an extra 20 spirit stones. Haha, this is quite an unexpected windfall. If I could exchange one punch for 20 spirit stones every day, I would gladly welcome it," Luo Jiling replied. Seeing Luo Jiling's demeanor, Chen Ji felt reassured that his senior brother was in good spirits. It seemed that during these 10 days, he had engaged in some introspection and had emerged healed. "Since you're fine now, I have a question to ask," Chen Ji began. "You need not speak. I already know what you wish to inquire about." "Let me take a guess," Luo Jiling said. "Is it that impressive?" "Go ahead and guess, senior brother," Chen Ji encouraged. "You must have spent 10 days at Eagle Falcon Peak and, witnessing their splendid treatment, you wish to know how to gain entry there." "Correct?" Indeed, Luo Jiling had accurately guessed Chen Ji's inquiry. "Senior brother, you truly possess insight. How did you deduce that?" Chen Ji marveled. "Insight, my foot. I too undertook this task back in the day. I envied their lavish meals and wished to join as well." "And what happened afterward?" Places like the Golden Tiger Bee Farm maintained by elders who have Spirit Beast Peak and the Eagle Falcon Farm overseen by Elder Fei require strong connections to gain entry. You and I should abandon such daydreams. Chen Ji contemplated this and thought it likely true. Hearing it confirmed extinguished any lingering hopes. "Senior brother Luo, could you tell me more about this arena?" Chen Ji promptly shifted his focus to the new topic. Noticing that Chen Ji appeared undisturbed by the prospect of not entering Eagle Falcon Peak, Luo Jiling thought to himself, "Little Chen Ji is remarkably stable in his emotions. Entirely unperturbed by such matters. When I learned of this back then, I lamented for days about the unfairness of it all, yet he remains so composed at such a young age. It is indeed rare." The so-called arena refers to a designated area within the sect where disciples with grievances can engage in sanctioned duels. No fatalities are permitted. Each participant showcases their strength to resolve conflicts or claim ownership of certain items. Yesterday, I heard that 2 disciples at the 6th level of Qi Refinement agreed to duel in the arena over the ownership of a treasure. Let us hurry. It's about to begin. Luo Jiling urged as they hastened their steps. They arrived at a massive floating island situated in the shade of a mountain peak. "Here we are, the location of the arena." The floating island was already bustling with spectators. The two squeezed through the crowd until they found a good vantage point. "Oh, over there seems to be Sister Lu," Chen Ji exclaimed, spotting Lu Wanner not far away. Unsure about matters of romance, he approached her with confidence to greet her. Lu Wanner, recognizing Chen Ji, responded warmly, "Oh, it's Junior Brother Chen. Are you here to watch the duel?" The redness and swelling on her face from being struck by Lu Hongying had long subsided, and her emotions appeared steady. "Yes, I came to take a look, and I didn't expect to run into Sister Lu here," Chen Ji replied with a smile. Luo Jiling, trailing behind, turned red upon seeing Lu Wanner. He joined them, greeting her, "Sister Lu." On that day, when Lu Wanner was bullied by Lu Hongying, only Luo Jiling had rushed to her aid, only to be knocked unconscious by Lu Hongying's punch. Logically, Lu Wanner should have been grateful to Luo Jiling. However, ever since that incident, she seemed to have forgotten about him, never visiting or speaking to him. Lu Wanner did not expect to see Luo Jiling there, and her demeanor became somewhat awkward upon their meeting. She quietly said, "Oh, it's Junior Brother Luo. I wanted to thank you for that day." Her voice was barely audible, like the whisper of a mosquito. "So she has remembered me," albeit shyly, Luo Jiling thought. Feeling as if he had tasted honey, his heart blooming with joy, "A sister is calling for me over there. I must go." Lu Wanner said hurriedly before departing. Luo Juling stood there dazed, replying, "All right, Sister Lu. You go ahead." He failed to notice her dismissive tone. That moment, the crowd continued to swell, surrounding the arena tightly. Two young disciples dressed in outer sect attire ascended the arena, standing opposite each other. The gong sounded. An elder referee approached the stage, and the crowd fell silent. "I am the referee for this duel. You both understand the rules of engagement, correct?" he asked, looking at them. They nodded in affirmation. "I will reiterate. Within the sect, lethal combat is prohibited. The duel must cease at the point of acknowledgement, and if one party concedes, the other must immediately halt their attack. Failure to comply will result in disciplinary action as per sect regulations. Since you both are aware of the rules, I shall not linger on formalities. I hereby declare that this duel begins now." The referee stepped back, signaling the commencement of the contest. The spectators collectively held their breath, focusing intently on the duelist's every move. "Junior brother Chen, this should be your first encounter with a duel since joining the sect, right?" Luo Juling asked Chen Ji, though his gaze wandered, as if searching for someone in the crowd. Chen Ji nodded. "Indeed, it's my first time. I wonder what spells they will unleash." Luo Juling replied, "I inquired earlier. One is named Chen Jiuhe, a 6th level Qi refinement practitioner, and his opponent is Gong Zhong. Also at the 6th level, they both returned from Spirit Scorpion Island, where they reportedly gained an opportunity, but could only claim one. Thus, they paid spirit stones to duel in the arena." Chen Ji couldn't help but admire Luo Juling's intelligence. He had quickly gathered such information. Both are at the 6th level of Qi refinement. I'm eager to see their prowess. "Senior brother, it's starting," Chen Ji exclaimed, noticing Luo Juling was distracted since Lu Wanner had left. Chen Jiuhe and Gong Zhong launched their attacks almost simultaneously. A green protective shield enveloped Chen Jiuhe as he held a talisman in his left hand and pointed his sword at Gong Zhong with his right. "Intermediate fireball technique," he shouted, sending a fireball hurtling towards his opponent. The green shield, a testament to Chen Jiuhe's caution, formed first as a defense before he initiated his offensive. However, Gong Zhong seemed to anticipate Chen Jiuhe's strategy. Instead of activating a protective shield, he executed a roll away from his original position. He then unleashed 3 talismans that struck the ground with a thunderous boom, erupting 3 earthen spikes that swiftly grew into a soil cage. Intermediate earth spike technique. At that moment, Chen Jiuhe had just completed the activation of his fireball technique and was taken aback by Gong Zhong's tactic to encircle him. "Humph, Chen Jiuhe, you are inherently cautious. You will always protect yourself before attacking. I anticipated you would employ such a strategy, so I shall take risks and attack first," Gong Zhong declared as he activated his talismans. Intermediate Fire Rain Talisman. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 talismans flew toward the earthen cage containing Chen Jiuhe. Although Chen Jiuhe felt his approach was thwarted and his face displayed a mix of embarrassment and anger, he remained unfazed. He swiftly unleashed his own talisman, Intermediate Golden Blade Talisman. The talisman shot forth, transforming into a spinning golden blade that sliced through the surrounding earthen cage. Chen Jiuhe stepped forward as his green shield shimmered with a hazy light. While the fire rain from Gong Zhong's 3 talismans began to descend, it's scorching. Chen Ji felt the intense heat wash over him from the arena, his hair nearly singeing. He took a few steps back to dissipate the sweltering heat. Since witnessing the duel between the two, Chen Ji felt as though a new world had opened before him. This was the battle of immortals. Fireballs summoned effortlessly, earthen spikes conjured at will. Was this still humanity? This had transcended human capability. It was exhilarating. So this was the level one could achieve at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Witnessing this spectacle filled Chen Ji with excitement, his fists clenched tightly. Fixating intently on the transformations occurring within the arena, it was evident that the 2 combatants had exchanged dozens of blows. The moment had arrived to determine the victor. Intermediate Fire Rain Talisman. Gong Zhong once again activated 3 talismans, sending them hurtling forth. In response, Chen Jiuhe let out a cold laugh, slapping a talisman onto himself. Upon contact, the previously dim green protective barrier transformed into a vibrant shield. "Gong, it seems you're out of tricks, resorting to the Fire Rain Talisman, which is utterly incapable of breaching my defenses." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous explosion erupted from the arena. The 3 intermediate Fire Rain Talismans, instead of raining down, detonated abruptly, launching the unsuspecting Chen Jiuhe, who was encased within the green barrier, into the air. His protective shield shattered, and he fell to the ground, visibly injured and battered. Gong, you possess an advanced thunderstorm talisman? Chen Jiuhua spat a mouthful of blood, while Gong Zhong merely chuckled. Tio seized this opportunity. Sacrificing an advanced thunderstorm talisman was worth it. It turned out that the cunning Gong Zhong had unleashed 3 fire rain talismans earlier to deceive Chen Jiuhua into believing he had exhausted all his options. When Gong Zhong had first deployed 3 fire rain talismans, they hadn't even managed to breach Chen Jiuhua's defenses. Thus, Chen Jiuhua had dismissed the subsequent 3 as inconsequential. However, Gong Zhong had meticulously planned this ruse. The initial 3 fire rain talismans were intentionally displayed to demonstrate their power, while the latter 3 were meant to mislead Chen Jiuhua into underestimating their potency. Unbeknownst to him, among these final 3 was an advanced thunderstorm talisman, which ultimately led to Gong Zhong's victory, sending Chen Jiuhua flying. With Chen Jiuhua incapacitated and unable to continue, I hereby declare Gong Zhong the victor of this match. The referee promptly intervened to halt the contest, as prolonging it could have led to Gong Zhong fatally injuring Chen Jiuhua, which would have constituted a violation. Thank you, referee, it was merely a stroke of luck, Gong Zhong acknowledged, nodding to the onlooking disciples below before gracefully departing, leaving behind the bloodied and battered Chen Jiuhua. Let us depart. This place has reached its conclusion. Luo Jiling tugged at Chen Ji to exit. The crowd gradually dispersed, engaged in discussions about Gong Zhong's stratagem. Brother Luo, doesn't Gong Zhong's actions constitute a foul? Chen Ji inquired on their way back. Luo Jiling, feeling a hint of disappointment for not finding his goddess, Lu Wanner, responded with a smile, this is termed as cunning strategy. How can it be labeled a foul? Do not pity Chen Jiuhua for his defeat. What you did not witness is that he too clutched an advanced thunderstorm talisman, and had he been afforded the opportunity, it would have been Gong Zhong lying on the ground. Chen Ji understood that it turned out that when spells fell short, talismans could serve as a supplement. The significance of talismans played a considerable role in their duel. Are talismans expensive? I too wish to acquire a few for self-defense, Chen Ji queried. Chapter 45. Heartfelt Hall, a personal lesson from the elder. Luo Jiling chuckled, responding, talismans, elixirs, spirit beasts, and formations are all exceedingly costly. These are simple yet effective means that assist cultivators in enhancing their strength, hence their high price. Both Chen Jiuhua and Gong Zhong were disciples of the spirit talisman peak. It was entirely reasonable for them to employ talismans in battle. Realizing this, Chen Ji suddenly understood why the two had seemed so extravagant with their talismans. Now, your task, Brother Chen, is to diligently accumulate spirit stones, elevate your cultivation level, and master one of the myriad arts of cultivation, Luo Jiling advised. Dio, you recall the cultivation class I previously mentioned that we have at Spirit Beast Peak? Yes, Brother Luo, I remember, Chen Ji affirmed. Tomorrow marks the 1st of next month. Ensure you attend. I have a task that will take me away for a few days, so I will not be present. Indeed, tomorrow is the 1st of next month. At Spirit Beast Peak, free cultivation classes are held on the 1st. After exploring on my own for so long, I must attend. The recent arena duel had profoundly impacted Chen Ji. It revealed that one could be this formidable even at the 6th level of Qi refinement. It also illuminated the possibility of purchasing talismans with spirit stones to bolster one's strength and protect oneself. A brand new world unfolded before Chen Ji. Why was he so elated? Because he possessed the unique Tongtian Tower. He could utilize the medicinal gardens within the Tongtian Tower to cultivate spiritual herbs and plants. For instance, the Tears of the Stargrass, which currently occupied 6 acres, could fetch a considerable sum of spirit stones. With spirit stones, he could acquire advanced talismans for self-defense. Although Chen Ji's 5-element spiritual root might be somewhat weaker, he possessed the Tongtian Tower, a treasure no one else had. Chen Ji's heart surged with vitality, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy, filled with boundless excitement for the future. Just then, passing by the meritorious hall, Chen Ji recalled that he had completed this month's sect task and needed to report there. You go ahead, Brother Chen. I have matters to attend to and will not accompany you, Luo Jiling said. Preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Wanner, hurrying off to part ways with Chen Ji, Brother Luo, I will attend the cultivation class tomorrow without waiting for you. Chen Ji declared. Go on. Attend well, I will be away for a few days and will return later. Chen Ji arrived at the meritorious hall. Today, he did not see the bearded steward and joined a queue of disciples. The meritorious hall was bustling as usual, filled with disciples coming to receive and submit tasks. Conversations buzzed around, seemingly about the recent events on Spirit Scorpion Island. Hey, have you heard? More than half of those who went to Spirit Scorpion Island last time perished. What? Why? Didn't they say several Vice Peak Masters and Vice Hall Masters were leading the expedition? I heard from my master that a massive scorpion tide erupted on Spirit Scorpion Island, awakening a late-stage Foundation establishment Spirit Scorpion King. Enraged, the Spirit Scorpion King went on a killing spree. It can effortlessly burrow underground and evade capture, leading to numerous disciples meeting their demise. I see. They provoked a late-stage Foundation establishment beast. The Peak Masters and Hall Masters finally managed to slay the Spirit Scorpion King. But while continuing their exploration of the underground palace, they encountered volcanic eruptions, resulting in even more casualties. How tragic. I didn't expect the exploration of Spirit Scorpion Island to be so fraught with peril. I heard the sect is recruiting disciples to return to Spirit Scorpion Island, offering incredibly tempting conditions. Anyone who successfully gathers the designated 10 or so spiritual herbs from Spirit Scorpion Island will be immediately promoted to inner disciples. What? Immediately promoted to inner disciples? Such favorable terms, many disciples will surely venture forth. Indeed, just wait. The announcement will be made soon. As Chenji listened to the two disciples chatter, he realized the situation on Spirit Scorpion Island had not yet concluded. The recent discussion indicated a significant number of casualties again. Just one late-stage Foundation establishment beast was already formidable enough, and the volcanic eruptions had further devastated the disciples who ventured there. Almost everyone was abuzz with discussions about Spirit Scorpion Island and whether to take a gamble and go. After all, the immediate promotion to inner disciples was an irresistible lure for outer disciples. However, Chunji remained unfazed. As a mere first-level Qi refinement cultivator, he did not meet the qualifications to partake. Finally, it was Chunji's turn. The steward ahead inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed steward?" "I have completed this month's sect task and am here to report." Chunji stated, "Present your identification plate." Chunji handed over his identity token. The steward placed it against the stone wall behind him, revealing Chunji's information. Name: Chunji, age, 12. Spiritual roots, 5-element root. Realm, first-level Qi refinement. Affiliation, Spirit Beast Peak. Contribution points, 0. Sect task, completed for this month. Can claim. Already claimed for this month. Current tasks, none. Alright, your task for this month has been confirmed as completed. Next, the steward tossed Chunji's token back to him. Chunji expressed his gratitude and exited the meritorious hall. Instead of returning directly to his residence, he made his way to a location within Spirit Beast Peak known as Heartfelt Hall. There stood a tall stone platform, surrounded by empty meditation mats. Beneath the platform was a small stone tablet inscribed with a notice. Notice for free lesson on the 1st of next month. Elder Faye from Eagle Falcon Peak will personally teach the training and nurturing of Eagle Falcon chicks. Time: from Chin Hour to Sea Hour. To have Elder Faye from Eagle Falcon Peak personally instruct on the fundamental knowledge of nurturing Eagle Falcon chicks was a delightful surprise for Chunji. He had previously acquired an exotic blood Eagle Falcon egg from Eagle Falcon Peak, which was currently incubating in the Tongtian Tower's Spirit Beast Garden. Once successfully hatched, he would need to train and nurture the chick. Making this course particularly relevant, I must arrive early tomorrow to secure a spot in the front row and listen attentively to Elder Faye's lesson, Chunji resolved. Heartfelt Hall was intermittently visited by numerous disciples eager to check the class schedule for the following day. Upon seeing that Elder Faye would be teaching, they engaged in lively discussions. It seemed that Elder Faye was quite renowned within Spirit Beast Peak, having significantly improved the cultivation of eagle falcons and brought substantial wealth to the peak. Upon returning to his courtyard, Chunji heard a familiar voice from next door. "Hey, you there? Relinquish your courtyard to me." It was the voice of Lu Hongying, the third miss of the Lu family. Known for her arrogance and for publicly humiliating the illegitimate Lu Wanner while breaking the legs of 2 disciples at Spirit Beast Peak, Chunji was left with an indelible impression of this scheming young lady. "Oh no, I've caught the attention of this young lady again. My courtyard just happens to be adjacent to Bai Wushuang's. Lu Hongying must certainly wish to take advantage of her proximity to the water tower to gain favor. Seizing her own courtyard to conveniently court Bai Wushuang. Trouble arises." Chapter 46. Encountering trouble, the arrogant Lu Sanjia points her sword at Chunji. Chunji pretended not to hear this troublesome voice and simply wished to return home more swiftly. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. An acute long sword had, unbeknownst to him, already been pressed against Chen Ji's neck. You worthless fool, a mere 5 elemental waste spirit root, and you dare pretend not to hear my words? How infuriating! The sect rules protect you, so I cannot kill you. However, leaving a scar on that somewhat decent-looking face of yours is certainly within my capabilities. Lu Hongying's sword resembled a venomous snake poised to strike at Chen Ji's face. Hold on! Bai Wuxiang appeared beside Lu Hongying, interjecting, Wuxiang Shidi, you've come out. Upon seeing Bai Wuxiang by her side, the malicious expression on Lu Hongying's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a coy demeanor. The long sword in her hand vanished with a swift motion, and she turned, adopting a new facade. Oh dear Wuxiang Shidi, I was merely joking with this fellow disciple. How could I possibly lay a hand on his face? Right, fellow disciple? Lu Hongying, the third young lady of the Lu family, sought to elevate her standing within both the Bai and Lu families through marriage to Bai Wuxiang, which explained her persistent pursuit of him. Chen Ji sighed inwardly. This foolish heir of the Bai family, why did you have to choose to reside next door to me? I am truly caught in the crossfire, almost losing my looks. Chen Ji remained silent, turning away to return to his courtyard. Seeing that a mere 5 elemental root Chen Ji was ignoring her words, Lu Hongying's haughty demeanor faltered. Hey, you waste of a 5-element root. I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? Instantly, her true colors emerged, her voice sharp as a duck's quack. She lunged forward to slap him. This little maiden from the Lu family was accustomed to bullying others. How could she endure Chen Ji's indifference? Just then, smack! Lu Hongying's hand was firmly caught by Bai Wuxiang, who had appeared beside her without notice, and no matter how hard Lu Hongying struggled, she could not break free. Despite Bai Wuxiang's appearance of a delicate young master, his speed and strength were astonishing, so much so that even Lu Hongying could not discern how he had acted so swiftly. Liu Shiji. This is my fellow disciple from the Spirit Beast Peak, not to mention my neighbor. If you strike him, we shall have no neighborly ties left. Liu Shiji. Should I become isolated on the Spirit Beast Peak? It would not bode well for me. Bai Wuxiang's expression remained calm as he held onto Lu Hongying's hand, while she gradually flushed with embarrassment. His grip was firm and powerful, a testament to the talent of the Bai family. 3 years my junior, and yet his strength clearly surpasses mine. Truly, he is the little man I, Lu Hongying, have set my sights on, a veritable dream lover. Captivated by Bai Wuxiang's grip, Lu Hongying momentarily forgot Chen Ji's presence. Lost in her infatuation. Chen Shidi, right? I am Bai Wuxiang. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Noticing Lu Hongying gazing at him in a daze, Bai Wuxiang finally greeted Chen Ji. Observing this renowned talent of the Bai family up close, Chen Ji thought to himself, so this is the legendary single with spirit root. It appears no different from my 5-element spirit root on the surface. Chen Ji nodded at Bai Wuxiang and said nothing more. Returning to his own courtyard, outside, he heard Bai Wuxiang address Lu Hongying. Liu Shiji, I hope you will refrain from being so reckless outside the Spirit Beast Peak in the future, as it makes it difficult for me to establish myself here. Lu Hongying scoffed. Humph, Bai Shidi, you need not be overly courteous to these outer disciples. You are merely here to train. A phoenix should not linger in a chicken coop. Her voice was loud, and her sharp tone drew the attention of many outer disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak. Bai Wuxiang shook his head and replied, Liu Shiji, if you continue to treat my fellow disciples with such disdain, it would be better not to come to the Spirit Beast Peak at all. Realizing Bai Wuxiang was growing angry, Lu Hongying quickly altered her demeanor, speaking in a feigned sweet tone. Bai Shidi, I was just joking. Come, let us return. Bai Wuxiang remained unmoved, continuing to gaze deeply into Lu Hongying's eyes. Reluctantly, she conceded. All right, Bai Shidi, I agree. Please do not be angry, let us return and enjoy some spirit tea. This is a special spirit tea gifted to me by my grandfather. It can help enhance one's abilities. I saved some just for you. Finally, the two departed. Chen Ji returned to his courtyard, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, and busied himself with cooking and practicing. Upon entering the Tongtian Tower, he first visited the Spirit Herb Garden to check on his 6-mu plot of tears of the stargrass. Squatting down, he meticulously examined each plant. This indicated that they had fully matured, reaching the maximum potency of their medicinal properties. It seemed that the cultivation of spirit herbs in the garden depended on the variety. This Tears of the Star grass could only contain so much medicinal strength and could not be enhanced further. Given this, I must sell them quickly and replant with new varieties. After inspecting the spirit herb garden, Chunji proceeded to the spirit beast garden. There, he found a massive nest for hawks and falcons that had been expertly constructed at it appeared far more professional than what he had seen at Elder Fei's place on the Falcon Peak. Truly, the Tongtian Tower excels in both clearing land for spirit fields and hatching spirit beast offspring. It is all so visually pleasing. Within this grand nest lay an ordinary-looking useless egg. This was the egg of the hawk with an extraordinary bloodline that the Tongtian Tower had indicated to him. Elder Fei considered it a worthless egg, incapable of hatching. At this moment, the egg lay still in the nest, devoid of any warmth from an adult female hawk to facilitate hatching. How can this egg possibly hatch without the mother's warmth? Just as Chen Ji pondered this, a voice resonated within the Tongtian Tower. To hatch in the spirit beast garden, a substantial amount of spirit stones must be invested as energy. Hatching this extraordinary bloodline hawk egg requires 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. What? 2,000 low-grade spirit stones? Chen Ji was momentarily stunned. Why entire fortune amounts to only 19 low-grade spirit stones? Are you telling me I need 2,000? You might as well kill me. Where on earth am I supposed to procure such an astronomical sum of spirit stones? No wonder it is said that those who can afford to raise spirit beasts are either wealthy or noble. It turns out this endeavor consumes spirit stones at such a rate. For now, I lack the means to hatch this hawk, so I shall put this matter on hold. Chunji then headed to the training room. In the training room, he could not help but recall the spells he had witnessed during the duel earlier that day. Fireball technique, earth spike technique. His heart burned with excitement. First, I must save spirit stones for spells and talismans for self-defense. Survival is the utmost priority. Then I shall consider accumulating spirit stones to hatch spirit beasts. Becoming stronger is the second step. Young Chunji set a general course for his future development and began his training. Chapter 47. Passing on Knowledge, Elder Fei's Lecture on Beast Training. The next day was the first of the month, when Elder Fei would offer a free lecture on the care and nurturing of hawk offspring. Chunji arrived at the Huaxin Hall half an hour early, selecting a position near the front to sit quietly and wait. Even though his hawk offspring required 2,000 low-grade spirit stones to hatch, a task currently impossible for him, today's lecture by Elder Fei was incredibly valuable. It was best to listen and learn as much as he could. Gradually, more and more disciples arrived for the lecture, leaving the front rows open as they settled into advantageous positions. A familiar figure sat down beside Chunji. Lu Shiji, are you here to attend Elder Fei's lecture as well? Chunji greeted her promptly. The person beside him was none other than Lu Wanner. Upon recognizing Chunji, her expression became somewhat complex as she glanced at him, but once she confirmed that he was alone, her demeanor brightened considerably. So it's you, Chunshidi. What a coincidence. You're here quite early. The incident where Lu Wanner had been publicly slapped by Lu Hongying had circulated among the outer disciples for some time, and everyone was aware of her lower status as an illegitimate child within the Lu family. Fortunately, Lu Wanner seemed to have been little affected by it. She appeared completely unbothered now. Yes, this is my first time attending a lecture on cultivation, so I am quite looking forward to it. You must attend regularly, Lu Shiji? Chunji felt a sense of closeness towards the warm-hearted Lu Wanner, even developing a sense of empathy due to her being bullied for her status as an illegitimate child. I attend nearly every class. Chunshidi, you must pay close attention to this course. Elder Fei is a legend of the Falcon Peak. His lectures are always in high demand. The Spirit Beast Peak's greatest skill is beast taming, and Elder Fei's prowess in this regard is legendary throughout the Seven-Star Sect. Lu Wanner spoke in a hushed tone, her admiration for Elder Fei's abilities evident. After all, they both belonged to the Spirit Beast Peak, where the core expertise was indeed beast taming, and Elder Fei's skills were renowned. Sister Lu and Brother Chen, you have arrived early. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, Bai Wuxuang approached from behind and greeted them. It turned out to be Brother Bai. Upon seeing him, Lu Wanner's expression soured slightly, and she turned her head, relieved that Lu Hongying had not come. Brother Bai, you are here as well, Chunji greeted. After Bai Wuxuang nodded to the two, he naturally took a seat in the front row, a place no one dared to occupy, choosing a spot with the best view. Chunji and Lu Wanner exchanged glances, perhaps recalling the incident when Lu Hongying had caused such a scene. The two fell silent. At this moment, the venue continued to fill with people. Those arriving later had no seats and had to stand aside, waiting. The first row gradually filled with seating. Chunji recognized most of these individuals from a distance before. The majority were inner disciples from the Eagle Falcon Peak. Among them was someone Chunji had met before, the outer disciple from the Spirit Beast Peak, senior brother Jiang Luoquan, accompanied by a tall woman. A black cat lay sleeping on her shoulder, while a vigilant eagle perched on Jiang Luoquan's. After they settled in at the edge of the first row, those around them greeted them, indicating they were well-liked. Brother Chen, you know those two in front, right? Lu Wanner whispered to Chenji, I've met senior brother Jiang before. But I am unfamiliar with that sister, Chenji replied. Jiang Luoquan had previously intervened to stop Lu Hongying's unruly behavior outside. Chenji certainly remembered this well, for it was Jiang Luoquan's intervention that had brought Lu Hongying to heel and allowed Bai Wushuang to open the courtyard door. The one besides senior brother Jiang is our legendary outer disciple from the Spirit Beast Peak, senior sister Qin Feiyu, at the 9th level of Qi training. So she is our senior sister. This is indeed my first time meeting her. Sister Lu, both of them are at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi training. Why are they still outer disciples? That is a complex matter involving several aspects, which you will understand in due time, Brother Qin, Lu Wanner said. Chunji was puzzled as to why such capable individuals had not been admitted to the inner sect. Lu Wanner's response suggested there was something she felt was inappropriate to discuss here. He resolved to find an opportunity to discreetly inquire with senior brother Luo Juling later. Just as the two were quietly conversing, a massive eagle descended from the high platform. Elder Fei leaped down from the eagle and surveyed the densely packed crowd before him, calmly stating, All right, the time has come. Let us begin discussing the training and nurturing methods for young eagles. Elder Fei's voice was perfectly audible to all disciples present. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a young eagle from his spirit beast pouch, which perched on his arm, glaring fiercely at him. As you can see, this young eagle is quite unruly. It is challenging to train, but once tamed, it will surpass its peers in strength. Elder Fei used the eagle on his arm as an example, articulating his points with references to both the eagle and his past experiences. The lesson was engaging and left a lasting impression on everyone. From the moment Elder Fei began speaking, all were attentively listening, and silence enveloped the room, with only Elder Fei's voice resonating throughout. He spoke from the hour of Chun until the hour of Si, concluding his words precisely as the time was up. That will be all for today's lesson. Once you reach the 4th level of Qi training, which is the mid-stage, you may choose a spirit beast to nurture and transform into your own destined companion. We at Eagle Falcon Peak welcome all to seek their fortunes. With that, he snapped his fingers towards the sky. The massive eagle swooped down and Elder Fei leaped onto its back. The disciples below rose to their feet, bowing in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Elder Fei, for your teachings. We bid you farewell. Amidst their farewells, Elder Fei and his eagle soared into the sky, quickly becoming a distant, before vanishing from sight. The disciples began to disperse, and Chunji, gazing at the receding remarked sincerely, coming and going like the wind, truly a celestial being. Lu Wanner, observing Chunji's foolish expression, chuckled, Brother Chen, shall we go back together? Chunji laughed, Certainly, Sister Lu. The two left the Hui Xian Hall, and Chenji had some questions to ask her along the way. As they walked, he inquired, and Lu Wanner answered diligently, sharing everything she knew. Even the matter of why Qin Feiyu and Jiang Luoquan had not yet joined the inner sect was discreetly revealed to him. The main reasons were twofold. First, the outer sect of Spirit Beast Peak required a late-stage Qi training expert to oversee it, and currently, aside from the senior sister and second brother, there were no suitable candidates. Second, both wished to join under sect leader Chen as inner disciples, but his quota for inner disciples was already full, hence their delay in joining. That is the reason, Chunji mused. His curiosity piqued. He asked, Sister Lu, isn't it said that one must participate in the small competition in 5 years to join the inner sect? Lu Wanner kicked a small stone beneath her feet and replied with a smile. That applies to ordinary disciples. The small competition in 5 years is an open opportunity for everyone. However, for the senior sister and second brother, they are not bound by this restriction. If a suitable opportunity arises, they can enter the inner sect sooner. For them, especially the senior sister, the 5-year competition is too long to wait. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If one does not progress, they will regress. Brother Chen, you are still young and do not understand now. But you will in time. As she spoke of regression, it seemed to touch upon her own inner sentiments, and she sighed deeply, her face clouded with worry, prompting her to say no more. Chunji sensed that Lu Wanner was reminded of some troubling matter, and the two returned to their residence in silence. From a distance, they spotted a girl of similar stature to Lu Wanner looking around anxiously. Lu Wanner recognized her first and hurried over, exclaiming, "Chuyer, what brings you here?" This girl, named Chuyer, was Lu Wanner's mother's personal maid, typically serving at the Lu household. Chunji wondered why she had come to Spirit Beast Peak to find Lu Wanner. Upon seeing Lu Wanner, Chuyer anxiously said, "Miss, I finally found you. Just yesterday, Miss Hongying suddenly came to our mistress and spoke some outrageous words. Implicitly, she accused both you and your mother of having a poor background and lacking spiritual roots, wasting your father's expectations and the support of the Lu family, among other things." The mistress dared not speak up and was scolded for a long time, even receiving a slap from Miss Hongying. "Last night, she secretly cried in her room and instructed me not to inform you." She recounted this. Tears streamed down Chuyer's face. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanner clenched her fists and coldly remarked, "How shameless! Is she intent on driving us to our doom? It is infuriating that I, Lu Wanner, possess only 3 spiritual roots, and yet I cannot defend my mother from humiliation. I can endure my own disgrace. But to see my mother suffer is utterly intolerable. It seems I must seize the opportunity at Lingxia Island. What if I gain fortune there? That would be a way to avenge my mother." Chunji happened to overhear these words. He understood that this was a personal matter for Lu Wanner, and out of respect, he bid her farewell and returned to his own courtyard. Meanwhile, Lu Wanner realized she had lost her composure in her anger and hurried back to her courtyard with Chuyer. After returning, Chunji took a moment to process Elder Phase lessened. To his astonishment, he discovered that his memory had significantly improved since entering the first level of Qi training. He retained nearly all the key points from Elder Phase lecture without forgetting a single detail. Through the infusion of spiritual energy into his body, his memory had been enhanced as well. It was no wonder that everyone referred to cultivators as immortals. In the eyes of ordinary people, such a flawless memory truly seemed like a celestial ability. Chunji found himself increasingly addicted to the practice of cultivation. Each day, as he absorbed spiritual energy, he awoke feeling as if he were floating, akin to a celestial being. In a wonder he had heard the village schoolmaster say in his childhood, "In the mountains, there is no passage of time." Cultivation was indeed a captivating endeavor, one that could make one forget the passage of time. If not for his hunger waking him, he could have continued cultivating indefinitely. At this moment, little did Chunji know that within the immortal sect, there existed wondrous items like the fasting elixir. He was even unaware that the tier of cultivation methods significantly impacted future cultivation speed and the strength of spells. However, these revelations would come to him in time. Just as Chunji intended to pretend to sleep, secretly planning to enter the Tongtian Tower to begin his cultivation, there was another knock at the door. From the rhythm of the knocking, it was apparent that it was his senior brother Luo Juling returning from his outing. Chunji quickly opened the door, and indeed, standing there was Luo Juling. "Senior brother Luo, you have returned. Come in." Luo Juling shook his hand gently and whispered, "Chunji, I have had a modest harvest during my 2 days out and must return to tally it up. Therefore, I shall not be joining you. I know you prefer to eat lingmi rice and then retire for the night, rarely venturing out unless necessary, so I wanted to inform you of something before you drift off to sleep." Chunji was aware of this senior brother's extensive network of information. All he knew concerning the practice of the Qixingmen had been relayed to him through Luo Juling. "What is it?" "Luo Shixiao, our market will occasionally host clandestine auctions, and there happens to be one tonight. I shall come to summon you to join me." "A clandestine auction?" Chunji gazed at Luo Juling with curiosity. "Luo Shixiao, what is a clandestine auction?" "He, it is a venue specifically for selling items that cannot be openly traded in the sect's marketplace. When the time comes, the organizers will provide everyone with a black hat that conceals your voice, height, and aura, ensuring that no one knows who you are. This allows everyone to auction off items they wish to keep hidden from outsiders." You understand." Luo Juling nudged Chunji's ARM.in an instant. Comprehension dawned upon Chunji. He nodded and replied, "Such an intriguing event. I must see it for myself." "Luo Shixiang, you must take me along." That moment, Luo Juling appeared somewhat travel-worn, having just returned from his outing. He spoke mysteriously. I happened to acquire an item during my trip that I cannot conveniently sell. Thus, it is fortuitous that I can dispose of it at tonight's clandestine auction. Await me. I shall come to find you before the hour of high. Make sure you do not fall asleep. Chunji nodded, saying, I will wait for you, Luo Shixiao. Luo Jilin acknowledged him with a nod before departing, casting a glance towards the residence of Lu Wanner. With the hour of high approaching, he still had some time to practice. Chunji hurriedly entered the Tongtian Tower to begin his training. 1 hour outside equated to 10 hours within the training room of the Tongtian Tower. He could not afford to waste any time. He meticulously harvested all the Tears Star grass that had absorbed medicinal essence from his 6-mu plot. Upon counting, he found 400 stalks of Tears Star grass. Previously, he had sold them for 6 spirit stones apiece, meaning 400 would yield 2,400 low-grade spirit stones. If he could sell them, it would be sufficient to hatch a falcon's egg. He had been troubled by the thought of exposing the fact that he possessed such a substantial amount of Tears Star grass, yet he did not expect the existence of an underground auction that would allow him to conceal his identity and appearance. Truly, heaven was aiding him. Having prepared everything, Chunji arrived early at the entrance, awaiting Luo Jilin. Chinshidi, let us go. When the appointed time arrived, Luo Jilin knocked on Chunji's door and led him towards the underground auction. Chapter 49. The Auction. Concealing one's identity to auction off Tears Star grass, the two stealthily exited the outer disciple courtyard, observing numerous disciples emerging from the surrounding courtyards, all seemingly headed for the underground auction. An unspoken understanding permeated the air as they silently walked towards the marketplace under the cover of night. Chunshidi, I have something to auction off this time. As for you, I presume you have nothing to sell. And you certainly lack spirit stones to purchase anything. You are merely accompanying your senior brother to broaden your horizons. In the future, once you become familiar with it, you can go on your own. Just look at these individuals, heads down as they walk. They are all on their way to the underground auction, and none of them speak. Luo Jilin whispered to Chunji. Chunji merely nodded in response. Refraining from further conversation, much like an elementary school student, before long, they arrived at the marketplace, entering a 3-story building along the main thoroughfare. At the entrance stood a figure cloaked entirely in black robes, serving as a guard. The admission fee was 1 spirit stone. A queue formed ahead, and after handing over a spirit stone, they received a black hat. Upon donning it, the hat transformed into a black robe that enveloped them from head to toe, even disguising their heights. Their voices altered too, creating a truly marvelous effect. Hey, you should have a spirit stone on hand, right? Luo Jilin queried as they waited in line. Low. Do not use names or titles. Once we enter, we shall address each other by code names. After we wear the black robes, we will be transported into the auction venue, and we will not be together. Once it concludes, we shall return separately. They have made excellent arrangements. Chunji nodded in understanding. No wonder Luo Shixiao called Mihei earlier. Luo Jilin first handed over a spirit stone to receive his black hat, and then, right before Chunji's eyes, he was transported away. Next, Chunji quickly presented a spirit stone and received his black hat, instantly becoming a mysterious figure shrouded in black robes. He too was swiftly transported away, feeling slightly disoriented. Chunji hastily circulated the spiritual energy within his dantian until he regained his composure. The next moment, he found himself in a grand hall. The hall boasted over 1,000 seats, many of which were already occupied by individuals cloaked in black robes. A cursory glance revealed that hundreds of attendees looked remarkably alike, making it impossible to discern one from another. Chunji felt a wave of relief wash over him. At the front of the hall stood a high platform where an elder, not clad in black robes, cheerfully announced, "Esteemed guests, if you have items to consign, please proceed to the backstage for assistance. We have dedicated personnel ready to categorize your items, and the auction will commence shortly. Our prices are fair, and we pride ourselves on our integrity. This underground auction has upheld a reputation for several centuries within our sect, so rest assured." Chunji stood up and joined the others to move towards the backstage, where dedicated staff awaited. Approaching one of them, he was asked, "Esteemed guest, are you here to sell something?" Chunji nodded, startled by the raspy sound of his own voice, which resembled stones grinding together. Indeed, even his voice had been altered. "Is it a spirit beast, magical artifact, or spirit herb?" "Spirit herb. Please follow me to the 3rd booth, where an elder specializing in spirit herbs will appraise your item." Behind the auction platform, a row of booths catered to different types of guests. Qianji entered the third booth, where another figure cloaked in black awaited. Please present your spirit herbs for evaluation. Qianji feigned emotion as if retrieving something from his waist, giving the impression that he possessed a storage bag. In reality, he summoned the 400 stalks of Tears star grass from the Tongtian Tower, which he had already prepared. So many. The black-robed figure was taken aback as Qianji produced such a quantity of spirit herbs from what appeared to be a storage bag. The figure then proceeded to examine them with expertise. The potency is strong, and they are at least 20 years old. You have preserved them remarkably well. They must have been harvested along with the fertile soil from their growing location, or else their potency would not have remained so intact. Now, regardless of whether the sale goes through, let us package them in jade boxes to prevent the essence from dissipating. The black-robed individual skillfully retrieved several large jade boxes, each specially treated to effectively safeguard the potency of the spirit herbs. They swiftly placed the 400 stalks of Tears star grass into the boxes, completing the assessment of each stalk's potency and age with impressive efficiency. Esteemed guest, after appraisal, there are indeed 400 stalks of Tears star grass. Is that correct? Qianji nodded, his voice hoarse as he confirmed, yes, precisely 400 stalks. The black-robed figure continued, these 400 stalks of Tears star grass retain their full potency and likely originated from a location rich in spiritual energy, such as a cave or blessed ground, each with a remarkable 20-year age. Indeed, that is correct. Damwai Master discovered this patch of Tears star grass at the entrance of an abandoned cave. Qianji fabricated a casual explanation, prompting the black-robed figure to nod in approval, silently acknowledging his own decades of expertise in the field of spirit herb appraisal. Such potent Tears star grass cannot be cultivated, not even by Elder Do from Baohulu Island. Only in secluded caves, steeped in years of spiritual energy, can such herbs grow. It is impossible to replicate in the outside world. This is pure wild Tears star grass, worth more than cultivated varieties. The black-robed figure added, if auctioned in bulk, the price will be higher. If sold in batches, it may yield a lower total. Esteemed guest, do you wish to auction them all tonight? I know of several elders who require these 20-year-old Tears star grass as a primary ingredient for their elixirs, and I assure you they will all be sold tonight. Qianji's heart surged with joy, though he forced himself to remain composed. Let us auction them all. The black-robed figure responded enthusiastically, excellent. If everything is auctioned off, I will also receive a share of the commission in spirit stones. Very well, esteemed guest. All will be auctioned, and according to our customary rules, the auction house will take a 10% commission fee, settled based on the final auction price. As he spoke, he produced a piece of paper and swiftly inscribed a few lines. Tears star grass, 400 stalks, in excellent condition, potency strong, classified as pure wild. Auctioning in bulk, 10% commission, settled according to actual sales. He then took a small seal from his waist and pressed it onto the bottom of the paper. Esteemed guest, please keep this paper. After the auction concludes, return here to settle the spirit stones. Qianji was impressed by the figure's efficiency. Thank you very much. He accepted the paper, allowing it to dry before folding it and placing it in his pocket. Intending to leave, however, the black-robed figure called out to him. Esteemed guest, should you see something at the auction that piques your interest but lacks sufficient spirit stones, you may use this paper as credit. It will be settled based on actual sales, and the auction house guarantees its validity, so you can rest assured it turns out there are such operations. This underground auction house truly exploits both buyers and sellers. Indeed, there are intricate dealings involved. Chapter 50. A dispute arises. Upon encountering the formidable Foundation establishment practitioner, Qianji nodded and remarked, this is indeed favorable. It seems we have a predicament. Very well, esteemed guests, please proceed to your seats at the front. A spirit tea will be served to alleviate your concerns. The figure in the black robe clapped his hands, and another individual in similar attire approached with spirit tea. Qianji smiled and shook his head, saying, no need for that, before turning back to his own seat. The black-robed attendant responsible for collecting spirit herbs in the third booth observed Qianji's refusal of the tea and thought to himself, he is indeed cautious. Once he drinks the spirit tea, he will inevitably reveal his true identity. Obtaining 400 stalks of 20-year-old Tears star grass in such dire straits must indicate a disciple of a certain deputy hall master or even a peak master. It's unfortunate not to have seen his true visage. The black-robed figure's invitation for Chen Ji to partake in the spirit tea concealed an ulterior motive to discern his genuine identity. Fortunately, Chen Ji recognized this issue immediately. Having learned from a young age to hide any treasures discovered within his trousers, buried near his parents' grave, how could Chen Ji not perceive the other's small intentions? Prudence is paramount, especially since he possesses the Celestial Tower, which necessitates even greater caution. It is absolutely vital not to expose oneself for a mere cup of spirit tea. At this moment, the hall was nearly filled with guests. Chen Ji chose a vacant corner seat, observing the second floor adorned with a ring of VIP booths, each marked by a lamp, most of which had now illuminated, indicating the arrival of guests. Suddenly, a voice rang out at the entrance. "Make way, young Master Hong has arrived." A young man clad in white attire and boots swaggered in, flanked by a dozen followers and ladies, demanding that everyone clear the path. This young Master Hong, astonishingly, needed no black robe, revealing his true appearance at the underground auction. The elder on stage, also devoid of a black robe, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing young Master Hong, but quickly regained his composure and welcomed him enthusiastically. "Young Master Hong, your presence is an honor. I beg your pardon for my lack of proper greeting." The elder bowed deeply. "Humph, I am merely here to see if there is anything of interest," replied young Master Hong. "Please, allow me to escort you to the VIP booth on the second floor. Booth number 1 has been reserved for you." The elder intended to lead young Master Hong upstairs. Chen Ji had encountered young Master Hong on his first day at the Seven Stars sect when he had rushed past with a bronze carriage, causing the steward, Qin, to hastily dodge and instruct Chen Ji to refrain from speaking or looking too much. This young Master Hong was undoubtedly a unique presence within the Seven Stars sect, unassailable in his demeanor. "Wait, I wish to use booth number 1, interjected another group of individuals entering from behind the crowd. The tallest among them had a small falcon perched on his shoulder, its keen gaze radiating a sharpness that suggested it could take flight and inflict harm at any moment. This was undoubtedly a rare breed of falcon, surpassing any Chen Ji had previously encountered. So it is young Master Fei," the elder remarked, his expression turning sour upon seeing him. Everyone at the Seven Stars sect knew that young Master Hong and young Master Fei were never on good terms. Whenever they crossed paths, conflict was inevitable. It was unexpected that they would encounter each other at the underground auction, contending for the singular booth number 1. The elder's words were laden with apologies, yet he subtly retreated, knowing he could not afford to offend either party. "How shameless! I arrived first and you, young Master Fei, plan to contest me?" Young Master Hong scoffed, glaring at young Master Fei with hostility. "Compete? Young Master Hong, you, a defeated foe? Provide a most amusing jest," retorted young Master Fei, laughter erupting from his companions. Yet, young Master Hong remained unfazed by the provocation, merely sneering. "You only triumphed over me because your father is Elder Fei of the Falcon Peak, who has expended considerable effort to train that extraordinary falcon. You merely prey on those of us in the Qi refining stage who possess limited means of countering your falcon's prowess. Once we reach Foundation establishment, we shall see what you rely upon." It became evident that young Master Fei was indeed the son of Elder Fei from Falcon Peak, explaining his grand demeanor and the formidable falcon he commanded. "What a grand joke! A defeated foe seeking feeble excuses. Surely you don't believe my father hasn't prepared a Foundation establishment falcon for me?" Young Master Fei laughed unabashedly, as the falcon on his shoulder emitted a menacing sound directed at young Master Hong. "Young Master Fei, you are merely a worthless scion reliant on your father's status," young Master Hong coldly retorted, striding toward booth number 1, seemingly uninterested in further banter with young Master Fei. "You dare, young Master Fei?" Incensed by being ignored, prepared to unleash his falcon upon young Master Hong. "Young Master Fei, this is an underground auction. Any violent actions are strictly prohibited. Do you intend to disrupt the established order?" A chilling voice resonated from the stage as a figure cloaked in black appeared. Upon seeing this individual, young Master Fei's demeanor shifted, his arrogance dissipating as he coldly huffed, "If I cannot occupy booth no. 1, then I shan't attend this underground auction. We shall take our leave." He abruptly turned and departed with his entourage. Meanwhile, young Master Hong nodded at the figure on stage before proceeding to booth no. 1, not a Foundation establishment practitioner. That individual was the Foundation establishment elder overseeing the underground auction. His mere presence compelled even the arrogant young Master Fei to withdraw. So that is the case. Go have a Foundation establishment practitioner presiding here is indeed reassuring. As the figure vanished from sight, the crowd began to murmur. Chunji reflected. So this is a Foundation establishment practitioner. With just a word, he has sent the arrogant young Master Fei away. Truly, formidable strength. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue. The elder on stage resumed his jovial demeanor. With the appointed hour at hand, the underground auction commenced. A resounding gong echoed as the elder took the stage to preside. Esteemed guests, I am Luo Yukai, and I extend my greetings to all. Welcome to our gathering. Today's auction features an array of fine items. Please stay tuned. There are high-quality yellow rank techniques, superior grade rebirth pills of the mysterious rank, various magical artifacts, talismans, and well-preserved spirit herbs from ancient caves. Please bear with us for a moment, and the auction shall begin shortly. Luo Yukai initiated the proceedings by presenting enticing items to pique the curiosity of the attendees. Chapter 51. The Auction. The mysterious rank technique sparks bidding wars. Luo Yukai clapped his hands, and two individuals carried a large sword onto the stage. Let us commence immediately. The first item up for auction is the Decapitation Blade, a magical artifact personally forged by the Elder of the Refining Peak. It is in perfect condition. Starting bid 50 low-grade spirit stones, with no limit on bidding increments. As soon as Luo Yukai opened his mouth, someone from the audience shouted, 60, 65, 70. This magical artifact, crafted by the Elder of the Refining Peak of the Seven Stars sect, boasts professional quality and tempering, making it an excellent choice for Qi refining disciples skilled in swordsmanship. Ultimately, the Decapitation Blade was won for 151 spirit stones. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the Decapitation Blade. The second item of the evening is the superior grade rebirth pill of the mysterious rank, crafted by a rival sect of the Seven Stars sect. After expert appraisal, this rebirth pill is intact and originates from a master alchemist. The starting bid is 80 low-grade spirit stones. Unexpectedly, the second item brought forth is the star item of the night, the rebirth pill. According to Luo Yukai, this pill was pillaged after the disciples of the rival sect were slain by those of the Seven Stars sect. The rebirth pill's immense value lies in its ability to regenerate lost limbs, making it exceedingly precious to specific Qi refining disciples within the Seven Stars sect. To emphasize its significance, it has the potential to restore one's path in life. Consequently, the competition for this rebirth pill is fierce. I bid 100. I bid 120. Humph. I am here solely for this rebirth pill. No one shall compete with me. Show me some respect. 150. One individual boldly escalated the price to 150 spirit stones, causing most to hesitate, unwilling to compete further. However, two individuals remained undeterred and continued to raise the stakes. Whoever has more spirit stones shall prevail. I bid 160. Indeed, even young Master Fei cannot act arrogantly here. I bid 180. You all, 200. The rebirth pill is mine. I am Zhu Laowu, an outer disciple of the Spirit Talisman Peak. I hope you both will show me some courtesy, and I shall repay you handsomely in the future. At the outset, the individual who confidently declared his intent to win immediately revealed his identity, hoping that the two competitors would withdraw in the face of such formidable credentials. However, after Zhu Laowu disclosed his name, there was an astonishing silence. The other two competitors, undeterred, proceeded to raise their bids. 210, 230, and so the trio continued to escalate their offers, unaware of how many rounds of bidding transpired before the third party ultimately secured the item for over 500 spirit stones. Zhu Laowu of Lingfu Peak stood there, seething with indignation. Yet, such is the unyielding rule of underground auctions. Those with more spirit stones prevail, regardless of their status. Once that individual completed the transaction in the back and collected the reconstitution pill, he swiftly departed. Chunji observed as Zhu Laowu followed suit, leaving the auction house. Zhu Laowu's exit sparked a brief murmur among the onlookers. Zhu Laowu from Lingfu Peak lost an arm during the last incident on Lingxia Island. He aimed to use the reconstitution pill to regrow it. His departure likely signifies a last-ditch effort. Little did they realize that the underground auction house employed a system of random teleportation to prevent any potential stalking or robbery after someone left. Zhu Laowu was not ignorant of this fact. He was merely hoping for a stroke of luck. As Chunji listened to the surrounding chatter, a sense of relief washed over him. He was also filled with admiration for the thorough precautions taken by the underground auction house. This meant that his future participation in such events would be relatively secure, as long as he refrained from flaunting his wealth. The auction continued unabated, with Luo Yukai presenting item after item, each more astonishing than the last, broadening Qian Ji's horizons. He finally understood why wealth was prioritized in the world of cultivation. Spirit stones served as the currency among practitioners. If one possessed sufficient spirit stones, one could indeed acquire a multitude of treasures. Regrettably, Chunji currently owned but a few spirit stones, rendering him unable to afford any of the items on display. However, simply observing was quite valuable in itself. The next item up for bid was something everyone had eagerly anticipated. A small box wrapped in black cloth was presented. Luo Yukai unveiled it to reveal a diminutive jade box beneath. Esteemed guests, this is the highly awaited yellow-grade superior cultivation method. He paused, allowing the audience to catch their breath at the mention of the yellow-grade superior cultivation method. Chunji was perplexed as to why everyone was so tense over a mere cultivation technique. Sensing the success of his rhetoric in capturing everyone's attention, Luo Yukai smiled and continued, "This technique is titled Fire Lotus Treasure Scroll, suitable for those with a fire spirit root. Its rank is yellow-grade superior and has been authenticated by our elders as a complete chi refinement technique. The starting bid is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, with increments of 100 spirit stones." The starting bid was indeed set at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chunji was taken aback. Goodness, a complete chi refinement Fire Lotus Treasure Scroll of yellow-grade superior is bound to incite fierce competition. Indeed, there are plenty of individuals with fire spirit roots. The yellow-grade superior represents the pinnacle of chi refinement methods accessible to ordinary cultivators. Even the VIP booths on the second floor began to stir with excitement. I bid 1,100. I bid 1,300. I bid 1,000. The crowd became restless, and bids quickly escalated to 3,100 spirit stones. Luo Yotsai's grin widened as he glanced subtly toward the second floor VIP area, anticipating further offers. 4,000 spirit stones. A voice rang out from one of the booths above. What? The price jumped from 3,100 to 4,000 spirit stones. The crowd turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, yet the identity of the person in the second floor booth remained obscured. Luo Yukai chuckled like a cunning fox. Is there a higher bid? It seemed he was confident that there would be more. I bid 4,100. The door to the first VIP room opened, and young Master Hong emerged, calling out his offer. Chapter 52. Selling Spirit Herbs. Unexpectedly fetching a high price, young Master Hong had entered the fray. He leaned against the railing of the second floor, provocatively eyeing the opposite VIP booth. You, hiding behind your veil, best step aside. The item I seek is mine, young Master Hong declared arrogantly. Meanwhile, the occupant of the opposite booth remained inscrutable. 4,500. The bidding continued. You. 4,600, 5,000. The unseen bidder casually raised the price, pushing it to 5,000 spirit stones. Hong's frustration grew. He could hardly conceal his ire. Who are you to challenge me, young Master Hong? Don't you know my name? I'm buying this for my beloved. You'd best recognize when to withdraw. 5,100. It became apparent that young Master Hong was purchasing the item for a woman behind him, yet the other party seemed unperturbed and continued to bid. 8,000. You. Young Master Hong felt as if he were striking a pillow. No matter how he fumed, his opponent remained unfazed, leaving him at a loss for words. 8,100. 10,000. 10,100. 20,000. The rival bidder escalated the price directly to 20,000. The two continued to raise their bids, with young Master Hong's efforts met by the unyielding resistance of his opponent. Ultimately, the price soared to a staggering 30,000 spirit stones. Young Master Hong's patience wore thin. Who dares to treat me, young Master Hong, with such disrespect in front of so many? I must see who you are. 30,000 spirit stones was the highest price young Master Hong could accept. As he had many women to cater to and could not afford to exhaust all his funds for one, with a furious roar, he prepared to storm over to confront his opponent, but was intercepted mid-stride by a figure cloaked in black robes. Young Master Hong, hold on, this is an underground auction. Do not act rashly. This individual was the foundational elder who had previously intimidated Fei Gongzi, now appearing on the second floor to block young Master Hong's path. You? Young Master Hong recognized the strength of the person before him. His face flushed an array of colors, unable to fight or contest. He could only huff in frustration and return to his own VIP room. 30,000 spirit stones, sold. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the yellow grade Superior Chi Refinement Fire Lotus Treasure Scroll for 30,000 spirit stones. Please proceed to the back to complete the transaction and receive the technique. Luo Yukai realized that no one would bid higher than 30,000, promptly confirming the sale. A figure shrouded in black from the second floor VIP booth moved to the back to finalize the spirit stone transaction. The auction continued, transitioning to ordinary goods. The recent sale of the yellow grade superior cultivation method had sparked a brief wave of excitement among the crowd, who whispered among themselves, "30,000 spirit stones. How astonishing! I never imagined a yellow grade superior chi refinement method could be so valuable." Indeed, wealth, cultivation methods, and companions. Methods rank second. A good technique is worth countless times more than the yellow grade inferior basic chi refinement technique we receive from our sect. Absolutely. The four ranks, heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each divided into superior, middle, and inferior. To possess a yellow grade superior technique is already the unattainable pinnacle for ordinary outer disciples. Changji's primary purpose for attending the auction was to broaden his understanding. Now, having absorbed the discussions around him, he felt enlightened about the classification of cultivation techniques. The ranks of heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow were now clearer to him, and he realized that for an ordinary outer disciple to acquire a yellow grade superior technique was indeed a lofty aspiration. After a while, the crowd remained captivated by the recent competition over the technique. The auction continued with a series of ordinary items, allowing everyone ample time to digest the excitement from the earlier bidding. At this juncture, Luo Yukai sensed the right moment and called for the presentation of several jade boxes. Esteemed guests, more treasures are on the way. Changji's heart raced. These are my 400 tiers of stargrass. Finally, it's time to see how much they fetch. Luo Yukai gestured towards the jade boxes, announcing, "Inside are 400 wild tiers of stargrass, each over 20 years old, brimming with medicinal potency, harvested from a long-abandoned cave. They are preserved perfectly, with no loss of their efficacy. Tonight, we auction them all." The mention of 400 wild tiers of stargrass, harvested from an abandoned cave, ignited a considerable stir among the audience. Inspection time. Interested guests may come up to verify the goods within a tea's time. After all, being a type of spirit herb, the audience was keenly interested in the potency and the wild nature of the herbs. Prompting them to come forward for inspection, Luo Yukai stepped back, indicating that anyone interested could approach to verify the merchandise. Instantly, several individuals stood up and made their way to the stage for examination. Even within the exclusive VIP box on the second floor, individuals were inspecting the goods. Chunji overheard someone nearby remark, "Those who go up to inspect the goods are all adept in spiritual plants or alchemy." The wild, potent tears of the stargrass is an essential mystical material for crafting numerous elixirs. It is no wonder that even those in the VIP box on the second floor have come to take a look. Indeed, especially the wild varieties with intact medicinal properties are exceedingly precious, often considered treasures that are more likely to be encountered than sought. Of course, for those of us who are unversed in elixirs and spiritual flora, they are virtually useless. Naturally, such valuable items should be sold to those who understand their worth. Chunji resonated deeply with this sentiment. How could those who lack knowledge possibly spend spirit stones on such items? The inspectors on stage were meticulous in their examination. Afterward, most nodded in approval before returning to their seats. Luo Yukai seized the moment and began the auction. "All right, we shall commence the bidding. 20-year-old wild tears of the stargrass, with a starting price of 15 spirit stones per stalk. Purchases can be made individually or in bulk." As Luo Yutsai's words echoed, Chunji's heart sank. Could it truly be that the starting price for a single stalk was 15 spirit stones? Would anyone actually buy at such a steep price? "Please, let it not go unsold. I will take all 400 stalks at 15 spirit stones each, totaling 6,000 spirit stones," someone called out from the audience. The instant Changji heard that astronomical figure, he felt a wave of joy wash over him, nearly causing him to faint from happiness. It turned out that the spiritual herbs cultivated in his garden were so valuable. Initially, he had thought no one would want them, yet here was someone ready to purchase them all right from the start. This left Changji marveling at how unexpectedly fortune had smiled upon him. "This guest will take all of them. Are there any other bids? Luo Yukai glanced once more at the second floor, where a representative from a certain VIP box had come down to inspect the goods. 18 spirit stones per stock for all 400 stocks, someone from a second-floor box bid. Chapter 53. A fortuitous find, acquiring the seeds of the mist flower. Everyone turned to look at that box. Including the individual who had initially bid 15 spirit stones, he hadn't anticipated that someone from the second floor would directly raise the bid to 18 spirit stones. The bidder from the first floor hall remained silent for a long time, perhaps intimidated by the identity of the second-floor bidder, and ultimately sat back down. Are there any further bids? Luo Yukai, observing the silence in the hall, decisively concluded the auction. For 100 stocks at 18 spirit stones each, totaling 7,200 spirit stones. Please proceed to the backstage for the transaction and inspection. Someone from the second-floor box promptly rose to head backstage. This auction was not particularly heated, with only 2 participants. The primary reason was the large quantity of spiritual herbs, which had been purchased in one fell swoop, leaving others who wished to bid on a few stocks unable to do so. Upon hearing the figure of 7,200 spirit stones, Chunji felt as though he might burst with joy. After deducting the 720 spirit stones in commission, he would still receive 6,480 spirit stones. He had suddenly struck it rich from casually planting in his spiritual herb garden. With his 6 acres now vacant, it was imperative to procure new seeds to cultivate additional spiritual herbs in exchange for spirit stones. Prior to harvesting and selling these 400 stalks of Tears of the Stargrass, Qianji had conducted an experiment. He attempted to harvest seeds from the Tears of the Stargrass in his garden, drying and planting them. However, at that time, the Tongtian Tower had conveyed to him that the current tier of his spiritual herb garden was too low, rendering the seeds from the spiritual herbs cultivated there unplantable. The Tears of the Stargrass in his 6 acres had originally been grown from seeds acquired from Elder Doe. He had intended to cultivate them indefinitely, harvesting seeds after each crop to replant. Yet, the Tongtian Tower relayed that his garden's tier was too low to support such a cycle of planting and harvesting. New seeds would need to be purchased instead. With the high price achieved for his 400 stalks of 20-year-old Tears of the Stargrass, Chunji was in no rush to leave. He wished to hear about any other treasures available at the auction. The auction continued, with many excellent items being sold. Among these, a powerful talisman sparked a frenzy of bidding, ultimately being secured at a high price by the VIP box on the second floor. After this auction item concluded, the session transitioned to ordinary items. The next item was housed within a small jade box. Luo Yukai announced, "These are 10 seeds of the mist flower." As everyone knows, the mist flower is a primary material for crafting the rebirth pill, a rare and precious elixir of the highest order. However, after evaluation by our elders, it has been determined that these 10 seeds of the mist flower have been poorly preserved and teeter on the brink of life and death. They may either sprout and grow or prove to be dead seeds. The consignor is aware of this, hence the low starting price point 10 seeds, with a total starting bid of 1,000 spirit stones. As soon as this was stated, murmurs arose from the crowd. The recent competition for the rebirth pill was fresh in everyone's mind. The mist flower, being a key ingredient, undoubtedly held substantial value. However, these seeds were at risk of being non-viable. In other words, purchasing them might result in a total loss of the 1,000 spirit stones spent. This person must be insane to ask for 1,000 spirit stones for such seeds. Indeed, perhaps they are driven mad by poverty. Only those knowledgeable about spiritual plants would be interested. Others were unlikely to bid. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Yet, in Qianji's ears, the Tongtian Tower's voice echoed once more. Seeds of the mist flower can be integrated into the spiritual herb garden. By investing an appropriate amount of spirit stones as fertilizer, one can nurture the seeds and cultivate the mist flower. Here it came again. Upon hearing the Tongtian Tower's transmission, Chunji straightened in his seat. The eagle egg, once deemed useless by Elder Fei, had been discovered by the Tongtian Tower, and now these 10 seeds, which others dismissed as lifeless, were similarly valuable. This was a good opportunity. Without hesitation, Chunji resolved to acquire them. Luo Yukai, somewhat nervously, called out, 10 seeds of the mist flower, starting bid of 1,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone who wishes to bid? His voice resonated throughout the hall, yet no one stood to bid. Chunji remained patient. He was in no rush to bid, preferring to wait until the end to avoid potential malicious price hikes. Is there anyone interested? After a while of silence, Luo Yukai inquired again, only to hear someone in the audience remark, "No one wants this. It's only of interest to those who cultivate spiritual plants, and these seeds are half dead. Who would want them? Yes, let's pass on this one, shall we? I'm waiting to buy some talismans. I heard that there are tens of thousands of talismans up for auction this time, all fine goods." The crowd believed that these tin seeds would not attract any buyers. Even Luo Yukai shared this sentiment. Just as he was about to declare that the mist flower seeds would go unsold, Chunji stood up and, with a hoarse voice, inquired, "I'm interested. I wonder if 500 spirit stones would suffice?" With no other bids, Chunji aimed to test his luck and see if he could negotiate a lower price. Luo Yukai, upon hearing this, suddenly became interested. As long as someone was bidding, he would earn a commission. "Please hold on. I will check with the consignor." Soon, someone returned with a response for Luo Yukai. Nodding, Luo Yukai turned to Chunji. "The consignor agrees to sell for 500 spirit stones. Would you like to bid?" Realizing he was about to make a profit, Chunji nodded. "I will bid." "Excellent. 10 seeds of the mist flower, which cannot guarantee growth, sold to this guest for 500 spirit stones. Please proceed to the backstage for the transaction and inspection." Chunji nodded and went backstage. As he did so, the chatter around him filled his ears. "Ha! Another one who thinks they're destined for greatness, trying to pick up a bargain, but they are nothing more than a fool. Purely wasting our time." Chunji paid no mind to the opinions of others and headed straight to the backstage. He first handed over the paper detailing the sale of the Tears of the Stargrass. "I would like to receive the spirit stones from the sale of the Tears of the Stargrass, and then we can settle the 500 spirit stones for the mist flower seeds." The backstage staff began tallying the amounts listed on the paper. "Customer, after deducting the commission, you have 6,480 spirit stones remaining from the sale of the Tears of the Stargrass. After subtracting the 500 for the mist flower seeds, you have a total of 5,980 low-grade spirit stones remaining. Please verify." The attendant presented a pile of shimmering spirit stones before Chunji. This was the first time he had seen such a significant amount of spirit stones, causing a flutter of excitement within him. Forcing himself to contain his elation, he collected the spirit stones while also taking the jade box containing the 10 seeds of the mist flower. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he stored everything within the Tongtian Tower. He had struck gold. Chapter 54. Investing heavily, incubating the eagle egg and planting the seeds of the mist flower. With a wave of excitement coursing through him, Chunji opted not to return to the auction site, but instead chose to leave early. The black robe he had purchased for a single spirit stone was now his to keep. Next time, he wouldn't need to buy another. Standing on the teleportation array, a flash of light enveloped him, and he was swiftly transported away, landing at a certain location within the Seven Stars sect. It was late at night, and everyone was either asleep or engrossed in their cultivation. There were few people outside. Chunji hurriedly removed the black robe, transforming it into a black hat that he stored within the Tongtian Tower. After searching for the right path, he was relieved to find that this teleportation point was not far from the residence on the Spirit Beast Peak. He jogged back to his courtyard. In the vicinity of Luo Juling, there was no sign of activity, likely still awaiting the conclusion of the auction. He returned to the courtyard, securely locked the door, and entered the Tongtian Tower. This moment. The 10 seeds of the peculiar mist flower had already been sown in the 6 parts spiritual herb garden. The seeds of the peculiar mist flower were damaged and required the infusion of spiritual stones for nurturing before they could potentially grow into the peculiar mist flowers. The voice of the Tongtian Tower echoed in his ears, indicating that spiritual stones were necessary to nurture the peculiar mist flowers. Chunji was already aware of this. He nodded in agreement. Stating, "I can invest spiritual stones," a flash of light ensued as the spiritual stones originally residing within the Tongtian Tower flew into the spiritual herb garden, one after another. These spiritual stones shattered in midair, turning into powder that settled into the soil of the 6 parts spiritual herb garden. By investing 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones, the spiritual energy in the soil of the herb garden surged, nurturing the damaged 10 seeds of the peculiar mist flower, which could yield 100 mature peculiar mist flowers. In an instant, 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones were consumed. Before Chunji could lament the loss, the voice of the Tongtian Tower resounded once more. An additional 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones are required to hatch the mutated bloodline falcon egg. Moreover, There was the falcon egg he had purchased from Elder Fei in the Spirit Beast Garden. At that time, the Spirit Beast Garden also required 2,000 spiritual stones for hatching. Fortunately, the 6,480 spiritual stones he had earned from selling the Tear Star Grass were sufficient. With a sigh, he consented to the investment. He then observed another 2,000 spiritual stones soaring into the constructed falcon nest. The Spirit Beast Garden possessed ample spiritual energy, commencing the hatching of the falcon. Let the planting begin. Let the hatching commence. After all, the 4,000 spiritual stones he had invested would return tenfold or even more. The spiritual stones he had just acquired had now dwindled to 2,480. Chen Ji toyed with the remaining spiritual stones for a while, muttering to himself, "Wealth, methods, companions, and land. Wealth comes first." Based on his experience from the 2 recent sales of Tear Star Grass, the quality of the spiritual herbs cultivated in the herb garden was exceptionally high. Fetching commendable prices, as long as the herb garden flourished and seeds continued to be sown, sales would be incessant, yielding a continuous stream of spiritual stones. The first hurdle of spiritual stones was resolved. Thus, the second concern was methods. Earlier at the auction, he had learned that the basic qi cultivation technique provided by the sect was merely a commonplace item, the lowest grade within the yellow tier. In contrast, a superior grade qi cultivation technique, the Fire Lotus Treasure Scroll, had been sold for 30,000 spiritual stones, effectively establishing a price benchmark. His next 2 objectives were clear. The first was to persist in rigorous cultivation to elevate his realm, striving to reach the second level of qi cultivation at the earliest opportunity. The second was to accumulate spiritual stones, aiming to purchase at least a superior grade yellow tier technique or higher to replace the basic one he currently possessed. This way, his technique would surpass others, naturally enhancing his cultivation speed and future prospects. With his goals firmly set, Chen Ji ceased to hesitate and turned to take action. He entered the cultivation chamber and commenced his practice earnestly. With the monthly task completed, he had little else to occupy his remaining days. Thus began his routine of cultivating after satisfying his hunger. This cycle continued for 3 days. In reality, he had spent 30 days within the cultivation chamber. Through 30 days of arduous practice, the spiritual energy in his sea of qi grew abundantly. Amidst the relentless transport of spiritual energy and the daily nourishment from spiritual rice, his physique grew increasingly robust. After each phase of cultivation, his body expelled some black impurities. The appearance of his once lean and pallid frame had vanished, replaced by a more solid and healthy visage. He even seemed to have grown taller. Chen Ji, who was already handsome, became even more striking after the baptism of spiritual energy. One day, after concluding his practice, he expelled another layer of black impurities. Truly, cultivation allowed me to grow stronger. With each expulsion of these impurities, I feel myself becoming more powerful. Chen Ji sensed the ever-increasing spiritual energy in his sea of qi. Rising, he went to the courtyard to wash himself thoroughly with spring water. After cleansing his body of impurities, he changed into a completely new set of clothes, soaking the old ones in water to clean and dry them. Just then, he heard a series of loud knocks at the door. This distinctive knocking could only belong to Brother Luo. And after several days of absence, he wondered what good news he might bring. "Here he comes," Chen Ji exclaimed as he dried his hands and opened the courtyard door, revealing Luo Juling waiting at the entrance. "Chen Shidi, you have been holed up in here cultivating for 3 days and 3 nights. Luo Juling expressed admiration. Chen Ji replied with a smile, "Ah, Brother Luo, I cannot compare to you all. As a 5-element spiritual root, my only path is through relentless cultivation." In Luo Juling's eyes, Chen Ji was undoubtedly a dedicated cultivator, often disappearing for days to immerse himself in practice, which greatly impressed the more active-minded Luo Juling. "No wonder you managed to enter the first level of qi cultivation so swiftly. I genuinely admire your perseverance. Isn't it all for the sake of securing a place to eat at the 7-star sect?" Chen Ji chuckled. "By the way, Brother Luo, what brings you here?" "What brings me here? A significant event has occurred," Luo Juling exclaimed dramatically as he entered Chen Ji's courtyard, casually sitting on the steps next to the dripping clothes. "What kind of significant event?" Chen Ji inquired, curiosity piqued. "The sect has dispatched a 3rd batch of disciples to Lingxia Island, and this time the conditions are incredibly favorable. Any disciple who brings back even one of the several items required by the sect from Lingxia Island will be promoted to an inner sect disciple. However, The previous batch of disciples suffered heavy casualties due to the Scorpion Tide, underground fire, and the onslaught of the Lingxia king, making this expedition exceedingly perilous, Luo Jilin expressed with excitement. Changji had previously heard other disciples mention this and nodded, saying, I have heard a bit about it. Brother Luo, you don't intend to go, do you? Luo Jilin had only just reached the second level of qi cultivation. If he were to go, it would be akin to courting death. I am not qualified to go. It is Sister Lu Wanner who has signed up for this trip, Luo Jilin replied with concern. Changji recalled that Lu Wanner had indeed mentioned her intention to seek opportunities at Lingxia Island to prove herself after being humiliated by the arrogant Lu Hongying. Chapter 55. Worry for Sister Lu. Luo Jilin was preoccupied with thoughts of food and drink. So that is the matter at hand. Despite the high risk of going to Lingxia Island, Sister Lu Wanner made her own choice. She seeks her own opportunity there, and no one can interfere with that. Changji thought, perplexed as to why Luo Jilin appeared so anxious and displeased. Brother Luo, why do you seem so anxious about Sister Lu going to Lingxia Island? Changji asked, scratching his head in confusion. You sigh? You are still a child and do not understand such matters. I genuinely worry for her safety. Lingxia Island is far too dangerous. The mortality rate has been exceedingly high for the previous 2 batches of disciples. Luo Jilin replied, recognizing that discussing such matters with young Changji would be futile. He then shifted the topic. How was your experience at the underground auction? Did you gain some insight? Changji nodded. I must thank you, Brother Luo. It truly broadened my horizons, and it was fantastic. By the way, Brother Luo, why did that technique named Fire Lotus Treasure Scroll fetch such a high price of 30,000 spiritual stones? Changji seized the opportunity to inquire about the significance of cultivation techniques, curious about Luo Jilin's perspective. This is quite simple. The Fire Lotus Treasure Scroll is a cultivation technique, ranking second in the hierarchy of wealth, methods, companions, and land. The superior grade of the yellow tier is the highest technique accessible to outer sect disciples, hence it sparked fierce competition among the esteemed guests on the second floor. Luo Jilin remarked. Don't even mention superior grade. If I could possess a medium-grade yellow tier technique, I wouldn't still be at the second level of qi cultivation. Chunshidi, the importance of techniques cannot be overstated. In those prominent families, the best techniques are reserved for the direct descendants, while only ordinary techniques are given to the collateral branches. This ensures that no matter how talented the collateral disciples may be, they will never surpass the direct descendants, thus guaranteeing the continued strength of the main lineage. As he spoke, Luo Jilin's thoughts turned to Lu Hongying and Lu Wanner, and his worry for Lu Wanner intensified. Hearing this, Changji recalled the incident when Lu Hongying bullied Lu Wanner, deepening his understanding of the importance of cultivation techniques. I must save enough spiritual stones to bid for at least a profound tier technique. If I have sufficient spiritual stones, I will even aim for a higher tier technique. Changji resolved, setting a small goal for his upcoming efforts. After chatting for a while longer, Luo Jilin returned to his own courtyard. Somewhat absent-minded at this moment, Changji possessed ample spiritual rice and spiritual stones, ensuring his basic needs were met. The remaining task was to pursue the 2 objectives he had set for himself. Thus, Changji resumed his days of intense cultivation. Cultivate, and continue cultivating. Time passed in this unremarkable manner, and several days went by. Tomorrow marked the 11th. The day when the elders of the Spirit Beast Peak would give lectures. Changji decided to visit the Heart Meeting Hall, as the recent rigorous training had left him feeling somewhat stifled, and it would be nice to take a stroll. After completing his cultivation, he first headed to the spiritual herb garden. Present, the seedlings of the peculiar mist flower had sprouted to the height of half a finger within the 6 parts spiritual herb garden. Perhaps due to the initial damage to the seeds, their growth rate was considerably slower compared to that of the tier stargrass. After so many days, only this little growth had occurred. He then turned his attention to the falcon egg. The silence of the shell's impending break seems to require an extended period. This marks the most significant 2 investments of Changji thus far. I hope that Qi Wu Hua and Yi Shuang Huan do not lead to my losses. Changji has returned to reality, tending to the fire and preparing a meal. He can never seem to have enough of the spiritual rice. And now his appetite has significantly increased, allowing him to consume 3 bowls more than before. His physique is rapidly improving, yet his supply of spiritual rice is dwindling. After departing from the Hui Xian Hall shortly, he plans to purchase more spiritual rice. Changji indulged in a refreshing cold shower in the courtyard. stepping outside with a sense of rejuvenation. It is the noon of a new day, with the sun shining brightly, casting a delightful warmth upon him. The neighboring Bai Wushuang and Lu Hongying have finally ceased their antics, bringing about a rare tranquility over the past few days. However, upon glancing towards Luo Jiling's courtyard, Chen Ji was taken aback. Luo Jiling sat at the entrance of his courtyard, his head bowed, his clothes covered in dust, indicating they had not been changed for quite some time. His usually neat and tidy hair appeared disheveled, and even the stubble on his chin had grown long and unruly, making him look rather disheartened. Chen Ji hurried over, anxiously inquiring, "Luo Shixiang, what troubles you?" Only then did Luo Jiling lift his head, offering a bitter smile as he replied, "Chen Shidi, you are truly a cultivation fanatic, having secluded yourself for several days without a break. I apologize for startling you. Ever since I learned that senior sister Lu Wanner has gone to Lingxia Island, I have been unable to eat or sleep, fearing for her safety, which has hindered my meditation. Every time I attempt to concentrate, I am plagued by various illusions, nearly falling into madness. Thus, I have no choice but to sit here at the entrance, awaiting news of senior sister Lu." "What? He has been waiting here for news of senior sister Lu? Why does he care for her so deeply?" Little Chen Ji, of course, does not understand such matters of the heart, mistakenly thinking that Luo Jiling is merely a good person concerned for senior sister Lu. Alas, in comparison to Luo Shixiang, I find myself lacking. I have not shown any concern for senior sister Lu. How embarrassing, Luo Shixiang. I am indeed inferior to you. I have not worried about senior sister Lu's safety, being completely absorbed in the joy that cultivation brings. Am I too heartless?" Chen Ji asked earnestly. Upon hearing Chen Ji's words, Luo Jiling burst into laughter. He certainly understood that Chen Ji was too young to grasp his feelings for Lu Wanner. "Chen Shidi, this is something you do not comprehend yet in a year or two. You will surely understand. This appearance of mine is truly unbecoming. I should return to wash up and change into clean clothes. By the way, where are you headed? I shall accompany you for a stroll." Luo Jiling, amused by Chen Ji's candidness, quickly returned to freshen up and donned a new outfit before stepping out with Chen Ji. "Luo Shixiang, I plan to first visit Hui Xian Hall to see who will be giving tomorrow's free lecture, and then I shall head to the market to purchase some spiritual rice, as my supply is running low." Previously, Chen Ji had purchased 30 pounds of spiritual rice with a single spiritual stone from the Outer Affairs Hall, only to later discover that he could acquire 36 pounds at the market for the same amount of spiritual stone. Thus, he intended to buy 5 spiritual stones worth of rice to store up. After attending the lecture tomorrow, he planned to enter seclusion for 10 days to cultivate. "All right, let us go to Hui Xian Hall first. I must say, Chen Shidi, despite your 5-element waste spirit root, your diligence and spirit in cultivation and learning are truly commendable and worthy of emulation." In that moment, Luo Jiling felt even inferior to little Chen Ji. Yet, when it comes to matters of the heart, once one falls in, it is exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself, such as love. Chapter 56. Hearing bad news, Luo Jiling's fury. Luo Jiling raised 2 thunderstorm talismans as they conversed. Arriving at Hui Xian Hall, on the stone slab beside the high platform, it was inscribed, "Free lecture announcement for the 11th of this month. Specially invited Elder Do from Baohulu Island to teach the basics of spiritual herb cultivation and nurturing. Time, from Chin hour to Sea hour. This time, the lecturer is an old acquaintance, Elder Do, known for his eccentric temperament. It seems Ling Beast Peak has quite the means to invite Elder Do over. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. Even though Chen Ji possesses the Celestial Tower's spiritual herb garden, attending such a course is still beneficial, especially since it is free. Excellent, it is indeed Elder Do from Baohulu Island. I must attend tomorrow." Luo Jiling nodded. "Luo Shixiang, let us go together." "Very well, let us head to the market to buy spiritual rice." They continued their conversation as they made their way to the market. There was little of note at the market. Chen Ji spent 5 spiritual stones to procure 180 pounds of spiritual rice, carrying it back. "Chen Ji, are you only going to eat spiritual rice? Why not purchase some preserved meat?" Luo Jiling inquired, curious about Chen Ji's haste to return with the rice. "Luo Shixiang, spiritual rice is an excellent sustenance. It nourishes the body and fills the stomach. I have inquired about beast meat, but it is too expensive for my current means. Spiritual rice suffices." Observing Chen Ji's contented demeanor, Luo Jiling felt a renewed admiration for him. "Come, Let us head to the merit hall and submit this month's tasks. Luo Jiling still had tasks to submit from the previous month. Upon arriving at the merit hall, they found it bustling with disciples, all queuing to await their turn. After Luo Jiling submitted his tasks, he and Chen Ji prepared to leave when a thunderous sound echoed through the sky. Quickly retreat. Someone from Lingxia Island has obtained a great opportunity. Clear a path. The sect leader awaits their return. In the sky, several beams of sword light streaked through like meteors. Among the protective sword lights was a figure, bloodied yet radiating excitement and ecstasy. This person's hands were enveloped in a swirling mass of black light, which struggled fiercely to break free. However, the individual had evidently employed some means to firmly control the rebellious black mass. Surrounding sword lights locked onto the figure as they sped towards the main peak. Upon hearing the commotion, onlookers hastily dodged, clearing a path. Lingxia Island has struck gold. The black mass in that bloodied person's hands must be one of the several spiritual herbs designated by the sect leader. What? That black mass is a spiritual herb. I thought it was some extraordinary weapon. Humph. An extraordinary weapon would have torn that person apart long ago if it did not wish to acknowledge its master. How could it allow itself to be captured on the way to the sect leader? Oh, I see now. How enviable. That person has obtained such a spiritual herb. They can ascend to great heights. Entering the inner sect and perhaps even receiving guidance directly from the sect leader. Do not only focus on the successful. Have you forgotten those brothers who perished on Lingxia Island? While there are opportunities, the mortality rate is also exceedingly high. Despite this, I still regret not taking the chance. What if I had an opportunity as well? The crowd buzzed with discussion, primarily revolving around the fortunes of Lingxia Island. Chen Ji regarded the matter as a significant event for the sect, not at all concerned. However, Luo Jiling suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "They've returned." He then dashed towards his residence on Ling Beast Peak. Luo Shixiang, what are you doing? Chen Ji, puzzled by Luo Jiling's sudden frenzy, hurried to follow. Luo Jiling raced back to the residence of the outer disciples, bypassing his own quarters and heading straight for Lu Wanner's abode. Senior Sister Lu, are you all right? He called out anxiously. However, 10 individuals emerged from Lu Wanner's courtyard, their expressions grim and silent. Among them, an elderly woman, supported by others, bore a face of sorrow. Having fainted, nearby, a young maid wept bitterly, yet clung tightly to the elder's arm. Upon seeing this, Luo Jiling's face turned ashen. Could it be that his worst fears had come to pass? He dashed towards Lu Wanner's courtyard, tears streaming down his face. Yet at the entrance stood a dozen individuals, and 2 quickly stepped forward to block his path. Who goes there? This is the courtyard of Miss Lu. Outsiders are not permitted. The guards regarded Luo Jiling, who was merely at the 2nd level of Qi training, with vigilant glares, ready to act. I am an outer disciple of the Ling Beast Peak, usually on good terms with Senior Sister Lu. Tell me, what has happened to her? Luo Jiling shouted, disregarding their warnings as he attempted to push through. You seek death. The 2 guards, seeing Luo Jiling's low cultivation level, kicked him away with ease. Get lost. At that moment, Luo Jiling caught sight of a body lying on the ground in Lu Wanner's courtyard. It was Lu Wanner, bloodied and lifeless, sprawled on the ground. Yet, her hands were clasped together over her chest, cradling a swirling mass of black light between them. Senior Sister Lu had succeeded. She had ventured to Lingxia Island seeking fortune and obtained the spiritual herbs that the sect had specifically requested. Yet, her luck had been abysmally poor. Upon returning from Lingxia Island, she had already sustained grave injuries and barely made it back to her quarters at the 7 Stars sect, only to succumb to her wounds. The opportunity that should have belonged to her now lay in vain, as she could not live to enjoy it. The elderly woman outside was Lu Wanner's only family, her mother. Upon witnessing her daughter's corpse, she could not bear the anguish of losing her child, resulting in her fainting. Consequently, the Lu family's direct descendants tightly controlled the area. Upon bursting into the room, Luo Jiling was, of course, treated as an enemy. With a powerful kick, he was sent sprawling far away. Luo Shixiang, are you all right? At this moment, Chen Ji finally caught up, rushing forward to embrace the rolling Luo Jiling. Luo Jiling let out a howl, as 2 runes appeared in each of his hands, ready to charge forth in a desperate attempt. Sister Lu in that instant, overwhelmed by the unexpected demise of his beloved, he felt a surge of rage. Those standing guard at the door refused to let him see Sister Lu for a final farewell, igniting a fierce defiance within him. Grasping 2 newly acquired thunderstorm runes, he was determined to breach the entrance and fight. Despite being at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, even Chen Ji struggled to restrain the enraged Luo Jiling. "Get out of the way, Luo Shixiao." Chen Ji was forcefully shoved aside by the furious Luo Jiling, charging toward the 2 blocking the entrance to Lu Wanner's room, clearly prepared for a battle. Chapter 57, Eagle Feather Steps. Zhang Liaoquan steps in to save Luo Jiling. Luo Shidi. No. Suddenly, Chen Ji recalled a rule from the 7 Stars sect regulations. Within the sect, one must not use attack-type runes against fellow disciples without sufficient reason. Violators would face demotion at best, or execution at worst. Those 2 thunderstorm runes were decidedly offensive. At that moment, Luo Jiling was about to hurl the runes, undoubtedly breaching the sect's regulations, a serious matter indeed. However, Chen Ji could only fret, powerless to intervene. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before the courtyard of Lu Wanner. 1. An elderly man with flowing white hair stood solemnly, appearing to be in his 60s, watching Luo Jiling approach with a grave expression. The other, a middle-aged man in his 40s, bore a striking resemblance to the deceased Lu Wanner. "Father, this individual clutches 2 thunderstorm runes," spoke the middle-aged man. "Humph, just a reckless fool." "You handle it," the elder replied, not even glancing at the approaching Luo Jiling, turning instead to enter the courtyard. As he took his steps, all present in Lu Wanner's courtyard bowed their heads in respect. The middle-aged man, however, wore a sinister smile as he observed Luo Jiling's advance, seemingly waiting for him to unleash the thunderstorm runes so he could subsequently control the situation according to the sect's regulations. At that point, he could simply hand Luo Jiling over to the law enforcement hall for severe punishment. Luo Shidi, remain calm. Just as Luo Jiling was about to bring disaster upon himself, a figure flashed in from the side. Wrapping around the rampaging Luo Jiling, a surge of energy emanated, effortlessly restraining him. This individual was tall and imposing, with a fierce eagle perched on his shoulder. At that moment, the eagle's emotionless eyes were fixated on the middle-aged man, poised to strike at any moment. Zhang Liaoquan, 2nd Shixiao. In his moment of despair, Chen Ji spotted the figure that had appeared to control the frenzied Luo Jiling. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the 2nd Shixiao. A heavy stone lifted from his heart. Zhang Liaoquan, the esteemed 2nd Shixiao of the outer sect, always appeared at crucial moments to protect his junior disciples. At this pivotal moment, Chen Ji stepped forward, firmly grasping Luo Jiling's sleeve to prevent any further rash actions. By now, Luo Jiling had already been easily subdued by Zhang Liaoquan, who removed the thunderstorm runes from Luo Jiling's grasp and tucked them into his robe. He gently patted Luo Jiling, saying, "Luo Shidi, take a moment to calm yourself. Should you dare to hurl those thunderstorm runes at the young master of the Lu family, I fear the law enforcement hall would shatter your energy core and expel you from the 7 Stars sect. Consider the gravity of the situation. It's not something you can meddle in. Your mind is in turmoil, and I must control you for your own good. Do not hold it against me." Zhang Liaoquan spoke softly, channeling his vital energy to restrain Luo Jiling's movements, preventing him from acting impulsively. He then turned his gaze toward the interior of Lu Wanner's courtyard, first eyeing the bloodied corpse of Lu Wanner. Clutching a dark orb of energy, he sighed heavily. The middle-aged man across from him, upon witnessing Zhang Liaoquan's intervention, felt a shadow pass over his eyes, though he maintained a facade of calm. Wearing a smirk as he regarded Zhang Liaoquan without uttering a word, Zhang Liaoquan, however, respectfully bowed to the elder in the courtyard, declaring, "Zhang Liaoquan of the Spirit Beast Peak pays respects to the head of the Lu family. Greetings to the young master of the Lu family." To his astonishment, the elder and the middle-aged man were none other than the current head and young master of the Lu family, respectively. Their presence at Lu Wanner's modest abode underscored the gravity of the situation. "Zhang Liaoquan, I remember you. An adept of the 8th level of Qi cultivation at such a young age. Your future prospects are indeed limitless. How about joining my Lu family as a guest elder after your foundation establishment?" The head of the Lu family scarcely acknowledged Zhang Liaoquan. Only the young master responded, "Thank you for your generous offer, young master, but this matter is significant even for me. Moreover, whether I can establish my foundation remains uncertain. It is an arduous endeavor indeed." Zhang Liaochuan replied courteously to the young master of the Lu family, who simply smiled in response. The courtyard was now surrounded by members of the Lu family, and the head approached Lu Wanner's corpse, raising a hand to envelop the entire area with an aura. Preparing to seize the precious spirit herb that Lu Wanner had risked her life to obtain, it was the designated spiritual medicine from Spirit Scorpion Island. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from the entrance. Lu family head, are you intending to seize the spiritual herb obtained by my spirit beast peak disciple? The voice rang out loudly, firm and unwavering. Humph! The elder looked up in astonishment upon hearing Zhang Liaochuan's words. Fixing his gaze on him as if he were an insignificant insect, he scoffed. What are you? Do you believe you have the right to speak before me? The head of the Lu family was exceedingly arrogant, dismissing Zhang Liaochuan entirely. Yet Zhang Liaochuan seemed unfazed by the ridicule, boldly declaring, Lu family head, Lu Shimi is a disciple of my spirit beast peak. Her belongings cannot be disturbed without our consent. He showed no fear of the Lu family head's threats. The young master of the Lu family, Lu Yang, was taken aback by Zhang Liaochuan's defiance toward his father, as if his father, at the foundation establishment stage, were an insignificant pawn. Enraged, he pointed at Zhang Liaochuan, exclaiming, Zhang Liaochuan, are you seeking death? This is a family matter of the Lu family. What right do you have to interfere? Had it not been for the sex regulations, the young master would have already acted. Lu family head, young master, this is the spirit beast peak. Lu Wanner Shimi was a disciple of my spirit beast peak, and she fought valiantly to return with the spirit herb. Her choice to not return to the Lu family speaks volumes of her convictions, Zhang Liaochuan stated emphatically. The Lu family head seemed to find Zhang Liaochuan's words utterly ludicrous. Sneering through gritted teeth, Lu Yang, eliminate this insolent fool. I will bear the consequences with the law enforcement hall. The Lu family head brazenly ordered the execution of Zhang Liaochuan. Without hesitation, Lu Yang unleashed a powerful ice orb that erupted into an icy storm. Boom! A deafening roar echoed above Zhang Liaochuan, as a swirling tempest of icy winds and razor-sharp ice blades formed, threatening to envelop him. Should he be caught in the storm, he would be torn to shreds. Lu Yang, the young master of the Lu family, was in the mid-foundation establishment stage, a formidable figure at 40 years old, leading the younger generation of the Lu family. Zhang Liaochuan, merely at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, dared not confront him directly. However, having spoken so boldly to the Lu family head, he was prepared for the inevitable backlash. Eagle Feather Steps, Chapter 58. Contending for opportunities, the head of the Lu family arrives in person, his form transformed into a fleeting shadow. As agile as an eagle soaring through the skies, deftly evading Lu Yang's icy tempest. Huh? Lu Yang was astonished that, despite being at the mid-foundation establishment stage, he had failed to land a blow on Zhang Liaochuan. He readied himself for another attack. Meanwhile, the Lu family head, witnessing this disruption, shook his head and reached once more for the spirit herb clutched tightly in Lu Wanner's lifeless hands. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted from the sky. Lu Taicheng, do you intend to seize the treasure obtained by my spirit beast peak disciple? The voice resonated powerfully, followed by a tremendous roar. The sound was colossal, shaking the very foundations of the spirit beast peak, causing leaves to rain down from the treetops and sending numerous spirit beasts fleeing in terror. Disciples of the spirit beast peak halted their tasks, turning their gazes toward the peak's summit. Qianji also looked up, witnessing an unforgettable spectacle. A terrifying giant ape, over 5 meters tall, covered in white fur, leaped down from the highest point of the spirit beast peak, roaring as it descended, its massive form blotting out the sun as it came crashing down. Madman, that lunatic Chen Xingyuan has arrived. The head of the Lu family, Lu Taicheng, cursed under his breath, reluctantly withdrawing his hand that had been poised to seize the spirit herb. His expression tinged with regret. He glanced at the disciples at the entrance and his son, Lu Yang, muttering, a bunch of useless fools, unable to act in the presence of such a formidable figure. He could only stand back, coldly observing as the enormous white ape landed among the crowd with a resounding crash, creating a deep crater in the earth and sending a fierce gust of wind sweeping through, enveloping everyone in a cloud of dust. However, it was evident that Zhang Luoquan, who had previously worn a face of sorrow, now exhibited a countenance of joy. This was because Jiang Luoquan was acutely aware that if Lu Yong were to launch another attack, evading it would be exceedingly difficult. At that moment, the arrival of the Peak Master was akin to his liberation. The dust gradually settled as a middle-aged man leapt down from the shoulders of the great white ape. "Disciples, pay your respects to the Peak Master." Jiang Luoquan bowed deeply. He observed Chen Ji, who was covered in dust and gazing in astonishment at the enormous white ape. He tugged at Chen Ji's sleeve. "Junior brother Chen, this is the Peak Master of our Spirit Beast Peak. Quickly, pay your respects." Chen Ji, still dazed from the shock of the white ape's sudden descent from the lofty Spirit Beast Peak, snapped back to reality at Jiang Luoquan's reminder. After a laborious swallow, he imitated Jiang Luoquan and respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man. Disciples pay their respects to the Peak Master. Stealing a glance at this fellow villager and the Peak Master of Spirit Beast Peak, he found him to appear rather ordinary. The most notable feature was a tuft of white hair amidst his otherwise black locks. That white hair seemed to resemble the fur of the white ape. For some inexplicable reason, this was Chen Ji's initial impression. Cursed be it, how could I harbor such disrespectful thoughts towards my own village's ancestor? Chen Ji quickly extinguished that line of thought. "Please rise." The Peak Master of Spirit Beast Peak, Chen Xingyuan, said in a calm tone. With a single step, he effortlessly appeared before Lu Wanner's courtyard, paying no mind to Lu Yong, the young master of the Lu family, or the other disciples present. He moved to enter Lu Wanner's courtyard. "Peak Master Chen, this is the courtyard of my Lu family. I must ask you to Lu Yong," realizing that his earlier attack had failed to eliminate Jiang Luoquan, felt compelled to intervene in order to appease his irate father and salvage his reputation. He stood stubbornly in front of Chen Xingyuan. "Did you intend to kill Jiang Luoquan of Spirit Beast Peak just now?" Chen Xingyuan responded with a cold snort, swatting his hand forward. Suddenly, Chen Xingyuan's right palm expanded, transforming into a massive, white-furred ape's paw. With a resounding slap, he struck Lu Yong in the midst of his foundation-building phase. Felt an overwhelming sense of dread at the impossibility of evading such a powerful blow from the Peak Master. How can this be? Chen Xingyuan is merely at the pinnacle of the foundation stage. Yet I am also at the mid-foundation stage. Ice flowers blossomed in Lu Yang's eyes as torrents of icy winds enveloped him. He braced himself to endure Chen Xingyuan's strike. Fool! Lu Taiching finally made his move. He emerged from the courtyard, conjuring a massive ice blade in his hand, which he swung fiercely at Chen Xingyuan's neck. This was a strategic maneuver to divert the threat. Naturally, Chen Xingyuan did not underestimate Lu Taiching's attack. The white-furred giant ape's paw vanished, and a patch of white ape fur sprouted at his neck. The fur, responding to the wind, grew rapidly, entangling Lu Taiching's ice blade with countless strands, as thick as an adult's arm. The two combatants engaged in a subtle contest of strength. Crack, rip. The enormous ice blade and the white ape fur shattered simultaneously, causing both to retreat a step. Evenly matched. One was the head of a prominent family among the Seven-Star sect, while the other was the master of one of its 7 peaks. Both were at the pinnacle of the foundation stage, fully aware that they could not continue their battle without attracting the enforcers of the law, which would lead to dire consequences for both. Chen Xingyuan, this is my family matter. You wouldn't dare meddle, would you? Lu Taiching spoke. Lu Wanner is an outer disciple of Spirit Beast Peak. This is not merely your family's affair. Chen Xingyuan retorted coldly. She is my daughter. How could this not concern the Lu family? Lu Taiching shot back. You neglect your illegitimate daughter, forcing her to leave the Lu family. The Lu family mistreated Lu Wanner's mother, compelling Lu Wanner to risk her life on Spirit Scorpion Island in search of opportunities. All this stems from your family's indifference towards her illegitimacy, and you dare to claim her as your daughter? Chen Xingyuan countered, fully aware of the circumstances. Regardless, her blood runs through Lu Taiching's veins. Lu Taiching found himself at a loss for words, for Chen Xingyuan's claims were irrefutably true. You have no right to say that. Lu Wanner, on the brink of death, chose to return to Spirit Beast Peak with the spirit medicine rather than to your Lu family. This speaks volumes. Chen Xingyuan said coldly. Chen Xingyuan, that spirit herb is merely worth a quota for an inner disciple, which is insignificant to someone of our level. What will you offer to relinquish it to me? Lu Taiching declared, believing he could not reason with a madman. He directly inquired what conditions would lead to Chen Xingyuan's concession. That spirit herb was acquired with the lives of my disciples. I will never part with it. I must seek justice for my disciple and ensure her peace in death. Chen Xingyuan's words were unexpected. And Lu Taiching, you needn't feign righteousness. Everyone knows that the various spirit herbs from Spirit Scorpion Island were specifically requested by the sect master. You seek to curry favor with him using these herbs. He publicly exposed Lu Tieching's true intentions. Upon hearing this, Lu Tieching's expression remained unchanged. Truly, he was a cunning old fox. Lu Wanner is already dead. I am her biological father. If you seek justice, you must hand over that spirit herb to me. Lu Taiching stated coldly. Chapter 59. A protective father, the Peak Master of Spirit Beast Peak teaches the deceitful Lu family in the presence of an old fox like Lu Taiching. Face and pride mattered little. Despite Chen Xingyuan's exposure of his ulterior motives, Lu Taiching shamelessly asserted that Lu Wanner was his daughter, thus deserving her belongings. Chen Xingyuan, however, merely scoffed, pointing at Lu Taiching. I shall reiterate, you never regarded Lu Wanner as your daughter, which is why you forced her to join the outer sect of Spirit Beast Peak. Moreover, Lu Wanner returned with spirit medicine not to your Lu family, but to Spirit Beast Peak, which speaks volumes. I give you 10 breaths to leave my Spirit Beast Peak. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chen Xingyuan, seeing that Lu Taiching was unwilling to engage in reasoned discourse, cut straight to the point, issuing a 10-breath ultimatum for him to depart. You madman, do you think my Lu family fears you? Lu Taiching, incensed by Chen Xingyuan's treatment, pointed an accusatory finger at him. Yet Chen Xingyuan remained silent. His aura steadily rising, he truly intended to strike within 10 breaths. Madman. Lu Tieching's complexion darkened as he calculated the situation's disadvantages. He realized that this was Spirit Beast Peak, where the madman held the advantage of terrain. He could not hope to win. Forget it. I cannot obtain that spirit herb. Cursed illegitimate girl, ruining my plans. When I return, I shall eliminate her mother and all associated with her. With a flourish of his sleeve, Lu Taiching departed, taking his son Lu Yang and his subordinates away from Lu Wanner's courtyard. Chen Xingyuan, however, shook his head and said, You all may leave, but you cannot. Turning to Lu Yang, he continued, Just now, you harbored murderous intent toward my disciple Jiang Luoquan. There must be a reckoning. At that moment, the ill-fated Lu Taiching had already taken several steps away, with Lu Yang trailing behind. Upon hearing Chen Xingyuan's words, Lu Tieching's heart sank. Oh no, I forgot that this madman is exceedingly protective of his own. However, he was now too far from Lu Yang. Chen Xingyuan, after finishing his statement, suddenly made his move toward Lu Yang, his right foot transforming into a white ape's paw. The speed was shockingly swift as he kicked towards Lu Yang. Taken aback by the sudden aggression of the Peak Master of Spirit Beast Peak, Lu Yang hastily prepared to defend himself. Despite being a solid foundation stage cultivator, he was no match for Chen Xingyuan's superior strength. An icy tempest swirled beneath his feet, and a heavy layer of ice armor suddenly appeared behind him to block Chen Xingyuan's incoming kick. This combination dissipated a significant portion of Chen Xingyuan's force, yet the remaining energy struck him squarely. Lu Yang cried out, spewing forth a mouthful of blood as he tumbled several yards away, rolling multiple times before coming to a halt, causing a ruckus in my Spirit Beast Peak while attempting to kill my outer disciple. You clearly do not regard me, Chen Xingyuan, with any respect. This is your punishment, as well as my protection of my disciple. Chen Xingyuan's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. He did not glance at the injured Lu Yang but fixed his gaze firmly on Lu Taiching, his expression clearly challenging. If you are unconvinced, then come and face me. Lu Taiching, filled with hatred towards this madman Chen Xingyuan, recognized his subordinate's inability to see through his schemes. He forced a smile, saying, Skill is lacking. Being defeated is only natural. Spirit Beast Peak truly possesses great authority. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed from Spirit Beast Peak. Lu Yang, rising to his feet, wore a heavy expression as he wiped the blood from his lips and addressed Chen Xingyuan. Peak Master Chen, Lu Yang shall remember today's lesson, and it shall not be forgotten. This was a vow of vengeance. Yet, Chen Xingyuan replied, If you have the ability, then use it. Deception has always been the Lu family's style and tradition. Depart now, young master of the Lu family. Lu Yang shot a resentful glare at Jiang Luoquan before turning to leave. With the Lu family dealt with, Chen Xingyuan approached Jiang Luoquan and Chen Ji. Thank you, Peak Master, for avenging your disciple. Jiang Luoquan expressed his gratitude. Chen Xingyuan shook his head, saying, If you truly wish to thank me, then focus on your cultivation and do not allow yourself to be outmaneuvered by that deceitful Lu Yong. If you are outwitted, it will be a reflection of your own inadequacies. Do not blame me for failing to protect you. Zhang Luoquan was surprised by Chen Xingyuan's words. Zhang Luoqian smiled and said, Peak Master, I will take care. This is Chen Ji and Luo Jiling. They maintain a close friendship with junior sister Lu Waner. Luo Jiling was restrained by Zhang Luoqian, unable to move. Chen Ji hurriedly bowed and said, Chen Ji pays his respects to the Peak Master. Chen Xian waved his hand, saying, Just call me Peak Master. No need for formalities like Zero Master. Our spirit beast Peak does not adhere to such customs. After glancing at Chen Ji, he remarked thoughtfully, Oh, so you are Chen Ji. Qin Jian has spoken of you. You've already reached the first level of qi refinement, quite impressive. Chen Ji was pleasantly surprised that he was known by Chen Xing. Feeling somewhat elated by the compliment, he continued, Well then, I must take Lu Waner's body and her spiritual medicine to see the sect master and see what I can procure for her. You all should go about your business. Diligent cultivation is of utmost importance. Chen Xingyuan nodded at everyone. By this moment, many outer disciples of Spirit Beast Peak had gathered. His final statement was directed to all the outer disciples, who nodded in agreement. Chen Xingyuan, along with the white ape, vanished in a few leaps, leaving behind a massive pit. Zhang Luoqian summoned a disciple skilled in earth manipulation to level the pit. He then patted Luo Jiling's shoulder. Releasing his restraints, Junior brother Luo, take care. He nodded at Chen Ji. Chen Junior brother, please look after Luo Junior brother and get him something to eat. Chen Ji quickly nodded. Of course, brother Jiang. You can leave Luo brother to me. Zhang Luoqian seemed preoccupied with his thoughts and hastily departed after ensuring everything was settled. Chen Ji observed the silent Luo Jiling, who kept his head down. Gently supporting his arm, he whispered, Luo brother, let us go back. At that moment, Luo Jiling had quieted and followed Chen Ji back to his courtyard. The sound of tears plummeting to the ground echoed like a broken kite as Luo Jiling, keeping his head lowered, wished to conceal his sorrow from others. The silent sobs tugged at Chen Ji's heartstrings. Who could have predicted that the kind-hearted senior sister Lu Waner would meet such a fate? Just days ago, they had been chatting. It was unfathomable that in such a short span, life and death had separated them. Chen Ji helped Luo Jiling lie down on the bed. Luo Jiling remained silent, his tear-filled eyes gazing helplessly at the ceiling. Though Chen Ji did not comprehend the depths of romantic sorrow, he felt a pang of sadness for the demise of senior sister Lu Waner and the distress of brother Luo. Chapter 60. Sighs of sorrow. Time flows naturally with the wind, yet such emotions could not be replaced by anyone else. Chen Ji could only cover Luo Jiling with a blanket. He then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Spirit rice was Chen Ji's specialty. Soon, the fragrance of cooked spirit rice wafted through the air. Luo brother, it's time to eat. Chen Ji placed a bowl of spirit rice at Luo Jiling's bedside. But Luo Jiling remained motionless, like a mere shell of a person. Well, I suppose I will eat first. Chen Ji understood that at this moment, Luo Jiling likely had no appetite. However, he needed to eat. Thus, young Chen Ji sat beside Luo Jiling and consumed 3 large bowls of spirit rice. After washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen, he lay down beside Luo Jiling and softly said, Luo brother, I know you are in pain. I will stay with you tonight. If you need anything, just call for me. Naturally, Chen Ji would not allow Luo Jiling to spend the night alone. Yet, upon entering the Celestial Tower, he found himself in the training room, momentarily forgetting Luo Jiling. His body fell into a deep slumber on Luo Jiling's bed. While inside the tower, he began to practice diligently, seizing every moment. Having witnessed Peak Master Chen Xingyuan and his formidable white ape, I realized that in the 7-star sect, words hold little weight. Everything is dictated by strength. Peak Master Chen kicked the arrogant young master of the Lu family, Lu Yong, who didn't dare utter a single word in retort. It was truly satisfying. This clearly illustrates the might of Peak Master Chen. Everything is built upon formidable strength. The words he exchanged with Zhang Luoqian before departing were, in truth, a message for all outer disciples. Strength is paramount. Without it, nothing is genuine. Having witnessed today's events, Chen Ji reflected on how Lu Waner had sacrificed her life in her quest for strength on Spirit Scorpion Island. He had overheard the conversation between Lu Waner and her maid, Chui'er. When the latter visited, Lu Waner believed that her mother's suffering stemmed from their lack of strength. which left them unable to secure a proper standing within their family. Hence, she took the risk in hope of seizing an opportunity, ultimately leading to her demise. Strength, strength. At the core of the cultivation world lies the imperative to grow stronger. Qianji's heart burned with determination. With the aid of the tenfold acceleration, his training proved remarkably fruitful. The energy within his Qi was steadily increasing. The 7-star sect basic Qi refinement technique states, draw energy into the Qi, 3 strands form one bundle. Thus, entering the realm of Qi refinement, known as the first level. One bundle signifies entry into Qi refinement, which is the first level. The Qi transports energy. 10 bundles signify the second level, 100 signify the third level, and so forth. With exponential growth in difficulty. This means that to accumulate 10 bundles in the Qi equates to 30 strands entering the second level of Qi refinement. 100 bundles correspond to the third level, 1,000 to the fourth level. The further one progresses, the more challenging it becomes. The transition from an ordinary person to the Qi refinement stage is the most arduous. However, moving from the first to the second level is relatively easier, which explains why Luo Jiling could ascend to the second level in such a short time. Yet, the subsequent stages become increasingly difficult, with a tenfold increase in difficulty. At this moment, Qianji's Qi contained 3 bundles of energy, and the fourth was in formation. This pace was astonishing for someone with a 5-element waste spirit root. It was primarily thanks to the tenfold acceleration provided by the Celestial Tower and his relentless dedication to training. Alas, the legendary 5-element waste spirit root truly presented a formidable challenge. With my current speed, I have only managed to accumulate 3 bundles of energy. Without the training room in the Celestial Tower, hope would be utterly elusive. In this moment, Qianji understood why others referred to the 5-element spirit root as a waste spirit root. After completing his training, he checked on the peculiar fog flowers and the incubating hawk eggs he had planted. After consuming enough spirit stones, both processes continued to progress slowly. Wonderful, this is my future means of becoming wealthy and powerful. Noticing the time was almost up, Qianji exited the Celestial Tower. Oh no! What a calamity! Turning around, he found no sign of Luo Jiling. Luo brother, he wouldn't have taken such drastic measures, would he? Terrified, Qianji bolted from the house, only to catch a whiff of fragrant rice. What a delightful aroma of spirit rice! Upon reaching the kitchen, he discovered Luo Jiling had already set the table with 2 dishes and a soup. Luo Jiling had changed into a fresh set of clothes, his hair neatly combed, sitting at the table awaiting Qianji. Luo brother, are you all right? Qianji inquired with concern. Qin Junior brother, you've awakened, Luo Jiling replied, motioning towards the food on the table. A plate of beast meat, a plate of vegetables, a bowl of spirit rice porridge, and a bit of salted vegetables. Qianji had only ever eaten spirit rice since entering the 7-star sect. He had never encountered such a lavish breakfast. Gulp! He decisively swallowed. How delicious! Young Qianji, captivated by the aroma of the meal, momentarily forgot Luo Jiling's sorrow. It was impossible to deeply empathize with something he had not experienced himself. Let us sit and eat. Afterward, we can attend the free lecture. Luo Jiling smiled, his previous sorrow seemingly forgotten. All right, let us eat then. Qianji lifted the bowl of spirit rice porridge, savoring it with the salted vegetables. The beast meat was particularly delectable. While the vegetables complemented the meal perfectly, Qianji enjoyed 5 bowls of spirit rice porridge before finally feeling satiated. Luo brother, are you feeling better? He asked, wiping his mouth. Luo Jiling placed the remaining 3 pieces of beast meat into Qianji's bowl. Eat, don't waste it. What could possibly be wrong? I've come to terms with everything overnight. It was merely an unreciprocated affection that flowed like water. It's a pity for senior sister Lu. Ultimately, we are still too weak to in the cultivation world. Strength is what matters. I will learn from you. Diligent practice is the only way forward. Luo Jiling indeed seemed to have moved on. His words carried an air of liberation. His eyes appeared slightly swollen, likely from a sleepless night. That's wonderful. If you're well, I can finally relax. Qianji finished the 3 pieces of meat, quickly tidied up the dishes, and washed them clean. You sleep so soundly, lying down and falling asleep. No wonder you can close yourself off for several days. It seems sleep is just as vital as training. Luo Jiling chuckled at the industrious Qianji. At this moment, the 2 of them left the courtyard, heading towards the Hui Xian Hall. As they did, Luo Jiling cast one last glance at Lu Wanner's courtyard, sighing, "My heart is already dead. All that remains is training." He uttered a phrase that Chen Ji could not comprehend. The two then walked together towards Hui Xian Hall. Luo Jiling was no ordinary person. Now that he had reached the second level of qi refinement, he would not be troubled by emotions for long. Yesterday, he had nearly fallen victim to the Lu family's schemes, but after a night of reflection in bed, he had come to terms with everything. Deep down, he felt an indescribable gratitude towards Zhang Luoqian, the second senior brother, and Chen Xingyuan, the peak master. Chapter 61. Investing heavily in purchasing low-grade mystical talismans for protection, the two walked side by side, with some time still remaining before Elder Dou's lecture at the Bagu Island commenced. After a sleepless night, Luo Jiling emerged from the emotional whirlpool and said to Chen Shidi, "Would you accompany me to the market? I wish to purchase some more talismans." Chen Ji, puzzled by his desire to acquire so many talismans, inquired, "Luo Shixiao, I recall that when you were about to rush into Lu Shiji's courtyard, you already had talismans in hand. What is the purpose of buying so many? Are you embarking on a mission?" Luo Jiling replied in a hushed tone, "It's for self-preservation. I offended the petty and vengeful Lu family yesterday, and I suspect they will retaliate against me. I intend to buy a few talismans for protection." It seemed the Lu family's reputation within the Seven-Star sect was indeed not commendable. Chunji followed him toward the market, scratching his head, and asked, "At the Spirit Beast Peak of the Seven-Star sect, could the Lu family truly harm you? Aren't you afraid of the Law Enforcement Hall, which stands guard like a sword?" Chunji pointed towards the Law Enforcement Hall, which stood resolutely in the distance, always instilling a sense of security. "With the Law Enforcement Hall and sect leader Chun at the Spirit Beast Peak, I certainly have no fear of the Lu family harming me. However, I must go out on missions eventually, and in 5 years, I will hardly qualify to enter the Inner Disciples. Once I leave the Spirit Beast Peak, I must still be cautious of the Lu family's revenge." It turned out Luo Jiling was worried about this. It seemed somewhat reasonable. The Lu family would likely have forgotten about the incident by then. "You have no idea about the Lu family's reputation. They are indeed known for their vindictiveness. Come, let us first purchase some powerful talismans." Luo Jiling was well aware of the Lu family's infamy. They arrived at the Seven-Star sect market, traversing past the slumbering Luahua Jinjing beast, which resembled neither a lion nor a tiger. The two approached a small shop that dealt in talismans. A disciple greeted them warmly, "Greetings, brothers. Are you here to sell or purchase talismans? Every talisman here is crafted by a talisman master, genuine and trustworthy." The small shop displayed a plethora of talismans. "I wish to buy talismans. I need 2 each of the powerful low-grade Shin-tier Spirit Shield Talisman and Flying Lightning Talisman. As a regular customer, could you offer me a discount?" Luo Jiling said through gritted teeth. It seemed these low-grade Shin-tier talismans were not inexpensive. The Spirit Shield Talisman, focused on defense, and the Flying Lightning Talisman, centered on offense, were among the priciest of the low-grade Shin-tier talismans. "Brother, the total for 4 talismans comes to 400 low-grade Spirit Stones. Since you are a regular customer, I will also gift you a Fire Rain Talisman." The disciple smiled professionally at Luo Jiling. Luo Jiling recognized that the price offered was fair, and the gift was a bonus. His .1 talisman costs 100 Spirit Stones. Chunji exclaimed upon hearing the quote. After all, these were consumable items. Once used, they were gone. Spending 100 Spirit Stones in one go seemed extravagantly lavish. Although he had recently made a small fortune selling Tier's star grass at an underground auction, he still felt a pang at the thought of such prices. However, Luo Jiling was currently purchasing Shin-tier talismans. Perhaps this was the standard price. Should I also consider buying some Shin-tier talismans for my own protection? Chunji had indeed contemplated this before, but since he had no plans to leave the Seven-Star sect recently, he had yet to take action. "May I ask, what is the price for upper-grade Shin-tier defensive and offensive talismans?" he inquired. "The higher the grade, the more expensive they become. And for Earth-tier? Haha, brother, you jest. The most expensive talismans in this shop are low-grade Shin-tier. To obtain mid-grade Shin-tier or higher, one must go to the sect and purchase them with contribution points. We do not even have mid-grade Shin-tier here, let alone Earth-tier. I have never seen them in this shop." The disciple selling talismans patiently explained, as he understood that Chen Ji was merely inquiring idly. I see now. Low-grade Shin-tier talismans are the highest tier that disciples can acquire without using contribution points. Beyond that, Mid-grade Xian tier and above must be purchased with contribution points at the sect. Now you understand why I often undertake missions. It's precisely to earn contribution points, Luo Jiling said, wrapping an arm around Chen Ji. He handed over 400 spirit stones to acquire 4 life-saving low-grade Xian tier talismans and a gift. Alas, Chen Shidi, with the benefits of next month still some time away, I now have only 3 spirit stones left. From now on, I shall have to live like you, surviving on spirit rice daily, and will no longer indulge in beast meat. Luo Jiling was deliberately teasing Chen Ji about his daily diet of spirit rice. What's wrong with spirit rice? It nourishes the body, and being full is happiness. Chen Ji replied matter-of-factly. Having come from a life of hardship, he valued simply having enough to eat. Luo Jiling, on the other hand, required 2 dishes and soup for breakfast, which he considered quite wasteful. You clearly have never experienced poverty, Chen Ji remarked casually. To his surprise, Luo Jiling nodded seriously and replied, Chen Shidi, you are indeed correct. I have never eaten less than 2 dishes and soup since I was young. Always 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Chen Ji rolled his eyes at this statement. I was merely making an offhand comment, and you took it to heart. Luo Shixiang, you certainly have a flair for dramatics. As for me, I've never eaten my fill, so coming to the 7-star sect where I can eat to my heart's content makes me exceptionally happy. Spirit rice is a treasure I can never get enough of in my lifetime. Chen Ji declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiling suddenly paused, slowing his pace as he gazed at the back of Chen Ji walking ahead. That moment, the sun shone just right, casting a warm light upon Chen Ji. His posture was straight, exuding a sense of positive energy. The words of young Chen Ji were undoubtedly sincere. He truly experienced daily sustenance from spirit rice. Observing his content expression and increasingly robust physique, it became evident that Chen Ji had indeed struggled with hunger in the past. Luo Jiling had always thought Chen Ji was joking until today, when he heard those heartfelt words and was momentarily taken aback. Luo Shixiang, let us go. It's almost the time for the lecture by Elder Do, Chen Ji called, turning to wave at Luo Jiling. Luo Jiling looked at the sunlit Chen Ji and found himself at a loss for words, suddenly feeling an inexplicable connection. Hey, I may have been conservative in saying I have daily meat and vegetable meals, but I never expected to meet someone who finds joy in simply eating spirit rice every day. This young Chen Ji was indeed intriguing. Luo Jiling recalled the times when he was bullied by Lu Hongying and Lu Yang, and how Chen Ji had stood by him fearlessly. He also remembered how, last night, Chen Ji had stayed by his side to ensure he wouldn't succumb to despair. Chen Shidi, I'm coming. Let us go and attend the free lecture. In that moment, the pain from the death of Lu Wanner dissipated. As Luo Jiling was uplifted by Chen Ji's optimistic spirit. Chapter 62. The Spirit Plant Master, hailed as a genius of the century, Elder Do. The two arrived at the Hui Xian Hall, chatting and laughing, and chose an excellent spot to sit and wait. By now, several disciples had already gathered, but the number was noticeably fewer compared to when Elder Fei lectured. The early arrivals were quietly meditating, utilizing every moment to cultivate. Chen Ji also seized the opportunity to practice, while Luo Jiling found it hard to settle down, restlessly looking around. After a while, the appointed time arrived, and Elder Do made his entrance. His expression as cold as if everyone owed him a fortune. He scanned the disciples below and directly stated, regarding the cultivation of spirit herbs, I will use the tier's star grass as an example to explain. After a couple of sentences, he noticed 2 latecomers entering the hall. Elder Do's expression instantly soured, and he paused to point at the 2 disciples. You 2 are late for a lecture that starts at this hour. It indicates a lack of seriousness in your studies. Leave. This elder does not welcome tardy disciples. The 2 latecomers were taken aback by Elder Do's sudden change of demeanor, seeing everyone's gaze upon them. They hurriedly bowed to Elder Do and retreated. Elder Do was notoriously grumpy and despised tardiness. He truly has a foul temper, Luo Jiling whispered to Chen Ji. Chen Ji had encountered Elder Do's unpleasant demeanor during his own previous missions. All right, let us continue. The Spirit Plant Master is a respected profession within the myriad arts of cultivation, but it is also a complex and vast field. Ultimately, I discovered that the medicinal properties of wild herbs far surpass those I cultivate myself. Thus, as a competent spirit herbalist, one must learn to distinguish between wild and cultivated varieties. The hundreds of wild 20-year-old tears of the cave that circulated at the auction, I knew for certain they were the ones sold from my Tongtian tower. This realization put my mind at ease. I hadn't expected Elder Do to personally retrieve a specimen to test its efficacy. After Elder Do's thorough verification, it became evident that the spirit herbs cultivated within my Tongtian tower bore no flaws. Even Elder Do was convinced they were undeniably wild. Splendid. This ensures that the spirit medicines and herbs distributed from my Tongtian tower pose no concerns. I merely need to control the locations of distribution and maintain strict confidentiality regarding my identity. Despite Elder Do's gruff demeanor and penny-pinching nature, the knowledge he imparts is exceptionally solid, delivered with utmost seriousness. The time has come. Today's lecture concludes here. Elder Do detests tardiness and has an aversion to extending classes. Upon the hour, he simply rises and departs. This Elder Do truly possesses remarkable skills. He climbed the ranks from an outer disciple step by step. He has been hailed by the sect leader as the most gifted spirit herbalist in Qixing sect for centuries. And his lectures are genuinely substantive. Why visit this time has indeed been fruitful. Luo Jilin stood up and left with Chunji.it. Seemed everyone was discussing Elder Do's class. I hardly slept last night and feel quite fatigued. Chunji, I must return for a brief rest. What about you? Luo Jilin yawned. The death of Lu Wanner kept him awake all night, and his eyes were tinged with red. Brother Luo, I have a question. Feel free to ask. Is the gap between the Xian rank and Huang rank techniques and spells truly that vast? I see you spending so many spirit stones just to acquire Xian rank talismans. Is it really that much better than Huang rank? Chunji's inquiry stemmed from his own selfish motives. He wished to accumulate spirit stones to purchase superior techniques and spells, ideally obtaining some concrete information from Luo Jilin. Hearing this, Luo Jilin chuckled heartily. Brother Chen, the 4 essential elements of cultivation, wealth, technique, companion, and land, are no trifling matter. You must understand that the importance of technique is on par with that of wealth. Why does the sect enforce a rule that when you receive the Qixing sect basic qi cultivation technique, you must swear an oath to keep it confidential? The best techniques available to outer disciples are merely Huang rank superior, and even those require a substantial number of contribution points to obtain. You can't even buy them with spirit stones, of course. If you can advance to the inner sect, you will gain access to Xian rank techniques and spells, but that is far beyond our current reach. We shall discuss it later. Why have the 4 great cultivation families been able to maintain their independence within the sect for centuries, standing apart from the 7 great peaks? It is primarily because each of the 4 families possesses an ancestral Xian rank superior technique. Each of the 4 great cultivation families possesses a Xian rank superior technique. Upon hearing this, Chunji abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Luo Jilin. Luo Jilin sighed and patted Chunji's shoulder. My dear brother, I know your thoughts. It is impossible for outsiders to obtain the Xian rank superior techniques of the 4 great families. To ensure these techniques do not spread, they are only taught to the most talented direct descendants. Those of collateral lines or branch families cannot access these techniques, and even direct disciples with poor spiritual roots are excluded from instruction. Thus, Brother Chen, the significance of technique tier is overwhelmingly crucial. With so many outer disciples unable to acquire decent techniques, they are willing to take risks in search of opportunities. Speaking of seeking opportunities reminds me of Sister Lu, and Luo Jilin sighed once more. At this moment, Chunji finally grasped the importance of these techniques. Do you remember the underground auction I took you to? A Xian rank superior Fire Lotus treasure scroll sold for 30,000 spirit stones and was fiercely contested. This illustrates the principle. Chunji nodded, fully comprehending. The importance of techniques had risen to a level surpassing that of spirit stones. Outer disciples can only access Huang rank superior techniques at best, requiring contribution points for acquisition, which cannot be bought with spirit stones. Chunji felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet, upon hearing about the auction, his eyes sparkled. Chapter 63. Ling Scorpion Island. The 3rd expedition to Ling Scorpion Island concludes. Given my current realm, earning contribution points poses a significant challenge. Even if outer disciples possess sufficient contribution points, they can at most exchange them for Huang rank superior techniques. The realms of heaven and earth are divided. Outer disciples are even barred from accessing Xian rank techniques. This is hardly satisfactory for Chunji. If one were merely an ordinary outer disciple, akin to Lu Wanner, aside from risking their life on the perilous Ling Scorpion Island for a chance at fortune, there are truly no better methods to access superior techniques. However, the underground auction allows for pure spirit stone transactions. Chunji immediately inquired, But the underground auction allows pure spirit stone bids for Huang-rank superior techniques. Right? I recall that contribution points are unnecessary there, correct, Brother Luo? Luo Jiling nodded. Indeed, that is the case, as it is an underground auction that only recognizes spirit stones. However, Brother Qin, 30,000 spirit stones are something we outer disciples could never hope to earn in a lifetime. It is an unattainable desire, I tell you. If you possessed hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, you could even bid on a complete Xian rank technique during the underground auction. But that is even more impossible. Even someone like Bai Wushuang, the young master, cannot produce hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener takes it to heart. Chunji firmly etched these words into his mind. This is the only viable method to acquire Xian rank techniques. Sell the spirit herbs cultivated in the Tongtian Tower to accumulate spirit stones, then participate in the underground auction to purchase Xian rank techniques with those stones. This is Chunji's only feasible plan. While it may seem impossible for others, for Chunji, it is a profitable endeavor. He had already harbored this intention earlier, and now, with Luo Jiling's in-depth conversation, he has clarified his future direction of effort: accumulate spirit stones and acquire Xian rank techniques. If Chunji resolves the foremost challenge of wealth among the 4 essential elements of cultivation through the spirit herb garden, then he should prioritize technique next. Brother Qin, do not be disheartened. Even if we cannot enter the inner sect, we could still serve in the miscellaneous duties peak after 50, mastering various cultivation arts. We could remain in Qixing sect's miscellaneous duties peak, marry a few women, and perhaps even produce descendants with spiritual roots. We truly cannot afford to be lowly with our mixed spiritual roots. We are at the very bottom of the sect. Luo Jiling sighed. Chunji lowered his head, deep in thought, remaining silent. Luo Jiling assumed Chunji's mood was dampened by the difficulties faced by outer disciples in cultivation, thus offering encouragement about their potential future together at the miscellaneous duties peak. The short to mid-term goal is to sell the misty grass to accumulate spirit stones, then use those stones to purchase Xian rank techniques through the underground auction. The long-term goal is straightforward: to secure a spot as an inner disciple in the upcoming minor competition in 5 years. With the Tongtian Tower as an ally, Chunji still feels hopeful. If all else fails, he can aim to become an inner disciple in the next minor competition. After all, he is only 12. There is still ample time. Along the way, the two observed numerous disciples hastily making their way to the floating island of the Outer Affairs Hall. Luo Jiling recognized one of them, seizing his arm and inquiring, "Isn't that Brother Nyo? Why are you all in such a rush?" The anxious Brother Nyo replied, "We're accompanying a few elders and the deputy sect leader back from Ling Scorpion Island. They say this time they achieved tremendous success and acquired many valuable items. We all want to witness the excitement. Let's go, or we won't secure good positions." Brother Nyo broke free from Luo Jiling's grasp and hurried away. Upon hearing the words Ling Scorpion Island, Luo Jiling's expression darkened. "I have no interest. I'm going back to sleep. Chunji, you can go and take a look." Luo Jiling waved his hand and returned. The mention of Ling Scorpion Island reminded him of Lu Wanner, leaving him disinterested and eager to rest. Chunji observed the somewhat dejected figure of Luo Jiling and called out, "Brother Luo, rest well. I'm going to broaden my horizons." Everything was new to Chunji. Ling Scorpion Island was the most significant event in the sect recently, and he naturally wanted to witness it. Go on, Luo Jiling said dismissively. Chunji then turned and followed Brother Nyo. The Merit Hall's floating island was packed with people, all waiting for the announcement of the Qixing sect's exploration results from Ling Scorpion Island. Chunji arrived late and struggled to squeeze into a slightly elevated position. The surrounding disciples were buzzing with discussions about Ling Scorpion Island. Hey, have you heard? This time, the sect's third expedition to Ling Scorpion Island suffered heavy losses in the previous 2 attempts. The third time, with the elders and deputy sect leader leading the way, they achieved a great victory. Yes, I heard. The sect leader's high-profile recruitment of those 10 types of spirit herbs and plants was reportedly all found. And now over a dozen lucky outer disciples have been directly promoted to inner disciples. Alas, I also heard that a collateral outer disciple from the Lu family obtained a spirit herb but lost his life. The Lu family head attempted to forcibly reclaim it from the spirit beast Peak, but was driven off by Peak Master Chen. The Lu family is becoming increasingly treacherous. The esteemed Master Chen of the spirit beast Peak is renowned for his fierce protectiveness over his disciples, and his formidable strength is widely acknowledged. The Liu family has faced setbacks, and it is indeed delightful to hear. Hush, silence, be cautious, for misfortune may arise from careless words. The Liu family is not one to be trifled with. Ah, truly, some rejoice while others despair. According to my cousin in the Protector's Hall, this time, nearly 6,000 outer disciples perished during the exploration of Spirit Scorpion Island, with tens of thousands sustaining injuries, resulting in substantial losses. This merely reflects your lack of experience. The sect enrolls such a large number of outer disciples each year, and the accumulation over the years is vast, if we do not take advantage of these opportunities to expend some of them. The monthly welfare expenditures would amount to astronomical figures. Do you understand? Alas, how heart-wrenching. The harsh reality is that outer disciples are always the cannon fodder in the realm of cultivation. The mention of this grim truth. The outer disciples around fell silent, the atmosphere growing somber. Changji nodded quietly, finding great sense in what that senior brother had said. The Seven-Star sect boasts the largest number of outer disciples. Totaling 200,000, the monthly expenditure of a single low-grade spirit stone per person accumulates to a staggering amount over the years. Thus, it is established that disciples must complete sect tasks to earn contribution points, serving as a means to manage the excessive number of disciples. This method of the sect resembles the nurturing of a gu, identifying talented disciples through trials of blood and fire for entry into the inner sect. Among these disciples, who seek fortune, there is also the slightest possibility of encountering opportunities, allowing the sect to acquire desired spiritual herbs and treasures. This could be seen as a multifaceted gain and a certain rule governing the operation of such a colossal sect. Chen Ji mused. At that moment, several figures appeared in the air ahead. Chapter 64. A great surprise, 10 seeds yield 60 rare mist flowers. Chen Ji gazed at the three individuals descending from the sky, filled with admiration and longing for masters of their caliber. These are true immortals. The ability to fly using Qi is a hallmark of reaching the Foundation establishment stage, fulfilling humanity's ultimate dream of flight. These three individuals must be far beyond the Foundation establishment stage, perhaps at the Golden Core stage. Chunji's own weak strength prevented him from discerning their true capabilities, and he did not recognize the others, making it inconvenient to inquire about their prowess. One stood in midair upon a flying sword. Another rode a fiery red gourd, grinning down at the crowd below, while the central figure hovered coldly, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the scene. Esteemed disciples, I am here to announce the circumstances regarding our expedition to Spirit Scorpion Island. The central figure began. Spirit Scorpion Island is a territory seized by our Seven-Star sect from the rival In Extreme sect. Abundant with treasures, but it activates a self-sealing formation every 100 years. This time coincides with the reopening of the island, which is why our sect spared no effort to send disciples in to seek treasures. The treasure hunt is divided into 3 phases, open to all outer disciples. Many outer disciples rushed to sign up, and while sacrifices were made, the rewards were immense. All the various spiritual herbs required by the sect were obtained, and we unexpectedly discovered a highly lucrative spiritual stone mine. The Spirit Beast Peak also uncovered a nest of over 100 Spirit Scorpion eggs with the potential to hatch into beings akin to the Spirit Scorpion King. Over 20 outer disciples distinguished themselves and were directly promoted to inner disciples. Additionally, 370 outer disciples obtained the opportunities and treasures they sought, including countless precious items and techniques. Over 1,000 disciples acquired various spiritual herbs, elixirs, and scattered treasures. This does not need further elaboration. You may inquire freely. Despite the time and substantial losses incurred in conquering Spirit Scorpion Island, the returns have been equally significant. I predict that within the next 50 years, many of these disciples who gained opportunities from Spirit Scorpion Island will advance to the pinnacle of Qi training or even break through to the Foundation establishment stage. It turned out that the individual in the center was Liu Hongzhou, the deputy master of the Seven-Star sect, who led the expedition to Spirit Scorpion Island. His words were delivered without any magical amplification, yet they resonated clearly with all disciples on the floating island. Hundreds of disciples riding various flying artifacts and spiritual birds in the air listened intently. These disciples were likely inner or even direct disciples. Upon hearing Liu Hongzhou's words, their spirits ignited with fervor. So, this treasure hunt at Spirit Scorpion Island yielded such great rewards. They began to chatter excitedly. Indeed, when the sect speaks of opportunities, they truly deliver. Not only those 20-plus disciples who advanced to the inner sect, But even the 370 who found their fortunes are objects of our envy. The sect truly treats us well. Exactly, Deputy Master Lu personally leading the team speaks volumes about the importance of this Spirit Scorpion Island expedition. Alas, it is regrettable that we lacked the courage to participate. Have you heard? Tonight, due to the return of these treasures, an underground auction will be held urgently. We must attend and broaden our horizons. Ah, is that so? How wonderful. Even if I don't bid, it will be good to witness the event. Let's go together. Chen Ji, upon hearing Deputy Master Lu Hongzhou's remarks, swiftly dismissed the previous notion that the sect's overwhelming number of outer disciples necessitated the expedition to Spirit Scorpion Island to cull their ranks. How could the fact that so many had acquired treasures not speak volumes? It was truly inappropriate to tarnish the sect's reputation in such a manner. An urgent underground auction tonight? Splendid. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. I shall go and see for myself. Even if I lack sufficient spirit stones to bid, it will still be beneficial to experience the event. I am fortunate to have come here. Otherwise, Brother Luo Jiling would have squandered this vital information while asleep. Lu Hongzhou continued, I am aware that disciples have various speculations regarding this third expedition to Spirit Scorpion Island, and there may even be some nonsensical rumors. The purpose of gathering everyone here today to announce the gains from Spirit Scorpion Island is, in fact, to quell such rumors. You must remember that the sect cares for all its disciples, whether outer or inner. Today's outer disciples may well become the inner disciples of tomorrow. The 23 who entered the inner sect after their accomplishments in Spirit Scorpion Island serve as the finest proof. The Law Enforcement Hall has already received orders from the sect leader to rigorously investigate the spreaders of rumors. From now on, no damaging rumors about the 7-star sect should be circulated. Do you all understand? Deputy Master Lu Hongzhou's tone was grave, serving as a direct warning. Many disciples lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Very well, we have just returned and have many matters to report to the sect leader. Furthermore, the Foundation establishment disciples who ventured into Spirit Scorpion Island have reaped considerable rewards. However, due to confidentiality, the sect leader will not elaborate here. After all, we are certain to have spies from our old rivals. The Extremine sect, within our ranks, but do share among yourselves. There will soon be numerous logistical tasks related to Spirit Scorpion Island. Keep an eye out for them now, disperse. Lu Hongzhou concluded, transforming into a streak of rainbow light that vanished from sight. The two individuals on either side also took flight, leaving the multitude of disciples to exchange hushed words. Seeing that there was nothing more to be done here, Qianji returned to his dwelling alone. He glanced at the tightly shut door of Brother Luo's courtyard, likely due to exhaustion, as he had activated the formation to seal his chamber. I should hasten to eat something, practice a bit, and then head to the underground auction tonight to broaden my horizons. Chunji prepared a meal, ate, washed the dishes, and then entered the Celestial Tower. He arrived at the Spiritual Herb Garden to check on the growth of the rare mist flowers. To his astonishment, he found that they had grown significantly. At this moment, the rare mist flowers had blossomed from mere seedlings to towering plants, standing half a person tall in the 6 acres of Spirit Field. A splendid sight to behold. 2.59, 60 plants. The rare mist flowers had flourished into 60 robust specimens within my Spiritual Herb Garden. How delightful! They have yet to bloom, but once they do and accumulate sufficient medicinal properties, I may very well be able to purchase a profound level cultivation technique. After counting the 60 rare mist flowers, Chunji joyfully sat down on the ground, laughing with glee. He was so elated that he even lay back on the ground, gently embracing the flower stalks. These would be the spirit stones and resources that could strengthen him in the future. How could he not be thrilled? The 10 seeds of rare mist flowers he bought initially had yielded 60 plants under the nurturing of the Celestial Tower's Spiritual Herb Garden. This is a primary material for refining rebirth pills. They will undoubtedly sell for a fortune. Chapter 65. The Auction, convened for the harvest from Spirit Scorpion Island. After reveling in his joy for a while, Chunji proceeded to the Spirit Beast Garden. The exotic-blooded eagle remained quiet, seemingly absorbing the energy from the spirit stones he had provided earlier. Perhaps it requires a bit of time to fully awaken and begin hatching. I possess ample patience to wait and see the results. Reluctantly, Chunji wandered to a corner where a pile of gleaming spirit stones lay. The 2,494 spirit stones he currently had left. He tenderly cradled the stones in his palms, Inspecting them closely, one spirit stone can be exchanged for 50 taels of gold in the mundane world. With these spirit stones alone, I could rival a nation in wealth. Even if I achieve nothing at all, returning to the secular world would fulfill my previous aspiration of never going hungry or cold. All of this is a gift from the realm of cultivation. If I wish to thrive in this world, I must strive relentlessly. Chunji carefully arranged these spirit stones, suppressing the urge to count them once more. From rags to riches, in the beginning, there was always a compelling desire to take out the hidden money and count it repeatedly. He made his way directly to the training room, where he commenced his practice. After a while, Chunji emerged from the Tongtian Tower, retrieving the black hat he had purchased at the underground auction and concealing it within his cloak. He knocked on Luo Jiling's courtyard door but received no response. Never mind, I shall not disturb Brother Luo. Let him enjoy a good night's rest. I can go alone. After all, I am already familiar with the route from my previous visit. Under the cover of night, Chunji stealthily made his way to the venue of the underground auction. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a significant number of disciples heading in the same direction. Far more than during his initial visit, it seemed they were all eager to discover what treasures had been acquired from Lingxia Island. Upon arriving at the underground auction, he donned the black hat, transforming into a figure cloaked entirely in black robes. This time, he had saved the expense of purchasing the hat with spirit stones. Welcome to tonight's underground auction. This event has been specially organized for those returning from Lingxia Island. Tonight, the treasures on display are sure to dazzle you and will not disappoint, announced the host. For those wishing to participate in the auction, please proceed to the back to register. Everyone, please remain patient. The auction will commence shortly. The familiar figure of the elderly man, Luo Yukai, was once again on stage, beaming with delight as he observed the increasing crowd, knowing that tonight would be a grand affair. He instructed his subordinates to bring in additional stools for the aisle, as more and more people gathered. Eventually, there were not enough stools, and those who arrived late stood on either side. Even the VIP boxes on the second floor were filled to capacity. Among them was young Master Hong, who was leisurely enjoying the view from above, flanked by two women, one feeding him grapes, while the other offered him spirit tea. It was indeed a comfortable sight. Despite his ostentatious demeanor, none dared to gaze at him for long. Upon hearing Luo Yotsai's announcement, young Master Fei scoffed, "Tonight, I shall see what fine goods are on offer. Should there be a lack of quality items, you shall all be in for a reckoning." He held the underground auction in contempt. Luo Yukai, sensing the tension, quickly replied with a smile, "Rest assured, young Master Hong, there are indeed rare treasures tonight that will surely please you." The female cultivator beside young Master Hong placed a peeled grape in his mouth, sweetly saying, "Young Master, if there are any high-grade yellow-level techniques available, you must advocate for me." Her voluptuous figure brushed against him as she spoke. Young Master Hong coldly replied, "Last time, that sneaky fellow snatched away the Fire Lotus Scroll. This time, I have managed to acquire more spirit stones from my mother. Fear not, I shall secure a high-grade yellow-level technique for you." Young Master Hong was incensed by the previous incident and had, through persistent pleas, managed to procure an additional 30,000 low-grade spirit stones from his mother. This time, he was determined to regain his pride in front of his women. Standing in the VIP box, dressed in white attire and boots, young Master Hong boisterously declared, "If there are any high-grade yellow-level techniques suitable for my concubine's spiritual roots, you best not compete with me." His words were directed at the assembled guests in the VIP box, dismissing those below as inconsequential. After his proclamation, a cold snort came from within the VIP box, clearly challenging him. Young Master Hong's expression faltered, and he pointed towards the source of the sound, saying, "Are you defying me? Come, let us step outside and settle this on the arena." He was ready to confront the individual, but there was no response from the opposing box. Young Master Hong was aware that he could not act recklessly here, as there were established cultivators present. The crowd below had begun to gather, filling every seat and standing along the aisles. "Old Luo, the time has come. Why has the auction not yet started?" Young Master Hong, frustrated at his inability to intimidate those in the VIP box, directed his ire towards Luo Yukai below. "I apologize. Young Master, tonight's turnout of consignors has exceeded our expectations. Please allow us a moment to finalize registration in the back." Luo Yukai, acutely aware of young Master Hong's influential background, offered a humble explanation. "Very well, do not waste my time." Young Master Hong replied coldly. After a brief wait, the underground auction finally commenced. Chunji, having nothing to auction, chose a discreet spot in a corner to sit quietly. Ding ding ding. Luo Yukai struck the gong atop the stage, signaling the beginning of the underground auction. All eyes turned toward him. Esteemed guests, tonight promises to be a lively auction. Whether you are here to buy, sell, or simply to broaden your horizons, your satisfaction is guaranteed. The abundance of items for auction tonight is truly remarkable. Please, stay tuned. The auction began immediately. Allow me to introduce the first item for bidding. A trophy from Lingxia Island, the complete tail spike of a spirit scorpion general at the peak of chi refinement. Two individuals brought forth a long object covered in red cloth. Luo Yukai dramatically unveiled it, revealing a fearsome, intact tail spike from a large scorpion. The first item stunned the crowd into silence. As the auctioneer described the item, the audience collectively gasped. Most attendees were at the chi refinement stage and had never encountered such a terrifying object. Dear guests, our first auction item is the complete tail spike of a spirit scorpion general. A unique item at the peak of chi refinement. The starting bid is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones with increments of 100 stones. Having verified its excellent condition, this tail spike can be refined into a complete magical instrument or a set of concealed weapons. Among other possibilities, the auction is solely determined by the quantity of spirit stones. No contribution points from the sect are required. With that, the bidding commenced. As Luo Yukai had indicated, the allure of such a complete tail spike was immense for disciples seeking to forge magical instruments. The bidding escalated rapidly. I bid 3,000 spirit stones. Let us show some respect. You think too highly of yourself. I bid 3,600 spirit stones. Ha, it's true. This item would require contribution points at the sect. Here, it's all about the spirit stones. I bid 5,000 spirit stones. Humph, so presumptuous. I bid 6,000 spirit stones. In no time, the bidding reached an astonishing 20,000 spirit stones. Ultimately, a cloaked figure secured the item for 21,000 spirit stones. Transaction complete. Please proceed to the back to finalize the exchange and collect your item. Luo Yutsai's first auction item fetched an unexpectedly high price, underscoring the attendees' enthusiasm for treasures returned from Lingxia Island. Those capable of producing 20,000 spirit stones are no ordinary disciples. They must either be late-stage chi refinement disciples or those of notable lineage. As for us, those of lesser cultivation and humble origins. How could we possibly amass such wealth? We are merely here to broaden our horizons. The crowd buzzed with chatter, noting the unusually large turnout. As everyone was cloaked in black robes, their original appearances were concealed, allowing them to speak freely without fear of exposure. This environment provided Changji with valuable insights, enhancing his experience and knowledge. He recognized the importance of absorbing any information beneficial to his cultivation, avoiding potential pitfalls in the future. Now, for our second auction item, also from Lingxia Island, a spirit scorpion egg. Due to its unique nature, those interested may approach the stage for a closer inspection. Please refrain from touching it. You have a brief moment to observe. Luo Yukai presented a translucent box containing an egg-sized, white object resembling a chicken egg. A number of disciples approached to examine it, while Changji remained seated, patiently suppressing his curiosity. Those who approached the stage must surely be from the beast-taming peak, correct? He reasoned. Naturally, no one else would have the skills to tame beasts. Changji, being prudent by nature, decided against approaching, knowing that even if he did, he would glean little information. The risk of exposing his identity outweighed the potential benefit. Furthermore, if the spirit scorpion egg was indeed worthy, the Tongtian Tower would inform him, so there was no need to rush. Time's up. We shall now commence the bidding for this spirit scorpion egg, starting at 100 spirit stones. Luo Yukai commenced the auction. 150, 200, 560. The number of participants in the auction was scant. Ultimately, this spirit scorpion egg was acquired by someone for 560. Changji found this peculiar. Why was this treasure from Spirit Scorpion Island valued so little? Naturally, his questions were answered by the conversations of those around him. How could it only fetch such a low price of 560? You've come to the right person with that question. I have a cousin who is one of the fortunate few to return alive from Spirit Scorpion Island. It is said that a certain elder from our Spirit Beast Peak brought back more than 20 spirit scorpion eggs and over 100 spirit scorpions. Soon, they will be able to produce spirit scorpion eggs in bulk. Their value should be comparable to that of eagle eggs, and it 1T exceed 300 spirit stones. Just now, a complete spirit scorpion tail needle sold for such a high price. If the disciples of Spirit Beast Peak purchase the spirit scorpion eggs, hatch them, and raise them, Wooden Tea selling the spirit scorpion tails make them rich. You truly are an outsider. I reckon you have just joined the sect. Haven TU. First, hatching is exceedingly difficult. Second, raising a spirit scorpion consumes an immense amount of resources, and once grown, they become a spirit beast intimately connected to one's flesh and blood. Who would be willing to kill them? Lastly, not even the elders of Spirit Beast Peak can raise such a colossal creature as the spirit scorpion general from a tail needle that size. Your words reveal your ignorance. Oh, no wonder it is so undervalued. I understand now, I see. Chun-Ji grasped the situation, feeling a certain admiration for the strength of a particular elder from Spirit Beast Peak. The auction continued. Luo Yukai proceeded with the auction. The previous two items had successfully captivated the crowd. Next, he presented some rather inconsequential items until something caught Chun-Ji's attention. 4 mid-tier Mystic Grade Talismans, 3 offensive types and 1 defensive type, Fire Rain Talisman, Thunderstorm Talisman, Spirit Shield Talisman, and Flying Lightning Talisman. After our verification, these talismans are brimming with spiritual energy, and they are new talismans, as you all know. Mid-tier Mystic Grade Talismans and above require contribution points to purchase within the sect. Here, we only accept spirit stones. They can be bought individually or as a complete set. The starting bid for each talisman is 300 spirit stones. The auction begins now. Mid-tier Mystic Grade Talismans. Such items require contribution points for purchase within the sect. Yet here they do not. Talismans are consumable items. Only those of the second generation or inner disciples can afford them. For outer disciples, these are unattainable treasures. Indeed, upon the emergence of these 4 talismans, the ordinary disciples in the hall swallowed hard at the mention of mid-tier Mystic Grade Talismans, yet none dared to be eyed. An outer disciple's monthly stipend is merely 1 spirit stone. The starting bid for a single consumable talisman is equivalent to 300 months' worth of spirit stones. Who could afford that? Everyone turned their gaze towards the VIP box on the second floor. Young Master Hong emerged with a carefree smile, embraced by companions, laughing and joking. Young Master Hong, would you like to bid on a couple of these for fun? Luo Yukai, noticing the temporary lull in bidding, inquired of young Master Hong. Everyone knows young Master Hong is wealthy and generous with spirit stones for the women around him, a quintessential young scion. Upon hearing Luo Yotsai's words, young Master Hong turned to his accompanying maid and asked, "Do you like them? I shall acquire them for you." To his surprise, the maid shook her head, saying, "Staying by your side is the safest for me." "Do you mean to abandon me, my lord?" She feigned tears. "Why, little troublemaker, how could I ever let you go?" he replied, pulling her closer with an affectionate grin. "I only wish for a top-tier yellow grade technique, perhaps something akin to the Fire Lotus treasure scroll from last time." The maid's coy demeanor masked her cunning intentions. Chapter 67. Coldwood Technique. Today, young Master Hong must have it. Young Master Hong was particularly fond of this ploy. Upon hearing her request, he immediately began to caress the maid's waist, laughing, "Rest assured, if a top-tier yellow grade technique comes up, I will undoubtedly secure it for you." He waved dismissively at Luo Yukai, saying, "Just mid-tier yellow grade talismans. I find them beneath my notice." Seeing young Master Hong's disinterest, Luo Yukai maintained a neutral expression, nodding in anticipation. "Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you have an interest in these mid-tier Mystic Grade Talismans?" Luo Yukai was acutely aware that these 4 talismans might truly go unsold. Why? Quite simply, ordinary outer disciples could never afford a single consumable item priced at 300 spirit stones. Most second-generation scions and inner disciples already possessed attack and defense items gifted by their sect masters or elders. Or they had similar grade spells, naturally looking down upon such consumable talismans. The only potential buyers would be inner disciples with a monthly stipend of 20 spirit stones. Yet even for them, such a price would be a significant burden. Sigh. These talismans truly are like a chicken rib. The client had stated that if these 4 talismans received no bids, they could be sold at a reduced price, but only as a complete set. 4 mid-tier Mystic Grade Talismans, packaged for sale at 1,100 spirit stones. Any takers? Luo Yukai reluctantly lowered the price. selling the entire set for a total of 1,100 spirit stones. The hall remained silent. Young Master Hong, growing increasingly impatient, remarked, "The VIPs on the second floor want to purchase such talismans. They are merely a burden to us. How many disciples on the first floor can afford them? Those who can afford them are saving their spirit stones for techniques and spells. No one will buy such consumables. Luo, old man, hurry up to the next item. Don't waste time here." Young Master Hong's words struck a chord of truth. Everyone nodded in agreement, urging to move on to the next item. Luo Yukai recognized the inevitable outcome and prepared to transition to the next auction segment. "I will take those 4 talismans." A figure in a black robe suddenly stood, signaling his intention to bid on the 4 mid-tier mystic-grade talismans. "Oh?" Luo Yukai exclaimed with delight. He had anticipated those talismans would go unsold. Yet someone had made a bid. He immediately replied with a smile, "Excellent, the deal is done. Please proceed to the back to settle the spirit stones and collect your talismans. We shall continue with the next item." The individual who stood to purchase the 4 mid-tier mystic-grade talismans was none other than Qianji. Why did he wish to acquire these expensive consumable talismans? There were 3 reasons. First, he had enough spirit stones to buy them. With 2,494 spirit stones, deducting 1,100 leaves him with 1,394. Second, his decision to purchase these talismans was not a spur-of-the-moment whim, but a carefully considered outcome. He had specifically sought out defensive and offensive talismans due to his fear of potential retaliation from the Liu family. Third, Qianji was currently unable to practice spells and had no means of self-defense. Thus, these 4 mid-tier mystic-grade talismans became crucial for his protection. A perfect combination of 3 offensive and 1 defensive talisman. Qianji stood and made his way to the back, receiving the 4 talismans amidst the murmurs and sighs of the crowd. Why would he buy talismans? I simply cannot comprehend. With spirit stones in hand, wouldn't it be wiser to invest in a better spell? I surmise he either has enemies or seeks revenge. Those seem to be the only plausible reasons. Otherwise, who would spend such a high price on these? Indeed, that makes sense. Amidst the discussions, Qianji stored the 4 talismans within the Tongtian Tower and returned silently to his seat. Continuing to wait, yet, he felt a pang of regret. This was his first extravagant expenditure. As he handed over 1,100 spirit stones, his hand trembled slightly. He had not anticipated such courage in spending. However, Qianji understood one fundamental principle. Compared to spirit stones, his life was of utmost importance. Furthermore, he had faith in Luo Jiling. If Luo Jiling believed these talismans could save his life, then they would surely be effective. Besides, his peculiar fog flower was nearing maturity, and he would soon have abundant avenues to acquire spirit stones. As Qianji contemplated these matters, he hardly paid attention to the subsequent auction items until one particular item caught his attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited technique has finally arrived. Top-tier yellow-grade technique, the complete version of cold wood technique for the Qi refinement stage. After our verification, it is genuine. Those with wood-type spiritual roots may cultivate it. The starting bid is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 1,000 spirit stones. The auction begins now. Upon finishing his announcement, Luo Yukai deliberately smiled at young Master Hong on the second floor, implying, "Young Master Hong, this technique is prepared for your mate. Let us see if you can secure it this time." Haha, at last, a top-tier yellow-grade technique has emerged. This time, I, young Master Hong, will definitely acquire it. Let us see who dares to compete with me. Young Master Hong, upon hearing Luo Yotsai's words, burst into a hearty laugh that resonated throughout the auction hall. "I shall make the first bid. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones." Young Master Hong's opening bid skyrocketed to 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes filled with awe and respect towards him. Indeed, he was a scion of the immortals. "My lord, how extravagant!" The maid beside him, upon hearing young Master Hong's bid of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones on her behalf, looked thoroughly pleased, though she voiced her concerns for him. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." The courtesy exhibited by the young master of the 4 prominent families was utterly inconspicuous, which left Qianji from the neighboring residence feeling quite puzzled. However, given the elevated status of the individual in question, Qianji would not dare to approach him without reason. They belonged to entirely different worlds. He and Luo Jiling, one possessing a 5-element root and the other a 4-element root. Both classified as pseudo-spiritual roots, were of a similar ilk in stark contrast. Bai Wuxiang, with his noble lineage and singular spiritual root, far surpassed the two of them in stature. At that moment, the first wisp of purple aura began to manifest. The two hurriedly shielded their hearts, channeling their energy to absorb and circulate this spiritual essence. After half an hour, Qianji was the first to open his eyes. He descended the ladder, returning to his courtyard to prepare a meal. After a brief wait, the long-anticipated aroma of spiritual rice wafted through the air. Luo Juling clattered his chopsticks as he entered, exclaiming, "Dinner is ready. I'm starving. Every time I rise early to practice, I end up particularly famished." Without hesitation, he squatted down beside Qinji and joined him in the feast. "Qinji, your cooking is simply delightful today. I couldn't be bothered to prepare anything myself. I'm here to mooch a meal off you." Luo Juling produced a piece of beast meat from his robe, breaking off half to share with Qianji. "Hey, Luo Shixiang, didn't you spend your remaining 3 spirit stones on those 4 talismans? How do you have spirit stones left to buy beast jerky?" Qianji inquired. "This is leftover from a previous purchase," Luo Juling replied. Qianji was well aware of the hefty price of beast meat. Although Luo Juling ostensibly came to enjoy his spiritual rice, he was actually there to indulge in meat. If he were to state it plainly, it would likely embarrass him. This way, Qianji could accept it without discomfort. "Chen Shidi, what do you suppose Bai Wuxiang eats every day? Have you ever caught a whiff of cooking from his residence?" Luo Juling nudged Qianji's arm, casting a sly glance at Bai Wuxiang's courtyard. As Qianji took a bite of the beast meat, he mused, "Indeed, I have never sensed any cooking aroma emanating from his abode. Could it be that he subsists solely on prepared beast jerky?" Of course, Qianji had no knowledge of Bai Wuxiang's diet. After all, the latter kept his doors shut daily, and who could discern his eating habits? He had just finished his meal and had no spare time to concern himself with the affairs of the Bai family's young master. Only Luo Juling, with his inquisitive nature, would think to pry into such matters. Just then, 3 resounding chimes echoed from the peak of the Spirit Beast Mountain, dong, dong, dong. Following this, a robust voice declared, "All outer disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain at the Qi gathering stage. Assemble at the Qinglong Peak within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. The Mountain Master has important matters to announce. Do not delay." The booming voice reverberated across the entire Spirit Beast Mountain. Upon hearing it, Luo Juling instinctively sprang to his feet. "Chen Shidi, let us hurry. We'll be punished if we're late." He left the door wide open, pulling Qianji along towards the higher elevations of the Spirit Beast Mountain. "Luo Shixiang, what's going on?" Qianji inquired as they dashed forward. At that moment, all the disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain were springing into action, hastening towards the peak upon hearing the summons. As they conversed while moving, Luo Juling explained, "This is the Qinglong Bell of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Upon hearing 3 chimes, everyone must reach Qinglong Peak within a stick of incense time, or face punishment." "Oh, I see," Qianji responded as they hurried upward. They finally arrived at a mountain halfway up the Spirit Beast Mountain within the allotted time. This area was a spacious expanse nestled between 3 peaks. The front mountain winding gracefully in a manner reminiscent of a dragon, was likely the source of the Qinglong Peak's name. The open ground could accommodate thousands of people simultaneously. At this moment, many disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain had already gathered. "Chen Shidi, you've arrived." Someone greeted Qianji from nearby. It was Fei Lizzie, whom he had met previously while completing a task at the Eagle Falcon Peak. "Ah, Fei Shixiang, I just got here as well." After nodding at each other, Fei Lizzie joined the line of Eagle Falcon Peak disciples ahead of them. That the Eagle Falcon Peak S group? Luo Juling inquired. "Yes, I got to know them while completing a task. They've been quite considerate to me. Indeed, it's evident. Just look at the Eagle Falcon Peak disciples. Their attire is notably refined. As they walk, they command respect, which speaks volumes about the status of Elder Fei's Eagle Falcon Peak within our Spirit Beast Mountain," Luo Juling commented. "That is indeed true," Qianji acknowledged, realizing the veracity of Luo Juling's observation. The Eagle Falcon Peak disciples often had hawks perched upon their shoulders, their garments more ornate than those of other disciples, walking with an air of authority. The surrounding disciples instinctively made way for them, primarily because the hawks served as a significant source of spirit stones for the Spirit Beast Mountain. The preferential treatment stemmed from this fact. Should one fall into the role of a menial worker, the sect would no longer oversee them. Daily management, spirit stone expenditures, and task assignments would be left to each peak to handle independently. The Eagle Falcon Peak was the principal source of spirit stones for the Spirit Beast Mountain, and those serving as menials there lived considerably more comfortably than at other peaks. This explained why the outer disciples held particular respect for both the Eagle Falcon Peak and Elder Fei. As Luo Jiling quietly elucidated to Chen Ji, "Now I understand," Chen Ji replied, looking enlightened. Before long, the clearing at Qinglong Peak was filled with people, all congregating in groups, engaged in hushed discussions. Suddenly, a colossal eagle descended from the sky, stirring up dust as it landed, causing the disciples below to cough and curse as they cleared a space. "What a nuisance! I'm covered in dust," someone grumbled. "Which second-generation immortal is this, acting as if the Spirit Beast Mountain belongs to him?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't invite trouble. Let us just step aside," another cautioned. Amidst the grumbling, a blood-clawed eagle landed, and a striking young man with silver hair and white robes dismounted upon his arrival. The crowd turned their heads, no longer interested in observing. This individual was none other than Bai Wuxiang. While others rushed on foot, he had chosen to arrive atop a majestic eagle, a stark reminder of his privileged status. His ostentatious entrance had led to his isolation. He stood alone, with no one willing to approach him. This left Bai Wuxiang feeling somewhat awkward and out of place, as he had few acquaintances from his days of seclusion on the Spirit Beast Mountain. Observing this, Chunji noticed Bai Wuxiang seemingly searching for a group of outer disciples but unsure of how to proceed, appearing somewhat lost. Chunji waved at Bai Wuxiang, calling, "Bai Shidi, come over here." After all, he was their neighbor, and it would be inconsiderate to leave him standing alone. Upon hearing Chunji's invitation, Bai Wuxiang expressed gratitude and approached him and Luo Jiling. "Ah, it's you? Chun Shixiang. Thank you for that," he nodded appreciatively. Chunji waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such formality, Bai Shidi. We're all brothers, after all." However, Luo Jiling harbored a less favorable impression of Bai Wuxiang. Yet, seeing him standing there alone, he couldn't bring himself to prevent Chenji from inviting him over. His negative feelings stemmed from the fact that Lu Hongying had previously bullied Lu Wanner, and Lu Hongying had viewed Bai Wuxiang as a crucial stepping stone to elevate her own status. Thus, the saying goes, "Hate the house, love the crow." Nevertheless, Luo Jiling was not one to act unreasonably. Regardless of Bai Wuxiang's esteemed origins, they were still fellow disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain and neighbors for the time being. Bai Wuxiang was not particularly loquacious. After moving closer, he fell silent. Since Chen Ji and Luo Jiling were not well acquainted with him, they found themselves at a loss for words, creating an awkward silence. Chen Ji looked around, spotting Qin Jian, the manager who had brought him into the Seven Stars sect. Standing in a more forward position, seemed he held a respectable position within the Spirit Beast Mountain, standing just behind Elder Fei from the Eagle Falcon Peak. He appeared to be doing well. After the gathering, Chen Ji planned to greet him. Meanwhile, activity was stirring at Qinglong Peak. "The time has come. Please welcome Mountain Master Chen." As the time arrived, all disciples had shown up punctually. No one would dare to make a mistake in such matters. As the announcement concluded, a beam of light shot forth from Qinglong Peak, quickly materializing before the crowd. The light expanded to reveal the stern figure of Chen Xingyuan, the Mountain Master of the Spirit Beast Mountain. He maintained his usual serious demeanor, hovering in midair, standing alone at the forefront. All outer disciples and elders of the Spirit Beast Mountain were gathered in attendance. He first cast a commanding gaze around the assembly, including the elders from the Eagle Falcon Peak and others. "Salutations, Mountain Master," echoed through the crowd. "Salutations, Mountain Master," came the chorus from the disciples in attendance, led by Elder Fei from the Eagle Falcon Peak. "Please be seated," Chen Xingyuan said, gently raising his hands to restore silence. The purpose of today's ringing of the Qinglong bell is to convey an important task from the sect. From this day forth, all outer disciples at the Qi gathering stage and below are to undertake the mission of excavating spirit stone mines on Lingxia Island. Each disciple is required to extract 6,000 low-grade spirit stones over a period of 6 months. Every disciple at the Qi gathering stage must dedicate half a year to mining on Lingxia Island. This is a non-negotiable directive from the sect. Non-compliance will result in expulsion from the Seven Stars sect. As disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain, we must adhere strictly to the sect's tasks. Starting tomorrow, All disciples at the Qi gathering stage may register at Manager Qin's office to select their schedule for mining on Lingxia Island. The Spirit Scorpion King of Spirit Scorpion Island, along with all the Spirit Scorpion generals, has been thoroughly eradicated by our sect. This time, the elders and disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall and the Guardian Hall will be stationed at Spirit Scorpion Island throughout the process. Everyone can focus solely on the extraction of the Spirit Stone Mine without worry. The sect has issued this task due to the ever-watchful presence of the rival sect, the Ingyi Gate. Lurking in the shadows, we hope everyone prioritizes the interests of the sect and refrains from making reckless remarks. Furthermore, disciples who complete the 6-month task of mining spirit stones will be exempted from sect duties for half a year and will be rewarded with 6 contribution points. Along with doubled monthly benefits, upon concluding his statement, Chen Xingyuan deliberately paused, igniting a fervor among the disciples below. Such favorable treatment. While the exemption from 6 months of sect duties was understandable, the reward of 6 contribution points and the doubling of monthly benefits was truly generous. Moreover, with the presence of skilled guardians from the Guardian Hall and Law Enforcement Hall stationed at Spirit Scorpion Island, they could simply engage in the modest task of mining spirit stones. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd truly ignited, Chen Xingyuan continued, "All right, that is the situation. The registration for mining will be overseen by Manager Qin. I shall also proceed to Spirit Scorpion Island, taking my leave first." Chen Xingyuan cast a glance at Manager Qin below, then transformed into a streak of light and departed. All matters were left in Manager Qin's capable hands for registration. Captivated by the enticing conditions, the crowd quickly surrounded Manager Qin. "Manager Qin, I would like to register first." "Manager Qin, I want to go. I want to be among the first batch." "Manager Qin, let me go." The throng surged forward. Manager Qin had anticipated this and chuckled. Waving his hand for everyone to step back, behind him, disciples brought over 10 tables, with each table manned by disciples equipped with paper and pens to take notes. "Please remain calm and form 10 lines for registration. One by one. Everyone, stop jostling and line up." Manager Qin called out loudly. The crowd hurriedly formed lines behind the 10 tables. Luo Juling and Chen Ji exchanged glances but chose not to join the fray. They stepped back a dozen paces to a more spacious area. To their surprise, Bai Wuxuang followed them over. "Junior brother Bai, what brings you here?" Luo Juling inquired, as the two typically did not associate with Bai Wuxuang. Bai Wuxuang, however, politely responded, "Both of you possess rich life experiences. I have never ventured beyond my family's confines, and my experience is nearly non-existent as I embark on this journey to Spirit Scorpion Island to mine spirit stones. I kindly request your guidance. Upon completion, my family shall surely reward you handsomely. It turned out that Bai Wuxuang was seeking their companionship. As the heir of the Bai family, he had grown accustomed to a life of ease. And now, faced with a daunting 6-month sect mission, he found himself at a loss. While he could endure solitary confinement at the Ling Beast Peak, the thought of spending 6 months on Spirit Scorpion Island, mining spirit stones, was truly daunting. Chapter 71. The Unyielding Order. All disciples to mine spirit stones at Spirit Scorpion Island. Luo Juling turned to Chen Ji and asked, "What do you think, junior brother Chen?" implying whether they should take him along. Chen Ji stroked his chin and mused, "Junior brother Bai just mentioned a generous reward upon completion." Bai Wuxuang, catching on to their thoughts, immediately nodded, "Indeed. Indeed. My family provides me with a monthly allowance of 300 spirit stones, which I can use to hire both of you to assist me in completing this 6-month mining task. 300 spirit stones a month." The two exchanged astonished glances, realizing the disparity between their situations. While he received 300 per month, they were merely allotted 1. Bai Wuxuang's privileged upbringing was glaringly apparent. Faced with such circumstances, one could only wonder what compelled him to come to Ling Beast Peak as an outer disciple. Seeing that Chen Ji and Luo Juling remained silent, Bai Wuxuang grew anxious. "I have joined the outer sect of Ling Beast Peak, and Master Chen has stated that I cannot enjoy any privileges. Everything must be equal to the outer disciples. Therefore, I must fulfill this 6-month mining task as an outer disciple. However, I have never even touched the earth with my hands before, not to mention mining. I might not even survive 6 months on Spirit Scorpion Island. Dear brothers, I have saved over 10,000 spirit stones. After completing the task at Spirit Scorpion Island, may I offer this 10,000 as compensation to you?" Bai Wuxuang gazed at Chen Ji earnestly, believing that Chen Ji would be more amenable than Luo Juling. Despite his youth, Qianji exuded a certain warmth. Qianji looked to Luo Juling, who reciprocated the glance. The mention of 10,000 spirit stones as temporary compensation resonated loudly in their ears. Could he truly afford to offer them such a sum? The notion that someone his age had managed to save up 10,000 spirit stones was astonishing. Although Qianji possessed the secret of the Celestial Tower, he too was taken aback by Bai Wuxuang's casual offer. Junior brother Chen, are you dissatisfied with the amount of spirit stones? Bai Wuxuang assumed they found the offer lacking. I could always add a bit more. However, both Qianji and Luo Juling simultaneously shook their heads, speaking in unison, no need for spirit stones. The two exchanged smiles. Astonished to find they shared the same sentiment, both declining the offer of 10,000 spirit stones. This left Bai Wuxuang in a state of distress. He hurriedly explained, I genuinely cannot mind. I have never stayed in an environment like Spirit Scorpion Island for more than 6 months. Previously, I was always accompanied by family elders and guards, who handled all my needs. If you refuse to assist me, the master of Ling Beast Peak, Qian Xingyuan, had a history with Bai Wuxuang's family head, Bai Jingjiang. Yet, Bai Wuxuang, a prodigy in beast taming, insisted on joining Ling Beast Peak to learn its esteemed techniques, despite his family's objections. Ultimately, Bai Jingjiang sought the mediation of the 7-star sect's leader. And after the Bai family offered certain resources, Chen Xingyuan relented. However, he stipulated that Bai Wuxuang must start as an ordinary outer disciple, devoid of any privileges. During this time, Bai Wuxuang's 2 maids sought to rent Qianji's courtyard. A request that nearly violated sect regulations had Luo Juling not intervened. Despite his initial negative impression of Bai Wuxuang, Qianji discovered that, aside from his ambiguous attitude towards Lu Hongying, he seemed quite amiable. Of course, Bai Wuxuang did exhibit the common tendency of second-generation wealthy individuals to flaunt their status, such as the flamboyant display of his unique bloodline eagle descending from the sky. Junior brother Bai, we will accompany you to Spirit Scorpion Island, but we shall not accept your spirit stones as payment, Qianji and Luo Juling stated earnestly, fixing their gaze upon Bai Wuxuang. Bai Wuxuang was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at them, unsure of how to respond. Finally, he managed to stammer, You must have some ulterior motive. This remark caused Luo Juling to bristle, turning away in displeasure, while Qianji gently patted the bewildered Bai Wuxuang's arm, saying, Junior brother Bai, we are all outer disciples of Ling Beast Peak. Is it not natural for us to assist one another? If we were to accept your spirit stones in return for our help, it would be devoid of any sense of camaraderie. Come, let us proceed to Manager Qin to register, Qianji said sincerely, leading them toward Manager Qin. Bai Wuxuang, having been sheltered his entire life, found it hard to comprehend. He stared at Qianji and asked, Are you truly sincere? Qianji smiled and replied, Do not overthink it. When I first joined, neither senior brother Luo nor senior sister Lu Wan or shunned me for my humble background and mixed spiritual roots. They genuinely helped me integrate into the 7-star sect without expecting anything in return. We assist you because we are fellow outer disciples. His words struck a chord, and Bai Wuxuang finally began to grasp the essence of friendship. Throughout his upbringing, he had been cautioned by the elders of his family to be wary of those with ulterior motives. He had been taught that everything came at a cost, and spirit stones could solve most problems. Growing up in such an environment, Bai Wuxuang had little understanding of genuine camaraderie among ordinary individuals. Manager Qin was cheerfully observing the eager crowd signing up when Qianji approached him with a smile. Upon recognizing Qianji, Manager Qin's face lit up. Ah, it's you, Qianji. You've reached the first level of qi cultivation. Impressive indeed. It must have taken a great deal of effort and hardship to achieve this. Manager Qin was genuinely concerned for Qianji and delighted to see his progress. Yes, I have grown accustomed to hardship since childhood, and upon entering the sect, I have been diligent in my cultivation. This is merely a part of my journey. Qianji acknowledged that, despite being a mixed-element spiritual root, his rapid advancement to the first level of qi cultivation was commendable, attributing all his success to his tireless efforts. Excellent, excellent. Qianji, you have also grown taller and stronger. Qin Jian was delighted to see Qianji making such progress. Thank you, Manager Qin, Qianji replied, scratching his head. Behind him stood the surprised Luo Juling and the contemplative Bai Wuxuang. Manager Qin chuckled and said, Little Qianji, there's no need for such formality. Speak up. What is it you need? Chapter 72. Journey together to Lingxia Island. Qianji pointed to the 2 individuals behind him and said, We 3 are neighbors living together, and we wish to travel to Lingxia Island as a group. Manager Qin was in charge of such matters. This is a trivial request, he remarked, glancing at Bai Wuxiang behind Chen Ji. Momentarily taken aback before displaying a knowing expression, he recognized the young master of the Bai family, Bai Wuxiang. Inwardly, he mused. This fellow Chen Ji has always been wise in protecting himself, and now, having entered the sect, he quickly befriends the illustrious young master of the Bai family at Ling Beast Peak. Quite impressive. It's beneficial to have more friends. Although Chen Fengzhu and Bai Wuxiang's father were not on good terms, for Manager Qin, such arrangements were merely a matter of a word. It was a small favor he could extend. Please wait a moment. By the way, what are the names of the other two? Luo Jiling and Bai Wuxiang, came the reply. Good. Manager Qin turned and approached one of the tables to give instructions. Luo Jiling, however, stared wide-eyed at Chen Ji, exaggerating his expression, and exclaimed, Wow, Chen Shidi, how did you manage to befriend our Ling Beast Peak's renowned Manager Qin? He playfully patted Chen Ji on the shoulder. Chen Ji scratched his head and explained, It was Manager Qin who came to the village to test my spiritual roots. He brought me to the Seven-Star sect. Naturally, we know each other. Luo Jiling nodded. I see. You aren't just an unassuming genius, are you? Having Manager Qin personally bring you up the mountain is quite remarkable. His words were meant in jest. But Chen Ji smiled and replied to Bai Wuxiang, It is Bai Shidi who is the true genius. I am merely a waste of 5 elements. Upon hearing Chen Ji's words, Bai Wuxiang pondered seriously and replied, Chen Shixiang is correct. I might qualify as a genius, but I cannot claim to be extraordinary. Originally, Chen Ji had expected Bai Wuxiang to be more modest, but he was taken aback by Wuxiang's straightforward admission. This only reinforced Chen Ji and Luo Jiling's belief in Bai Wuxiang's prior claims of being well protected by his family, never having ventured out alone. Before long, Manager Qin returned with a cheerful demeanor. Handing Chen Ji a piece of paper stamped with the seal of Ling Beast Peak. It read, Outer Sect Disciples of Ling Beast Peak, Chen Ji, Luo Jiling, Bai Wuxiang, are assigned as a group to excavate the spiritual stone mine at Lingxia Island. Manager Qin instructed, Take this note. 3 days from now, at the beginning of the Mao hour, gather at the Law Enforcement Hall and be punctual. Remember this. Under no circumstances should you be late, or the Law Enforcement Hall will penalize you. Chen Ji received the note with utmost care, placing it in his bosom, and bowed to Manager Qin, saying, Thank you, Manager Qin. You are quite busy. We shall take our leave now. Manager Qin responded with a smile. Off you go. Practice diligently. Perhaps in 5 years, you may advance to the inner sect during the minor competition. Chen Ji, with a hint of redness around his eyes, assured Manager Qin, Rest assured, I will take good care of myself. The three departed, with Bai Wuxiang remaining silent throughout the journey, seemingly shaken by the selfless assistance from Chen Ji and Luo Jiling, who had declined 1,000 spiritual stones to help him. His face bore a mix of contemplation and astonishment. Luo Jiling, on the other hand, began analyzing their situation as they walked. First and foremost, we must depart on time 3 days from now at the Mao hour. We cannot afford to be late or miss it, as that is the designated gathering point at the Law Enforcement Hall. Secondly, this trip to Lingxia Island will last 6 months, and we are tasked with excavating 6,000 spiritual stones. There is no room for negotiation on that. Finally, we must bring everything we can carry. Since we were grouped together through Manager Qin's connections, we must work together to complete our mission and return. Therefore, we need to make thorough preparations. Bai Wuxiang nodded frequently, seemingly in agreement with Luo Jiling's analysis, and Chen Ji also found his reasoning sound. Eventually, they returned to their residence. Chen Ji, who had been holding back a question throughout the journey, finally asked, I have one thing I am particularly curious about. Bai Shidi. Bai Wuxiang looked taken aback and replied, Chen Shixiang, please go ahead. Even Luo Jiling leaned in, eager to hear what Chen Ji had to ask. Chen Ji hesitated slightly before asking, Bai Shidi, we are neighbors. Yet I have never seen you cook or received any meals delivered to you. I am simply curious. What do you eat every day? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiling burst into laughter, standing beside them with a mischievous grin, implying, you asked him. Bai Wuxiang, with a serious demeanor, patted his waist pouch and revealed a small bean-like object. This is a pill of abandoning grains, Chen Shidi. I do not need to cook. A single low-grade pill of abandoning grains can sustain one for 10 days. I have plenty more here. After Bai Wuxiang spoke, Luo Jiling wore an expression that seemed to say, Now you understand, right? He gestured towards Bai Wuxiang's waist pouch and said, Chinshidi, that pouch on Bai Shidi's waist is the legendary storage pouch. Isn't it true, Bai Shidi, that your 10,000 spiritual stones are stored in that pouch? Bai Wuxiang nodded. Indeed. This 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones represent all my current assets. If I had given you both the stones as you proposed, I would have no pill of abandoning grains left for the following month. He candidly admitted this, revealing that not only did Bai Wuxiang possess a rare bloodline beast, an eagle, but he also had a storage pouch and 10,000 spiritual stones. Most importantly, he did not require cooking at all. A single pill sufficed for 10 days. So this is the famed pill of abandoning grains and the storage pouch. Chunji took the pill from Bai Wuxiang's hand. Inhaling its fragrant herbal aroma, it must taste delightful. Bai Wuxiang then removed his storage pouch and placed it in Chunji's hands. Chunji felt the pouch, crafted from an unknown material, palm-sized and rather simple in appearance. Adorned with beautiful patterns and inscribed with an ancient seal that seemed custom-made. After examining it, Chunji returned the pill of abandoning grains and the pouch to Bai Wuxiang, nodding, "Today, I have broadened my horizons alongside Bai Shidi. The pill of abandoning grains is indeed remarkable, but the storage pouch is even better." Bai Wuxiang scrutinized Chunji's eyes closely and stated plainly, "Chen Shixiang, if you like it, I shall gift you this storage pouch and an additional 20 pills of abandoning grains each for you and Luo Shixiang, as a token of my gratitude for your selfless assistance and to strengthen our bond. What do you say?" Despite his usual reclusive nature, Bai Wuxiang demonstrated great generosity in this matter, offering the pouch and pills without hesitation. Chapter 73, Cultivating Purple Qi. All things awaken in the sun. Luo Jiling shook his head. "I will head back to rest now. You two continue your conversation." Chunji, however, pushed the storage pouch and the pills back to Bai Wuxiang. Smiling, Bai Shidi, "Prepare well. 3 days from now, we will go to the law enforcement hall together to undertake the sex task." He then returned to his own courtyard, leaving Bai Wuxiang standing in place, lost in thought. His rare bloodline eagle circled down from the sky to land in his courtyard. Bai Wuxiang was puzzled by why Chunji and Luo Jiling had chosen to help him. Unable to fathom their motives, perhaps this was simply the bond of brotherhood among ordinary disciples. He ultimately concluded that this was the reason and returned to his own courtyard. As he locked his door, Bai Wuxiang found himself momentarily dazed. He sat cross-legged to meditate, but unusually struggled to enter a tranquil state. This was quite rare for someone with a singular spiritual root like Bai Wuxiang. Perhaps it was the encounter with two selfless senior brothers that stirred something within him. My father has never allowed me to associate with disciples from the 4 great cultivation families, or those below the vice peak masters, claiming they are unworthy. The people I have interacted with have all been dual spiritual roots at the very least. Now, having mingled with Chunji and Luo Jiling, who possess mixed spiritual roots, why do I feel they are more sincere than those second-generation cultivators? I should engage with them more. It would serve as a form of tempering for my worldly heart. Chunji closed his door and began contemplating the matters concerning Lingxia Island 3 days hence. The 6-month excavation of the spiritual stone mine would surely come with arrangements for food and lodging provided by the sect. These 2 aspects did not require his concern. How interesting, after all this time. I find myself returning to my former occupation of mining spiritual stones. The task of excavating 6,000 spiritual stones over 6 months should pose little challenge for an experienced miner like myself. I simply need to manage my time between cultivation and mining effectively. I have little to bring along, as everything is already in the Tongtian Tower. Chunji then entered the Tongtian Tower, following the customary route to inspect the spiritual herb garden. Upon doing so, he was filled with immense joy. The wondrous mist flower within the elixir garden has unexpectedly blossomed. This enchanting flower serves as a principal ingredient in the concoction of the rebirth pill, rendering it exceedingly precious. At one time, Chunji captured images of 10 damaged mist flower seeds, which have now flourished into 60 resplendent plants, each adorned with a single, exquisitely vibrant blossom. The petals of the mist flower resemble those of the begonia, yet their hue is strikingly reminiscent of fresh, sanguine flesh. The primary function of the rebirth pill is to facilitate the regeneration of severed limbs, so it is indeed fitting that the mist flower, integral to its formulation, bears such a blood-red tint. O celestial tower, when shall these 60 mist flowers reach full maturity? This ethereal bloom has already accumulated 10 years of medicinal potency and, if granted more time, could achieve the pinnacle of 50 years. The voice of the celestial tower reverberates in my ears, affirming that the flower possesses 10 years of medicinal efficacy. With further growth, it may attain 50 years, a wait that is undoubtedly worthwhile. Chun-Ji is patient enough for this wait, for the greater the potency and age of the elixir, the more valuable it becomes. The prices fetched can vary immensely, as evidenced by the sale of the 20-year-old tier star grass. Mist flower, thrive well. I hope to procure mid-tier techniques and spells in the next wave, for you are a vital source of spirit stones. Chun-Ji reluctantly exchanged a few words with the mist flowers before turning his attention to the egg of the extraordinary bloodline hawk. The incubation of creatures and the cultivation of spiritual herbs appear to require vastly different spans of time. While the mist flowers have already produced blooms of 10 years, the hawk egg remains still. At this moment, however, the egg is enveloped in swirling spiritual energy. Chun-Ji had previously expended several thousand spirit stones to nurture this hawk egg, and now it is this very energy that continuously nourishes it. The entire nesting area for the hawk egg is suffused with an ethereal glow, resembling a realm of immortals. Chun-Ji mused aloud. I wonder what extraordinary bloodline hawk will emerge from this egg. Will it surpass the blood-clawed hawk of Bai Wuxiang? Naturally, Chun-Ji cannot derive the answers he seeks from the hawk egg. Yet, the thought of Bai Wuxiang's majestic, extraordinary hawk soaring through the skies with him ignites a fervor within his heart. Furthermore, according to the requirements of the Spirit Beast Peak, all disciples must select their first Spirit Beast upon reaching the 3rd level of Qi training. This is a stipulation of the Spirit Beast Peak. However, Chun-Ji is uncertain whether acquiring his first Spirit Beast will require him to spend his Spirit Stones. That matter can be addressed later. There is little sense in overthinking it, as he still has some distance to cover before reaching the 3rd level of Qi training. He resolves to focus on his practice. Chun-Ji proceeded to the training room to commence his daily Qi cultivation. After a night of diligent practice, 5 hours elapsed from the beginning of the dog hour to the end of the tiger hour. In other words, Chun-Ji had devoted a total of 50 hours to his cultivation within the training chamber. Since he aimed to be outside by the rabbit hour to absorb the first rays of purple energy, he concluded his training early. At this moment, his Qi harbored 7.5 strands of semi-spiritual energy. Coincidentally, today marks 3 months since his entry into the 7 Stars sect. Throughout these 3 months, Chun-Ji has risen early and gone to bed late, secluding himself in the Celestial Tower whenever possible for focused cultivation. Over the span of 92 days, he estimates that he has spent over 50 days within the training room of the Celestial Tower. In reality, this equates to more than 500 days, or approximately 1 year and 4 months. After such an extensive period, he has only accumulated 7.5 strands of spiritual energy at the 1st level of Qi training, still requiring 2.5 strands to advance to the 2nd level. He recalls that senior brother Luo Jiling, who possesses 4 spiritual roots, took over a year to progress to the 2nd level of Qi training. Thus, in his actual cultivation time of 1 year and 4 months, he still has some distance to cover before reaching the 2nd level. It appears unlikely that he will achieve advancement before departing for Spirit Scorpion Island. And currently, he possesses 4 mid-tier offensive and defensive talismans, which serve as his greatest reliance. He feels a sense of inadequacy and resolves to procure additional healing elixirs and yellow-tier talismans. Chun-Ji, known for his methodical nature, has been shaped by his struggles in the mundane world, endowing him with resilience and a tendency to deliberate thoroughly before acting. With just 2 days until his departure for Spirit Scorpion Island, despite the assurance that all the monsters within have been eradicated, he considers the possibility of any remaining beasts. Thus, he decides to be better prepared. Presently, he has 1,394 spirit stones, which should suffice for the purchase of yellow-tier elixirs and talismans. Having made up his mind, Chun-Ji exited the Celestial Tower and made his way to the adjacent courtyard of Luo Jiling. He climbed the ladder to the rooftop. Good morning, senior brother Luo. Luo Jiling had been waiting atop the roof, nodding at Chun-Ji while casting his gaze toward the rooftop next door. Bai Wuxiang had already arrived. Good morning, Luo senior brother, Chun senior brother. With the collaboration established among the three for their upcoming journey to Spirit Scorpion Island, Bai Wuxiang's demeanor toward the two had noticeably softened. Good morning, Bai junior brother. At this moment, the rabbit hour arrived. The sun broke through the clouds, and all beings basked in its light. Chapter 74. Strolling through the market, procuring supplies for Spirit Scorpion Island, the three ceased their chatter and began to circulate their techniques. each absorbing the first wisp of purple energy from the heavens and the earth. Just as they completed their cultivation, the third young lady of the Lu family, Lu Hongying, approached by Wu Shuang's door. Upon seeing her, Luo Jiling's expression turned as frigid as frost. With a huff, he retreated to his room to catch some more sleep. Despite his own dislike for Lu Hongying, Chen Ji did not show it outwardly. Instead, he descended the ladder to securely lock Luo Jiling's door before returning to his own room to prepare a meal. By junior brother, I heard that the Spirit Beast Peak is among the first groups to venture to Spirit Scorpion Island to mine spirit stones. I came to see you. You haven't signed up as well, have you? Lu Hongying's voice was sharp, showing no regard for how it might disrupt others' cultivation. Bai Wuxuang's expression remained inscrutable upon Lu Hongying's arrival. Their upbringing as second-generation immortals had instilled in them the ability to mask their emotions. It was difficult to glean any sentiment from their faces or words. Ah, it's senior sister Lu. Please come in. Naturally, I need to sign up. We depart in 2 days. Bai Wuxuang leapt from the rooftop with the agility of a monkey, landing lightly before Lu Hongying. Taken aback, she stared into Bai Wuxuang's eyes, incredulously asking, such matters allow direct descendants of our 4 great immortal families to exchange spirit stones to waive their tasks. Why would you choose to go? Bai Wuxuang shook his head, replying, when I joined the Spirit Beast Peak, I was informed by Peak Master Chen that I must receive the same treatment as ordinary outer disciples. I cannot request to pay spirit stones to be exempt from tasks. That would violate Peak Master Chen's orders. Lu Hongying's expression shifted at this revelation as she gazed toward the highest point of the Spirit Beast Peak, cursing, Qian Xingyuan is truly insane. He shows no regard for my Lu family's standing, nor for your Bai family's. If it weren't for his formidable beast-taming abilities, how could he occupy his current position after offending both our families? With disdain, she continued, he brazenly seized that wretched woman's spiritual herb right from my father and brother's hands, completely disregarding my Lu family's influence. This foolish woman seemed to have entirely forgotten that they were on the territory of the Spirit Beast Peak, openly berating its master, Qian Xingyu. Meanwhile, a fleeting hint of mockery crossed Bai Wuxuang's face. His attitude toward Lu Hongying remains an enigma, neither rejecting nor accepting her words, leaving no trace of his true thoughts. Senior sister Lu, I will be heading to Spirit Scorpion Island in 2 days. If there is nothing else, I would like to prepare. Bai Wuxuang spoke, subtly hinting for her to leave. However, Lu Hongying seemed unfazed by his words, merely recognizing Bai Wuxuang's caution and the significance he placed on the upcoming journey. I heard from my father that Spirit Scorpion Island is quite safe now, with the Law Enforcement Hall and Guardian Hall providing full support, so safety is not a concern. Yet she added, but you, having never lifted a finger before, how could you possibly engage in the labor of mining spirit stones? Lu Hongying expressed her concern for him. Bai Wuxuang smiled. I will be grouped with 2 senior brothers from the Spirit Beast Peak. There is no need for you to worry. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongying huffed in response. These outer disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak are of lowly birth with chaotic spiritual roots. You should keep your distance from them. However, it is permissible to utilize them for the sake of fulfilling the sect's tasks. By junior brother, I didn't expect you to learn the art of manipulating others so swiftly, as the young patriarch of our 4 great families. You ought to hone your skills in understanding and guiding people's hearts. Lu Hongying looked down upon ordinary folk, even regarding the collateral line of her own family with disdain. She had long bullied Lu Wanner without remorse. Bai Wuxuang, however, remained silent, instead directing a glance at Lu Hongying, signaling her to take her leave. Lu Hongying, with a flick of her storage pouch, produced a cloth bag and placed it in Bai Wuxuang's hands. By junior brother, these are some fasting pills, along with 2 outfits and a pair of shoes I personally made for you. Remember me during your 6 months on Spirit Scorpion Island. She feigned a girlish demeanor. I spent several sleepless nights stitching these clothes and shoes for you. Bai Wuxuang accepted the cloth bag and placed it into his storage pouch, responding, I sincerely thank you, senior sister Lu. Bai Wuxuang's expression remained impassive as Lu Hongying nodded reluctantly before departing from his courtyard. Chen Ji had left home early, making his way alone to the market. Today, the market was particularly lively. Chen Ji blended into the crowd, keenly listening to discern the underlying currents. It became clear that upon learning of the disciples' impending journey to Spirit Scorpion Island for spirit stone mining, many began to feel the uncertainty of a 6-month expedition. Consequently, numerous astute disciples flocked to the market to procure essential supplies. The healing elixirs and defensive talismans have become increasingly sought after. Senior brother, I have heard that the Spirit Beast Peak is among the first batch to set sail for Scorpio Island. They will depart in 2 days. The reason the sect master chose them to be the first is primarily due to the fact that disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak can command beasts upon reaching the 3rd level of Chi cultivation, significantly enhancing their combat prowess in the early stages with the assistance of these beasts. Oh, I see. Let us hurry to procure some elixirs. I have heard that the price for healing elixirs has risen by 20%. It appears everyone is anxious about sustaining injuries during the 6 months on Scorpio Island, hence the price hike for healing elixirs. Chunji lowered his head and made his way toward the area of the market bustling with people. There, a row of over 10 small shops specialized in selling elixirs was packed with patrons. Even so, the atmosphere was dense with eager buyers. Chunji refrained from rushing into purchases and instead began to observe the crowd. After circling a few small shops, he finally grasped the current mainstream healing elixirs suitable for those in the Chi cultivation phase. There are 2 types of healing elixirs, the detoxification pill and the cooling fragrance pill. The former treats venomous insect bites. There is much discussion regarding Scorpio Island. Although the great scorpions have been entirely eradicated, it is certain that smaller scorpions remain. The venom of these scorpions is potent, and possessing detoxification pills renders one fearless against their poison. The cooling fragrance pill, on the other hand, is primarily for treating external injuries. It astonishingly heals all sorts of bruises and sprains with just 1 pill. The prices of these 2 elixirs have also risen. They now cost 5 spirit stones each. For the outer disciples, ordinary yellow-grade elixirs are sufficient. Chunji chose the shop with the longest queue to wait in line. Finally, it was his turn. Brother, are you looking to purchase detoxification pills or cooling fragrance pills? Asked the disciple within the shop. Yes, I would like 50 of each, please. Very well, we have just received a new shipment. Otherwise, we would have run out. 50 detoxification pills and 50 cooling fragrance pills amounted to 500 low-grade spirit stones. Due to the line behind him, the transaction proceeded swiftly. Chunji paid the spirit stones and received 2 jade green vials, each labeled with the name of the elixirs. The small porcelain vials were crafted from high-quality jade, and recalling his days of mining jade seemed like a distant memory. Chunji tucked the 2 vials into his robe, unable to suppress his thoughts. Chapter 75. Purchasing Talismans. Fully preparing for the journey to Scorpio Island after buying the elixirs, Chunji did not rush back. He headed to the marketplace for spiritual herbs, which was nearly deserted. A disciple was idly sipping tea, waiting for customers. Brother, are you looking to buy or sell something? Upon seeing Chunji, he quickly inquired. Chunji had come to inquire about the price of the Misty Flower. My senior brother sent me to ask if you accept Misty Flowers? Misty Flower? The man's eyes sparkled at the mention of the name. This is a primary ingredient for crafting the rebirth pill, which is highly sought after among inner disciples. Whenever the rebirth pill is produced, it is quickly snatched up at high prices. However, the rebirth pill is often in short supply, mainly due to the scarcity of its primary ingredient. The Misty Flower. The quality, age, and medicinal properties of the herb determine the grade of the rebirth pill produced. Even a 10-year-old Misty Flower is quite rare. The cultivation of Misty Flowers is notoriously difficult. Often, they perish after 7 or 8 years of care. This scarcity of Misty Flowers leads to the high demand and cost of the rebirth pill. We definitely accept Misty Flowers. Bring as many as you have. Although our shop is small, we have ample funds. If you possess 10-year-old Misty Flowers, we will offer you the highest price. In the man's view, a 10-year-old Misty Flower is considered excellent, as most cultivators only manage to produce 10-year specimens. My senior brother mentioned that he obtained the Misty Flower from an unknown valley, and it appears to have been growing for several decades. Decades? From a valley? Wild? The man exclaimed. That is indeed possible. Nowadays, only in untouched places can wild Misty Flowers thrive. In such a case, the price will be quite high. Indeed, my senior brother specifically asked me to inquire about the price. For wild Misty Flowers, each plant has its own price. Brother, you will need to bring the Misty Flowers here for us to personally verify the age, medicinal properties, and the integrity of the petals before we can give you a price. Well, I shall return and discuss this with my senior brother. However, if he inquires about a basic price, I may not be able to provide a satisfactory answer, which would surely displease him. Could you share an approximate price with me? Of course, that is no problem. A wild misty flower with intact petals is priced at 50 spirit stones for a 10-year specimen, 150 for a 20-year, and 500 for a 30-year specimen. The higher the age, the greater the price. So expensive. A 30-year specimen can fetch 500 spirit stones. I am aware that a high-grade rebirth pill sells for over 500 spirit stones. Chunji understood that high-level alchemists often combine a primary herb like the misty flower with other auxiliary herbs, frequently yielding dozens or even hundreds of pills per batch. Thus, it is not surprising for a complete, potent primary herb to command a high price. Thank you for the information. I will report back to my senior brother. Chunji expressed his gratitude. The man warmly replied, remember the location of our shop. If you wish to sell, we will always offer the highest price. We are open to negotiation. Chunji nodded and swiftly departed. He then made his way to the talisman cellar, purchasing several low-grade yellow attack and defense talismans. Among these, the attack, defense, and rapid healing talismans were the most expensive at 30 spirit stones each, while others, such as illumination and exorcism talismans, were only 15 spirit stones each. Having previously spent 500 spirit stones, Chunji still had over 800 remaining. He acquired 25 low-grade yellow talismans. After these purchases, his spirit stones were quickly depleted, leaving him with only 144. He had not anticipated that the misty flower would be so valuable. The Celestial Tower would certainly cultivate the misty flower into a 50-year-old wild specimen. At that point, Chunji would not risk selling it in the market, as that would be far too dangerous. He would opt for an underground auction instead, taking stock of his supplies. The first category consisted of 5 each of low-grade yellow Fire Rain Talisman, Thunderstorm Talisman, Flying Lightning Talisman, Spirit Shield Talisman, and Vitality Talisman. The first 3 were offensive talismans, the middle one was defensive, and the last was for healing. The second category included 50 detoxification pills and 50 cooling fragrance pills, each serving distinct purposes. The third category comprised the high-grade medium-level talismans he had previously purchased: Fire Rain Talisman, Thunderstorm Talisman, Flying Lightning Talisman, and Spirit Shield Talisman. These were his trump cards. After spending substantially on these items, he had at least secured some means of self-defense. With no further business at hand, Chunji hurried back to his residence. His willingness to spend spirit stones so liberally stemmed from the knowledge of the misty flower's exorbitant price, which reassured him that selling it would yield ample spirit stones. Having completed all his tasks, Chunji returned home to begin his cultivation. In the morning, he chatted with Luo Juling and Bai Wushuang, and together they inhaled the purple qi atop the roof. The rest of his time was devoted to focused practice within the Celestial Tower. The spiritual energy in his reservoir had increased from 7.5 strands to 8 strands, leaving him just 2 strands shy of the second level of qi cultivation. One day, before dawn, the 3 opened the courtyard door almost simultaneously. Let us go to the law enforcement hall. Under Luo Juling's guidance, the trio made their way toward the law enforcement hall, a mountain peak that resembled a sword. It was still dark, but lanterns had begun to rise above Spirit Beast Peak, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Guiding the disciples on their path, the disciples of Spirit Beast Peak streamed out toward the law enforcement hall, all silent, with no one speaking. Even Bai Wushuang closely followed behind Luo Juling and Chen Ji, his signature Bloodclaw eagle tucked away in his Spirit Beast pouch. Oh, Brother Bai, why aren't you riding your eagle to the law enforcement hall? Luo Juling teased. Bai Wushuang replied earnestly, from now until the next 6 months, I, Bai Wushuang, will follow both of you. He was astute enough to recognize that from this moment onward, they would be comrades in arms, and he must not seek to stand out, lest he become marginalized. You are indeed clever, Luo Juling muttered under his breath, not intending to show Bai Wushuang any favor. This was partly due to his fondness for the Bloodclaw eagle, but also because of the lingering pain from Lu Wanner's death, which had soured his feelings toward Bai Wushuang. Despite no one knowing the relationship between Bai Wushuang and Lu Hongying, Luo Juling's resentment lingered. Brother Bai, do not mind Luo's cold demeanor. He has a good heart. Chen Ji whispered. Yes, rest assured, Brother Chen. I understand, Bai Wushuang replied, his expression as calm as still water, concealing his true thoughts. The trio hastened onward and soon arrived at the towering, sword-like peak of the Law Enforcement Hall. Chapter 76. Boarding the law boat, shattering the void to Scorpio Island. The area at the base of the Law Enforcement Hall was filled with torches, lighting up the space as if it were day. More and more disciples from Spirit Beast Peak gathered in this open area. Brother Luo, I heard that the reason our Spirit Beast Peak is leading the charge to Scorpio Island is that once the disciples reach the third level of Qi cultivation, they can choose to command beasts. With the assistance of these beasts, their early strength surpasses that of disciples from other peaks at the same level. Is that correct? Seeing that there was still time, Chen Ji asked Luo Jiling, who had yet to respond, when the usually composed Bai Wuxiang spoke up first. Dear Brother Luo, I believe I can provide a representative answer to this question. Since I hail from the Bai family and have also studied under the Spirit Beast Peak, I possess a comparative perspective from both places. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiling nodded in agreement, as if he recognized a certain wisdom in the statement. He seemed to be acquainted with numerous outer disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak, as many of them greeted him as they arrived. Bai Wuxiang continued, saying, once the outer disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak reach the third level of Qi training, they can select their spirit beasts through blood sacrifice. As Brother Chen mentioned earlier, with the assistance of a spirit beast, disciples at the same level of Qi training from the Spirit Beast Peak tend to exhibit a slight superiority, though this is relative and not absolute. When disciples reach the second level of Qi training, they can practice the unique yellow-grade middle-tier technique known as Immortal Beast Formula, which encompasses methods for controlling and nurturing spirit beasts. Once proficient, they can utilize the Immortal Beast Formula to choose their own spirit beasts upon reaching the third level of Qi training. I see. So, after reaching the second level of Qi training, one should first obtain the Immortal Beast Formula. Chen Ji looked towards Luo Jiling, inquiring, Brother Luo, since you have already reached the second level of Qi training, why have I never heard you mention the Immortal Beast Formula? Luo Jiling cast him a sidelong glance and replied, you never asked. Moreover, once you reach the second level of Qi training, I will surely remind you at the earliest opportunity. Chen Ji nodded and smiled, then turned to Bai Wuxiang, asking, Brother Bai, how does one utilize the Immortal Beast Formula to select their own spirit beast upon reaching the third level of Qi training? Bai Wuxiang smiled, seemingly delighted to discuss the matter of spirit beasts, which he considered his forte, perhaps with some merit. Noticing that there was still time before the hour of the hare, he unusually opened up and engaged in conversation with Chen Ji. Upon reaching the second level of Qi training, one can master the Immortal Beast Formula bestowed by the Spirit Beast Peak, and upon reaching the third level, there are two methods for selecting a spirit beast. The first method involves venturing deep into the Spirit Beast Peak's Beast Cave to see if any powerful immortal beasts within choose you as their master. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. It seems only our leader Chen has succeeded. The second method involves purchasing spirit beast eggs to hatch them or acquiring juvenile beasts to bond with through blood sacrifice. Almost everyone opts for the latter, as the former is too challenging. Chen Ji nodded frequently, realizing the intricacies present at the Spirit Beast Peak. Brother Bai, have you ever ventured into that beast cave? Chen Ji inquired curiously, knowing that Bai Wuxiang had joined the Spirit Beast Peak as an apprentice after training within the Bai family since birth. Bai Wuxiang chuckled. I plan to visit the Beast Cave after some time. After all, my tenure at the Spirit Beast Peak has been short, and I have yet to earn the complete trust of Leader Chen. Once I have spent some time at the Spirit Beast Peak and gained his full trust, I will explore the Beast Cave. At that moment, Luo Jiling glanced at Bai Wuxiang and interjected, Leader Chen is magnanimous. Since he has allowed you to join the Spirit Beast Peak as an ordinary disciple, it is a sign of his recognition. If you feel the conditions are right, simply go to the Beast Cave without excessive concern. Overthinking will be of no benefit. Bai Wuxiang was taken aback by Luo Jiling's sudden suggestion, as if reminded of something profound. After deep contemplation, he nodded and said, Thank you for the reminder, Brother Luo. Just then, the hour of the hare arrived. 2 individuals descended from the dimly lit sky, one appearing to be in his 50s, with white hair and beard, wielding a broad sword without a sheath, adorned with a red silk ribbon that fluttered like a fish. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the crowd, causing an immediate hush as everyone was awed by his imposing presence. The other individual appeared rather ordinary. Slim and of similar age, dressed in dark robes, with a scar on his forehead resembling a worm. He smiled at the disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak, addressing them. My dear disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak, the hour of the hare has arrived. We shall depart immediately. The elder with the broad sword spoke succinctly, throwing out an object that, upon meeting the wind, expanded rapidly, transforming into a grand vessel hovering in the morning breeze. This vessel was approximately 10 zhang long, entirely black, with a deep hull capable of accommodating several thousand individuals. The name Seven-Star Gate was inscribed at the bow, creating a mystical scene against the dawn sky. Wow! Chen Ji gasped in genuine astonishment upon witnessing such a magical vessel for the first time. The first batch heading to Spirit Scorpion Island consisted of a total of 18,944 disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak, all punctually present. This expedition to Spirit Scorpion Island is led by me, Lu Tianfeng, along with Elder Jean Kuei of the Guardian Hall. We shall board the vessel now and depart, once it is full. With that command, Lu Tianfeng, the elder with the broad sword, ordered numerous boarding ladders to descend from the vessel, allowing the disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak to ascend in an orderly fashion. Qianji climbed the ladder and, upon reaching the deck, felt a surge of youthful exuberance as he leaned over the railing to gaze into the distance. The sky was gradually brightening, allowing him to see far ahead. The entire Seven-Star Gate resembled a majestic beast lying in repose, still yet undeniably formidable, as though it could spring to life at any moment. Just then, the sun broke free from the clouds, and Qianji promptly sat cross-legged to commence his cultivation. Looking around, he noted that over 10,000 disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak were seated on the deck, all diligently absorbing the first rays of purple energy. None idling. Upon witnessing this, Elders Lu Tianfeng and Jean Kuei exchanged glances, their faces reflecting admiration. Lu Tianfeng remarked softly, "Though Chen Fengzi may be somewhat eccentric in his protective nature and wild in his actions, the disciples he has brought forth from the Spirit Beast Peak are indeed commendable." Jian Kuei nodded in agreement. Truly, Chen Fengzi possesses considerable skill. These disciples arrived punctually and displayed diligence in their practice, indicative of the strict daily management. At that moment, over 20 disciples emerged from the cabin, and the leading individual saluted the two elders. "Elders, the spiritual stones for the vessel have been prepared, and the formation is activated. We are ready to depart." Lu Tianfeng nodded. "Let us depart immediately. There must be no mistakes." "Yes, elder." The spiritual stones ignited, transforming into energy for propulsion. The formation inscribed on the vessel illuminated, and the vessel surged forth from the gates of the Seven-Star Gate towards Spirit Scorpion Island. Just then, the sun burst forth from the clouds, casting a golden hue, with purple rays emerging from the east. All present began to absorb the energy. Chapter 77. Boarding the vessel. Sailing across mountains and rivers, the vessel cleaved through the clouds, heading towards Spirit Scorpion Island. The practitioners, having completed their cultivation, marveled once again at the wonders of the vessel. Qianji, brimming with enthusiasm, pointed towards the distant clouds and excitedly exclaimed to his companions, "Look, such a grand vessel is flying so swiftly and steadily." However, he was puzzled to find that Luo Juling and Bai Wushuang appeared unfazed. Wearing expressions of indifference, Luo Juling waved his hand. "I shall go check our quarters in the cabin. You can entertain yourself." Bai Wushuang chuckled and followed Luo Juling. Qianji glanced outside one last time, then remarked, "You two are surprisingly calm. This is my first time aboard a vessel. Have you not ridden one before?" He promptly followed after them. Bai Wushuang merely smiled without responding, while Luo Juling appeared unconcerned. Qianji then scoffed. Brother Bai is a young master of his family. Such trivial matters as riding a vessel surely do not faze him. "Brother Luo, have you also ridden a vessel before?" Luo Juling navigated the cabin, searching for the names of the three individuals. Each door bore the names of the disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak, showcasing the thoroughness of the preparations. Observing Qianji's astonished demeanor, he remarked, "Though this is my first time aboard a vessel, I must maintain an air of composure. Otherwise, I would be the subject of ridicule. You, Brother Chen, ought to learn to be composed as well. Look at Brother Bai. He exudes an air of nonchalance, as if he is indifferent to everything, leaving no one able to discern his true thoughts." Luo Juling finally located the room belonging to the three of them on the lowest level. Hearing his words, Qianji rolled his eyes but refrained from replying. The rooms with inscribed names could only be accessed with their identity tokens, a secure lock indeed. Once they confirmed their accommodations, Luo Juling led the two upwards. "Come, let us find out where the dining hall is located. It is likely we will need several days of sustenance during our flight." Luo Juling's practical knowledge of daily life was ample, while Bai Wushuang was rather inexperienced in such matters, thus closely trailing behind Luo Juling. "Wow, this vessel appears quite ordinary from the outside, yet upon entering, it is truly a world of its own." How many levels does it have? As they traversed through layer after layer of the cabin, Chun-Ji was increasingly astounded by the vessel's remarkable architecture. Eventually, they reached the uppermost level. Luo Jiling discovered the dining area, and upon turning a corner, found the bathing facilities also located on this level. All right, Brother Bai, you can now return to your own room to practice. There is no need to follow closely behind me anymore. I have other matters to attend to, Luo Jiling said with a hint of exasperation as he looked at Bai Wuxuang. Bai Wuxuang nodded. Thank you, Brother Luo. When it is mealtime, shall the three of us dine together? Luo Jiling did not respond and turned to leave. Bai Wuxuang had no choice but to look at Chen-Ji. Chen-Ji smiled and said, Brother Luo is indeed a person of such character, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Brother Bai, do you not have any fasting pills? Why do you need to eat? He looked at Bai Wuxuang with some curiosity. Bai Wuxuang, however, shook her head and said, when one is away from home, it is essential to adapt to all environments. It is best for me to dine with you both, as this allows for timely communication of any news. I have also engaged in deep reflection upon my former self. For my solitary consumption of fasting pills and my tendency to remain indoors have led to a distancing of my relationships with my fellow disciples. This time, I intend to share meals with the two of you, as it will strengthen our bond. I see. Bai Wuxuang must be seeking to cultivate a closer relationship with us during these days aboard the magical vessel before we arrive at Lingxia Island. I understand, Junior Brother Bai, rest assured. I will summon you when it is time to eat. Thank you, Senior Brother Chen. I shall return to my room to practice. Very well, I shall take a moment to admire the scenery on the deck. Bai Wuxuang then retreated to her quarters, while Chen-Ji made his way to the deck. A multitude of disciples from Spirit Beast Peak had gathered, gazing at the flying magical vessel amidst the clouds. The vessel had activated its protective formation, preventing the wind from entering. It sailed smoothly, its massive form cleaving through the clouds. It was truly a magnificent sight. Had I not come to Qixingmen, I would not have dared to dream of such a scene. Standing on the deck, Chen-Ji's mind was flooded with countless thoughts. How could one possibly envision living such a life while enduring hunger and cold? Looking down, he saw human cities appearing like small squares scattered across the vast wilderness. The villages below were mere fleeting black dots. A grand river traversed several human realms, appearing as a colossal white loach shimmering in the sunlight. Mountains loomed beneath, resembling crouching black dogs from the height of the vessel. They appeared no more than that. What, indeed, is the limit of human cultivators? This enormous vessel, carrying nearly 20,000 people, soared so high and so swiftly. Chen-Ji's awe finally subsided. The other disciples on the deck were similarly awestruck. The shock of their first experience aboard a flying vessel left them reluctant to depart from the railings. It was peculiar that Senior Brother Luo displayed no surprise at all upon returning. Chen-Ji entered the Tongtian Tower to practice, replaying Bai Wuxuang's words about how to select spirit beasts at Spirit Beast Peak in his mind, committing them to memory. No wonder after entering Spirit Beast Peak, I felt as if I were left to roam freely without guidance. It turns out that merely being at the first level of Qi refinement is just an adaptation to life at Qixingmen. Upon reaching the second level, one would naturally be granted the Xian Beast Manual. At the third level of Qi refinement, there would be opportunities to visit the Beast Den to see if any spirit beasts would automatically recognize their master. If not, one would have to purchase young beasts or eggs with spirit stones. I must hasten to reach the second level of Qi refinement. The 6 months on Lingxia Island present the perfect opportunity. When the time comes, I shall claim that I stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter that unexpectedly allowed me to break through to the second level, thus avoiding suspicion from those around me. Chen-Ji began to formulate a plan for his future, immersing himself in focused meditation within the practice room. The spiritual energy within the vessel was not particularly dense, likely due to the spirit stones and spiritual energy powering its flight. Thus, his progress in cultivation was not rapid. After several hours of practice, mealtime arrived. The 3 rooms were connected. Chen-Ji knocked on the doors of the 2 others, and Bai Wuxuang promptly emerged, while Luo Jiling was not present. Senior Brother Chen, shall we go eat? Indeed, let us proceed. I suspect Senior Brother Luo is seeking old acquaintances. Let us go. The 2 ascended to the uppermost level, where free meals were served, each person receiving 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. With an ample supply of spiritual rice, Junior Brother Bai, come, let us dine. Very well, Senior Brother Chen, I will follow you. Bai Wuxiang trailed closely behind Qian Ji like a child. They collected their trays and sat down to eat. Chapter 78. The Yingji sect, alarmed by movements from a rival sect, Bai Wuxiang gazed at the mountain of spiritual rice piled on Qian Ji's plate, her eyes wide with disbelief, while Qian Ji looked incredulously at the mere half-bowl of spiritual rice Bai Wuxiang had taken. Is this all you plan to eat? This spiritual rice is free and can be refilled endlessly, Qian Ji exclaimed in surprise. This is sufficient for me. But what about you, senior brother Chen? Can you consume all that? Bai Wuxiang inquired, genuinely astonished. Qian Ji scratched his head and replied, unfortunately, the demon beast meat and vegetables are limited. Otherwise, I would indulge freely. I still need more spiritual rice later. Bai Wuxiang found this hard to believe. Yet she watched as Qian Ji methodically devoured every bite of rice, only to return for another helping. At that moment, Luo Jiling approached with his meal, joining the two. Senior brother Luo, you've arrived, they greeted him. Luo Jiling, having witnessed Qian Ji's eating prowess before, showed no surprise. Yet, his face bore a look of concern, as if he had heard troubling news. The dining area was bustling, with many patrons requiring a queue. After the three finished their meal, they quickly departed. Let us take a moment to enjoy the deck, Luo Jiling suggested, a rare invitation that Qian Ji readily accepted. The scenery from the deck was something he could never tire of. Bai Wuxiang followed closely behind. Luo Jiling deliberately led them to a quieter corner. Qian Ji leaned against the railing, captivated by the swift clouds drifting by. Junior brother Bai, since we have been grouped together, it is best to understand each other's strengths thoroughly. I am at the second level of Qi refinement, and junior brother Chen is at the first level. What is your cultivation realm, junior brother Bai? Luo Jiling inquired. Bai Wuxiang replied, due to my family circumstances, I began cultivating at an early age, so my realm may be slightly higher than that of both senior brothers. This statement was pleasing to both listeners. Laying the groundwork for the following revelation of her superior realm, I am currently at the 6th level of Qi refinement, which is the middle stage. I should soon break through to the 7th level, entering the later stage. What? Upon hearing Bai Wuxiang's words, Qian Ji's mouth fell agape as he gazed at her in astonishment. She had already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. How infuriating, he thought. Luo Jiling cast a glance at the astonished Qian Ji and cautioned, Junior brother Chen, do not be overly surprised. Junior brother Bai hails from the Bai family, raised on spiritual herbs from birth. She possesses a single wood attribute root and is a natural talent for beast taming. She was able to tame beasts independently at the age of 5. The resources provided by her family are immense. How can you compare yourself to her? Bai Wuxiang nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, senior brother Luo is partly correct regarding my resources. However, my family is wary of me progressing too quickly and destabilizing my foundation. So they intentionally slowed my cultivation speed. Had I been allowed to focus solely on my practice, I would likely have reached the stage of foundational establishment by now. She spoke as if it were a matter of course. As if recounting a simple fact, cough, cough. Qian Ji shot her a sidelong glance, gazing into the distant clouds, feeling a sense of resignation. I no longer wish to engage in such discussions. Is this the prowess of a second-generation immortal with a single wood root? Luo Jiling understood Bai Wuxiang's character. Her words were merely a statement of fact, devoid of any hint of boasting. It was as if she were casually discussing something entirely ordinary. Luo Jiling chuckled and remarked, Junior brother Bai, this straightforwardness is quite refreshing. You speak plainly without any circumlocution. Then, noticing that they were alone, he leaned in closer and whispered, Junior brothers, I just had a conversation with an acquaintance and received some rather unfortunate news. Unfortunate news? Qian Ji quickly turned his attention to Luo Jiling. Luo Jiling lowered his voice and continued, You may have heard that Lingxia Island was seized from our old rival, the Yingji sect. The former leader of the Yingji sect suddenly fell into madness and died, resulting in a bloody power struggle for the new leader. We seized this opportunity to claim Lingxia Island, which had long belonged to the Yingji sect. Now that the new leader has unified the Yingji sect, their first order of business is to reclaim Lingxia Island to restore their reputation. Thus, junior brothers, as we journey to Lingxia Island, we must remain vigilant. Junior brother Bai, with your superior realm and illustrious background, if you hear any news, please inform us at once. The mission of the sect is secondary. Our personal safety must come first. Such news was alarming. And it was no wonder Luo Jiling's demeanor had been troubled earlier. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuxiang promptly nodded, declaring, Rest assured, both senior brothers, I Bai Wuxuang will surely share in your trials and tribulations. Chen Ji pondered. Once aboard the enforcement vessel, turning back is not an option. Therefore, as we head to Lingxia Island, we must remain fully alert. To be candid, before coming to Qixingmen, I was a crystal miner. Quite skilled at excavation, I will assist you both in completing the task of unearthing 6,000 spirit stones as swiftly as possible, so we can return to the sect sooner. Just then, numerous disciples who had finished their meals began to ascend to the deck to admire the view, interrupting their conversation. Let us return to our rooms to practice, suggested Luo Juling, who was eager to leave. However, the vessel suddenly jolted violently, as if it had collided with something. The individuals on the deck were thrown off balance, toppling in all directions. Fortunately, the protective formation ensured that no one would be tossed overboard. What occurred? What is happening? The crowd clamored, their voices rising in confusion. A voice resonated from the front. Disciples, remain calm. It was the voice of Elder Lu Tianfeng, who informed them of an encounter with the foundational stage beast. The cloud mist whale. We shall soon vanquish it. That moment, a sharp-eyed disciple spotted a colossal flying beast soaring towards their craft, its immense form hurtling forward. With a thunderous crash, the beast was repelled by the defensive array on the vessel before it could make contact. However, the impact caused the craft to shudder violently. The cloud mist whale was now in close proximity to Chen Ji, who observed intently. The beast's size was comparable to that of the vessel, its body encased in a stone-like hide, with its fins resembling swirling vortexes resembling eyes, exhaling plumes of white steam. The massive creature darted through the air with remarkable agility, relentlessly battering the craft. We must have inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the cloud mist whale. What is happening? Is the disciple piloting the craft asleep? Scolded Luo Juling, gripping the railing tightly. Meanwhile, Chen Ji clung to the mast, preventing himself from being thrown off. The difference in their realms was evident. Bai Wuxuang stood firmly beside Chen Ji, his feet as steadfast as nails. He looked at Chen Ji and earnestly reassured him. Do not fear, junior brother Chen. I will protect you. The strength of Bai Wuxuang, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, was unmistakable. Chapter 79. Under attack, the cloud mist whale rampages against the craft. Bai Wuxuang stood resolutely beside Chen Ji, indicating that should Chen Ji falter, he would undoubtedly intervene in times of peril. True feelings are revealed. At that moment, Luo Juling was somewhat taken aback by Bai Wuxuang's unwavering presence beside Chen Ji. Even Chen Ji found himself astonished, having initially perceived Bai Wuxuang as merely a stoic, emotionally detached scion of a celestial lineage, cultivated since childhood. He had assumed that Bai Wuxuang was merely leveraging their collaboration to ensure his own success in this mission. Who could have anticipated that at this critical juncture, he would genuinely stand guard beside Chen Ji? The craft trembled violently, assaulted by the massive cloud mist whale. The situation was undeniably perilous. Suddenly, a broad sword shot forth from the vessel, transforming into a streak of dark light as it slashed towards the enormous beast. In comparison to the immense size of the cloud mist whale, the sword appeared no larger than a toothpick. Yet it moved with the speed of lightning, weaving in and out of the creature's form. The thick, blubbery hide of the cloud mist whale proved no barrier against the relentless onslaught of the sword, which soon pierced the beast's flesh, creating hundreds of gaping wounds from which torrents of blood flowed, followed by jets of scalding white steam. The cloud mist whale, writhing in agony, struggled to maintain its flight. Realizing that this craft was formidable, with several punctures marring its body, the whale ascended into the sky, retreating from the vessel. Where are the disciples controlling the craft? Lu Tianfeng's authoritative voice echoed through the air. The sword that had just struck was indeed his personal weapon. It was evident that Elder Lu Tianfeng's swordsmanship was derived from the Lingjian Peak, one of the 7 peaks, and given his surname, it was clear that his identity was of great significance. Present, a disciple, his face filled with shame, emerged from the bow of the vessel and fell to his knees. Elder, I was momentarily negligent, and the craft inadvertently intruded upon the territory of the cloud mist whale. Resulting in this predicament, Lu Tianfeng's voice interrupted him. The safety of nearly 20,000 disciples of the 7-star sect rests upon your shoulders, and you dare to be careless? Immediately replace the pilot. You shall face the consequences. Meditate facing the wall for 3 months and forfeit all disciple benefits. Go. His booming voice resonated throughout the vessel, audible to all on board. The disciple, realizing that Lu Tianfeng was showing leniency, prostrated himself upon the deck. "Thank you, Elder Lu. I shall accept my punishment." He then departed, clearly humiliated. A new disciple from the law enforcement hall took over the navigation of the craft. "We trespassed into the territory of the Cloud Mist Whale. The fault lies with us. Thus, I have spared the creature's life," Lu Tianfeng continued. His words alleviated many disciples' concerns, clarifying why his flying sword had not targeted the whale's vital areas. "All disciples, examine your injuries. If anyone is wounded, proceed to the cabin for treatment." Few were injured, with Qian Ji being the least advanced in cultivation, yet he remained unharmed due to his firm grip on the mast. "Senior Brother Qin, are you all right?" Bai Wuchuang inquired, observing Qian Ji as he stood. "Thank you, Junior Brother Bai. I am fine." At that moment, Qian Ji's clothing and hair were somewhat disheveled, while Bai Wuchuang's appearance remained immaculate, a testament to the confidence and strength of someone at the 6th level of Qi refinement. "Let us return," Luo Jiling suggested, unscathed as well. This was merely a minor incident. The three of them returned to their respective quarters, contemplating the potential threats posed by the Ingji Gate, as well as the recent encounter with the Cloud Mist Whale. This further solidified Qian Ji's resolve to acquire a profound technique to elevate his cultivation level. Locking the door, Qian Ji immersed himself in the training chamber within the Tower of Ascension, dedicating himself to rigorous practice. It must be said that as the Cloud Mist Whale collided with the vessel, while everyone was thrown about, Bai Wuchuang's steadfast stance on the deck was indeed impressive. Such is the advantage of one's realm. All three were now aware of the situation regarding the Ingji Gate, and thus, aside from meals and absorbing the purple qi each morning, they refrained from venturing out. Qian Ji and Bai Wuchuang were both fervent cultivators, and Luo Jiling was disinclined to disturb them. Thus, the three of them remained ensconced in their chambers. The craft traveled at a leisurely pace, hindered further by the nearly 20,000 passengers aboard. After 3 days and nights, they finally reached Ling Scorpion Island. Precisely on the morning of the 4th day, all disciples were on deck, absorbing the purple qi when Lu Tianfeng's voice resounded once more. "Attention, disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak. We have arrived at Ling Scorpion Island. Please tidy your quarters and assemble on deck immediately." The timing was impeccable, as most were already engaged in their practices. As they looked down, the craft began its descent, revealing a dark shape amidst the vast ocean. The figure grew larger until it became clear that it was a colossal island. "No wonder it is called Ling Scorpion Island," one exclaimed. "Indeed, it is remarkably vivid." The island, viewed from above, resembled a living, breathing giant black scorpion, complete with a long tail and massive pincers, glistening in the ocean as if poised to strike, evoking a sense of imminent danger. It was merely an island, yet it bore such striking resemblance to a scorpion. The craft hovered over Ling Scorpion Island, where elders Lu Tianfeng and Jin Kuei descended from the flying vessel, alighting in the air above the island. "We, the sect elders Lu Tianfeng and Jin Kuei, have been tasked with leading the first group of disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak here. We request the elder in charge of the island to come forth, verify our identities, and deactivate the island's defensive array to allow our entry." Their voices echoed across Ling Scorpion Island. The two elders stood in the air, awaiting a response. Moments later, 2 beams of light emerged from Ling Scorpion Island, swiftly approaching them. The lights materialized into 2 individuals, both in their 50s, clad in the garb of the 7-star sect elders. "Elder Lu and Elder Jan, after a long journey, please come inside." One of them held a token of the defensive formation, which he illuminated upon the 2 elders, then upon the flying vessel, confirming that all present bore the identity insignia of the 7-star sect before instructing the opening of the island's protective array. Lu Tianfeng and Jin Kuei exchanged hearty laughter, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elders." The disciple piloting the craft navigated it into Ling Scorpion Island, anchoring it in an open area on the island's back. "Disembark." The vessel glided through the opening in the defensive formation, slowly entering Ling Scorpion Island. During this process, 4 elders remained vigilant at the corners of the opened array, watchfully observing their surroundings. Exchanging glances, Qian Ji and Luo Jiling seemed to confirm the rumors of impending trouble from the Ingji Gate. Otherwise, such precautions would not be necessary. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. The flying vessel landed on a clear patch of ground on Ling Scorpion Island, lowering its gangway for the multitude of disciples to descend. At last, Chunji and his companions set foot on the soil of Ling Scorpion Island. Chapter 80. First Steps on the Island. Blood ponds beneath the cliff once disembarked, the disciples awaited further instructions. Lu Tianfeng ensured that all had left the vessel before summoning the craft back, which gradually shrank to the size of a palm and settled into his hand. Elder Jin Kuei led the way, stating, "Disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak, follow me." Elder Lu Tianfeng vanished from sight, leaving the affairs on Ling Scorpion Island in Elder Jin Kuei's capable hands. He guided them to a spacious platform carved from the island's rear, densely populated with two-story wooden buildings, numbering in the tens of thousands. "Disciples, this is Ling Scorpion Island. We have successfully arrived, commencing a 6-month stay. Each of you will have your own wooden dwelling, with your names affixed to the front. Simply use your identity insignia to unlock it. Today, rest and recuperate. Tomorrow we shall begin mining spiritual stones in 1 hour. We shall have our meal. Facilities for dining, markets, and transactions are located behind your residences. Regulations regarding Ling Scorpion Island will be conveyed during mealtime. You are dismissed. Please proceed to your respective wooden lodgings to rest." Elder Jin Kuei waved his hand, prompting the disciples to disperse in search of their respective lodgings. Upon arriving at Lingxia Island, Luo Jiling naturally assumed the role of spokesperson for the trio. With his extensive experience, advanced age, and the longest tenure at Ling Beast Peak, it was only fitting that he took charge, especially as he possessed the most knowledge. Chunji and Bai Wuxuang readily acknowledged his leadership. The 3 wooden cabins were connected, remarkably mirroring the layout of their previous quarters at the outer courtyard of Ling Beast Peak. Chunji occupied the center, flanked by Bai Wuxuang and Luo Jiling. They decided to familiarize themselves with their new abode, though rest would have to wait. "Let us convene after a cup of tea and scout the terrain of Lingxia Island to familiarize ourselves," Luo Jiling declared with a decisive gesture. The others found his suggestion reasonable and agreed to follow his lead, returning to their respective cabins. Chunji accessed his cabin with his identity token, which spanned 2 lavish levels, accommodating only 1 occupant. The ground floor featured guest rooms, a tea room, a restroom, a training room, and even a small area for cultivating spiritual herbs in a corner. There was also a resting place for spirit beasts. Ascending to the 2nd floor revealed a simpler arrangement, comprising a lounge and a space resembling a study, which Chunji quickly deduced was intended for alchemy, rune crafting, and other mystical practices. It was evident that the design of the cabin had been meticulously considered to cater to the needs of its occupants. The cabin exuded a fresh scent of wood, likely sourced from Inji Gate, which had fortuitously discovered a spiritual stone mine here, prompting the construction of these lodgings. The primary objective was to relocate as many personnel as possible to Lingxia Island in the shortest time to expedite the extraction of the spiritual stones, which were of strategic importance to any leisure sect. Having surveyed his quarters, Chunji descended and stepped outside, whereby Wuxuang awaited him. "Chen Shixiang, this cabin does seem a bit rudimentary, but it is livable," Bai Wuxuang remarked. Chunji was about to respond when he recalled Bai Wuxuang's status and held his tongue. Luo Jiling emerged from the cabin, gesturing for them to follow. "Let us first familiarize ourselves with the overall situation of Lingxia Island." The 3 departed the residential area in silence. With nearly 20,000 newcomers on Lingxia Island, the atmosphere was bustling and chaotic, with some slow, disembarking disciples yet to locate their cabins. The trio swiftly surveyed the island's layout amidst the commotion. The residential area was situated in a natural depression on the island's backside, providing a well-hidden and suitable lodging space. "Brothers, to know ourselves and our enemy is to achieve victory in 100 battles. To understand the overall environment and positioning of Lingxia Island, we must envision it as a colossal shoe. From our earlier vantage point on the magic boat, we likely discerned this clearly. Our quarters lie within the depressions on the scorpion's back. Let us explore the scorpion's head and the formidable pincers in front," Luo Jiling proposed. These 2 locations were of paramount importance to the scorpion's anatomy. Viewed from the magic boat, the most intimidating features of Lingxia Island were the 2 massive pincers resembling warhammers and the curved, spiked tail stinger. Together, these elements evoked an image of an awe-inspiring celestial weapon. The colossal pincers could fend off 1,000,000 soldiers, while the tail stinger was a natural ambush and assassination tool. Coupled with the scorpion's dark, armor-like exoskeleton, the entire island conveyed an impression of invincibility. This was the reason why the entire 7-star sect had dispatched 3 batches of disciples, suffering heavy casualties to conquer it. The island was easy to defend yet challenging to assault. As the trio proceeded along the scorpion's back toward its head, they encountered a black cliff ahead. Strangely, crimson water, reminiscent of blood, cascaded down the cliff. Pooling into a blood-colored pond below, an odd pattern adorned the cliff face, but before they could discern it, three figures suddenly appeared, adopting an aggressive stance to block their path. Despite recognizing their attire as disciples of the Ling Beast Peak's outer gate, the trio remained on high alert. "We apologize. Our curiosity about Lingxia Island has led us to explore. We shall take our leave, esteemed disciples of the Guardian Hall," Luo Jiling said with a forced smile, pulling his companions away without hesitation. Fortunately, the three disciples did not pursue them, allowing the trio to return to the bustling residential area. "What shall we do, Luo Shixiang? Both the pincers and head have been declared off-limits. Shall we venture to the perilous tail stinger?" Qianji inquired. They navigated through the thronging disciples of Ling Beast Peak, heading toward the tail stinger area. As they walked, they observed tropical vegetation adorned with unfamiliar fruits, but dared not pluck any. Shortly after, they encountered a row of 5-story wooden cabins blocking their path. "Halt!" 6 disciples, similarly clad in Guardian Hall attire, appeared, eyeing the trio warily. "This area ahead is a forbidden zone. You must not proceed further. Return at once," one of them commanded. "We are new disciples of Ling Beast Peak, curious about our surroundings. We shall retreat immediately," Luo Jiling replied decisively, turning to leave. Chunji and Bai Wushuang followed suit. "Wait, we must verify your identity tokens before you depart." From behind an ancient tree, a figure emerged, wearing a wooden mask that obscured his features, presumably the leader responsible for guarding this area. He had been concealed within the tree and now stepped forward to examine their identity tokens. Luo Jiling signaled to his companions, and they hastily presented their tokens. After a thorough inspection, the masked figure returned their tokens and instructed, "You may proceed back. This area is strictly off-limits." "Understood, we shall remember this," they replied hurriedly, turning to leave. The masked man retreated into the tree, commanding his subordinates, "Inform Elder Jean Kue to emphasize the forbidden zones during the meal. We cannot allow these newcomers to wander aimlessly." Meanwhile, Luo Jiling and his companions hurried back. "What are your thoughts on the figure concealed in the tree and the cliff with its blood-like water?" Luo Jiling suddenly asked Bai Wushuang. Bai Wushuang nodded. "The person hidden in the tree must be at least at the foundation establishment stage. Even I, possessing a wood spirit root, could not sense him. His strength is formidable. As for the cliff, I noticed an odd pattern on it. And given its location, it likely pertains to the scorpions. Think we merely circled around only to be chased back," Qianji remarked, astonished by Bai Wushuang's observations, as he had discerned nothing. "Indeed, my thoughts align with yours. Though I couldn't perceive the strength of the figure in the tree, I sensed he was powerful. It appears that the head, pincers, and tail stinger, 3 critical locations, are all off-limits, making further exploration unnecessary. Let us head to the dining area early. They are likely to discuss the forbidden zones there." Luo Jiling recognized that their identities would preclude them from entering the forbidden zones, and that uncovering more secrets of Lingxia Island would be impossible. The dining area was situated below the disciples' quarters, comprising 3 levels of wooden buildings with a sign reading Qing Shan Lu. Arriving early, they found the number of disciples present sparse. Luo Jiling led his companions to a window-side table, and they began to strategize. "Luo Shixiang, with all these vital locations declared off-limits, what shall we do?" Chunji questioned. "What can we do? We can only expedite our task of mining the spiritual stones and depart Lingxia Island as soon as possible," Luo Jiling replied, furrowing his brow. They observed the first and second floors, where disciples began to trickle into Qing Shan Lu, given that both forbidden zones are guarded by the sect's Guardian Hall. And with the protective array in place along with elders like Lu and Jean, it seems unlikely that anything severe will occur. Chunji speculated cautiously. In the 7-star sect, certainly nothing will happen," Bai Wushuang affirmed. "However, this is the island of Lingxia, located outside the Qixing Gate, which was seized from the adversarial Yingji Gate. Every preparation must be meticulously made, for even the slightest relaxation could lead to dire consequences." Luo Jiling spoke with utmost seriousness. Bai Wushuang, sitting across from him, nodded in rare agreement. Chunji also deeply resonated with Luo Jiling's words. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to prepare so many talismans beforehand. As more people gradually arrived, the 3 felt it was inappropriate to continue discussing such sensitive matters, and they lapsed into a silence, sipping tea while awaiting the arrival of Elder Jean Kuei. After a while past the lunchtime, Elder Jean Kuei made his appearance. By this time, the Qing Shan building was already filled with disciples. Esteemed guests, I shall now outline the precautions to take while on Lingxia Island. Jian Kuei announced. As his words echoed, disciples on all 3 floors fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the elder. Jian Kuei continued, First, all regulations here adhere to the rules and regulations of the Qixing Gate. The Law Enforcement Hall is present here. And the enforcement on Lingxia Island may be even more stringent than within the sect. Any violations will be dealt with according to the sect's regulations. Second, the sect requires the excavation of 6,000 spirit stones within 6 months. Should you complete this task ahead of schedule, you may return to the Qixing Gate early. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiling exchanged glances with Chun Ji and the others, realizing that this path was indeed feasible. It is essential to emphasize one point regarding the task of spirit stones. Some wealthy disciples harbor delusions of substituting existing spirit stones for those to be excavated, which is utterly impossible. The stones extracted here are raw spirit stones that require refinement before they can be considered the spirit stones we currently possess. Furthermore, do not entertain any notions of secretly hoarding spirit stone mines. Such actions are absolutely intolerable. Any such attempts will result in expulsion from the Qixing Gate at best, or immediate execution at worst. I caution all disciples against any clever scheming, for I wish to prevent misunderstandings. Third, there are several forbidden areas on Lingxia Island, located at the head, the front pincers, and the tail stinger. These areas are strictly off-limits to disciples. We do not concern ourselves with your daily attendance. We only care whether you can meet the 6,000 spirit stone quota within the 6-month time frame. Lingxia Island operates independently, hosting underground auctions on the 1st, 11th, 21st, and 31st of every month. Additionally, there is a small marketplace for trading throughout the week. Living expenses, food, and accommodation on Lingxia Island are complimentary. The sect has established sub-halls for external affairs and merit halls, allowing for the exchange of contribution points and the collection of monthly benefits. With all matters handled here akin to those within the sect, during your 6 months on Lingxia Island, all monthly benefits will be doubled, so do not forget this. That is all I have to say. Should anyone have questions, feel free to consult the Lingxia Island branch of the sect's Law Enforcement Hall. Tonight, as you are newcomers to Lingxia Island, we have prepared a lavish welcome banquet for you. Let the feast begin. With a wave of his hand, Jean Kuei smiled and departed, and soon chefs emerged, bringing forth dishes of food. Who would have thought there would be a welcome banquet tonight? Qianji exclaimed, eyeing the table laden with meat, rice, and vegetables, rubbing his hands together in delight. Bai Wuxuang hardly touched his chopsticks, as he typically consumed very little due to his reliance on fasting pills. Luo Jiling also ate sparingly, with the majority of the meal consumed by Qianji. Chapter 82. Entering the mine pit, preparing in advance to seize the opportunity patting his round belly, the 3 returned to their lodgings. This afternoon, let us scout the spirit stone mining area, Chunji proposed, having devoured an entire table of food without wasting a bite. Luo Jiling quickly took hold of the 2 and led them out of the Qing Shan building, where most were still engaged in eating and chatting. Along the way, the atmosphere was light and carefree, in stark contrast to Luo Jiling's palpable sense of urgency. Haha, splendid. With our monthly benefits doubled, we must certainly stay for the full 6 months. Chen Ji exclaimed out. Of course, I inquired with a senior brother familiar with the Law Enforcement Hall. Completing the task of excavating 6,000 spirit stones within 6 months is entirely feasible, indeed. The sect has sent us here to excavate spirit stone mines. Not to punish us. Completing this task is certainly within our reach. Come, eat. This platter of beast meat is absolutely delectable. It's my first time tasting it. The group immersed themselves in the benefits of Lingxia Island, while Luo Jiling and the others arrived at the spirit stone mining area. The mining area is situated at the rear and base of Lingxia Island, featuring a massive cave that extends deep into the island. Surrounding this cave are numerous wooden buildings, each labeled with signs such as Trading District, Merit Hall, Sub-Hall, and so forth. The outermost section boasts a complete row of wooden buildings, likely numbering over a dozen, with signs indicating the distribution of mining tools, registration for spirit stone collection, among others. At the rear, there is a sign reading Spirit Stone Resource Acquisition. A disciple emerged from the wooden building designated for mining tool distribution and inquired, Are you 3 here to collect tools for spirit stone mining? Indeed, Luo Jiling confirmed. Please come in. Hand me your identity tokens for registration. Thank you for your assistance, senior brother, the trio replied, submitting their identity tokens. The disciple tossed the tokens against a massive stone wall behind him, which soon displayed their basic information. Chunji's information read as follows. Name: Chunji, bone age, 12 years, spiritual roots, 5 spiritual roots. Realm: Chi refining first layer, affiliation, Spirit Beast Peak. Contribution points, 0. Sect task, completed this month, eligible for 2 low-grade spirit stones, 20 pounds of spirit rice, not yet collected for the month, complete set of mining tools for Lingxia Island. Current task, excavating spirit stones on Lingxia Island, current completion, 0. Indeed, the Lingxia Island task appeared. 1 could not help but admire the efficiency of the Qixing Gate. Every disciple entering Lingxia Island is systematically assigned a room on the law boat and a wooden building on Lingxia Island, with even the smallest details meticulously recorded. Each disciple mining on Lingxia Island is entitled to receive an iron pickaxe, an iron shovel, a gourd, and 4 complete sets of clothing and footwear. Monthly supplies can only be claimed on the 1st of each month. The disciple swiftly provided them with the supplies along with their identity tokens. Chunji cast a glance at Bai Wuxuang's realm and noted that he was indeed at the Qi refining 6th layer. Having received their supplies, the trio departed. Let us return and rest well today. Tomorrow we shall begin working as a team, Chunji suggested, clutching their supplies as they made their way back. Noticing that no one was around, Chunji voiced his curiosity. Luo Shixiao, I see a sign that says Spirit Stone Resource Acquisition. Does this mean that if we discover anything other than spirit stones in the mine, we are not required to report it to the sect? Luo Jiling nodded affirmatively. This relates to a long-standing rule of the Immortal Sect. Everyone has their own opportunities. If you unearth any extraordinary treasures aside from spirit stones, they rightfully belong to you. Did you not hear Elder Jean Kue mention? The sect has means to detect whether you hoard spirit stones, but they did not mention anything else. Any fortunate discoveries are yours to keep. And even the sect cannot seize them. I see. Thankfully, Chunji's keen observation caught those words. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to this rule. This regulation is quite beneficial, ensuring fairness in each disciple's chance to seize opportunities. Opportunity belongs to every disciple, and if fortune favors you, you might soar to great heights. This instills hope within every disciple of the Immortal Sect, guaranteeing their diligence and cultivation. You two should head back first. I will see if I can find some familiar faces to gather some insights. After returning to their wooden dwelling and setting down their belongings, Luo Jiling turned and departed. Chunji and Bai Wuxuang nodded in agreement. Today is a day of rest. Tomorrow marks the beginning of our mining endeavors, Chunji remarked. Indeed, we rely entirely on Qin Shixiang and Luo Shixiang, Bai Wuxuang added. Fear not. We shall descend into the mines early tomorrow. Chunji assured them before returning to the wooden building and locking the door. He ascended to the 2nd floor and immediately entered the Tongtian Tower. This time, he did not rush to check on the growth of the wondrous mist flower, but instead examined the talismans, pills, and other items he had purchased, hoping that Luo Jiling's concerns were unwarranted and that no trouble would arise. However, should anything truly occur, he would not be caught unprepared. The 4 mid-tier talismans of the Xian rank he had invested heavily in were his means of self-preservation. The Fire Rain Talisman, Thunderstorm Talisman, Spirit Shield Talisman, and Flying Lightning Talisman he had purchased previously served as his last line of defense. With that, he focused his mind and entered the training chamber to begin rigorous cultivation. The spiritual energy here is more than 3 times denser than that in the residences of outer disciples at Spirit Beast Peak. Those with superior spiritual roots felt the richness of the spiritual energy upon entering Lingxia Island, such as Bai Wuxuang, who remained silent. Luo Jiling and Qin Ji possessed mixed spiritual roots, making it difficult for them to perceive the difference without actively cultivating. However, as soon as Qin Ji began to channel his techniques, he immediately sensed the dense spiritual energy, his expression shifting to one of delight. What an unexpected delight! This will surely enhance my cultivation speed. It appears that the dense spiritual energy of Lingxia Island is advantageous for my training. However, the potential threats posed by the Yingji Gate here creates a paradox. We shall wait and see. There is certainly no imminent danger in the short term. Thus, Chunji steadied his mind and began to cultivate earnestly. The enriched spiritual energy made him cherish every moment of training. The next day, as the first light of dawn broke, everyone climbed to the top of the wooden building. The unspoken anticipation of the first glimmer of purple energy for cultivation lingered in the air. Once they completed their preparations, the three of them agreed to convene at Qingshan Lu for a modest breakfast. "Let us move ahead," urged Luo Juling, who had already outfitted the two in mining attire. As they dined, they retained their mining tools. Before the others had even collected their equipment, the trio hastily made their way to the mining area, plunging into the spirit stone mine. "Brother Luo, once we enter the mine, allow me to guide the way," Chen Ji insisted, stepping confidently to the forefront. With years of experience in jade mining under his belt, he was, without a doubt, the expert among the three. "Very well, we shall follow your lead. You may direct us as you see fit," they concurred. Chen Ji nodded and was the first to enter the spirit stone mine, while others were still noisily enjoying their breakfast or queuing for supplies. The three had already secured their place as the first entrance into the mine. Chapter 83. Entering the mine pit, seizing an advantageous position contrary to expectations, the underground spirit stone mine was not shrouded in darkness. Instead, numerous fist-sized luminous pearls adorned the ceiling, casting a soft, golden glow. For cultivators, this illumination was more than sufficient. At this moment, Luo Juling and Bai Wushuang trailed behind Chen Ji like eager students. Wherever Chen Ji led, they followed. Upon entering, Chen Ji ventured deeper into the mine, diving headlong into the depths. "Brother Chen, shouldn't you first assess the orientation of the spirit stone mine before choosing a direction?" Luo Juling inquired cautiously. Aware of Chen Ji's extensive experience, which positioned him as the sole expert among the outer disciples in mining. Chen Ji shook his head. "It's unnecessary. This is common sense. The spirit stones near the mine's entrance have undoubtedly been exhausted by earlier miners. Those who commenced digging would have taken everything, leaving nothing for us. Time is of the essence. We must delve into the unmined areas and resume excavation. Trust me, I have several years of experience. Following my lead will not lead us astray." With that, Chen Ji dashed into the depths of the mine. Bai Wushuang nodded vigorously, keeping close behind him. Luo Juling, while moving forward, scanned the surroundings, hoping to spot any neglected spirit stones, yet found nothing but dust, reluctantly conceding to Chen Ji's expertise as they pressed on. As they navigated deeper into the expansive spirit stone mine, a unique underground space unfolded. The further they ventured, the more branching paths appeared. At a junction, Chen Ji observed 3 winding paths leading deeper into the mine. "It is time to display my true mining prowess," he declared, crouching down to scoop up some soil and sniffing it intently. He then sampled soil from each of the 3 branches. "Bai Shidi, hand me a spirit stone for me to scent." Theo conceal his secret of the celestial tower from his companions. He only requested a stone from Bai Wushuang, who promptly retrieved one from his storage bag. After inhaling its essence, Chen Ji returned the stone and exclaimed, "Let us take the left path. The soil here carries a faint aroma of spirit stones." He then charged toward the left passage. Although illuminated by luminous pearls, the left path proved to be treacherous, pockmarked and cluttered with unremoved soil. After a short distance, they reached a dead end. "This is the spot. We shall commence our excavation here." It appeared that the initial miners had reached this juncture as well, and they decided to continue along this passage. "Now, let us divide our tasks." "Divide tasks?" Bai Wushuang and Luo Juling exchanged glances. Realizing they were in capable hands, "Bai Shidi, you possess the highest cultivation level and come from a renowned lineage. Nearly all outer disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak recognize you. Please stand guard at the entrance of this mine passage and inform all Spirit Beast Peak outer disciples seeking entry that this passage belongs to us. If anyone attempts to intrude, I suggest you take action and drive them away. Theo, ensure we each extract sufficient spirit stones in a short time. We must dominate this passage." Luo Juling regarded Chen Ji with awe. "Your strategy is truly ingenious. I would never have dared to take such measures. Brilliant, simply brilliant." He gave a thumbs up to Chen Ji, and even Bai Wushuang looked on in admiration. "Very well, Chen Shidi, I shall guard the entrance and ensure no one passes." "You can count on me," Chen Ji nodded, instructing, "If you encounter those of lower cultivation, assert your dominance over them. If they are of higher cultivation, leverage your status. And if you face someone beyond your capacity to intimidate, utilize your high-level talismans to contend with them. Remember, this passage belongs to the 3 of us." Chen Ji imparted another piece of wisdom, prompting Bai Wushuang, who was about to turn away, to halt and bow respectfully. Brother Chen, I have learned so much. I will adhere to your advice. If someone surpasses me in cultivation and I cannot assert my lineage, I will resort to my high-level talismans. With that, he hurried off. Brother Chen, I am impressed. I never expected you to be so resolute in the face of adversity. With a pickaxe in hand, Chen Ji began his labor, the sound of metal striking earth echoing in the mine. One must be ruthless to stand firm, he remarked. Brother Luo, I will dig first. You shall handle the transportation of the earth. Remember not to remove any spirit stones. Chen Ji's arrangements were astute. Rest assured. Qin Shidi, I am not foolish. As a second-level Qi cultivator, I can easily discern the essence of spirit stones hidden within the rocks. Once you extract them, I will ensure not a single stone escapes our grasp. Luo Jilling observed Chen Ji's deft handling of the pickaxe, impressed by his mining proficiency. It seems Brother Qin truly hails from a mining background. Merely 12 years of age, while other children are still in their infancy. He has already spent years mining. Brother Qin, your journey has not been easy. You possess remarkable skill for one so young, surely shaped by life's circumstances. More impressively, your decisiveness in assessing the mine's passage and assigning the most suitable guard to Bai Shidi is commendable, resolute, decisive, and devoid of sentimentality. A rare quality indeed. As the three divided their tasks, Luo Jilling felt a newfound respect for Chen Ji. He nodded and followed Chen Ji's instructions, sifting through the spirit stone mine and transporting excess soil outside. Bai Shidi, guard this area well. I will fetch a dustpan to carry the soil outside. Luo Jilling transported some soil out of the passage and noticed Bai Wuxuang, with the Bloodclaw variant eagle on his shoulder and a stack of attack talismans in hand. Emanating a formidable aura, Bai Wuxuang stood resolutely at the entrance of the mine passage, exuding an air that deterred any potential intruders. All right, Brother Luo, you can rest assured. I will guard this mine passage with unwavering resolve. Not even senior sister or second brother shall pass. Though Bai Wuxuang might not excel in heavy labor, he was more than capable in this role. Your presence brings me peace of mind. At that moment, even Luo Jilling felt a twinge of fear facing Bai Wuxuang's fierce demeanor, let alone any would-be intruders. Chapter 84. Securing the terrain. Overcoming all adversaries, Luo Jilling ascended to the surface to collect mining tools and quickly returned to the mine. The number of disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak was steadily increasing, and some astute individuals had already arrived at the 3 mine passages. Oh no, someone has gotten ahead of us. Quick, let us go. Can't you see that Bai Wuxuang is guarding the left passage? Look at Bai Wuxuang, with the eagle on his shoulder and talismans in hand. He looks like a harbinger of death, clearly unwilling to let anyone approach that passage. Let's change directions. Among the outer disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak, no one was unaware of Bai Wuxuang's reputation. Observing him blocking the entrance, they all retreated. As Luo Jilling passed by Bai Wuxuang with his dustpan, he gave a thumbs up. Bai Shidi, you're doing great. Please assure Brother Luo and Brother Chun that they can mine freely. IVE got this. Bai Wuxuang patted his chest. I guarantee there will be no issues. Luo Jilling quietly carried his dustpan to Chen Ji's side, sifting through spirit stones while transporting soil outside. He watched Chen Ji laboring diligently, recalling Bai Wuxuang's earlier fierce demeanor, and found himself momentarily lost in thought. Why 2 junior brothers are truly enigmatic. Qin Shidi, usually so gentle, yet so resolute in action. Bai Wuxuang, seemingly well-mannered in everyday life, turns into a fierce guardian when tasked with protection. Seems neither of them is to be trifled with. With a sigh, Luo Jilling discarded the useless debris outside. Gently grasping a stone the size of a fist, I twisted it with a soft crack. The stone shattered, revealing a translucent spirit stone within. At last, I've unearthed one. Qin Shidi, we made our first find. Luo Jilling exclaimed joyfully. Shu, Luo Shixiang, let us keep a low profile. Many disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak outside Haven Tea even collected their tools yet, wandering about like headless flies. We carefully planned and prepared, securing the advantageous timing and conditions, which is why we discovered this first spirit stone mine. If we draw attention, I fear other disciples will envy us. If they band together against us, it would be troublesome. It's best to quietly amass our fortune. Chen Ji crouched down to inspect the first spirit stone mine he had unearthed, encased in the shimmering stone, with spiritual energy swirling within. It was indeed a spirit stone. Luo Shixiang, Having found the first one confirms that our chosen path is correct. Spirit stone mines typically yield more than one. I shall continue to dig. Chunji felt invigorated. The direction was right. All that remained was to dig deeper along this path. Luo Shixiang, let us bury this spirit stone mine for now and carry it with us when we leave. Agreed. Your caution is commendable. Chun Shidai.its wise for us to quietly accumulate wealth and complete our task swiftly. Luo Jilin concurred, realizing he had been somewhat too ostentatious, as Chunji noted earlier. When Luo Jilin went to collect his shovel, half of the disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak were still without tools, aimlessly milling about. Clang, clang, clang. Chen Ji's iron pickaxe continued to mine. Luo Jilin followed behind, using a shovel to separate the soil, sorting the ore aside. When encountering stones with a slight aura of spiritual energy, he would delicately crack them open, discarding the dross. Chen Shidi, take a break. Let me take over. Luo Jilin stepped forward to replace Chen Ji. Without hesitation, Chen Ji wiped the sweat from his brow and handed over the pickaxe. Dig forcefully along the lines I've made. Otherwise, it will be twice the effort for half the result. Keep trying and remember what the elders said. Never use magical power to mine, or it will cause the spirit stone mine to shatter and the spiritual energy to dissipate, rendering it worthless. Chunji reminded him from behind. Luo Jilin attempted it, finding that while it appeared simple, it was indeed quite challenging. Mining without magical power, relying solely on physical strength, is truly demanding. Oh dear, this is quite a skilled task. This pickaxe is difficult to wield. Luo Jilin clumsily swung the iron pickaxe, clearly unaccustomed to manual labor, let alone mining. Just keep at it. You'll need to learn eventually. After a brief rest, Chunji quickly regained his energy. Reflecting, with my body at the first level of Qi training, I feel so strong now. Back in the day, I would have been exhausted by such labor. Now, a little meditation restores me entirely. Truly, cultivating immortality is rewarding. Chunji began to sort through the earth and ore, extracting the spirit stone mine and using the shovel to carry away the waste. Hey, Bai Wuxuang, despite your high cultivation and noble background, you joined the Spirit Beast Peak later than us. We are your seniors, so step aside. We claim this mining tunnel for ourselves. As Chen Ji stepped out with his shovel, he saw 12 individuals blocking the entrance. The leader was a tall and robust figure, accompanied by a sleek, dark hunting dog, an agile spirit beast with a snow-white coat, built for speed. However, Bai Wuxuang paid them no mind, merely sighing, I've said it before. This tunnel belongs to the three of us. This is the last time I'll repeat it. The disciple holding the hunting dog laughed mockingly. There are 12 of us and only 3 of you. Do you think we're afraid? Before he could finish, his expression changed dramatically as Bai Wuxuang flicked her wrist, unleashing 6 agile spirit symbols that soared towards them. Xin level symbols. Run. The 6 low-grade flying electric symbols transformed into jumping electric snakes, crackling through the air, reaching the 6 individuals at the front in an instant. With a series of crackles, the mid-grade flying electric symbols emitted a dazzling light, rivaling the lightning of a rainy day. The speed of the electric snakes was astounding. The foremost disciple, seeing the 6 Xin-level symbols, reacted by leaping onto his spirit beast and shouting to flee. But these were low-grade flying electric symbols, masters of speed. The disciple riding the spirit beast had barely taken 10 steps when he was struck by one of the flying electric symbols, convulsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth, and rolling his eyes. The spirit beast whimpered as it was shocked. The other 5 flying electric symbols similarly incapacitated the remaining 5 troublemaking disciples, while Bai Wuxuang's exotic eagle soared up, pecking at the remaining 6 weaker disciples, leaving them with swollen heads. Spare us. We'll leave right away. Defeated, the 12 were left sprawled on the ground. Chunji watched in astonishment. The strategy employed by Bai Wuxuang was truly brilliant. She first incapacitated the 6 stronger disciples with symbols, then used her 6th-level Qi condensation to suppress the remaining weaker ones, releasing her eagle to inflict further damage. Without hesitation, she had brought all 12 down. Hearing the commotion, Luo Jilin hurriedly rushed out of the mine tunnel, fearing for his companions. Upon seeing Bai Wuxuang toss out 6 low-grade flying electric symbols, he could only shake his head in resignation. I nearly exhausted all my resources to buy 4 low-grade flying electric symbols for self-defense, leaving me so broke I can only eat spirit rice for a month. And look at her, tossing away 6 like they're worthless. Comparing myself to others is demoralizing, Luo Juling, holding his pickaxe, turned back to mining but was pulled back by Chen Ji. What now? Luo Juling asked irritably. Chen Ji nodded towards Bai Wuxuang, who stood at the tunnel entrance like a deity of death, her hand brandishing another stack of low-grade flying electric symbols. This nearly sent Luo Juling into a fit. She had more. Was she treating these attack symbols like mere scraps of paper? Rolling his eyes, he silently returned to mining. Chen Ji chuckled. I never imagined I would one day become friends with a super-rich second-generation immortal. At the entrance, Bai Wuxuang, poised for battle, pointed at them with her stack of low-grade symbols, coldly declaring, "Get lost. If you want this mining tunnel, you'll have to step over my dead body." The defeated 12, still dazed, crawled away, terrified to challenge her again. Word of this incident spread swiftly. Ordinary outer disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak, upon seeing Bai Wuxuang with a stack of Shin-level symbols, shook their heads in disbelief and chose to steer clear. By shitty, I think that's brilliant. Chen Ji followed Luo Juling back to their designated mine, confident that no one would dare to take it from them anytime soon. They continued their work, and thus, the three of them closely coordinated their efforts. Half a day passed, and Luo Juling transitioned from a novice miner to an increasingly skilled one. As noon approached, he dusted himself off and asked, "How shall we handle lunch?" "Don't stop. I have some fasting pills here. If you two don't mind, I'd like to offer them to you. Please don't refuse. This fasting pill is my way of contributing to our mining efforts together, since I can't mine myself. It's all on you two," Bai Wuxuang said, peeking from the tunnel entrance. Seeing the dusty Chen Ji and Luo Juling, and comparing it to her pristine appearance, Bai Wuxuang felt a bit embarrassed. "I think that's generous." "Indeed, Bai Shidi's offer is heartfelt. Let us not waste it." They both agreed, choosing to accept the fasting pills. After witnessing Bai Wuxuang casually discard 100 spirit stones for a single flying electric symbol, their perception of her wealth drastically shifted. They had initially thought she possessed only 10,000 spirit stones, but now realized they had grossly underestimated her. In truth, she likely had countless low-grade spirit stones, not to mention an abundance of Shin-level symbols and fasting pills. With such a lavish second-generation immortal, Chen Ji and Luo Juling felt no guilt in accepting her fasting pills. "Here's 10 for each of you. Remember, take one at a time. Each one lasts for 10 days, so don't take too many at once." Bai Wuxuang left 2 jade gourds, each containing 10 fasting pills, and returned to her post at the entrance. "This is my first time having a fasting pill. It really smells delightful. Will one truly sustain me for 10 days? Chen Ji meticulously wiped his hands clean. He retrieved a medicinal pill from the jade gourd and inhaled its fragrant aroma. "How delightful!" he exclaimed, observing Luo Juling's naive expression. Without hesitation, Luo Juling swallowed a pill and resumed mining. Chen Ji chuckled heartily at the sight and followed suit, consuming a pill himself. Thus, the trio found themselves liberated from the need to venture out for lunch, continuing their mining endeavors while others took their meals. Granting them extra time, as evening descended upon the mine. The voice of Elder Jean Kue echoed through the cavern, announcing that the day's mining period had concluded. He instructed all disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak to cease their activities and exit the mine in an orderly fashion, warning against lingering, for the night brought with it the perilous earth demon worms. The mention of these creatures, as stated by Elder Jean Kue himself, sent a shiver down Chen Ji and Luo Juling's spines. They exchanged glances and swiftly coordinated to encase the 5 substantial spirit stone or chunks they had unearthed in their garments before making their exit. Bai Wuxuang remained steadfast, guarding their efforts. "Bai Shidi, you possess a storage bag. Let us place the spirit stone or within it for safekeeping," Chen Ji instructed. Bai Wuxuang nodded and stored the ore in his bag. "Let us hurry out," he urged. Chen Ji led the way, and the 3 exited the mine without hesitation. Upon emerging, they found the sky cloaked in darkness. A row of 10 tables awaited them at the entrance, with Elder Jean Kue hovering above. Observing the first 3 to exit, Chen Ji, Luo Juling, and Bai Wuxuang, he beckoned them forward to tally their mining yields for the day. The disciple with the highest yield shall receive 3 contribution points and 30 spirit stones, along with the privilege of choosing a mining pit first tomorrow. The second shall gain 2 contribution points and 20 spirit stones, while the third shall receive 1 contribution point and 10 spirit stones. I remind you all, as I have previously stated, to harbor no thoughts of hoarding spirit stones. We have procured the scenting monkey from the Spirit Beast Peak, capable of detecting any concealed spirit stones. Elder Jean Kuei's voice resonated throughout the surface and underground mine, ensuring that all could hear. Those disciples who had failed to mine promptly regretted their choices, realizing that daily rankings existed. Had they known, they would have toiled harder. Behind each of the 10 tables stood a disciple responsible for counting the spirit stones. Perched upon Elder Jean Kuei's shoulder was a drowsy, 3-eared monkey, undoubtedly the scenting monkey. Come, present your spirit stones, Elder Jean Kuei instructed. Chunji and his companions swiftly approached one of the tables, allowing Bai Wuxiang to extract the spirit stone or from his storage bag. Chapter 86. Competing for first place, additional rewards for the top 3 in spirit stone mining throughout this process. Elder Jean Kuei scrutinized the room, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he witnessed Chen Ji and his companions produce 5 spirit stone ores in one go. This brother, allow me to take the spirit stone ore. The disciple at the table stood up to receive the 5 chunks, meticulously inspecting them and calculating the potential yield of spirit stones. Observing the disciple's diligence reassured Chen Ji, who had been wary of the possibility of someone secretly withholding spirit stones. Given that Elder Jean Kuei and the scenting monkey were vigilantly observing, such deception was unlikely. Eventually, the disciple declared their achievements. Congratulations to the 3 brothers. You have extracted 5 spirit stones today, yielding 180 low-grade spirit stones, exactly 60 for each of you. Please provide your identity tokens for recording. Chunji had previously clarified that the trio was working collaboratively, sharing the spirit stones equally. Completing 60 stones on the first day exceeded their expectations, hinting at the potential to fulfill their mission and return to the 7 stars sect ahead of schedule. You may proceed to the Qingshan Lu for a meal. Below the Qingshan Lu lies a grand hot spring where you can wash away the fatigue of the day. The disciple informed them, casting a glance at the drowsy scenting monkey still resting on Elder Jean Kuei's shoulder. Thus, they were permitted to leave. Brother, when will the top 3 be announced? Chunji inquired. Opting not to rush away. We must wait for all disciples to exit and complete their registrations before the announcement is made. IT will occur on the first floor of Qingshan Lu shortly. The disciple explained. The 3 of them tucked away their identity tokens and departed. As they left, more disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak emerged from the mine, bustling about as they queued, especially upon hearing Elder Jean Kuei's mention of the generous rewards for the top 3. Chen Ji and his companions squeezed through the crowd, eager to wash away the grime of the day. I must purchase a clean garment technique to avoid such a disheveled state in the future. Luo Jilling remarked, hastening toward Qingshan Lu, both he and Chen Ji covered in dust from their mining endeavors. Unlike before, when dust seemed inconsequential, their status as disciples of the sect now demanded a new standard of appearance, prompting them to wish to avoid being sullied by dirt. Upon arriving at the basement of Qingshan Lu, they discovered an extensive geothermal hot spring with over 20 large pools, currently unoccupied. Without hesitation, they shed their garments and leaped into the warm waters, immersing themselves to wash away the layers of dust. This feels marvelous. Now I am clean, Chunji exclaimed, resurfacing refreshed and leaning against the edge of the spring. Wait, Bai Shidi, why are you leaving? Are you not joining us for a bath? Chunji called out, noticing Bai Wuxiang turning away without a hint of hesitation. You all, I shall go eat first and order a feast for you at Qingshan Lu. Bai Wuxiang stammered, fleeing the scene with haste. Why does Bai Shidi not even dare to look back? Is he perhaps afraid of facing us? Chen Ji pondered aloud in astonishment, despite Bai Wuxiang remaining clean. Having not participated in mining, he too had spent the day underground and would surely benefit from a good wash. The geothermal hot spring emitted a perfect warmth, a soothing respite indeed. Ha, Chen Shidi. You fail to grasp the upbringing of heirs from prestigious families. They are taught to refrain from speaking or listening to anything inappropriate. Bai Shidi has undoubtedly never witnessed 3 grown men bathing together in such a manner. Our boldness must have startled him, Luo Jilling teased, ensuring that Bai Wuxiang, just reaching the entrance, could hear his words. I had not anticipated that. Truly, the customs of noble families are numerous. Bai Wuxiang had assumed that hot springs would be private, only to find himself confronted with the reality of communal bathing, Chen Ji remarked, realizing Bai Wuxiang's shock at witnessing such unabashed behavior. Bai Wuxiang hurriedly arrived at Qingshan Lu, securing a table on the 3rd floor. Moments later, a freshly cleaned Chen Ji and Luo Jilling donned entirely new outfits and made their way to the dining hall. The sect had indeed been considerate, providing each of them with 4 complete sets of clean clothing in advance. How delightful it is to be clean, by Shidi. You cannot fathom the joys of this expansive hot spring. Luo Jiling jested, eliciting a shake-of by Wu Shuang's head in response, unwilling to engage further in the subject. Having arrived early, they secured the best seats, and soon tea was served. The efficacy of the medicinal pill was remarkable. They felt no hunger whatsoever. As they awaited Elder Jin Kuei's announcement, Qianji marveled at the extraordinary efficacy of the pill he had consumed. A single pill can stave off hunger for 10 days. This is merely a low-grade pill. I have heard that higher-tier pills can last for a month, or even a year, Luo Jiling mused. Sipping his herbal tea, indeed, as you say, we have only consumed the low-grade version, Bai Wushuang replied, relieved that the conversation had shifted away from the topic of bathing. As they waited, the number of disciples in Qingshanlu steadily increased. Elder Jin Kuei soon arrived, accompanied by 10 disciples tasked with tallying the spirit stone yields. Disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak, I shall now announce the top 3 for today's mining efforts. First place, the trio of Chen Ji, Luo Jiling, and Bai Wushuang, with a total yield of 180 spirit stones, 60 each. Second place, Fei Changkong, with 55 spirit stones. Third place, Jin Jin, with 26 spirit stones. Those in the top 3, please step forward to receive your rewards. Elder Jin Kuei's voice rang out, confirming their victory. Luo Jiling and Bai Wushuang looked at Chen Ji with excitement. Chen Ji clenched his fists and nodded solemnly to the two. Chapter 87. Contribution Points, Hidden Benefits of the Lingxia Island Mission. Senior Brother Chen, you truly are remarkable, a professional miner. Bai Wushuang expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Junior Brother Chen, we owe this to you. Luo Jiling chimed in joyfully. Chen Ji replied, this is the result of our collective efforts. Elder Jin Kuei announced, please, the top 3 disciples, step forward so that everyone may become acquainted. Those who are lazy, take a good look at how they have achieved this. Thus, a few individuals from the top 3 advanced to Elder Jin Kuei's side. The 3rd floor of the Qingshan building was filled with disciples, all observing closely. In truth, the gap between the top 3 was quite significant. The 3rd place winner, named Jin Jin, had only mined 26 stones, a stark contrast to the 2nd and 1st places. Jin Jin was a tall and robust young woman, towering even half a head above Luo Jiling. Smiling radiantly as she stood on the stage. Fei Changkong, however, was a familiar face to Chen Ji. They had previously encountered each other at the underground auction, competing for the prestigious box No. 1 against young Master Hong.it. Turned out that young Master Fei's full name was Fei Changkong. He was of a similar stature to the strong Jin Jin, with a majestic eagle perched upon his shoulder. Clearly a remarkable specimen of an exotic bloodline. As he took the stage, Jian Jian greeted him with a smile. Senior Brother Fei, you've come as well. Humph. Fei Changkong grunted disdainfully, ignoring her and coldly fixing his gaze upon Chen Ji and the others. Seemingly dissatisfied with his 2nd place standing. Congratulations to the top 3. Now let us distribute the rewards. The 1st place receives 3 contribution points, 30 spirit stones, and the right to choose a mining pit first tomorrow. The 2nd place receives. The 3rd place receives. Since Chen Ji and his companions were partners, the rewards were to be evenly distributed, granting each one contribution points of 1 and 10 spirit stones. The 3 would have priority in mining the next day. Elder Jin Kuei instructed the top 3 to step down and proceeded to collectively admonish those disciples who had failed to mine any spirit stones that day, as the majority were unable to do so on the first day. Hence, the subsequent rankings were not established. Elder Jin Kuei employed this method of rewarding the top 3 to motivate the others and simultaneously warned everyone of the terrifying consequences if they failed to excavate 6,000 spirit stones within the stipulated 6 months. It was a dual approach of encouragement and admonition, perfectly executed to instill a sense of urgency in all disciples from the very first day. All right, disperse. Those who have finished their meals may return early to rest. We must work again tomorrow. With a wave of his hand, Elder Jin Kuei departed. Just as Chen Ji and his companions were about to return to their wooden abode, they were intercepted by young Master Fei Changkong. Hey, you 3, halt! Young Master Fei shot a menacing look at Chen Ji, who was leading the way. Bai Wushuang, however, stepped forward to shield Chen Ji, raising her chin defiantly to face Fei Changkong. With a cold tone, she inquired, is there something you need, senior brother? The previously quiet Bai Wushuang, who had been following Chen Ji, suddenly stepped up to confront the provocation. instantly transforming into a formidable disciple of the 6th level of Qi training. A stack of mysterious grade talismans slipped from her hand, and the blood-claw eagle perched on her shoulder flapped its wings, fixating its gaze on the eagle on Fei Chongkong's shoulder, seemingly ready to pounce at any moment. Chunji thought to himself, this Bai Jr. is usually so unassuming, but when trouble arises, she truly steps up. I never expected such a second-generation immortal to possess such a bold character. Indeed, I would relish the opportunity to be friends with someone like her. Just as Fei Chongkong was about to explode in anger, he caught sight of Bai Wuxuang's formidable blood-claw eagle, which appeared quite impressive. A figure emerged from behind him and whispered into his ear. Audible to those nearby, "Young master, this individual is Bai Wuxuang, the young master of the Bai family, one of the 4 great immortal families." "Oh?" Fei Chongkong exclaimed in surprise, the disdain vanishing from his face. "So the Bai family has entered the fray. Let us see whose strength prevails. Tomorrow, the first place is assuredly mine." With that, he dropped his threat and departed, followed by a throng of over 20 followers. This fellow always preferred to surround himself with a large entourage. "Let us go." Wei Yi managed to scare off Fei Chongkong for no reason. The 3 then left the Qingshan building and returned to their lodgings. "Come to my place. We need to discuss this further." Luo Jiling beckoned the others to her wooden building to strategize. Analyze what just transpired. Luo Jiling pondered, stroking her chin. Bai Wuxuang reverted to her previous reticent demeanor, gently stroking the eagle on her shoulder while retrieving some beast jerky from her storage pouch to feed the blood-claw eagle. Chunji settled into a comfortable position on a lounge chair inside. "I sense something peculiar about this situation. The second-place winner is Fei Chongkong, son of Elder Fei from the Spirit Beast Peak. And the third-place winner, Jin Jin, shares a surname with Elder Jin Kuei, which is quite suggestive. Most importantly, no one informed us prior to our arrival that the top 3 miners would receive daily rewards and contribution points." Contribution points, Chunji emphasized, omitting the mention of spirit stones. For his intent was clear. Whether it was Elder Fei's son or Jin Jin with the same surname, their backgrounds likely rendered them indifferent to mere spirit stones. What they truly coveted were the contribution points. They must have learned through their connections about the hidden rewards of contribution points for mining on Lingxia Island. If one were to earn 3 points a day, that would accumulate to a substantial amount over 6 months. Both Fei Chongkong and Jin Jin were evidently privy to insider information to amass contribution points. I must say, they have indeed calculated their moves well. However, the unexpected emergence of Chen Ji and his companions disrupted their plans, leading to their unexpected first-place finish, which incited Fei Chongkong's displeasure and prompted him to block their path. Little did he know that within their trio lay an even more formidable second-generation immortal, Bai Wuxuang, which ultimately forced Fei Chongkong to retreat. With this realization, Chunji turned to Bai Wuxuang and asked, "Junior Sister Bai, your background is quite impressive. Did you not receive any advance notice regarding this mining expedition on Lingxia Island?" Bai Wuxuang shrugged innocently. "Chief Qin stated that my condition for joining the Spirit Beast Peak was to receive the same treatment as the outer disciples. My family did attempt to relay some information before we came to Lingxia Island, but I feared it might displease Chief Qin, so I ignored them. I see," Qinji replied, understanding now. He exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Jiling, both of them already formulating a plan. Since they had uncovered the hidden reason, would they still contend for the first place tomorrow? Luo Jiling inquired. "Of course we will compete. Why should we not?" Chunji responded decisively. "If even Fei Chongkong and Jin Jin are vying for these contribution points, it signifies their utmost importance. With Bai Wuxuang on our team, what is there to fear? I recall an elder once saying that cultivating immortality is a battle against heaven and against others. We possess the skills and strength. We need not fear failure. Such a golden opportunity lies before us. Just the daily 1 contribution point is something we could hardly attain in the sect. Simply considering this, we must strive earnestly." Chunji's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the 2. Luo Jiling nodded in agreement, but turned to Bai Wuxuang, saying, "Junior Sister Bai, if we aim for the daily first place, it will infringe upon young Master Fei and the others' interests. Are you afraid?" Given Bai Wuxuang's exceptional prowess and strength, her attitude was crucial in addressing any issues requiring force. Bai Wuxuang replied resolutely, "As for fear, I, Bai Wuxuang, am not afraid of any second-generation immortal within the Qixing sect. I have no fear. If you two can maintain the position of first in spirit stone mining each day, I can assure you that no one shall enter our mining channel, nor shall anyone lay a finger on either of you. It was rare for Bai Wuxiang to express herself so extensively, displaying an unwavering demeanor. Luo Jiling scrutinized her before suddenly saying, "Junior sister Bai, is there a hint of excitement in your tone? Have you been overly sheltered by your family, and now, encountering such challenges? Find it exhilarating?" Bai Wuxiang nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I do feel a bit excited. This challenge is rather enjoyable." This revelation confirmed that she indeed found some thrill in it. "Very well, let us proceed as planned. We shall contend for those contribution points, as I too am in need of them. You may return. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and I wish to cultivate for a while." With their strategy confirmed, Luo Jiling and the others departed, while Chen Ji and Bai Wuxiang retreated to their wooden quarters to rest. Upon returning, Chen Ji promptly entered the cultivation room of the Tongtian Tower. The rich spiritual energy here was not something to be wasted. The arduous journey of cultivation commenced. At the break of dawn on the second day, the trio, unencumbered by the need for breakfast, descended into the mine. Exercising their privilege as the first to enter, they opted once more for the same mining passage as yesterday. Their division of labor remained unchanged. Bai Wuxiang, clutching a stack of profound-grade talismans and bearing the bloodclaw eagle on her shoulder, stood vigilantly at the entrance of the mine, ready to scare off even the slightest intruder. Qianji took the initiative to excavate, while Luo Jiling employed a dustpan to transport the earth outside. Thus, they collaborated seamlessly, achieving remarkable efficiency. They did not need to exit the mine for lunch, as each had prepared a water gourd, allowing them to sustain themselves with mere sips throughout the day. On the second day, the yield of spirit stones surpassed that of the first, and by evening, a tally revealed that the trio had unearthed a total of 200 spirit stones, with none of them falling short of 70. They maintained their position at the forefront, each earning a point of contribution and 10 spirit stones as a reward. Bai Wuxiang remained unable to accept the notion of several men bathing naked together in a hot spring, which led to playful teasing from the others. Fei Chongkong and Jin Jin still occupied the second and third ranks, respectively. This pattern continued for 10 days, during which the trio's teamwork grew increasingly harmonious, particularly as Luo Jiling honed his mining skills, thereby accelerating their extraction rate. They consistently retained their first-place standing, with each member accumulating 10 points of sect contribution and 100 low-grade spirit stones as rewards. Over the course of these 10 days, they had each amassed a total of 1,000 spirit stones. At this rate, they would complete their task and depart in about 2 months, far short of the anticipated 6 months. Each night, Chen Ji devoted himself to rigorous training in the Sky Tower's cultivation chamber, seizing the opportunity to absorb the rich spiritual energy that was thrice as potent as that of his own dwelling. Consequently, the spiritual energy within his sea of qi steadily increased, and even the miraculous misty flower in the spiritual herb garden matured more rapidly due to the abundant external energy. Yet, the eagle egg remained dormant. Untouched for millennia, on the 11th day, the trio rose at dawn and gathered at the mine's entrance. They settled in a pristine spot to meditate and absorb the first wisp of purple qi from the heavens. Since the first day, Elder Jin Kuei had been ranking their performance daily, rewarding the diligent and punishing the laggards. The disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak, who had come to this place, became increasingly industrious. With no one daring to slack off, on the third day, Elder Lu Tianfeng from the Law Enforcement Hall unexpectedly appeared and penalized several disciples for their lack of effort in mining spirit stones and for spreading rumors. Consequently, under the enforcement of the Law Hall, the overall discipline of the Spirit Beast Peak disciples improved significantly. At this moment, Chen Ji and his companions were at the forefront, followed closely by the other disciples, all absorbing the precious purple qi. Even the usually fearless Fei Chongkong joined in this endeavor, as the purple qi was a rare and vital resource, available only in limited quantities each day. "Let us proceed into the mine," Chen Ji declared. After their cultivation session, the trio was the first to descend into the mine, under the watchful eyes of Fei Chongkong and the other disciples. A little while later, the others would follow suit. This was the honor of holding first place. After 10 days of digging, their mining passage had revealed non-mineral soil, indicating that the spirit stone deposit was exhausted, necessitating the search for a new vein. "Today, we must exert ourselves to maintain our leading position," Qianji urged, moving swiftly ahead. They discovered new mud in their previous mining passage, signifying that the vein had been depleted. and no more or remained. Chen Ji held significant insight on this matter. Actually, Chen Shidi, we do not need to vie for first every day. You need not feel such pressure, Luo Jilin advised. However, Chen Ji shook his head resolutely. Let this matter not be mentioned again. A single misstep leads to further missteps. Today, we will strive for first place. We cannot allow that dandy Fei Gongzi to catch up to us. Luo Jilin reminded him once more. But opening a new mining passage means starting from scratch. It is unlikely we can preserve first place today. Chen Ji merely chuckled, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Who says we have to start from zero? Huh? Luo Jilin was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implication of Chen Ji's words. Yet, Bai Wuxiang understood immediately, slapping his thigh in excitement. What a splendid idea! Let us proceed with it. Observing the glimmer in the eyes of both Chen Ji and Bai Wuxiang, Luo Jilin finally comprehended their plan. Chen Ji, are you truly intent on doing this? Chapter 89. Seizing the mining passage, viciously beating Fei Chongkong. Chen Ji grinned mischievously. Of course, I intend to do just that. I aim to seize Fei Chongkong's mining passage, as neither Elder Jin nor Elder Lu has ever stated that we cannot claim another's vein. The daily ranking indicates that the first to enter has the right to freely claim an unoccupied mining passage. Come, I have already scouted the location of Fei Chongkong's vein yesterday. Let us seize it directly. Chen Ji was decisive in his actions. Bai Wuxiang, stretching his muscles, retrieved a stack of profound-grade talismans from his storage pouch. Dealing with this second-generation immortal, especially since Elder Fei is the most renowned and affluent elder of the Spirit Beast Peak, means we must engage in a battle of financial resources. This time, I must utilize superior-grade profound talismans against him. I eagerly anticipate this confrontation with Fei Chongkong. Do your family truly treat profound-grade talismans as if they were cabbages? Chen Ji and Luo Jilin exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in unison. Bai Shidi, a word of caution. This is a mining site, and we cannot employ excessively powerful talismans, lest we cause a collapse here. You can use this to your advantage. Luo Jilin offered his final piece of advice. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuxiang's eyes lit up. Indeed, to attack when they least expect it, I can lay talismans at the mine entrance and launch a surprise attack when Fei Chongkong is unaware. Striking first means capturing the leader. If I can take down Fei Chongkong, I won't need to engage in a protracted battle with him. Haha, Luo Shixiang, your plan is truly brilliant. Bai Wuxiang immediately set to work, preparing traps at the entrance while stealthily hiding within the passage, ready to strike. Surprise attack? Luo Jilin, wanting to clarify, began. Bai Shidi, my intention was not, but he was interrupted as Chen Ji firmly grasped his arm. Luo Shixiang, matters outside do not concern you. A mere Qi refining stage 2 cultivator. Come, let us work together to mine spirit stones. We three have our roles to play, and I advise you to refrain from meddling too much. Since we have the privilege of being the first to enter the mine, we must select the best vein. If friction with Fei Chongkong is unavoidable, we must employ the best strategy to drive him away. Laying an ambush is the optimal approach. Chen Ji wholeheartedly supported Bai Wuxiang's plan. Since we are prepared to confront him, we must strike decisively. Why show mercy? Bai Shidi, let us proceed as such. I support you, Chen Ji shouted from a distance. Delighted by Chen Ji's support, Bai Wuxiang responded, rest assured, Chen Shixiang. I shall handle this. Heh. An unsettling laughter echoed from the mine. Luo Jilin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, murmuring, Chen Shidi, Bai Wuxiang's laughter is somewhat eerie. Chen Ji had already reached the deepest part of the mining passage, prying open a stone and inhaling deeply. This is a rich vein, a truly prosperous one. Fei Gongzi, you have a knack for selecting mines. He noted that the mining site was indeed spacious and well suited for excavation. Luo Jilin squatted nearby, grinning. Do you think that Dandy mined this himself? I have inquired. He did not. The spirit stones excavated here are all credited to him by the more than 20 subordinates who work alongside him. Elder Fei sells eagles at a handsome profit, and he is a decent person, but he has spoiled his son to such an extent that he has become insufferable indeed. Chen Ji mused. It struck him as odd. Given Fei Gongzi's character, how could he endure such labor? It was clear that his numerous followers did the work while the credit went to him, allowing him to vie for the top ranks and earn contribution points. This was Fei Chongkong's tactic. The efforts of those 20 or so subordinates paled in comparison to the trio's output. In a wonder Fei Chongkong sought trouble on the first day. He had likely refrained from acting against Bai Wuxiang upon noticing him. Shu, let us keep quiet. Bai Shidi has likely set the traps by now. We must not hinder his performance, Chen Ji remarked as he began to excavate. Behind him, Luo Juling, feeling somewhat uneasy, muttered, I have a strange feeling that we have led Bai Shidi astray. Chen Ji scoffed. How could we possibly lead Bai Shidi astray? He is the young master of one of the 4 great cultivation families of the 7 Stars sect, far surpassing us in status. Luo Juling crushed a piece of ore and discovered spirit stones within, setting them aside. True enough, I suppose I was overthinking, as the two continued their mining and conversing. A procession of over 20 individuals emerged from the mining tunnel, led by a figure exuding an air of arrogance. With a hawk perched upon his shoulder, it was none other than the esteemed young master Fei Chongkong. Today, you must give it your all. I refuse to believe that we cannot triumph over Bai Wuxiang and his group, he commanded. Do not forget that we are more than 20 strong. How is it possible that we cannot defeat just 3 of them? Get to work immediately, no dilly-dallying, Fei Chongkong instructed, tilting his chin with authority. At your command, young master. The others replied in unison, swiftly organizing themselves to commence their tasks. Meanwhile, Fei Chongkong sauntered towards the mining tunnel. Intent on maintaining the facade, he needed to appear as though he belonged within the mine. Otherwise, he risked revealing his true intentions. However, no sooner had he ventured a short distance into the mine than his hawk suddenly ruffled its feathers, emitting a sharp call towards a particular direction. Yet, it was already too late. 4 talismans shot forth from all directions, their speed leaving luminous trails in their wake, resembling 4 shooting stars aimed directly at Fei Chongkong. An ambush. Fei Chongkong was no ordinary opponent. At a critical moment, he shattered a jade clasp on his belt, enveloped in a hazy golden light. The 4 bolts of electricity struck him with a deafening crack. Erupting in a blinding flash, the high-tier flying electric talismans unleashed a chaotic surge of energy, illuminating the mining tunnel as though it were midday, blindingly bright. Even though he had activated his protective jade in time, the power of 4 high-tier talismans was formidable. Caught unawares, the ambush proved to be cunningly executed, sending Fei Chongkong hurtling backward. With a thud, Fei Chongkong's protective barrier shattered under the assault of the 4 talismans, leaving him as if struck by lightning, instantly rendering him unconscious. Fortunately, the protective jade had shielded him from death, but he lay unconscious nonetheless. The entire event transpired with such swiftness that even the hawk perched upon his shoulder had no time to flee. Succumbing to the electric shock as well. Chapter 90. A thrilling encounter. Young Master Bai Wuxiang's successful ambush emerging from the shadows. Bai Wuxiang surveyed the scorched and unconscious form of Fei Chongkong on the ground. Nodding in satisfaction, indeed, Brother Luo's strategy was astute. The ambush caught him completely off guard, saving me considerable effort. At that moment, Fei Chongkong's entourage of over 20 rushed over, ready to retaliate upon seeing their master lying incapacitated. How audacious of them to dare to plot against the renowned young Master Fei! Bai Wuxiang's hawk suddenly screeched, causing the would-be assailants to pause in their tracks. I am Bai Wuxiang. Anyone who disputes this may come forward and challenge me. Fei Chongkong has his protective jade to ensure his survival. You do not share that luxury, and why high-tier talismans are not to be trifled with. The threat was palpable, and upon realizing Bai Wuxiang's identity, the group deflated. Quickly, we must save our young master. Those with a modicum of sense immediately proposed that they prioritize Fei Chongkong's rescue. It was a wise move, as they understood that confronting Bai Wuxiang was futile. More importantly, as subordinates, they dared not act against someone of his stature. What else could they do but rush to their young master's aid? Thus, under the direction of the first clever individual, the others hastily lifted Fei Chongkong and retreated from the mine, ensuring they maintained a safe distance from the formidable Bai Wuxiang, who had orchestrated the ambush. Bai Wuxiang, having effortlessly subdued Fei Chongkong, felt a surge of exhilaration. Now, this mining tunnel is ours. He trotted a few steps towards Chen Ji and Luo Juling, proclaiming, Brothers, I have fulfilled my mission and subdued Fei Chongkong. From this moment onward, this mining tunnel belongs to us. Dig with peace of mind. I will stand guard to ensure not a single fly enters. Chen Ji and Luo Juling exchanged approving glances, giving Bai Wuxiang a thumbs up. Noting Bai Wuxiang's reluctance to depart, Luo Juling inquired, Bai Shidi, if you have something to say, speak up. Why hold back? Chen Ji, equally puzzled, wondered what else Bai Wuxiang could possibly want to share. Finally, Bai Wuxiang exclaimed, "Hee hee, the thrill of ambushing and seizing someone else's possessions is simply extraordinary. Brothers, if such opportunities arise in the future, do bring me along." The notion of ambushing and stealing from others amused him. Truly, the young master of the Bai family had been sheltered so well that even such deeds seemed like a game to him. Bai Shidi, what you describe as extraordinary is more aptly termed thrilling, is it not? Chen Ji rolled his eyes, turning to silently resume mining. Brother Chen understands me. It truly is exhilarating, Bai Wuxiang replied, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Even the hawk on his shoulder flapped its wings in agreement. You are living too comfortably, Luo Jiling remarked, waving Bai Wuxiang away to take his post at the entrance. Only then did Bai Wuxiang skip off to attend to his duties. With a simultaneous sigh, Chen Ji and Luo Jiling expressed their exasperation towards this second-generation heir. That day, having seized Fei Changkong's tunnel, the trio's mining efforts proceeded smoothly. By evening, when they tallied their gains, Chen Ji and his companions secured the top spot, while the previously incapacitated Fei Changkong remained in second place. Remarkably, even while unconscious, Fei Changkong's subordinates had managed to achieve a commendable second place. It must be said, Fei Changkong's followers are quite capable, Luo Jiling acknowledged. As Elder Jean Kue prepared to announce the results and depart, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Elder Jean, please hold. I have a report of cheating. The exclamation instantly captured the attention of all present. How intriguing, Elder Jean mused, turning towards the entrance of the Qingshan building, where a group of approximately 20 individuals carried in a single figure. This person had bandages wrapped around his head, his hair singed and his face charred. Resembling someone struck by lightning, it was none other than Fei Changkong, the victim of Bai Wuxiang's earlier ambush. Ah, the aggrieved party has arrived, Luo Jiling remarked with a smirk. Bai Shidi, it is up to you now. Bai Wuxiang sprang to his feet. Fear not, just watch me. Fei Changkong glared venomously at Bai Wuxiang. Pointing an accusing finger, Elder Jean, I wish to report that the first-place team, Bai Wuxiang and his companions, employed unscrupulous tactics to seize my mining tunnel. They even injured me, reducing my rightful first place standing to second. Elder Jean Kue chuckled, pray, elaborate, I assure you. I shall handle this matter fairly. At that moment, several disciples clad in enforcement hall attire entered, having been drawn by the commotion. Hee, today, you cannot escape your fate, Bai Wuxiang. Fei Changkong continued, today, while mining, I arrived at my long-established tunnel only to be ambushed and injured by Bai Wuxiang using flying electric talismans. They occupied my tunnel, which allowed them to secure the first-place ranking. I demand that the first place standing of Bai Wuxiang's group be revoked. Fei Changkong's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Bai Wuxiang. Elder Jean Kue turned to Bai Wuxiang and asked, now, you may explain your side of the story. Bai Wuxiang replied calmly, to report to Elder Jean, our trio has consistently maintained the first-place ranking for the past few days, granting us the privilege of being the first to mine. Today, we utilized that privilege to select an unclaimed mining tunnel. During our excavation, we discovered an intruder, which compelled us to take action to drive him away. It is true that I injured Fei Changkong, and I am willing to compensate him with spirit stones for his treatment. However, the allegation that we seized his mining tunnel is unfounded, as we possess the right to choose any tunnel freely. Elder Jean, would you not agree? Bai Wuxiang asserted his position firmly, willing to compensate Fei Changkong for his injuries but staunchly denying any wrongdoing in regards to the mining tunnel. His reasoning was sound, as they held the first-place mining rights. They were entitled to choose any tunnel they wished. His argument was both logical and well-structured, not shying away from admitting to injuring Fei Changkong. Now, it was up to Elder Jean Kue to render judgment on this matter. Chapter 91. Distinguishing Right from Wrong. Jean intervenes to teach Fei Changkong a lesson. All eyes turned to Elder Jean Kue, who wore a knowing smile but remained silent. Fei Changkong, aware that whoever wielded the sharpest tongue might sway the outcome, quickly retorted, who decreed that being first to mine grants one the right to occupy another's tunnel. This is outright thievery. Bai Wuxiang countered, there is no decree, but equally, no prohibition exists. Being first to mine allows us to choose any tunnel we desire. Where the law is silent, we are free to act. Fei Changkong, you two hail from a distinguished background. Could it be that you remain oblivious to such a fundamental truth? Bai Wuxiang's aura manifested with remarkable intensity during this quarrel, buoyed by the momentum of her earlier victory over Fei Chongkong. She unleashed a barrage of scolding upon him. At this moment, Fei Chongkong was unable to rise, seated on a stretcher, his face flushed with indignation as he glared at Bai Wu Shuang. Engaging in a physical altercation was out of the question, and he found himself at a loss to retort. The debauched young master turned his eyes toward elder Jin Kuei, pleading for his intervention. Upon uttering those words, the entire assembly erupted in laughter. He resembled a petulant child. Suddenly, a tall and robust figure leapt down from the third floor, agile as a monkey. This was none other than Jin, the long-standing third in command. Her stature was imposing, yet she bore a sunlit visage. You two burly men squabbling here is truly embarrassing. Why not have a rematch? I, Jin, shall officiate. Let us dispense with the hesitations. Who wins shall have the right of it. What say you? Her words once more incited laughter from the crowd, for it was indeed Fei Chongkong who was likened to a child throwing a tantrum. Fei Chongkong, who typically commanded a retinue of over 20 followers, was evidently unpopular here, even provoking mockery from the third-ranking Jin. You, Jin, what business is it of yours? The debauched nature of Fei Chongkong erupted in a fit of anger. It was a matter strictly between him and Bai Wu Shuang. What did a woman have to meddle in? He blurted out a curse to this. Jin inhaled sharply, her fists clenching with a peculiar angle at her waist. And without hesitation, she struck Fei Chongkong with a solid punch. Fei Chongkong was caught unawares by this formidable woman's sudden aggression. Injured and in no condition to retaliate, he was sent sprawling far away, rolling several times before coming to a halt, unconscious. Let this serve as a lesson, Jin remarked, observing the fallen Fei Chongkong before dusting off her hands and bowing to elder Jin Kuei as she departed. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Who was this Jin? How dare she strike young Master Fei? Ah, only another second-generation immortal dares to strike a second-generation immortal. Is that not evident? Her surname is Jin? And the Jin family of the Guardian Hall is one of the prominent clans. Understand? I see. The spectators gradually dispersed, not wishing to involve themselves in the affairs of the second-generation immortals. Young Master. Hurry to rescue young Master. Fei Chongkong's followers, having witnessed him being knocked out twice in a single day, were filled with sorrow. None dared to offend the towering woman named Jin and thus cleverly approached to carry Fei Chongkong away. Everyone disperse, Elder Jin Kuei said, a flicker of disdain flashing in his gaze towards Fei Chongkong before gesturing for the crowd to leave. This matter was thus left unresolved, and the decision that one could select an unclaimed mineral vein upon entering the mine was set in stone. Come, let us return and rest. Tomorrow we shall continue. The three of them retreated to their wooden lodgings. At the entrance, Bai Wu Shuang suddenly remarked, Brothers, your cultivation levels are rather low. Why not take advantage of the abundant spiritual energy here, which is thrice that of the outer sect Spirit Beast Peak, to elevate your realms? After all, in the realm of cultivation, advancing one's level should take precedence. It was rare for him to express such sentiments. Yet tonight he was unusually forthcoming. Luo Juling immediately responded, Oh, Bai Shidi, why are you so talkative today? Bai Wu Shuang scratched his head and said, I find it quite enjoyable to be with both of you. And I hope we can establish our foundations together and eventually attain golden elixirs. If you two do not hasten your breakthroughs, once I succeed in establishing my foundation, you shall have to address me as Shirshu. And when I achieve a perfected golden elixir, extending my lifespan by several hundred or even 1,000 years, if you remain in the qi refining stage, your lives shall come to an end, and we will no longer be able to enjoy our time together. Before Bai Wu Shuang could finish, Luo Juling rolled his eyes in exasperation, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Huh! Bai Wu Shuang was bewildered by Luo Juling's sudden anger and turned to Chun Ji in any case. Chun Ji was relatively easier to converse with compared to Luo Juling. Qin Shixiang, did I say something wrong? Bai Wu Shuang earnestly sought counsel. He spoke from the heart, yet he could not fathom why Luo Juling was so enraged. Chen Ji, standing at the door, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Your words, Bai Shidi, are indeed accurate and truthful. However, such truths ought not to be spoken in front of us. They can be rather hurtful. Remember, Bai Shidi, to temper your candor with a smile. Chan Ji retreated to his wooden lodge. Observing that both Luo Juling and Chan Ji had departed, Bai Wu Shuang gently stroked the blood-clawed eagle on his shoulder, muttering to himself, I see now. One mustn't be too forthright. Bluntness can wound pride. Oh, in my family, I spoke my mind freely, and everyone complied without opposition. It appears they are merely wary of my status as the young master. I shall remember this. Chun Ji did not take Bai Wu Shuang's words to heart. He simply shook his head with a smile and locked the door, promptly entering the Tower of Ascension to begin his training. He intended to make good use of the spiritual energy available here, hoping to make progress by the time he completed the extraction of spirit stones. Bai Wu Shuang's words, though rough, contained wisdom. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the lifespan. Cultivators, in their pursuit of immortality, would naturally strive tirelessly to break through their limits. At this moment, the medicinal properties of the 60 rare mist flowers emitted a rich fragrance, even more potent than the previous day. Anticipation stirred within him as he sensed they were nearing maturity. Chun Ji had also accumulated some contribution points. Upon returning to the 7-star sect, he intended to see what he could exchange for with those points. Focusing his mind, he cast aside all distractions and began to absorb the spiritual energy for cultivation. The night passed swiftly, and Chen Ji concluded his practice early, meeting up with Bai Wu Shuang and Luo Juling at the door. As per usual, they made their way to the mine to gather for the day's first breath of purple qi. After completing their training, he was the first to enter the spirit stone mine amidst the gaze of all the disciples. Fei Changkong did not come today. He must have been too sore from yesterday's beating to show his face in front of Bai Shidi and Jin Jian. Luo Juling noted, glancing back to find no sign of Fei Changkong, only his entourage of over 20 followers. Chapter 92. Encountering the snake demon, unexpected attacks. While mining, those followers hastily averted their gazes upon meeting Luo Juling's eyes. They were merely there to mine spirit stones on behalf of Fei Changkong, who would ultimately claim all the spirit stones as his own achievements. These disciples had no fear of penalties for failing to complete their tasks, as the Fei family would provide a safety net, alleviating any concerns about future repercussions. Let us go. Chun Ji took the lead into the mine. The three swiftly entered the passageway they had seized the day before to commence their excavation. With each swing of his iron pickaxe, Chun Ji worked with remarkable speed, extracting the ore. Behind him, Luo Juling deftly sorted through the material, identifying useful spirit stones and discarding the unneeded earth. Having collaborated for over 10 days prior, Luo Juling's efficiency was now unparalleled. When Chun Ji grew tired, they would switch roles. By afternoon, it was again Chun Ji wielding the pickaxe, with the absolute support of Bai Wu Shuang. A true second-generation immortal, they did not need to venture out for lunch, which enhanced their efficiency beyond that of any other team. As the day waned and darkness approached, Chun Ji aimed to extract a bit more to secure first place, thus hastening his pace. Suddenly, as he struck down with the pickaxe, a peculiar sound echoed, different from the usual. A surge of murky water erupted forth from the excavation site. Chun Ji quickly retreated, but not before being splashed with the foul liquid. He wiped his face, discovering that the water was merely unpleasant and odorous. However, Luo Juling's keen eyes suddenly warned, do not move, for a large hole had appeared in the wall they had just breached. Its surface remarkably smooth, as though something had long resided within. Something flickered past. Chun Ji failed to catch a glimpse of it, but Luo Juling, crouched low searching for spirit stones, had seen it clearly. He tensed with fear, his body rigid, and quietly cautioned Chun Ji against making any sudden movements, for they could be risking their lives. Obeying, Chun Ji held his pickaxe still, maintaining his previous posture. Carefully inch away. Make no noise. Luo Juling slowly rose, signaling for Chun Ji to cautiously back away. That moment, Chun Ji also caught sight of it, a serpent demon slowly slithering out from the gaping hole. The creature exuded dark energy, its eyes transformed into pure white slits, suggesting it had lain dormant in the mine for ages. The color of the spirit stones shimmered upon the serpent scales. Awakened by the breach Chun Ji had made, the instant Chun Ji laid eyes upon the bizarre, monstrous snake, the size of a bucket, a wave of terror surged through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Fortunately, the serpent had yet to launch an attack, granting them a fleeting chance to escape. Run. What are you waiting for? Previously, Luo Juling had instructed Chun Ji to remain still, fearing that the serpent demon within the cave would be disturbed. At this moment, The serpent demon had emerged from its lair. Luo Jiling seized Qin Ji and dashed towards the exit. By shitty! The serpent demon? Help! Luo Jiling shouted frantically towards the outside of the mine. The serpent demon's cultivation surpassed that of the two, leaving only Bai Wuxiang, who had reached the 6th stage of Qi training, capable of confronting it in this critical moment. Luo Jiling chose not to flee for his own safety. Instead, he dragged the somewhat stunned Qin Ji outward. Hiss! The serpent demon moved with alarming speed. Its massive form coiled within the walls of its nest. Yet, its head shot forth, aiming to bite the two. Just in time, Qin Ji finally reacted. This was his first encounter with a beast of such nature. Though fear gripped him, the instinct for self-preservation ignited a spark of response within him. As the enormous, sinister serpent demon lunged for his lower back, Qin Ji hurled 5 talismans from his hand. 3 flew towards the serpent's colossal head, while the other 2 aimed at himself and the rapidly retreating Luo Jiling. Boom, crackle, boom. A glaring protective shield materialized over himself and Luo Jiling, triggered by the activation of a low-grade yellow-tier spirit shield talisman. Behind them, 3 explosive sounds rang out as the talismans struck the serpent's head. These were the low-grade yellow-tier fire rain, thunderstorm, and flying lightning talismans that Qin Ji had previously purchased. Qin Ji's response was swift. He activated the spirit shield talisman for his protection while simultaneously launching 3 attack talismans to thwart the serpent's advance. To his dismay, the 3 low-grade attack talismans hardly harmed the serpent demon, merely momentarily halting its assault. Qin Ji still possessed 4 mystic tier talismans, but those were reserved for emergencies, and he hesitated to expend them. The effects of the 3 yellow tier talismans were deemed sufficient, for at that moment, Bai Wuxiang, alerted by the commotion, had rushed over to go. Yip! Bai Wuxiang charged through the cave entrance, his 6th stage Qi training prowess evident. The blood-clawed falcon perched on his shoulder soared ahead, swiftly darting past Luo Jiling and Qin Ji, aiming to fiercely peck at the massive serpent behind them. Thanks to the brief reprieve provided by Qin Ji's talismans, Bai Wuxiang managed to arrive in time. Luo Jiling pulled Qin Ji out to the cave's mouth and remarked, "Qin Shidi, your reaction was remarkably quick. Well done, as long as you are unharmed. I shall return inside to assist Bai Shidi. He must not come to harm." With that, he cast an approving glance at the protective shield activated by his spirit shield talisman before turning back to plunge into the mine. He feared that Bai Wuxiang might face danger alone against the serpent. Thus, he rushed in without a hint of concern for his own safety as a 2nd stage Qi practitioner. His demeanor was cold, yet his heart was warm. Though he often jabbed at Bai Wuxiang with words, when faced with a crisis, his instinct was to pull Qin Ji to safety first and then unhesitatingly charge back in to support Bai Wuxiang. This man is reliable, Qin Ji mused silently. A mere serpent demon dares to act recklessly. Die! The excited voice of Bai Wuxiang echoed from within the cave. Qin Ji noticed that the protective shield from his spirit shield talisman had vanished due to its low grade. A thunderous roar erupted from the cave, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing. "Let us go see." Qin Ji, now nearing the 2nd stage of Qi training, felt emboldened by Luo Jiling's bravery. With Bai Wuxiang leading the charge, he believed they would be fine. Primarily, he was eager to discover how Bai Wuxiang intended to subdue the serpent demon. Qin Ji cautiously ventured deeper into the cave and soon spotted Luo Jiling. Vigilant with talismans in hand, he was indeed covering for Bai Wuxiang. Qin Ji recognized the 2 talismans in Luo Jiling's possession. They were mystic tier talismans they had purchased together, costing him nearly all his spirit stones. The battle within the cave was nearly at its conclusion. Bai Wuxiang hurled numerous mystic tier talismans, bombarding the serpent demon until it was left severely battered, its massive body torn and bleeding profusely from a gaping hole in its midsection. The serpent demon's terrifying form lay mostly within the cave, its upper half sagging lifelessly against the ground. Chapter 93. Devouring serpent eggs. The falcon finally acknowledges its master at this moment. Bai Wuxiang still clutched a stack of mystic tier talismans. The number unknown, as he had evidently come well prepared. The blood-clawed falcon now loomed large, its sharp talons gripping the serpent demon's midsection, rendering it immobile. Ultimately, the serpent demon succumbed to its wounds, rolling a few times before expiring. From a biological standpoint, the falcon was a natural predator of the serpent demon. Combined with the seemingly inconsequential mystic tier talismans that Bai Wuxiang had unleashed, They managed to vanquish the demon within just a few exchanges. Luo Jilin quietly collected his talismans, and the two approached Bai Wuxiang, who inquired, "Are you two unharmed?" Qinji replied, "We're fine, thanks to Luo Shixiang's swift action." Luo Jilin regarded the enormous serpent's carcass and asked, "The serpent's eyes, gallbladder, bones, and skull are all intact. Aside from the shattered scales, the rest is in good condition. We should be able to exchange it for some spirit stones. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, anything obtained here outside of spirit stone mines belong to the individual, granting the three of them full disposal rights." Bai Wuxiang nodded, "Indeed, we can sell the serpent's corpse for spirit stones. However, I do not lack for spirit stones. So you two may divide the proceeds." Bai Wuxiang was direct in his speech, making it clear he had no need for the stones. Luo Jilin rolled his eyes. "You truly do not lack spirit stones? So we shall not hold back." Yet Qianji interjected, "Wait a moment. I believe I have discovered something." He approached the serpent's carcass and gently turned over its scales, which emitted a faint glow of spirit stones. Standing up, he surveyed the serpent's former lair, stroking his chin as he observed. The sheen on the serpent's scales indicates it must have lived in close proximity to a significant number of spirit stones. The location of its nest aligns perfectly with the spirit stone deposits in this cave. I suspect there might be additional rewards within the serpent's lair. Without hesitation, he proposed, "Let us extract the serpent's body from its nest and see if there are any surprises." Taking immediate action, Bai Wuxiang directed the now enlarged falcon to gradually pull the serpent from its lair. Once fully extracted, they realized the serpent measured over 6 zhang in length. The interior of the nest was remarkably smooth, prompting Qianji to crawl inside. After a short distance, he indeed discovered a winding vein of spirit stones deep within the lair. This was the first time Qianji had encountered such a vast expanse of spirit stones. A staggering quantity with edges meticulously smooth. It appeared the serpent had regularly rested and cultivated amidst these spirit stones, even gnawing on them to hasten its training process. The serpent had claimed this vein to enhance its cultivation speed. Yet today, it had been unearthed by Qianji's pickaxe and ultimately slain by Bai Wuxiang using talismans and the falcon. Just as Qianji was about to crawl out to share this good news, he spotted a massive serpent egg deep within the lair. "Oh, let us take a look. A demon serpent egg should fetch a good price." He crawled closer, finding a solitary egg roughly the size of an adult's head. As soon as his hand made contact, a powerful urge surged from within the Tower of Heavenly Passage's Spirit Beast Garden, where previously there had been no activity. It desired to devour the demon serpent egg. Before Qianji could react, the Tower of Heavenly Passage absorbed the egg instantaneously. "What?" Qianji was taken aback. Observing that the lair posed no further threats, he entered the Spirit Beast Garden of the tower, where he found the demon serpent egg suspended above the falcon egg. The power of the tower held it firmly in place. As Qianji approached, he sensed a strong intent emanating from the long-dormant falcon egg. "Drop blood to recognize your master." It dawned on Qianji that a spirit beast must acknowledge its master through blood. Without delay, he pricked his finger, allowing drops of blood to fall onto the falcon egg. Drip, drip. 3 drops were completely absorbed. An unusual bond blossomed within Qianji's heart. From that moment on, he and the falcon currently developing within the egg entered into a master-servant contract. Qianji as the master, the falcon as the servant, and it hungered for the demon serpent egg. The falcon conveyed its first message to Qianji with fervor. It desired to consume the demon serpent egg. How could Qianji refuse his first spirit beast? He promptly shattered the demon serpent egg with a punch, allowing the liquid within to flow onto the falcon egg, which absorbed it entirely. Subsequently, the falcon egg commenced its awakening and hatching process. Finally, it had begun. Previously, it had remained still, causing him to worry that the thousands of spirit stones he had invested would go to waste. It seemed now that success was assured. He merely needed to provide ample time for the arrival of his very own falcon. Satisfied, Qianji exited the Tower of Heavenly Passage, in the outside world. Only the blink of an eye had passed. He crawled back out from the serpent's lair and declared to the others, "We've struck it rich. Inside, there lies an entire vein of spirit stones, enough to secure our position as first for an entire month. Hand me the pickaxe and shovel. I'll go in and extract some." Luo Jilin responded, "Night is falling. Let us divide our tasks." By Shidi, You should have the falcon carry the serpent's corpse outside to sell for spirit stones. I await the arrival of Brother Chen here. To prevent any unexpected occurrences, the three of us have divided our tasks effectively. Chun Ji is dragging tools into the mine to excavate spirit stones, while Bai Wuxiang has gone to sell the corpse of the serpent demon. As twilight approaches, Elder Jin Kuei descends to announce the end of the day's mining activities. It is only then that Chun Ji and Luo Jiling tally the spirit stones and exit the cave. At this moment, everyone emerges, drawn to the serpent demon's corpse outside the mine. Some disciples approach to assess the value of the serpent's remains, a century-old serpent demon, at the 7th level of Qi refinement. The valuation begins. 1 intact serpent gallbladder, estimated at 100 low-grade spirit stones. 2 intact serpent eyes, valued at 100 low-grade spirit stones. 1 intact serpent bone, appraised at 200 low-grade spirit stones. 2 intact venomous fangs, estimated at 200 low-grade spirit stones. 1 piece of damaged serpent skin, appraised at 10 low-grade spirit stones. The remaining serpent blood and meat, being stale and incomplete, collectively valued at 10 low-grade spirit stones. The total value amounts to 620 low-grade spirit stones. Does this valuation meet your approval? Bai Wuxiang is indifferent, considering it merely 600 spirit stones. At that moment, Chun Ji and Luo Jiling emerge from the pit. Bai Wuxiang inquires, "Brothers, are you satisfied with this valuation?" Chun Ji is perplexed, while Luo Jiling nods affirmatively, declaring, "Fair. Let us sell it." Chapter 94. Slaying the serpent demon, dissecting for spirit stones. Immediately, someone steps forward to pay 620 low-grade spirit stones and takes the serpent demon's corpse away. Eager to quickly dissect it for the gallbladder, "Brother Chen, you should accept the spirit stones now and dissect it later," instructs Luo Jiling. Then, under the scrutiny of the onlookers, the three present today's spirit stones. Haha, splendid. The trio of Bai Wuxiang seems undoubtedly to be today's top performers. Go ahead, head to the dining hall and wait for us. Elder Jin Kuei expresses his satisfaction with their performance, visibly pleased with the spirit stones they have gathered. The three nod in farewell, thanking Elder Jin for his efforts. Since they possess the pill of non-eating, the trio does not require a meal. Occasionally visiting the dining hall for a few light dishes to satisfy their cravings, though they are not genuinely hungry. Splashing sounds ensue as Chun Ji and Luo Jiling hastily disrobe and plunge into the underground hot spring of the dining hall. Ah, how refreshing. This layer of dust is simply unbearable. They first dive beneath the surface to cleanse their hair and faces before comfortably reclining in the warm waters. Brothers, I shall wait for you both in our usual spot in the dining hall. Having spent over 10 days together, Bai Wuxiang still cannot reconcile the sight of several men bathing together in the nude. Each time she sees them in the hot spring, she turns away. Observing Bai Wuxiang's evasive demeanor, Chun Ji strokes his chin and muses, "Brother Luo, could it be that Bai Shidi is actually Bai Shimi in disguise?" Luo Jiling, covering his face with a warm towel, groans in comfort, "Himph, have you been indulging in too many tales as a child?" Bai Shidi is the young master of the Bai family, one of the 4 great cultivation clans. What family would allow a woman to inherit? Besides, Bai Shidi lacks any signs of femininity. I have discreetly observed this, so Brother Luo harbors the same suspicions. Hearing him say this, I feel reassured. After all, that Lu Hongying has been incessantly pursuing him. How could he possibly be a woman masquerading as a man? Since they arrive first, they always bathe in the hot spring's prime pool. Gradually, other disciples begin to arrive, prompting the two to wash each other's backs and don fresh garments before proceeding to the 3rd floor of the dining hall. Bai Wuxiang had already prepared a pot of tea, awaiting their arrival. After a while, everyone gathers. Elder Jin Kuei commences the announcement of the day's results. First place, the trio of Bai Wuxiang, totaling 270 spirit stones. Second place, Jian Jin, with 66 spirit stones. Third place, Fei Changkong, with 59 spirit stones. Everyone, having transformed from novices to seasoned miners over the past few days, buzzes with excitement upon hearing that Fei Changkong has claimed 3rd place, particularly since they witnessed him being sent flying by Jian Jin before descending into the mine. How could he possibly heal so swiftly and secure 3rd place? Everyone is aware of the underlying reasons, yet no one dares speak out due to the Fei family's unique standing at Spirit Beast Peak. This is the true nature of human society, whether in the realm of mortals or the world of cultivation. Lineage ultimately holds sway. Indeed, the trio of Bai Wuxiang has also slain a 7th-level serpent demon today, yielding 620 spirit stones. Fellow disciples, mining spirit stones not only earns contribution points and spirit stone rewards, but unexpected treasures may also yield additional profits. Thus, all disciples should take heed and commit wholeheartedly to the task of unearthing 6,000 spirit stones over the next 6 months. Completing this will bring benefits, while failure to do so will surely result in punishment, as you all well understand. Very well, those who rank lower, do take care of yourselves, Elder Jin Kuei concludes before departing, leaving the rest to debate amongst themselves. Humph, if Fei Changkong were not the sole son of Elder Fei from the Eagle Peak, would he have achieved 3rd place? Indeed, this is not a matter of a day or two. The accumulation of 2 generations in cultivation far surpasses the efforts of a single generation. Such is the norm within our sect. Let us not dwell on this matter. Come, let us enjoy some dishes. Though they engage in lively discussion, none truly confront the issues. Let us return, the 3 decide. Leading the way back to their quarters, gathering in Luo Jiling's wooden abode. They huddle together, 3 heads bent in quiet consultation. Firstly, tomorrow we shall excavate all the spirit stones from the mine where the serpent demon resided. Judging by the quantity, it should yield approximately 3,000 spirit stones. Thus, I seek the opinions of my 2 brothers regarding a key issue. There lies a mine with an estimated yield of 3,000 spirit stones, equivalent to the combined output of our trio over several days. This is our reserve and secret, Luo Jiling articulates. Changji and Bai Wushuang nod in encouragement for him to continue. The dilemma is this: if we submit everything at once, we must then toil fiercely tomorrow, with no guarantee of maintaining 1st place. Conversely, if we submit a portion daily, we can secure 1st place each day with slightly less effort while accruing additional contribution points for several more days. The advantage of submitting everything at once is that it mitigates the risk of potential attacks from the Yingji sect, allowing us to return to the 7 Stars sect sooner. However, the primary drawback lies in the uncertainty that follows. Should we fail to maintain 1st place daily, we would forfeit contribution points. Brothers, I invite your thoughts on this matter. Asa Trio, we must respect each individual's perspective. It becomes clear that Luo Jiling is addressing a significant issue that warrants thorough discussion among the 3. Bai Wushuang speaks first. Contribution points are of utmost importance to us. The higher our cultivation level, the more vital contribution points become. The ability to obtain superior sect techniques through contribution points is invaluable, representing the greatest gain from our expedition to Scorpion Island. And of course, you are not short on spirit stones. You and Fei Changkong, Jin Jian, and the other 2nd-generation cultivators place greater emphasis on contribution points. However, we value both contribution points and spirit stones. We appreciate both. Changji contemplates silently. Bai Wushuang continues, yet, life is singular. If the Yingji sect truly poses a threat and seeks to reclaim Scorpion Island, conflict is inevitable. My cultivation is sufficient for self-preservation, but my brothers, at the 1st and 2nd levels of Qi refinement, lack the means to safeguard themselves, which could lead to peril. Thus, while contribution points are advantageous, one must possess life to enjoy them. My conclusion is this: a wise person does not place themselves in danger. The sooner we complete our mining tasks on Scorpion Island, the better. Returning to the 7 Stars sect as swiftly as possible is paramount. Contribution points can be accumulated gradually when we are alive to do so. This is Bai Wushuang's viewpoint, a sagacious strategy that makes perfect sense. However, her forthrightness may inadvertently embarrass the 2 brothers at the 1st and 2nd levels of Qi refinement. Having grown accustomed to Bai Wushuang's direct manner, they do not dwell on it excessively. Luo Jiling then turns to Changji. Brother Chen, what is your opinion? Changji nods, affirming, I share the same sentiment. The sooner we complete our tasks, the sooner we can depart Scorpion Island and return to the 7 Stars sect. As for your concerns about potentially failing to maintain 1st place, leave that to me. I have already identified another high-yield mining passage. We shall seize it. Of course, Bai Shidi will handle the extraction. Changji prepares for contingencies. He has already set his sights on an alternative, high-yield mining route. Should the opposition resist, Bai Wushuang will take action. This is a minor task, and I will manage it. Upon mentioning the prospect of seizing the mining passage, Bai Wushuang feels a thrill of excitement. This is precisely the kind of endeavor he relishes. This is akin to a well-protected, exemplary child raised in a nurturing home who, one day, becomes enamored with the life of brawling with delinquents outside of school. Suddenly, a whole new perspective and landscape unfold before him. This pursuit can easily become addictive. Well, My opinion aligns with that of my two junior brothers. Therefore, tomorrow, we shall promptly deliver the spiritual stone mine left by the serpent demon, striving to complete the spiritual stone mission and return to the Seven Stars Gate as soon as possible. Now, there is one final matter for today. Brother Bai, the serpent demon sold 620 spiritual stones. Are you certain you do not wish to share? All present should partake. Moreover, it was primarily Bai Wuxiang who dealt the fatal blow to that serpent demon. In truth, he should rightfully claim the majority of the proceeds from the sale of the demon's corpse. Yet, this individual, being a second-generation immortal, has little concept of spiritual stones. Naturally, the two senior brothers can share? He replied, "Very well then." The two others recognized the sincerity in his words. Thus, each of them received 310 spiritual stones and returned to their wooden tower for rest. Changji immediately entered the celestial tower, first arriving at the spiritual herb garden. The peculiar mist flowers were now blooming more splendidly than ever, exuding a rich aroma of spiritual herbs. Indeed, these 60 peculiar mist flowers will become a primary source of my spiritual stones in the future. Whether I can acquire profound or even higher level techniques and spells will depend on this initial batch of spiritual stones I have amassed. He then proceeded to the spirit beast garden to inspect the eagle's egg. Unlike before, as Changji approached the egg this time, he felt an intense sense of affinity. This was due to the blood oath of recognition. Placing his hand upon the eagle's egg, he could distinctly sense the heartbeat of the eagle within. Hatch quickly, and I shall possess an extraordinary blood eagle spirit beast. After reaching the third level of Qi training, disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak can choose a Spirit Beast by obtaining one in advance. I can save a significant amount of expense. Changji mused. At this moment, his life and path of cultivation were filled with hope. With 60 valuable peculiar mist flowers and a fortuitously acquired extraordinary blood eagle spirit beast, all he needed to do was hasten his cultivation. He must cherish the abundant spiritual energy of Scorpion Island and immerse himself in practice. Despite the myriad benefits of Scorpion Island, rumors regarding the potential assault by the Inji Gate to reclaim the island loomed overhead like a sharp sword. Vigilance was imperative. As Bai Wuxiang aptly stated, while contribution points are valuable, life itself holds greater worth. Life is paramount. Without it, nothing else matters. Changji felt this deeply in the mundane world. All his efforts were directed towards survival, avoiding starvation and freezing. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, he felt little significance at the Seven Stars Gate. However, after leaving the Seven Stars Gate for Scorpion Island, that awareness resurfaced. After a night of arduous practice, the next day, the three entered the mine pits as the first group. Hurry, follow me. We are going to seize a promising mining tunnel. Changji had already scouted the location. He dashed ahead, while Bai Wuxiang eagerly awaited. He knew that the previous serpent demon's mining tunnel was no longer usable. Today, they were bound to seize another. With a hint of excitement, Bai Wuxiang clutched his profound level talismans tightly. Observing Bai Wuxiang's enthusiasm for confrontation, Luo Jiuling inwardly lamented, "What a motley crew of brothers I have." Leading the way, Changji swiftly selected a mining tunnel. "This is the spot. Let us go." As before, Bai Wuxiang would block the entrance. Allowing no one to enter, Luo Jiuling examined the mining tunnel and stroked his chin, sensing a familiarity with the excavation technique employed. Could it be that this time? His suspicions were soon validated when the unmistakable roar of Fei Chongkong echoed from outside. "Bai Wuxiang, it's you again. You've stolen my mining tunnel. Don't stop me. I must defeat you today." Once more, it was Fei Chongkong. This time, the tunnel Changji had claimed was indeed his. Bai Wuxiang merely smirked, remaining silent as several profound level talismans flew from his hand. "Do you think you're the only one with profound level talismans? I have them too." Fei Chongkong, having been thoroughly prepared after his previous encounters with Bai Wuxiang and Jin Jian, now held several profound level talismans. The two talismans clashed in midair, emitting crackling sounds. At this moment, Luo Jiuling and Changji leaned against the mine wall, arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold. This time, Fei Chongkong appeared well prepared. It seemed Bai Wuxiang would not easily emerge victorious. Changji pondered, in a contest of talismans of equal rank, it ultimately comes down to whose spells are more formidable. Talismans are merely auxiliary. Spells are the essence. Chen, pay close attention to the Bai family's techniques, Luo Jiuling advised. Chunji focused intently as Bai Wuxiang unleashed two talismans that erupted in midair. Fei Chongkong, with a cold laugh, also threw two talismans, colliding with Bai Wuxiang's. The talismans, both blade talismans, produced a sound akin to friction as they clashed in the air. Both sides had an unspoken understanding. Within this underground cavern, neither dared to employ powerful talismans like the profound-level Thunderstorm talisman, for the consequences would be dire. Using blade talismans and flying lightning talismans was approached with utmost caution. Suddenly, Bai Wuxiang executed a hand gesture and exhaled towards the ground, invoking the Earth Spike technique. A row of sharp black thorns erupted beneath Fei Chongkong's feet, glimmering ominously. Should he step upon them, his feet would be pierced. Humph! I anticipated this move. Fei Chongkong refused to yield, he whistled, spinning in midair as if performing a dance, attempting to evade the impending threat. However, the black thorns slithered after him with the speed of serpents. Just as it seemed Fei Chongkong would tread upon the thorny ground, a shadow darted forth like lightning, his eagle. In a split second, Fei Chongkong grasped the eagle's talon, soaring over the treacherous thorns. Take this! Fei Chongkong raised his right hand, launching two talismans that shot towards Bai Wuxiang, who responded in kind, sending two talismans to intercept. With a sharp whistle, Bai Wuxiang's bloodclaw eagle burst forth from its concealed position, lunging at Fei Chongkong's eagle. With a cold snort, Fei Chongkong released his grip. Landing deftly, and with a swift gesture, he directed a rockfall technique towards Bai Wuxiang. With a resounding crash, a stone plummeted from above Bai Wuxiang's head. He pointed upward and exclaimed, "Wooden cage technique." Instantly, the black thorns surged forth, forming an inverted wooden cage above him, effectively catching all the falling rocks. Bai Wuxiang pointed again, and from the shadows emerged a blood-clawed eagle, its speed astonishing as it launched itself from behind Fei Chongkong. The eagle's talons seized Fei Chongkong and hurled him violently against the wall. Two eagles. While the two eagles were engaged in a distant battle, how could Bai Wuxiang have set an ambush here? Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Fei Chongkong crashed into the wall and lost consciousness once more. The blood-clawed eagle grappling with Fei Chongkong vanished with a loud bang, transforming into a burnt-out talisman that fell to the ground. A substitute talisman. It turned out that Bai Wuxiang had used a substitute talisman at the onset of the battle to create a decoy blood-clawed eagle, while the real one lay hidden in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike and successfully knock Fei Chongkong unconscious. The two were not truly fighting for their lives, thus the exchanges were mostly restrained. After incapacitating Fei Chongkong, Bai Wuxiang coldly regarded his followers. They understood that in an instant, Fei Chongkong's subordinates cried out in despair, Young master, save him!" They rushed forward, scrambling to carry him away, helplessly watching as Bai Wuxiang claimed the spirit stone mine passage they had painstakingly opened. The confrontation between the two was swift and fierce. Bai Wuxiang, wielding wood-type abilities, employed techniques such as Earth Spike and Wooden Cage, while Fei Chongkong, seemingly of Earth affinity, utilized the Falling Rock technique. Ultimately, Bai Wuxiang's prowess prevailed, allowing him to conquer Fei Chongkong and seize his mine passage. Splendid, Chunji praised, giving Bai Wuxiang a thumbs up. Even Luo Jilin acknowledged the effectiveness of his tactics, commending the seamless integration of spells, spirit beasts, and talismans. Qin Shidi, what have you learned? Chunji casually inquired while mining, sifting through stones for spirit ores nearby. Luo Jilin's question sought to understand what insights Chunji gleaned from the recent battle. After a moment's contemplation, Chunji replied, "Last time, Fei Chongkong was overwhelmed by Bai Shidi's talismans. This time, he came prepared with talismans, resulting in a more dynamic exchange. The adaptable application of spells, talismans, and spirit beasts ultimately led to the victory of the one with the more flexible strategy. It has profoundly inspired me and underscored the importance of spells." Luo Jilin nodded, affirming, "When one's realm is not high, auxiliary talismans can often dictate the course of battle. However, once both sides possess equally matched talismans or have attained a higher realm, the outcome relies heavily on the clash of spells. For disciples of our Spirit Beast Peak, it is even more critical to harness their spirit beasts effectively. Bai Shidi's recent usage was exemplary. A typical case of victory." Chunji nodded, deeply impressed by the earlier encounter. His desire for advanced spells intensified. He resolved to sell the rare mist flower and swiftly cultivate other valuable resources to amass more spirit stones for spells and techniques. Chapter 97. An enemy attack, fears become reality. It must be said, Fei Changkong's subordinates were indeed skilled. The passage they had excavated boasted genuine spirit stone deposits. Chen Ji and the disciples of Spirit Beast Peak maintained their leading momentum. Thus, another 20 days passed. Chen Ji and his fellow disciples had spent a total of 35 days on Spirit Scorpion Island. One night, the trio gathered in Luo Jiling's wooden abode for a small gathering. Luo Jiling had procured some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and nuts from the market, and the three sat in the courtyard, feasting and conversing. Chen Shidi, have you tallied our spirit stones from yesterday? Yes, I have. Let me recount how much we have amassed in these 35 days. Go ahead, I'm all ears. Upon mentioning the harvest from Spirit Scorpion Island, Chen Ji's excitement was palpable as he began counting on his fingers. Every day, we ranked first in mining, earning each of us 35 contribution points and 350 spirit stones. Last month's benefits were doubled, granting us 2 spirit stones each and 20 caddies of spirit rice. After slaying a snake demon, Luo Shixiang and I received 310 spirit stones. In total, we have extracted 16,020 spirit stones over these 35 days, which averages to 5,340 stones per person. In just a few days, we will complete our task of 6,000 stones each and return to 7 Stars Gate. Upon our return, as per sect leader Chen's words, we will be exempt from 6 months of sect duties and additionally rewarded with 6 contribution points each. Of course, this does not even factor in the benefits of the rich spiritual energy here on Spirit Scorpion Island. Chen Ji said cheerfully. During his 35 days here, he had accrued several hundred spirit stones, totaling over 800. He had also unexpectedly obtained a demon snake egg, which he had the eagle swallow to initiate the hatching process. This was a significant boon, though he kept it to himself. The hatching of the eagle egg and the 35 contribution points from 7 Stars Gate were the most valuable rewards. The contribution points had already been transferred to their identity tokens, and the spirit stones had been allocated. We struck it rich this time. Chen Ji couldn't contain his happiness. Luo Jiling and Bai Wushuang shared in the joy. Suddenly, Bai Wushuang produced a small jade slip from his bosom and placed it before the two. What is this? Luo Jiling inquired. Bai Wushuang chuckled. This is a small technique I purchased at the underground auction on Spirit Scorpion Island a few days ago, called Clean Garment Technique. I thought I'd let my 2 seniors practice it. So you have to emerge from mining each day looking like you've rolled in the dirt. Clean Garment Technique? Bai Wushuang specifically bought this technique for them. Chen Ji and Luo Jiling exchanged puzzled glances. Bai Shidi, you don't want us to go soak in the hot springs together, do you? Chen Ji burst into laughter. Each time they went to the hot springs, Bai Wushuang would flee like a startled rabbit, too shy to join them in the nude. Bai Wushuang nodded. Indeed, I feel it lacks elegance for a group of men to bathe together. Luo Jiling tossed the jade slip to Chen Ji, saying you try it first, since Bai Shidi spent spirit stones on it. We might as well use it to keep ourselves clean. You know, your Bai Shidi is truly a second-generation immortal. This kind of thing may seem useless, but is rumored to be incredibly expensive. You'd be better off giving those spirit stones to us brothers. 3 grown men, concerned about elegance? Ridiculous. Chen Ji accepted the jade slip with a grin. Exactly. The trio exchanged a few more idle words before dispersing. Returning to his wooden abode, Chen Ji began to cultivate within the celestial tower. He pressed the jade slip against his forehead, and the entirety of the clean garment technique unfolded before him. After reviewing it, he committed the technique to memory and focused on channeling spiritual energy for his cultivation. With the triple spiritual energy enhancement on Spirit Scorpion Island, the accumulation of spiritual energy in his sea of energy accelerated. Given some time, coupled with the tenfold speed boost within the celestial tower, he should be able to break through to the second level of Qi refinement. As he progressed, the required amount of spiritual energy increased significantly, 3 strands for 1 bundle, 10 bundles for the second level of Qi refinement, and 100 bundles for the third. Exponentially increasing, the challenge of breaking through grew more daunting. Bai Wushuang, at such a young age, had already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Aside from his extraordinary talent as a single wood element root, he had been inundated with various cultivation resources from the moment he was born and meticulously arranged after birth, resulting in his current realm. Even for someone of Bai Wushuang's background, reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement illustrated the difficulty of breaking through in the realm of cultivation. Time is of the essence. Once spiritual energy begins to flow into the body, it purifies the cultivator's physical form, bestowing a unique sense of comfort that surpasses any sensation found in the mundane world. This is why some cultivators can remain in seclusion for a decade or even several decades, relishing the process of channeling spiritual energy, purifying their bodies, and enhancing their spirits. Initially, Qianji did not experience this sensation with great intensity, but as he approached the second level of qi refinement, the feeling grew stronger. With the circulation of spiritual energy in his body, the impurities within gradually expelled, sometimes leaving a layer of filth on his skin after completing his practice. This was the process of gradual transformation. Of course, this process was exceedingly slow and required unwavering perseverance. Cultivation is a laborious endeavor, akin to water dripping through stone. Thus, for many cultivators, although their realms rise and their lifespans extend, they often feel that time is still insufficient. Ultimately, the time required for breakthroughs in cultivation is simply too great. Chunji awoke early, joining by Wushuang and Luo Jiling to absorb the first wisp of purple qi from the mine. Being the first to enter, others had grown accustomed to it, especially Fei Changkong, who no longer bothered to pretend, allowing his subordinates to excavate the spirit stones while he reaped the rewards without lifting a finger. This alleviated much of the burden for Bai Wushuang and the others on this day. As Qinji and his companions continued their mining efforts, they all took a break for lunch. However, Chunji and his two companions, equipped with spirit-sustaining pills, chose not to leave the mine for the dining hall. This is one of the reasons why the trio has managed to maintain their position at the top during these days. They enjoy nearly 2 additional hours for meals compared to others. Just as Qinji was engaged in mining, a series of thunderous roars echoed throughout Lingxia Island. The sounds emanated from various locations, including the tail, head, and eyes of the island, causing the ground to tremble violently. Chunji plopped down on the ground. Enemy attack! Luo Jiling reacted instantly, grasping Qianji's hand and sprinting towards the exit of the mine. The situation that Luo Jiling had been so apprehensive about had indeed come to pass. Qianji abandoned his pickaxe and followed Luo Jiling, running desperately for their lives, in the midst of this turmoil. Chapter 98. The Zombie Tide Strikes. Yingji Gate invades Lingxia Island. Brother Luo, how can you be certain it's an enemy attack? Chunji inquired as they fled. At that moment, Bai Wushuang returned from the cave entrance to assist the two. Seeing that they had not been buried, he wore a grim expression and hurried them out of the pit. The cacophony of explosions resounded, shaking the mine. Only an enemy attack could account for such chaos. Do not speak. We must escape the mine lest we be buried alive. The terrifying explosions had already caused certain areas of the mine to begin collapsing. Luo Jiling's face turned ashen. Bai Wushuang's blood-clawed hawk soared overhead. Vigilant, he rarely displayed such a serious demeanor, gripping a stack of mysterious talismans, exchanging a glance with Luo Jiling before maintaining their battle formation as they are is it that severe? Qianji, having never experienced the ravages of war nor engaged in battles within the realm of cultivation, felt a rush of panic. However, witnessing the seasoned composure of Luo Jiling and Bai Wushuang somewhat steadied his heart. The rumbling continued, and faint sounds of battle could be heard outside. There are traitors sabotaging our formations. This is dire. Someone has destroyed the 13 major formation nodes of Lingxia Island, rendering our defenses useless. The Yingji Gate is attacking. The Yingji Gate is attacking. These were the voices of the disciples responsible for guarding the island. Intermingled with the chaotic shouts of those from the Spirit Beast Peak who had come to mine, it was difficult to discern the full scope of the situation. What is happening? Why is there an earthquake? What is this? The corpses are alive. They are devouring people. Run. The corpses were rampaging everywhere. What about the Law Enforcement Hall and the Protector's Hall? At that moment, most disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak were dining in the Qingshan building. The incident occurred suddenly. The disciples guarding the building had seen a familiar face approach, accompanied by 2 individuals clad in the attire of the Spirit Beast Peak, who remained silent. Hey, Zhang Luo, why are you down here at the formation node instead of dining upstairs? We are from the same hometown, so I allowed you to come closer. But your 2 companions cannot advance. This is a forbidden area. Before he could finish, the disciple named Zhang Luo suddenly raised his head. Ah, Zhang Luo, what has happened to you? Zhang Luo's eyes were blood-red, brimming with madness. The 2 disciples behind him, who had kept their heads down, abruptly looked up, their faces devoid of color, resembling living corpses, and leaped towards the formation node. Zhang Luo, meanwhile, struggled and roared as if enduring tremendous agony, then lunged at his fellow countrymen. Normally, there were 6 individuals on guard, but at mealtime, 3 had gone upstairs to eat, leaving only 3 to be startled by Zhang Luo's sudden assault. One of the guarding disciples thrust his sword into Zhang Luo, piercing his heart. To their astonishment, Zhang Luo remained unfazed, staring with blood-red eyes, and lunged at the disciple, biting into his neck, despite having his heart pierced. He seemed unharmed. This left the remaining 2 guards in shock. In that fleeting moment, the 2 figures behind Zhang Luo tore off their clothing, revealing themselves to be bound with an immense amount of explosives. Affixed with numerous thunderstorm talismans, boom, Zhang Luo frantically recited the incantation to detonate the thunderstorm talismans. The explosions obliterated that formation node and similarly triggered the destruction of several others. The protective formations painstakingly established by the 7-star gate on Lingxia Island had completely failed. The disciples of the Yingji Gate, who had long been ambushing outside Lingxia Island, led their army of corpses into the fray. The Yingji Gate specializes in corpse manipulation and control. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lingxia Island had already been surrounded by the Yingji Gate. Once the formation nodes were destroyed, the defenses of the island became ineffective, and the disciples of the Yingji Gate surged forward with their horde of corpses. The highest authorities present, Lu Tianfeng of the Law Enforcement Hall and Elder Jin Kuei of the Protector Hall, remained eerily silent, causing the disciples of the 7-star gate to panic. At that moment, voices began to ring out from all directions on Lingxia Island. Lu Tianfeng and Jin Kuei have been slain by our Yingji Gate, the remaining disciples of the 7-star gate. Surrender immediately, and you shall be spared. Surrender. This outcry further eroded the confidence of the 7-star gate disciples stationed there. Initially, many had intended to resist, but upon realizing that Lu Tianfeng and Jin Kuei were absent, compounded by whispers of their demise, their resolve began to waver. A significant number of disciples fled without a fight, plunging Lingxia Island into utter chaos. Amidst this turmoil, 3 heads emerged from the mine. Bai Wuxuang sent his blood-clawed hawk aloft to scout ahead. Lingxia Island echoed with cries of battle, smoke billowing everywhere. Brother Luo, what should we do? Chun Ji and Bai Wuxuang simultaneously turned to Luo Juling. Upon their arrival on the island, Luo Juling had learned of the potential for an assault by the Yingji Gate, but he had never anticipated that after more than 30 days, it would indeed come to pass. The 2 looked to Luo Juling for guidance. They had initially believed the Yingji Gate would strike under the cover of night, but unexpectedly, the adversary chose to attack during lunchtime, when the protective forces were at their weakest, a true shock. Steer clear of the tail, head, and eyes. These are the areas our sect prioritizes for protection and are likely the first targets of the Yingji Gate. Brother Bai, with the highest cultivation and combat power, you are responsible for vigilance and protecting Brother Chen. The Yingji Gate excels in corpse control and manipulation. If you see anyone with a pale face, appearing unwell or limping, attack them directly with talismans. Follow me. I have previously excavated a hideout in a certain area of the island. Luo Juling swiftly issued commands, leading the 2 towards the inner regions of Lingxia Island. Previously excavated a hideout? Chen Ji and Bai Wuxuang couldn't help but admire Luo Juling's foresight and a wonder. He often ventured out alone at night. It was for such preparations. The trio had only taken a few steps when a horde of disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak rushed past them, heading towards the mine. Where are you going? Luo Juling inquired. The Yingji Gate is attacking. Both elders have been killed. We, with our low cultivation, are seeking refuge in the mine. Most of these individuals were at the 1st or 2nd level of Qi refinement and, terrified by the corpses of the Yingji Gate, fled towards the underground mine. Oh, not go. The mine is unstable. You will be buried alive. Chun Ji cautioned. He had discerned through experience that, following several explosions, certain sections of the mine had begun to collapse, making the likelihood of total collapse significant. We cannot afford to care. If we do not enter the mine, we may be devoured by the corpses. Under the lead of 1 man, the group rushed into the mine without a backward glance. Chapter 99. Life and Death Battle. The fight for survival commences. Chun Ji said nothing, turning to follow Luo Juling. In the current situation, he had fulfilled his duty by offering a warning. If they chose not to heed it, there was nothing more he could do. Moreover, with the lives of the 3 hanging in the balance, they could hardly spare concern for others. As Chun Ji issued his warning, Luo Juling and Bai Wuxuang did not even pause. Chunji caught up to them. In such circumstances, our survival is the utmost priority. Luo Juling stated. Brother Qin, we cannot be responsible for their choices. Chunji nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from behind them. Three corpses clad in peculiar garb obstructed their path. The sound of bells jingled as someone in the shadows controlled the three corpses, which were in pursuit of the disciples who had entered the mine. Upon encountering the three, Chunji and Luo Juling exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting fury. The disciples had been fully aware of the corpses pursuing them and yet failed to warn Chunji and his companions. Revealing their treachery, the three corpses leaped forward, attacking them. Earth Spike Technique. Without hesitation, Bai Wuxiang formed a hand seal, causing three dark thorns to erupt from the ground, piercing through the corpses. Huh? The Ingyi Gate disciple, hiding in the shadows and controlling the corpses, realized they had encountered formidable opponents and attempted to retreat. In the air, Bai Wuxiang's blood-clawed hawk had already located the hidden enemy from the Ingyi Gate. With a swift dive, it tore out the throat of the foe. Ha! The individual clutched their shredded neck, struggling for breath before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wait for me. Luo Juling leaped gracefully, landing beside the slain disciple of the Ingyi sect. With dexterous hands and feet, he swiftly stripped the disciple of his garments and rolled them up. Go. He commanded without elaboration, charging forward once more. Huh? There are experts? A voice echoed from behind as a multitude of corpses sprang forth from a distance. These iron corpses, a deep shade of blue, appeared significantly stronger than the previous three. Shitty Bai. These are iron corpses, far more formidable than the three white corpses we encountered before. Exercise caution, Luo Juling warned. Bai Wuxiang nodded slightly, her gaze cold as she fixated on the pale-faced Ingyi disciple hiding behind the throng of iron corpses. Sixth layer of Qi refining? Ha! Excellent. Killing you and transforming you into my iron corpse will greatly enhance my combat prowess. The Ingyi disciple smirked. The iron corpses divided, encircling Bai Wuxiang from various angles. One of them advanced towards Luo Juling and Chunji, underestimating them by sending only a single iron corpse to handle them due to their relatively low cultivation levels. Be careful, Bai Wuxiang urged, her attention divided. Fear not, Luo Juling exclaimed, suddenly producing a glove that resembled the bark of an ancient tree struck by lightning. He donned it with utmost care on his right hand. At that moment, the iron corpse charged directly at Chunji. Gripping several talismans in his hands, Chunji was anxious to retaliate. Yet, Luo Juling leapt into action, shouting, "Break!" The peculiar glove on his right hand emitted a sinister glow. The iron corpse, disregarding Luo Juling, who was merely at the second layer of Qi refining, crossed its arms, attempting to withstand Luo Juling's punch and subsequently ensnare him at the waist. With a thunderous impact, Luo Juling, harnessing the momentum from his leap, struck the iron corpse's head with a powerful punch. The glove radiated a dark luminescence, obliterating the iron corpse's head in a single blow.